Until her dying breath, Xu Qing remained oblivious to the fact that her seemingly benevolent stepmother was, in truth, the most venomous of all. She orchestrated the ruin of Xu Qing's life, severed her happiness, and condemned her to an existence of torment and hellish despair. Upon her rebirth, Xu Qing seized the opportunity to exact vengeance on the scoundrels and trample her enemies, all while seeking to repay the man from her past who had played a role in her demise. However, the indifferent man she once knew appeared to have undergone a transformation, for upon their second encounter, he presented her with a crimson savings book. "Mother, what should I do? There's a 5 million gap in the company's accounts. If I can't cover it, I'll end up in prison, and if Jin Xian finds out, he will surely divorce me." Su Ruyu cried, trembling as she clutched her mother Fong Lanzin's hand. Fong Lan Exin, equally flustered and oblivious to the slightly ajar door, urged, "Don't cry, don't panic. Let me think. Yes, send your sister. Let Xu Qing handle it." Su Ruyu paused in disbelief. Will she even agree? Fong Lan Exin scoffed. "Just don't tell her. Remember how you liked Zhou Jinxian? You made her have an accident, and out of shame, she initiated the breakup. Look at how happy you are now with Jin Xian and your obedient children." Su Ruyu's mood lightened instantly. "But, Mother, do you think Xu Qing will hate us when she finds out?" A sinister smile played upon Fong Lanzin's lips. "She will never know. The daughter of a harlot is destined to be the most disgraceful. And that child of hers? I took care of it, and she remains blissfully unaware." Standing outside the door, Xu Qing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. All her misfortunes had been meticulously plotted by Fong Lan Xin. At 18, she had harbored feelings for Zhou Jinxian, only to suffer an inexplicable accident that stripped her of the right to pursue happiness. Subsequently, she was coerced into marrying Zhou Jinxian's elder brother, Zhou Jinnan. Zhou Jinnan, having sustained an injury to his eyes during a mission, was notoriously cold and detached. Their marriage was orchestrated by family machinations. On their wedding night, Xu Qing found herself unexpectedly pregnant, an event she did not anticipate, yet she found joy in the prospect of motherhood. Tragically, 5 months into her pregnancy, she suffered a miscarriage that nearly cost her life. The doctor attributed it to dietary mistakes, while Zhou Jin then accused her of not wanting to bear their child. Gazing at Zhou Jinnan, whose eyes were bandaged and whose cold demeanor was palpable, Xu Qing initiated divorce proceedings. Shortly after their separation, Zhou Jinnan's vision miraculously returned, and he returned to the northwest, never to return again. It was said that he remained unmarried. Xu Qing devoted herself entirely to her family's business, transforming the Xu family from a modest workshop into a leading enterprise in the national food industry. Reflecting on her tumultuous life, she recognized that her relentless dedication was rooted in Fong Lanzin's promise to remain at her side. After losing her child, Fong Lan Xin had wept for her, lamenting why it wasn't she who perished instead. During her divorce, Fong Lan Xin had consoled her, declaring that the Xu family would always be her home. Xu Qing had been touched by these gestures, cherishing the late-night bowls of porridge Fong Lan Xin prepared for her. Now, she realized that those bowls likely contained poison meant to end her life. Never had she imagined that behind the sweetness lay treachery, turning her life into a tapestry of wounds. Yet, she had continued to express gratitude toward her. Xu Qing now found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh, her heart resembling a blade that inflicted pain with the slightest movement. In a fit of madness, she burst into the room, seizing Fong Lan Xin by the throat before she could react. "How could you do this to me?" Fong Lanzin's face flushed red as fear gripped her gaze. Xu Qing, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, radiated a chilling aura, her eyes alight with fury. "Let go. Your mother is a harlot." Cough, cough. Su Ruyu shrieked in terror. "Xu Qing, you've lost your mind. Release her." Xu Qing was indeed deranged. She had believed her misfortunes stemmed from her own inadequacies, that fate had conspired against her to take everything from her, even her only child. Yet, she now understood that it was all the design of the woman before her, whose malice knew no bounds. 6 months later, Xu Qing was sentenced to death for intentional homicide. On the day of her final appeal, she spotted Zhou Jinnan seated in the front row of the public gallery. After more than 20 years, he remained tall and handsome, though silver streaks adorned his temples, exuding the same coldness as before. Yet, within his eyes, she detected glimmers of tears. Xu Qing felt disoriented. How could such a cold-hearted man shed tears? After her death, she floated aimlessly for what felt like eternity, Witnessing Zhou Jin and collect her remains and guard her coffin through the night, his grip on her hand filled with profound sorrow, as if mourning a lost beloved. Xu Qing longed to weep. If only she had not been so arrogant and foolish, perhaps her life would not have spiraled into such ruin. She faintly heard Zhou Jin Nan whispering, "Qing Qing, if there's a next life, please do not act so foolishly, all right?" Qing Qing returned. "I have a secret to share with you. Old Su, I bought a hen for Qing Qing to nourish her back to health. Don't be upset, the child must be feeling distressed. If it weren't for her recklessness, would we be in this predicament? Now Zhou Jin Nan is willing to marry her, and she still throws a tantrum. Our family is on the verge of disgrace because of her. Regardless, we must communicate with her gently. After all, Qing Qing is but 19, still a child. Moreover, given her beauty, marrying a blind man does seem a bit unjust." "Blind man? He is a national hero. Besides, given her circumstances, being able to marry at all is a blessing. What right does she have to be choosy?" Xu Qing was jolted awake by the commotion outside, her eyes fluttering open to the familiar small room, adorned with floral curtains and a somewhat worn desk, struggling to comprehend the situation. Hadn't she died? Turning her gaze to the calendar on the wall, she was taken aback to see it marked June 7th, 1980. Xu Qing stood frozen for a long moment as memories, once vague and distant, began to clarify. At this juncture, she had already suffered her accident, while Zhou Jinxian and Su Ruyu were engaged. Just 2 days prior, the Zhou family had sent someone to propose marriage to her, requesting she wed the blind Zhou Jinnan. Xu Qing was far from pleased. It wasn't that she looked down upon Zhou Jinnan's blindness, but rather that he was the elder brother of Zhou Jinxian, with whom she shared a brief romance, albeit one where they had never even held hands. The thought of marrying him felt deeply unsettling. Su Jigua, however, believed that given Xu Qing's current predicament, she should be grateful for any marriage proposal, regardless of her preferences. An argument ensued, culminating in Su Jigua's harsh words. "With your history, why don't you just go die?" Xu Qing had contemplated suicide countless times since her accident, and in that moment, she finally resolved to take action, inflicting a deep cut on her wrist. Remembering all of this, she flexed her still painful wrist, a cold smile gracing her lips. She had returned. She would reclaim everything owed to her and her child, ensuring that each of them would suffer a fate worse than death. With this determination, Xu Qing struggled to sit up, pushing open the door to see Su Jigua and Fanglan Xian in the living room. Her gaze was resolute as she declared, "I will marry." Fanglan Xian was startled by Xu Qing's sudden appearance, turning to face her. At just 19 years old, Xu Qing possessed exquisite features, delicate and fair skin, and a slender, graceful figure, reminiscent of her beguiling mother. Each encounter with Xu Qing only fueled Fanglan Xin's desire to mar her beauty. Yet, she maintained a facade of warmth, rising to greet her. "Qing Qing, why are you up? Do you feel unwell? I've just prepared chicken soup. They'll serve you a bowl shortly to help you recover." Xu Qing gazed at Fanglan Xin, who appeared significantly younger, pondering why she had previously failed to notice that the smile on her face resembled a mask. "There's no need, I'm not hungry." Fanglan Xin, unfazed, looked at her with gentle affection. "My dear child, are you still sulking at your father? I just spoke with him. If you do not wish to marry, then we shall not pursue it. Even if it means remaining single for a lifetime, both your father and I will support you forever." Xu Qing suppressed her urge to strangle Fanglan Xin, smiling as she played along. "I've come to a realization. I will marry. However, I require the wages I've earned during my time here to prepare my dowry." Fang Langxin's expression darkened slightly at the audacity of the little brat demanding a salary. Before she could respond, Xu Qing continued, "You once said that since I was young and couldn't save money, I should hand over my salary to you for safekeeping until my marriage, at which point it would be returned to me for my dowry." Having lived through it once more, Xu Qing now understood why Fang Lanxin had insisted she take over as a ticket seller at the bus station, while urging Su Ruyue to go to the countryside. It was because that was the last batch of educated youth sent to the countryside, and although it was only for a year, it granted them the qualification for the college entrance examination. As a result, Su Ruyue was now a first-year student at a provincial university, while Xu Qing remained merely an ordinary ticket seller, earning a meager 38 yuan and 50 cents a month. Fang Lanxin bit her tongue to refrain from cursing. She had merely intended to intimidate the little brat, yet she took it seriously. She cast a troubled glance at Su Jigua. Su Ziguo's face darkened immediately. "Do you wish to become an ungrateful wretch? Your mother has relinquished her job for you, and now she scours for odd jobs daily. And you, living in this house without contributing, dare to ask for money? Xu Qing chuckled softly. Father, let us not forget that not only have I given my salary to the family, but every penny I earn from sewing whenever I have time has also been contributed. Do you truly believe I consumed all that money by myself? Su Jigua was momentarily speechless, feeling that his usually obedient daughter had suddenly transformed. Fan Lanxin harbored a sense of foreboding, sensing that Xu Qing was no longer under her control. With reddening eyes, she looked at Xu Qing. Qing, do you harbor any grievances against your mother? Xu Qing gazed back with clarity. None at all, I simply had an epiphany. For reasons unknown, those words startled Fan Lanxin, making her feel as though Xu Qing's gaze pierced through everything. After speaking, Xu Qing strode toward the door, casually remarking, I'm stepping out for a while, do not wait for me. Without concerning herself with Su Jigua and Fan Lanxin's reactions, she swiftly changed her shoes and left. The Su family resided in the provincial automotive repair factory's residential complex, in an aging building whose weathered walls had lost their original hue. Su Jigua, resourceful, had climbed to the position of chief of security at the factory, thus securing a modest two-bedroom apartment of less than 60 square meters. Compared to many households crammed into narrow corridors, their situation was significantly better, as they did not have to cook in the hallways or brave the cold to use public restrooms in winter. The only downside was sharing a room with Su Ruyue, with whom she had been bickering since childhood. Yet, Fan Lanxin would always reprimand Su Ruyue, insisting that she apologize to Xu Qing, regardless of right or wrong. Thus, in the eyes of the neighbors, Fan Lanxin was a stepmother willing to sacrifice her own child for the sake of the other. As Xu Qing contemplated this, a cold smile escaped her lips. Truly, she had been blind. She had something of great importance to attend to. She recalled that it was on this very day years ago when Su Ruyue returned in the evening to inform her that she had spoken with Zhou Jinan, urging him to abandon thoughts of marrying her. Yet, Zhou Jinan had told her that he had no desire to marry a woman like Xu Qing, whom he deemed unclean. He was merely compelled by familial pressure. In retrospect, Su Ruyue must have had nothing favorable to say upon encountering Zhou Jinan, who would not utter such words either. In light of her death, Zhou Jinan had wept and buried her. She owed him a debt of gratitude, and there was also the child she had lost. Only by marrying him could she return. Xu Qing hurried toward the provincial university's residential area, where the streets were still devoid of vehicles, save for an occasional bus or tram, and bicycles were a rarity. The buildings on either side of the street rose no higher than 5 stories, their walls adorned with various slogans, predominantly advocating family planning. Xu Qing couldn't afford to indulge in nostalgia. She merely hoped that Su Ruyue had not yet finished school or sought out Zhou Jinan. The Zhou family were intellectuals. Zhou Jinan's father, Zhou Chengwen, was a professor at the provincial university. Thanks to his grandfather's distinguished military service, the family had remained relatively unscathed during the tumultuous decade, residing in the university's staff compound. Their home was a quaint, independent courtyard, graced by a verdant walnut tree in front. As Xu Qing gazed at the now faded memories of the courtyard, she recalled that after their wedding night, she and Zhou Jinan had slept in separate rooms, unsure if it was due to Zhou Jinan's deliberate avoidance or her own erratic hours. Under the same roof, they would often go days without seeing one another. Her in-laws had a considerable disdain for her, often regarding her with contempt. Xu Qing slowed her pace, realizing that perhaps her excessive trust in Fan Lanxin and Su Ruyue had led her to neglect Zhou Jinan, never once considering to understand him. Lost in thought, she spotted Su Ruyue approaching the courtyard, her military-style backpack slung over her shoulder, her steps light. As she prepared to knock, the crimson wooden door creaked open. A sleek, well-groomed military dog emerged, followed closely by Zhou Jinan, whose eyes were bandaged. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the walnut tree, casting a warm glow over his sharp nose and slightly thin lips, illuminating his previously dusky skin. With an upright posture, slender waist, and long legs, he donned a simple white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of elegance. Xu Qing concealed herself behind an ancient locust tree, observing Zhou Jinan, who at that moment had no trace of gray hair at his temples. Though his demeanor was aloof, he appeared remarkably youthful, prompting her to recall the tears he shed for a lifeless body, causing her eyes to well with tears. Su Ruyue had not anticipated encountering Zhou Jinan so fortuitously. Seeing the large, dark dog before him, she timidly stepped back, attempting to present a sweet smile. "Brother Zhou, may I discuss your engagement with my sister?" Zhou Jinin's indifferent expression softened slightly as he tilted his head, signaling that he was listening. A glint of malice flashed in Su Ruyu's eyes. Some things I say may offend you, but they are my sister's true feelings. She does not wish to marry you, the ugly brute. Just the sight of you terrifies her, causing nightmares. Even if she were unclean, she would rather marry a beggar than you. Su Riyue. Silence. Chapter 3. Proposing with a bride price, Su Riyue turned in a flurry, startled to see Xu Qing standing behind her. Clad in a delicate white floral dress that accentuated her tall, slender frame, reminiscent of the willow branches swaying in the gentle spring breeze. Yet at that moment, Su Riyue was too flustered to feel envy. Her mind was a tumult of confusion. Why was Xu Qing here? Hadn't she attempted to take her own life in protest against marrying Zhou Jinan? Wasn't she supposed to be lying in her room, refusing to get out? Su Riyue could not fathom why Zhou Jinan would even consider marrying someone like Xu Qing, but she had no desire to become sisters-in-law with her, nor to see her as an elder sister-in-law. In a moment of panic, Su Riyue rushed to grasp Xu Qing's hand. Qing, didn't you say you didn't want to marry Zhou Ge? Let me help you convince him not to marry you. Xu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Jinan, whose hand hung by his side, clenched into a tight fist. With a mocking laugh, she shook off Su Riyue's hand. Who said I don't want to marry him? Su Riyue was taken aback. Weren't you going to commit suicide because you didn't want to marry him? Look at the bloodstains on the handkerchief around your wrist. Xu Qing narrowed her eyes, coldly regarding Su Riyue. Do you really not understand why I would consider suicide? Su Riyue swallowed hard, feeling a sense of dread. Dad said you didn't want to. Xu Qing's gaze turned even colder. She would repay Su Riyue's betrayal in kind. But now is not the time to discuss it. I am here, and I will speak to Zhou Ge myself. You can leave now. Su Riyue stood frozen for a while, suddenly feeling intimidated by the fierce Xu Qing. That gaze seemed lethal. In a rush of fear, she turned and fled. Xu Qing watched her retreating figure, determined to clarify matters with Zhou Jinan before dealing with that mother-daughter duo. She turned, approaching Zhou Jinan and looking up at him. Standing so close, she realized just how tall he truly was, her height barely reaching his chest. Zhou Jinan remained still, his posture unchanged. One hand gripping the dog leash while the other hung by his side. After a thorough appraisal of the man before her, Xu Qing spoke softly. Su Riyue was mistaken. I do wish to marry you. Zhou Jinan's hand twitched slightly, his expression unreadable, remaining silent. Xu Qing understood his taciturn nature and did not anticipate a response. You are aware of my troubled past. If you are willing to marry me despite that, please remember to bring the bride price when you come to propose. Zhou Jinan's fingers twitched again, a word lingering on his tongue. It was I who spent that night with you. Yet it remained unspoken, ultimately crystallizing into a resolute all right. Xu Qing felt a wave of relief. At the very least, this time, her marriage to Zhou Jinan would not end as coldly as it had in her previous life. Take care. I will wait for you at home. After exchanging a lingering glance with Zhou Jinan, she turned and hurried back home. There was much to accomplish before their wedding. She needed to expose the hypocritical facade of that mother-daughter pair and resign from her job as a ticket collector, thereby closing the chapter on her past with Feng Lanqin. Meanwhile, Su Riyue, having been caught slandering Xu Qing, hurried home in a panic. Seizing the moment while Su Jigua was out playing chess, she rushed to complain to Feng Lanqin. Mom, Xu Qing has changed. She actually want to find Zhou Ge. She must be shamelessly trying to marry him. Feng Lanqin frowned. She want to see Zhou Jinan? Su Riyue nodded vigorously. She even eavesdropped on my conversation with Zhou Ge. The way she looked at me was utterly chilling. Mom, do you think she knows something? Feng Lanqin shook her head. She shouldn't. I gave the two thugs at Daong found a gold ring each. They wouldn't dare speak out. Yet, she remained uncertain, feeling that Xu Qing's demeanor had been off since she emerged from her room that afternoon. That gaze was indeed unsettling. Unable to contain her frustration, Su Riyue continued. I heard from Jin Xian that Zhou Ge himself proposed to marry Xu Qing. What on earth is he thinking? Even if he were blind, there are plenty of girls who would want to marry him. Why choose a broken shoe like her? Feng Lanqin shared her confusion before Zhou Jinan lost his sight. Countless young women had vied for his affection. Even now, many would eagerly marry him. He came from a prestigious family, was handsome, and was celebrated nationwide as a hero. How could he possibly be interested in someone like Xu Qing, a vixen? Suddenly, Su Riyue leapt to her feet, pacing the room. No, Xu Qing cannot marry Zhou Ge. I refuse to be your sister-in-law. How dare she, a worthless person, even think of marrying into the Zhou family? Mom, she should have been sold off in the mountains to some old bachelor. The living room door was kicked open with a loud bang. Xu Qing entered with an icy expression, shutting the door behind her, and strode towards Su Riyue. Before the stunned mother and daughter could react, Xu Qing seized Su Riyue by the hair and struck her across the face. Without uttering a word, she unleashed her fury. Su Riyue was momentarily stunned, finally screaming, "Ah! Xu Qing, how dare you hit me?" Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Xu Qing struck her again and again, her arms swinging with all her might. After the blows, her arm felt numb. Fang Lanqin was equally bewildered. By the time she processed what was happening, she rushed forward, grabbing Xu Qing's arm. "Xu Qing, are you out of your mind? That's your sister. How can you lay hands on her?" Xu Qing forcefully shook off Fang Lanqin, continuing to pummel Su Riyue. The wound on her wrist split open, blood trickling down her arm, a gruesome sight. Yet, Xu Qing was undeterred. She could not afford to strike Fang Lanqin, her elder, especially since she had been maintaining the facade of a benevolent stepmother. She had initiated the attack and would be in the wrong if she retaliated against Fang Lanqin. But Su Riyue? She would show no mercy. Su Riyue's heart was filled with malice, her intentions so vile that they threatened to ruin Xu Qing's life. Fang Lanqin, witnessing her daughter's hair being yanked and her face swollen like a pig's, could no longer maintain her pretense. "Xu Qing, you little wretch, stop this. How dare you hit Riyue? I'll have it out with you today. You worthless trash, you deserve to be humiliated." As she spoke, she lunged at Xu Qing. Xu Qing swiftly turned and shoved Fang Lanqin with great force, sending her staggering back several steps. Breathing heavily from exertion, Xu Qing coldly regarded Fang Lanqin. "What's the matter? No more pretense? No longer acting the part of the patient, virtuous stepmother?" Fang Lanqin, realizing that Xu Qing had stripped away her disguise, felt no need to maintain her facade any longer. With a twisted expression, she glared at Xu Qing. "I never expected you to grow clever. I thought you were just like your mother, pretty face but empty-headed." At this, Xu Qing's eyes turned icy, and she advanced step by step toward Fang Lanqin. Chapter 4. Return what is mine if you're dissatisfied with your marriage. We can find a way to resolve it. Why are you causing such a commotion at home? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "We are only doing this for your own good." Xu Qing was acutely aware that the walls of their current residence offered little sound insulation. Their ruckus could be clearly heard by the neighbors above and below, and anyone in the vicinity would easily catch wind of their conflict. Furthermore, Fang Lanqin had established an admirable reputation among the community, and her cries would likely lead everyone to believe that Xu Qing was being unreasonable, eliciting sympathy for the difficulties faced by Fang Lanqin as a stepmother. Xu Qing was determined not to grant her that satisfaction. If she could not live freely, what was the purpose of her rebirth? Grasping Fang Lanqin by the neck, she asserted, "You need not shout so loudly. I will repay every deed you and Su Riyue have done to me in kind." With that, she tightened her grip, relishing the sensation of power it gave her. No, she could not go so far as to end Fang Lanqin's life. Sacrificing her own existence for that was not worthwhile. Xu Qing disdainfully withdrew her hand, stepping back with a mocking smile directed at Fang Lanqin. Meanwhile, Su Jigua was playing chess beneath the old locust tree behind the family quarters when a neighbor rushed to inform him that a fight had erupted at home, causing him to dash back without even grabbing his cup. Upon entering, he found Su Riyue on the floor in front of the sofa, covering her face and weeping, while Fang Lanqin stood against the wall, looking horrified at Xu Qing. Only Xu Qing remained in the cramped living room, her expression icy and fierce, radiating an air of chilling hostility and resentment. Su Jigua momentarily froze before recovering, sternly shouting, "What is all this commotion? Aren't you all too old for this nonsense?" Fang Lanqin began to sob, moving to comfort Su Riyue. "Old Su, it's my fault. I shouldn't have meddled." Her words trailed off as she pulled Su Riyue into the bedroom she shared with Su Jigua. Su Jigua sighed, glaring at Xu Qing. "What are you causing trouble for now? Why can't you ever make things easy for us?" Xu Qing shot him a cold glance. "How did my mother die?" Su Jigua was taken aback. It had been 18 years since that event, and Xu Qing had never broached the subject before. Now why was she asking? Irritated, he furrowed his brow, She suffered for giving birth to you and passed away from illness. Xu Qing noted the fleeting look of guilt that crossed his face, indicating that there were likely other reasons behind her mother's death. Indeed, behind every beautiful fade lay a multitude of sordid and unbearable truths. Understanding that further inquiry would yield little, she turned and stormed back to the bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Su Jigua opened his mouth to reprimand her, but swallowed his words, feeling an unsettling guilt. The small bedroom, barely 10 square meters, contained 2 narrow single beds, with a peeling desk positioned by the window. Wooden shelves were affixed to the walls, designated for books, clothes, and the belongings of young girls. Xu Qing and Xu Riyue had shared this tiny room for 10 years, quarreling over the use of the desk and arguing over whose belongings lay on the other's bed. In every dispute, Fang Lanqin would scold Xu Riyue, while Xu Jigua would chastise Xu Qing, seemingly concerned for each other's daughters. In truth, it was only since her rebirth that Xu Qing finally had the time to ponder the events surrounding her mother's death and resolve the resentment she harbored towards Xu Riyue for orchestrating her downfall. In her previous life, this matter had been a persistent thorn in her side, even after her divorce, when other admirable men expressed interest in her. She could never move past that mental barrier. Despite being the victim, she always felt as though someone was pointing fingers behind her back. Countless times she had contemplated suicide, yet her cowardice held her back. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qing slowly recalled that fateful night 3 months ago. It was shortly after Zhou Jinxian confessed his feelings for her, promising that his parents would come to propose by May Day. That evening, as she was leaving work, she discovered a note left for her by Zhou Jinxian at the office's reception, inviting her to watch the sunset by the Yellow River. He had thoughtfully included a cup of brown sugar water with a cozy knitted cup cover, a gift she had given him. Holding the familiar cup cover, she felt no suspicion and took the brown sugar water to the riverbank. Although the river flowed through the city, the area was still quite desolate, a favorite spot for couples. When Xu Qing arrived, Zhou Jinxian had not yet come, so she stood by the river, observing people fishing and rowing boats while sipping her drink. Eventually, her consciousness began to fade. Even after decades, the details of that night remained vivid in her memory. She felt as though someone had carried her deep into the wild grass until she lost consciousness. Xu Qing shut her eyes in anguish. If not for necessity, she would rather not revisit the past. Desperately seeking useful information, yet finding herself utterly ignorant of the man who had harmed her. Throughout it all, it seemed he had never uttered a single word. Her mind was on the brink of explosion when a fleeting detail surfaced. She had retained a fragment of awareness as she was dragged into the thicket, during which she heard someone call out a name, Li Daong, followed by a vague inquiry. Did you find him? Li Daong was notorious in their neighborhood. Given that her father worked at the meat processing plant and her mother at the state-run cafeteria, Li Daong's family enjoyed lavish meals, attracting a crowd of idle youths. Moreover, Li Daong harbored feelings for Xu Riyue, often sneaking her treats from home. Could it be that Xu Riyue had enlisted Li Daong's assistance? Furthermore, she recalled the man saying, "I will return to marry you." Chapter 5. Extract every penny from me. Xu Qing shook her throbbing head, deciding not to dwell on that day any longer. Now, she needed to investigate whether Li Daong was indeed involved in the incident and what had happened to that cup. Initially, she had asked Zhou Jinxian about it, but he claimed it had been lost in the classroom. Since Xu Riyue attended the same university as Zhou Jinxian, it was likely that Xu Riyue had stolen it. At this point, Li Daong was the prime suspect. Xu Qing resolved to resign from her position as a ticket collector the following day and discreetly investigate Li Daong. After all, with a significant number of educated youth returning to the city in recent years, securing a desirable job had become increasingly difficult. Xu Qing had already planned that once she resigned, she would venture into the private sector. In her previous life, she had successfully expanded the Xu family's business from a small workshop, and with her past experience, she would find it even more manageable this time around. They lived close to the station, so she could start by selling prepared foods. Once the policies improved, she would scale up her business. However, her immediate priority was to move out of their current residence. Xu Qing looked around the once familiar, yet now somewhat foreign small room, reflecting on her former innocence and naivety. On the other side, Xu Riyue, with a face swollen like a pig's, sobbed incessantly, muttering threats. "I will not let Xu Qing off easily. How dare she hit me?" Fang Lanqin quickly covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down. Your father is still outside." Su Ryue immediately fell silent, whimpering instead. Su Jigua, his heart aching with anger, took a moment before entering, witnessing the mother-daughter pair in tears and feeling a headache coming on. What did you say in front of her? She has been in a foul mood lately. Why provoke her? Fang Lanxin, feeling wronged, retorted. Su Jigua, are you being reasonable? Just because she is in a bad mood, she can hit Ryue? I have been cautious around her for years, fearing others would accuse me of mistreating her. Yet, in the end, she treats me this way. You have no idea. If you had come home any later, she might have choked me to death. Su Jigua frowned. Don't speak nonsense. Just avoid provoking her for now. Did you say something about her mother? Fang Lanxin shook her head vigorously. No, I would never speak about her mother. You keep saying not to provoke her. Just look at Ryue's face. How will she go to school tomorrow? She is your daughter too. What about Ryue? Su Jigua glared at Fang Lanxin. Keep your voice down. Fine. I'll go borrow a couple of eggs and boil them to roll on Ryue's face. Once Su Jigua departed, Fang Lanxin glanced at the door and gently tapped Su Ryue on the head, exclaiming, You truly are foolish. When she strikes you, do you not know to retaliate? Furthermore, you should turn to Jin Xian and inform him to speak to Zhou Jinan about the true nature of Xu Qing. Su Ryue remained silent, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. If she could ruin Xu Qing once, she could certainly do so again. She did not believe that Zhou Jinan would still wish to marry Xu Qing after witnessing her transformation. During dinner, Fang Lanxin suppressed her frustrations and prepared the meal in the kitchen, mindful of her image as a good stepmother in the eyes of the neighbors. With the household running low on flour and her monthly secret contributions to her family, dinner consisted of a few mixed flour steam buns, a pot of thin porridge, a plate of stir-fried bok choy, and a cold cucumber salad, while the chicken soup remained untouched. Hesitating to pretend nothing had happened, she contemplated calling Xu Qing to join them. However, Xu Qing emerged on her own, casting a cold stare at the three seated at the table before taking her place. Without uttering a word, she picked up a bun and began to eat. Before her rebirth, she had indeed engaged in self-destructive behavior, refusing food in a fit of despair. Now, she needed to replenish her strength to continue battling Fang Lanxin and Su Ryue. Su Jigua's frown deepened at Xu Qing's defiance, yet he remained silent. Both Fang Lanxin and Su Ryue seethed with unexpressed anger as they ate in silence. After consuming 2 buns and a bowl of porridge, Xu Qing felt invigorated. She set her bowl down and addressed Fang Lanxin. This afternoon, I requested my 3 years' worth of wages. Upon reconsideration, after deducting my living expenses, you only need to give me 480 yuan. The wages had increased last year. Prior to that, she had only received 21 yuan a month. Fang Lanxin's expression darkened immediately as she turned to Su Jigua. Enraged, he slammed his chopsticks down. Are you never satisfied? What do you need money for? Xu Qing replied, her face devoid of emotion. I've stated my intention to use the funds for my dowry, and it is my money. Why should I not ask for it? Su Jigua felt a throbbing pain at his temple. He had never realized until now how rebellious Xu Qing had become. What dowry do you need? Let your mother provide it for you. Xu Qing remained resolute. I want the money. If you believe my request is excessive, we can tally it up on paper, item by item. This does not even account for the earnings I made from sewing. Fang Lanxin, unwilling to part with a single cent, gritted her teeth to suppress her urge to lash out. This little wretch had returned from the dead, acting as though she were an entirely different person. Xu Qing provocatively regarded Fang Lanxin. If you refuse to give me the money, I will inform the factory leadership and the Women's Federation that I have worked for 3 years, submitting my salary monthly, and now that I wish to marry, you refuse to provide my funds. Let us see who ends up more embarrassed. Su Jigua slammed the table, rising in anger. Xu Qing, do you intend to leave this family? Xu Qing stood tall, her posture reminiscent of a young cypress, and replied unflinchingly, Indeed, if you give me the money, I will move out of this household. Su Jigua raised his hand to strike her, but upon meeting her cold, hateful gaze, he hesitated. He had seen that same look just the day before Yi Yin's death, when she had looked at him with similar disdain, cursing. You and Fang Lanxin will one day descend in a hell together. Xu Qing held her head high, staring defiantly at Su Jigua. In her previous life, when she knew nothing, he had treated her relatively well, even leaving her shares before his imprisonment. Only then did she realize that he had given her those shares to bind her to the Su family for life. Knowing full well that Fang Lanxin remained the principal shareholder, I demand the money now. I refuse to believe you are without funds. Xu Qing was unwilling to waste further breath on this issue and spoke directly. Fang Lanqin, however, truly had no money. Her family had fallen apart, and her brother Fang Kun was a layabout, idly raising 3 children and often seeking financial aid from her. How could she possibly save any money? Xu Qing was well aware of this. In her past life, she had overlooked such matters, mistakenly valuing familial ties. Fang Lanqin could not help but glance at Su Jigua, hoping he would intervene. Just as he was about to speak, a knock sounded at the living room door. To her astonishment, it was Zhou Jinan, along with his father Zhou Chengwen and his aunt Zhou Lihong, who had come to propose. Xu Qing could hardly believe that Zhou Jinan had brought his family to formally discuss the marriage so swiftly. Su Jigua's previously dark demeanor brightened upon seeing Zhou Chengwen, exclaiming, "Professor, Zhou has arrived. Please come in." The living room was cramped. Aside from a 3-seat wooden sofa, they had to make do with benches. Zhou Lihong assisted Zhou Jinan to the sofa, frowning at the cluttered space, unable to comprehend why her nephew would choose a girl from such a household. After Zhou Jinan took a seat, Zhou Chengwen and Zhou Lihong flanked him, courteously engaging Su Jigua in conversation. Upon hearing that the Zhou family had arrived, Fang Lanqin quickly sent Su Ruyue to the bedroom, as her daughter's face was not suitable for company. Meanwhile, she busied herself searching for the finest tea leaves to serve their guests. Su Rue's engagement to Zhou Jinxian was a source of great satisfaction for her, for it elevated her status in the neighborhood. Zhou Lihong's gaze flicked toward Xu Qing, raising an eyebrow. The girl was indeed attractive, distinct from the popular trend of round faces and tall stature. With a slender figure and charming features, she stood as if she had stepped out of a painting. Yet, there was a lingering sense of disapproval regarding her character. Xu Qing did not miss the fleeting disdain in Zhou Lihong's eyes. In her previous life, after marrying Zhou Jinan, she often faced Zhou Lihong's critical remarks, as though the very air she breathed was tainted. Once Fang Lanqin served the tea, Zhou Chengwen slowly began, "I apologize for my abrupt visit today, but it pertains to the matter of Jinan and Qingqing's marriage." Su Jigua repeatedly smiled. "No worries. No worries. It is an honor to have Professor Zhou here with us." He was unfamiliar with the proper etiquette, but had heard factory officials use such phrases frequently. Zhou Chengwen chuckled. "It seems our family share a fate. Not long ago, Jin Xian became engaged to Ruyue, and now we are discussing Jinan and Qingqing. However, Jinan is already 27 and the elder brother, so we wish to proceed with the marriage directly." He was perplexed by his son's sudden urgency to marry, especially as he had submitted a marriage application that very afternoon. Despite his reservations about this potential daughter-in-law, he felt powerless against his son's insistence. Su Jigua nodded eagerly. "That sounds perfectly fine. It is indeed time for Qingqing to marry." Fang Lanqin found no opportunity to intervene, forced to smile while plotting ways to prevent Xu Qing from marrying into the Zhou family. Zhou Lihong, observing Su Jigua's eager demeanor, felt a surge of contempt within her. How could a discarded piece of trash find its place in his household? She spoke with a casual tone. "Since there are no objections, let me discuss the bride price: a sewing machine, a 26-gear flying pigeon bicycle, in addition to 500 yuan in gold jewelry, including a necklace, ring, and bracelet." This was indeed excessive. Had Zhou Jinan not insisted on his way out, she would never have deemed Xu Qing worthy of such a price. Su Jigua was taken aback by the Zhou family's generosity. The total amounted to 2,000 yuan, leaving him speechless with excitement. Xu Qing, however, was somewhat astonished. During her previous marriage, the Zhou family had only offered 500 yuan with nothing else. Fang Lanqin felt discomfort at this revelation, recalling that Su Ruyue had received only 100 yuan and a silver ring upon her engagement. Seeing the 3 men silent, especially Su Jigua's smile turning into a mere slit, Zhou Lihong smirked slightly. "If you have any further requests, feel free to voice them. If not, shall we set the wedding date for the 11th? Zhou Jinan, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow. Zhou Lihong cast him a displeased glance before saying, "Yes, there's still clothes. For Qingqing, each season requires 2 outfits, and every family member will have 1 woolen garment made." Su Jigua rubbed his hands together, saying, "Just do as you see fit. Everything seems fine." Yet, he never mentioned what would be included in the dowry. Xu Qing glanced at the others and suddenly turned to Fang Lanqin, saying, "Mom, during dinner. Didn't you mention giving me my wages from these past years so I could prepare my dowry? You said you would give me 500, right? Fan Lanqin was so enraged she nearly toppled off her stool. At this moment, could she possibly refuse? She forced a smile. Yes, that is true. Xu Qing felt no shame. After all, compared to her past, she had nothing to be embarrassed about now. Then please give it to me now. Tomorrow. I plan to go shopping with Brother Zhou to buy yarn, as I intend to knit him a sweater. Fan Lanqin panicked. She had no money to give Xu Qing. If she refused, the Zhou family would find out tomorrow. And how could Su Ruyue continue living there? Observing Zhou Jinan, who was wrapped in bandages, an idea suddenly struck her. She feigned a smile. You truly don't understand. How can Jinan go out shopping like this? Su Qing Wu Ti grant her the opportunity to divert the topic. Brother Zhou is blind, but I can assist him. I can ask for his opinion and tell him what colors are available for him to choose. She then turned to Zhou Jinan. Brother Zhou, what do you think? Although Zhou Jinan could not see, his hearing was keen. He quickly raised his head towards Xu Qing's direction and nodded emphatically, all right. With this, Fan Lanqin lost all reason to deny her, and her smile became even more strained. Fine, I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that the Su family was willing to provide 500 in dowry, Zhou Lihong felt a slight sense of balance. She was also astonished that Zhou Jinan was willing to go out. For 2 months since the incident, Zhou Jinan had refused to step outside the yard. Zhou Chengwen, seeing the conversation nearing its conclusion, cheerfully remarked, so the children's marriage is settled? Su Jiwa nodded. All right, from now on, these 2 girls will surely bring you some trouble. Zhou Chengwen waved his hand. No need for pleasantries. It's getting late. We won't disturb you any longer. As he spoke, he helped Zhou Jinan to stand and prepare to leave. Xu Qing suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhou, I'll come to your house to pick you up tomorrow morning, all right? Zhou Jinan paused before nodding. All right. Fan Lanqin's expression darkened. Once they had sent the Zhou family away and closed the door, her face turned completely black as she glared at Xu Qing. What do you mean by forcing me for money? Xu Qing feigned innocence. You promised to save for my dowry back then. Now that I am getting married, isn't it right for you to give me the money? You should hand it over before I leave tomorrow morning, or else I might not say anything favorable about the Zhou family. Fan Lanqin was so furious her vision blurred. You. Xu Qing added, also, I want to keep the entire betrothal gift from the Zhou family. Chapter 7. Do you think you deserve revenge? Xu Qing's words sent Fan Lanqin into a complete frenzy. She no longer cared about her image and glared at Su Jigua. Look at what she is saying. She wants to take the betrothal gifts too? Su Jigua was equally bewildered by Xu Qing's drastic change after a suicide attempt. He maintained a stern expression. Which family ever takes the betrothal gifts? Xu Qing retorted coldly. I don't care what others do, but this is the betrothal gift for Zhou Jinan marrying me, and I must take it. If you don't give it to me, I will tell Zhou Jinan tomorrow that I want to accept the betrothal gifts and want to marry. Su Jigua was instantly enraged, yet fearing neighbors would overhear and mock them. He lowered his voice. Qing, you must not act recklessly. What kind of girl rejects her betrothal gifts? If you refuse the gifts, the in-laws will think you are worthless and will not value you in the future. Xu Qing shot him a disdainful glance. I don't care. If you disagree, I will speak freely once I marry into the Zhou family. With that, she turned and entered her bedroom. From now on, she would not allow this family to benefit from her any longer. Fan Lanqin was so furious she nearly choked. That little wretch had grown wings and dared to threaten her. However, for the sake of Su Riyue and Zhou Jinchuan's marriage, she had to endure. Lacking sufficient funds, she could only go out to borrow money overnight, gathering 500 from several sources. Xu Qing, however, slept soundly until dawn. Last night, Su Riyue had not returned to her room, presumably sleeping with Fan Lanqin, while Su Jigua was certainly cramped on the small sofa in the living room. After a moment of reflection, Xu Qing got up and went out to find a stack of money on the dining table, both in bills and coins. She picked it up and counted. It was exactly 500. Noticing no one was around in the living room or kitchen, likely hiding in the bedroom out of anger, she casually stuffed the money in her pocket and went to wash up, preparing to head out to find Zhou Jinan. She knew she had a firm grip on Fan Lanqin's throat, compelling her to agree to all her conditions. After washing up, she changed into a white shirt, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped outside. Hearing the door close, Fan Lanqin and Su Riyue finally emerged from the bedroom. Su Riyue's face was still swollen. Upon seeing the money missing from the dining table, she stomped her foot in anger. Mom, Look at Xu Qing. She actually took the money. Fang Lanqing began to realize Xu Qing intended to sever ties with them completely. The once obedient and gentle girl had suddenly become fiery as if possessed. She must have learned something. After contemplating, Fang Lanqing decided Xu Qing could not marry into the Zhou family. She grabbed Su Ryue's hand. Ryue? Go find Jin Xian and have him talk to Xu Qing. Su Ryue was reluctant. Why should they meet? Fang Lanqing poked her forehead. Xu Qing used to like Jin Xian so much. Her willingness to marry a blind man might just be a way to get close to him. Su Ryue suddenly realized, how did I not think of that? I'm going to find Jin Xian right now. And I definitely one T let her be so smug. Xu Qing left her home and first went to the bus station to resign, handing over her work ID. The station master, Chen Dongsheng, was taken aback by her resignation. As many people were eager to secure a position at the station, and countless eyes were on that ticket seller roll. Was Xu Qing truly giving it up? Chen Dongsheng looked at her uncertainly. Did you encounter any difficulties at work? Or is someone speaking ill of you? Young lady, you're still young. Don't act impulsively. Xu Qing shook her head. I just don't want to continue. However, station master, could you please refrain from telling my family? If they inquire, just say I took sick leave. If Fang Lanqing found out she had resigned as a ticket seller, she would likely be furious and try to reclaim the position while arranging for her relatives to join. Chen Dongsheng was not a gossip, suggesting, perhaps you could take half a month off, and if you have any thoughts later, we could discuss it. Xu Qing firmly rejected. This is my well-considered decision. If you have someone suitable to replace me, please arrange it soon. Chen Dongsheng speculated that Xu Qing was having a disagreement with her family. He had heard some rumors regarding her situation, as it involved the young girl's reputation, and he had strictly prohibited anyone from discussing it at the station. However, Xu Qing always seemed to be in low spirits, often lost in thought, and he genuinely feared she might do something drastic. Considering her resignation did seem prudent. After quitting, Xu Qing felt lighthearted as she exited the station. Passing by the long-distance bus station, she paused at the entrance for a moment. She decided that after parting ways with Zhou Jinan in the afternoon, she would rent a small place nearby. This would mark her first step toward a new life. As she contemplated her fresh start, the resentment that had weighed heavily on her heart began to dissipate, and she walked with a lighter step toward the family quarters of Provincial City University to find Zhou Jinan. The campus was vibrant and full of life, with spirited university students carrying their backpacks and textbooks, engaging in lively conversations and laughter. Xu Qing paused, observing the clusters of university students passing by, a pang of envy stirring within her. In her previous life, amidst her career success, her greatest regret was not having attended university. Thus, she dedicated her leisure time to studying and learning English. Yet the absence of a college experience lingered as a profound disappointment. Just then, she heard someone calling her name and turned, puzzled. Zhou Jinxian, clad in a blue and white striped sailor shirt, appeared refined and scholarly, exuding a strong air of intellect. Xu Qing gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought. Her initial attraction to Zhou Jinxian stemmed from that very scholarly aura. Her lack of a university education had instilled a particular admiration for learned individuals. Alas, upon learning of her misfortune, Zhou Jinxian promptly severed ties with her, hastily becoming engaged to Su Ryue. Perhaps the depth of their feelings was insufficient, compounded by the significant emotional toll of the incident. Xu Qing felt little sorrow regarding Zhou Jinshuan's choice. Zhou Jinxian, upon seeing Xu Qing, appeared somewhat anxious, even avoiding her clear, bright gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Qing, do you intend to marry my elder brother as a form of revenge against me? Xu Qing frowned. Had she never noticed Zhou Jinshuan's self-absorption before? A smirk of derision graced her lips as she retorted, revenge? Do you think you are worthy of such a notion? Zhou Jinxian grew increasingly convinced that Xu Qing's marriage to Zhou Jinan was rooted in her animosity towards him. He stepped closer, agitation evident in his voice. Qing, I know you resent me, but my actions were driven by necessity. You cannot trivialize your lifelong commitment. Do you know what kind of man my brother is? You will surely regret marrying him. Qing, heed my advice and do not act impulsively, all right? His earnest plea nearly moved Xu Qing. Raising her gaze, she remarked, I truly have no idea what your brother is like. Perhaps you can enlighten me. However, Zhou Jinxian failed to notice that just behind him, Zhou Jinan stood silently, accompanied by a formidable wolf dog. Chapter 8. The savings account handed to the bride Zhou Jinxian remained oblivious to Zhou Jinnan's presence, and, feeling a surge of irritation at Xu Qing's apparent indifference, continued, Qing, please remain calm. I cannot fathom why my brother would marry you. But it certainly isn't out of affection. He once had a girlfriend from the provincial art troupe. He is cold and devoid of emotion, never treating anyone with kindness. His heart is solely devoted to his career. With his current blindness, have you considered what life will be like with him? Xu Qing scoffed after all this talk. You still haven't clarified what kind of person your brother truly is. And what if he had a girlfriend before? The fact that he is marrying me now is what matters. Besides, even if he cannot see, that is far better than some who are blind at heart. Zhou Jinxian blushed furiously at Xu Qing's implied words. You. Yet, Xu Qing turned to smile sweetly at Zhou Jinnan, calling out brightly, Elder Brother Zhou. She stepped towards him, causing Zhou Jinxian to freeze, his face contorting uncomfortably as he turned to face Zhou Jinnan, stammering, Be brother. Zhou Jinnan furrowed his brow. You believe I am utterly worthless, do you not? Zhou Jinxian shook his head vehemently. No, brother, you misunderstand. I meant no such thing. It's just... Stammering without a coherent explanation, he broke into a sweat. Zhou Jinnan's tone grew even colder. Leave. Zhou Jinxian, intimidated, swiftly complied, having feared his elder brother since childhood, who was always so stern. After he departed, Xu Qing steadied her emotions, addressing Zhou Jinnan. I did not anticipate encountering him. Zhou Jinnan slightly inclined his body, stroking the wolf dog's head. Weren't we headed to the Hongqi shopping mall? Let's go. Xu Qing hesitated, unsure if reaching out to hold Zhou Jinnan's arm would seem overly intimate. After all, they were merely courting, both feeling shy about walking too closely, fearing the judgment of others. As she pondered, the wolf dog rose and ambled beside Zhou Jinnan, guiding him towards the school gate. Xu Qing was astonished to realize that this wolf dog was akin to a guide dog, walking steadily and carefully nudging Zhou Jinnan's leg in uneven terrain as a warning. In her previous life, she had overlooked both Zhou Jinnan and the dog. Now, however, she found the wolf dog remarkably endearing. She hurried to walk alongside Zhou Jinnan, inquiring, Elder Brother Zhou, what is the dog's name? It is incredibly intelligent. White Wolf. It is a military dog, Zhou Jinnan replied. Xu Qing sincerely praised the dog. It is so clever. It looks fierce, yet it is so considerate. With the topic initiated, their conversation flowed more smoothly. The walk from the northern gate of the provincial university to Hongqi Tower would take half an hour. During this time, Xu Qing learned that Zhou Jinnan had worked for a decade and had been blinded 2 months prior due to a blood clot pressing on his optic nerve. The bandaging obscured other undisclosed reasons. Xu Qing could not recall when Zhou Jinnan regained his sight in her previous life. After their divorce, they lost contact, only to later hear from Su Rue that Zhou Jinnan had healed and moved to the northwest. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind. If not for Zhou Jinnan's insistence, the Zhou family would not have accepted her. In terms of education and family background, she was hardly suitable for the Zhou family. If Zhou Jinnan had indeed insisted on marrying her, then who was responsible for the drugging on their wedding night in her previous life? Xu Qing had that, furrowing her brow in contemplation. It could not have been Su Rue, as she had not yet married into the Zhou family, thus lacking the opportunity. Who could it have been? Noticing her pause, Zhou Jinnan also stopped, remaining silent for a moment before stating, If you feel pressured, you need not rush into marriage. Returning to her senses, Xu Qing quickly waved her hand, recalling Zhou Jinnan's blindness. She explained, I have no regrets. I am merely reflecting on certain matters. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. Zhou Jinnan nodded slightly. Go on. Without hesitation, Xu Qing stood by the roadside and shared her plans with Zhou Jinnan. I resigned from my position as a ticket seller today and intend to move out of my family home to start a small business. I hope you do not mind. Her resignation implied not only the loss of her monthly income, but also the forfeiture of 25 jin of flour and 3 jin of cooking oil. A reasonable person would typically object. Yet, Zhou Jinnan replied almost without thought, You may decide for yourself. I will hand over the savings account to you. Xu Qing Bao said, astonished. They were merely acquaintances with a marriage proposal in mind, and this man was already willing to relinquish financial control. Zhou Jinnan added, I will give you the seal. You can collect your salary each month. Xu Qing felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally blurting, Let us hurry. It will be very hot once the sun is up. As White Wolf could not enter the shopping mall, Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan to the nearby free trade market. On a non-holiday and amidst the busy farming season, the market was rather deserted. With Zhou Jinan's eyes bandaged and accompanied by a dog, they attracted considerable attention. Xu Qing remained unfazed by the curious glances, calmly selecting 3 jean of navy blue pure wool yarn to knit a sweater for Zhou Jinan, genuinely eager to do so. She also remembered to ask for his opinion. Navy blue. Do you like it? I think the army green is not quite right. Zhou Jinan tightened his grip on the dog leash, surprised that Xu Qing would actually knit him a sweater, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. He replied, "Navy blue is perfect." Xu Qing smiled as she paid and turned, her smile abruptly fading. Across the way, at a wonton stall, Li Daong was eating wontons with 2 local ruffians. His burgundy autumn shirt marked with 2 white stripes, exuding a roguish charm. Zhou Jinan perceptibly sensed that Xu Qing's emotions were awry. "What is the matter?" Xu Qing suppressed her impulse to confront Li Daong and calmed herself. "Brother Zhou, I just spotted a wonton stall and remembered that I hurried out this morning without breakfast. Shall we go have a bowl of wontons together?" Zhou Jinan had no objections. "All right." Xu Qing gently tugged at a corner of Zhou Jinan's sleeve, guiding him towards the wonton stall. Li Daong was boasting to 2 ruffians when he noticed Xu Qing approaching with Zhou Jinan. He paused for a moment, wiped his mouth, and stood up with a grin. "Oh, isn't this Sister Qingqing here for wontons too?" His gaze was lewd, brazenly appraising Xu Qing. Chapter 9. Even blind. He would protect her. Xu Qing endured her discomfort as she looked at Li Daong, recalling that they had grown up together. Since childhood, Li Daong had been close to Su Ru, often saving a piece of candy for her and picking countless fights on her behalf. When Su Ru went to the countryside as a youth volunteer, Li Daong secretly sent her money, food stamps, and cured meats. Su Ru's response was one of non-commitment, neither accepting nor rejecting his kindness. Even Li Daong's parents believed that Su Ru would eventually become their daughter-in-law. However, when Su Ru married Zhou Jinxian, Li Daong's parents caused quite a ruckus at the Su household, demanding repayment of the food stamps and meat they had provided over the years. Reflecting on this, Xu Qing felt that Li Daong had betrayed Su Ru, thus harming herself. Her eyes glinted like frost as she swept past Li Daong, ignoring him and pulling Zhou Jinan to sit down. After taking her seat, she turned to call for 2 bowls of wontons, and upon turning back, she met Li Daong's gaze once more. This time, she distinctly saw a surprise flicker in his eyes. The 2 ruffians at the table with Li Daong recognized Xu Qing and were aware of her current situation. In their eyes, she was merely a tarnished woman of little worth, someone easily taken advantage of. Their comments became increasingly audacious, with one, nicknamed Mao Ho, leering at Xu Qing and whispering loudly to Li Daong, "Isn't that Xu Qing from the 4th Factory Alley? She always acts so proud, yet look at her now." The other, known as Lai Gua, eyed Xu Qing with a twisted excitement. "I wonder who is so fortunate. Too bad in the end. It's a blind man who benefits." Li Daong remained silent, but occasionally glanced at Xu Qing. Due to her and Zhou Jinnan's silence, Mao Ho and Lai Gua grew bolder in their taunts. "Look at that skin, so tender you could almost squeeze water from it. Indeed, that waist could be grasped with one hand. Perfectly proportioned." Although they did not name her directly, Xu Qing understood that they were speaking of her. Having lived a lifetime, her mindset had grown considerably calmer. She simply wished to ascertain whether Li Daong was involved in her past misfortunes. Suddenly, Zhou Jinan stood up, heading directly towards the 2 ruffians with an unerring aim despite his blindness. Before Xu Qing could react, Zhou Jinan had already thrown Mao Ho to the ground and seized Lai Gua by the collar, delivering a powerful punch to his face. A dull thud resonated as Lai Gua spat blood and a tooth. Li Daong immediately protested, shoving Zhou Jinan. "You blind fool, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Mao Ho had scrambled to his feet, grabbing a long bench to swing at Zhou Jinan. In a moment of panic, Xu Qing too picked up a bench and swung it at Mao Ho. Zhou Jinan, hearing the rush of air from the bench, deftly dodged. Unfortunately for Mao Ho, Xu Qing's strike connected, and he crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Even the previously silent Bai Lang lunged towards Li Daong, ready to join the fray. Upon realizing that 3 of them were struggling against one blind man, a woman, and a dog, Li Daong grabbed Mao Ho and attempted to flee. Zhou Jinan called out, "Bai Lang." Bai Lang clamped down on Li Daong's pant leg, baring his teeth and growling fiercely. as if to say that any attempt to escape would result in a severe bite. Mao Ho, clutching his injured head, stared at Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing in fear, while Lai Gua, holding his face, glared at Zhou Jinan in a mix of pain and anger. Zhou Jinan's brow furrowed, his presence radiating cold fury. "You will compensate for the damage at the wonton stall before you leave." Li Daong, filled with resentment, glared at Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing. After reluctantly compensating for the wonton stall's damages, he cast one last venomous glance at Xu Qing. That gaze, filled with hatred and malice, awakened a memory within her. She recalled waking up after her ordeal, having caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes similar to his through the crack of a hospital door. That fleeting moment had haunted her for years. Now she could finally answer the question. Those eyes belonged to Li Daong, but he was not the one who had harmed her. Instead, she was certain that he and Su Riyue had conspired against her. Today, having suffered such a significant loss, Li Daong would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Would he once again join forces with Su Riyue? A surge of excitement coursed through Xu Qing. This time, she was determined to ensure that these two despicable individuals would not recover. As Zhou Jinan noticed that everyone had departed, he observed Xu Qing's prolonged silence and assumed she was still grieving over the earlier taunts. His hand, resting by his side, clenched tightly in frustration, realizing it was he who had caused her pain. After much internal conflict, he resolved to confess to Xu Qing. If she wished to hate him and report him to the authorities, he would accept it willingly. Xu Qing, Zhou Jinan. Just as Zhou Jinan began to speak, someone else interjected. Xu Qing's attention was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar voice, and she turned to see a young man. Around Zhou Jinan's age, tall and refined, with keen eyes that seemed to pierce through all facades. She recognized him as Gao Zhan, a good friend of Zhou Jinan's. In her previous life, after her divorce from Zhou Jinan, Gao Zhan had cast her a long, reproachful glance, saying, "You have ruined him," though a lifetime had passed. Xu Qing vividly remembered the condemnation in Gao Zhan's eyes. Before she could emerge from her reverie, Gao Zhan approached with a smile reminiscent of spring. "I just entered the market and heard people talking about a blind man walking a wolf dog, and I guess it might be you. I can't believe it is indeed you." Zhou Jinan seemed unfazed by Gao Zhan's use of the term blind, merely frowning slightly. "What brings you here?" Gao Zhan glanced at Xu Qing, nodding slightly in greeting. He then playfully tapped Zhou Jinan's shoulder. "You seem to be recovering well. Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce her?" Zhou Jinan appeared to ponder how best to introduce Xu Qing, but she preempted him. "Hello, I am Xu Qing, Zhou Jinan's fiancée." Upon hearing her name, Gao Zhan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Nice to meet you. I am Gao Zhan, Zhou Jinan's partner." Afterward, he stepped closer to Zhou Jinan, feigning a cough into his fist and quietly inquiring, "Is she the one?" Chapter 10. A lifetime of care. Zhou Jinan gave a barely perceptible nod. Gao Zhan's gaze towards Xu Qing softened, and he smiled. "Sister-in-law, I will rely on you to take good care of him." Xu Qing had not caught the exchange between Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan, but she assumed he was merely curious about her. With a gracious smile, she offered, "We plan to have wontons. Would you like to join us?" Feeling somewhat awkward, she glanced around the wonton stall, noting that they had just overturned 3 tables during the scuffle, shattering one in the process. The stall owners were currently frowning as they cleaned up, hardly in the mood to prepare wontons for them. Gao Zhan also caught sight of the blood on the ground and the long bench that Xu Qing had yet to lift, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Zhou Jinan had never been one to meddle in affairs. Ultimately, the 3 of them did not get to eat their wontons, as Xu Qing had initially intended to escort Zhou Jinan home. However, Gao Zhan stated that he had some matters to discuss with Zhou Jinan, and he would take him back. Xu Qing watched with slight regret as Gao Zhan accompanied Zhou Jinan away. There were still words she had not had the chance to share with Zhou Jinan, which would have to wait for another time. Gao Zhan followed Zhou Jinan for about 200 to 300 meters, and upon glancing back, he could still see Xu Qing standing at the market entrance. He turned back to ask Zhou Jinan, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Zhou Jinan fell silent for a moment. "I have wronged her." Gao Zhan, well acquainted with his friend's temperament, advised, "Marriage is fine. I find that girl quite lovely, with a pure gaze and a touch of stubbornness. She seems quite suited to you. But remember, you must not speak of that incident." Zhou Jinan remained silent. If he kept it unspoken, it felt as though a heavy stone lay upon his heart, suffocating him. Regardless of the reasons, he was the one who had hurt her first. He was acutely aware that over the past 3 months, she had endured significant hardship and scorn. Seeing that Zhou Jinan was not responding, Gao Zhan realized he could not overcome this mental barrier. You must remember, that matter does not involve only you. Just treat her well from now on. Zhou Jinan's heart remained heavy. Merely being good to her could hardly make amends. Xu Qing watched as Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan gradually vanished into the crowd before she picked up her yarn and headed home. Upon reaching the ground floor, she noticed some bricks piled up by children playing near the entrance and, without a second thought, picked one up and stuffed it into her bag as she ascended the stairs. The narrow corridor was cluttered with various items. Even a jar of pickled vegetables was left on the step, forcing one to sidle past. As Xu Qing climbed the stairs, she encountered Fong Lanqin, who was escorting Fong Kuan downstairs. Upon seeing Xu Qing, Fong Lanqin's already sullen face grew even darker, her eyes radiating unabashed hatred. Fong Kuan had come to ask his sister Fong Lanqin for money, having heard that Xu Qing had been causing quite a stir lately, even pressuring Fong Lanqin to borrow money for her dowry. Naturally, seeing Xu Qing, he wore a scornful expression, as if she were something filthy. Bah, shameless creature. Xu Qing had never held Fong Kuan in high regard and had never indulged him in the past. Hearing his veiled insults now, she coldly retorted, indeed, quite shameless. A man in his 40s with sound limbs, still begging for money. Fong Kuan glared at her from several steps away. He attempted to reach out and strike Xu Qing, but was restrained by Fong Lanqin. Don't go looking for trouble. Hurry home. She was not siding with Xu Qing, but rather concerned about recent developments at the factory, where they were evaluating outstanding individuals. If Su Zhigua could be recognized, he would receive an extra 5 yuan in wages each month. Moreover, she had built a good reputation in the factory for many years that she could not afford to tarnish. Suppressing her anger, she pushed Fong Kuan down the stairs. Xu Qing could not be bothered to engage with the two of them, her hand clenching the brick in her bag. If Fong Kuan dared to reach out as he passed by, she would not hesitate to crack his skull. With Fong Lanqin watching from behind, Fong Kuan merely shot her a fierce glare as he descended, spitting on the ground with disdain. Xu Qing paid him no mind as she returned home. To her surprise, Xu Qing, who should have been attending classes, was sitting on the sofa at home, hastily concealing a piece of paper behind her back upon hearing Xu Qing enter. Her eyes blazing with fury, Xu Qing ignored her, changing into slippers and preparing to head straight to her room. Su Ryue's face was still marred with bruises, rendering her unable to attend school. Seeing Xu Qing act as if nothing had happened only fueled her anger further, and she stormed up to Xu Qing. Are you satisfied now? Xu Qing replied coolly, not at all. Su Ryue, taken aback, raised her voice. Xu Qing, what on earth do you want? You can't possibly think that all of this is my mother's and my fault, can you? When you were in trouble, we were there to comfort you. My mother was so worried you'd do something drastic that she slept on the floor beside your bed. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't cause such a ruckus at home. Xu Qing felt a laugh bubbling up, mocking her own foolishness. In her previous life, had she not been moved in just this way, eager to serve Fong Lanqin like a servant? Yet now, her gaze towards Su Ryue turned considerably colder and sharper. I only wish for those who have wronged me to suffer 1,000-fold. With that, she brushed past Su Ryue and retreated to her room. She sought to instill panic in Su Ryue, making her feel as though she was aware of something. Once Su Ryue became anxious, she would seek out Li Daong, which would allow Xu Qing to gather evidence against the two. Indeed, Su Ryue was panicking. Upon noticing Xu Qing's icy demeanor and her reactions over the past few days, she was certain that Xu Qing must have discovered something. Had Li Daong's two thugs been speaking carelessly? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. What would Zhou Jinxian think of her if he found out about this? Su Ryue suddenly felt unable to remain seated. She could not bear the thought of Xu Qing reveling in triumph, nor could she allow her to marry Zhou Jinan. Not even if he were blind. Someone like Xu Qing should be wed to a widower with yellowed teeth at the alley's entrance. Su Ryue's thoughts twisted into something grotesque as she prepared to leave in search of Li Daong. If she could ruin Xu Qing once, she could do so again. Let us see what face she would have left to marry into the Zhou family. Xu Qing pressed against the door, listening to Su Ryue's restless pacing in the living room, and she heard her leave, the sound of the door closing. With her bag containing the brick lightly slung over her shoulder, she followed quietly. She did not encounter Fong Lanqin on her way out, likely off to buy groceries. From a distance, she trailed Xu Ryue out of the family compound, heading toward a cluster of bungalows. Xu Qing recalled that this area belonged to the meat processing factory's housing complex. Li Daiyong's home was the first one at the alley's entrance, the door faded and weathered, the couplets above it bleached by the sun. Xu Ryue stood at the door, cautiously glancing around before gently knocking. Xu Qing hid around the corner, listening intently, uncertain whether Li Daiyong had returned after his earlier misfortune. Lost in thought, she heard the gate creak open, and Xu Ryue called softly, "Daiyong go." Li Daiyong was taken aback to see Xu Ryue, a mix of surprise and reluctance crossing his features. "Aren't you supposed to be marrying that pretty boy? What do you want with me?" Xu, growing anxious, replied, "Daiyong go, that was my parents' idea. I had no choice. Besides, Xu Qing is set to marry Zhou Jinan, and the Zhou family is currently investigating my sister's affair." Chapter 11. Will you still marry that blind man? Li Daiyong furrowed his brow at Xu Ryue's words. Recalling his encounter with Xu Qing and that blind man earlier that day, his mind racing with unease. Is that blind man truly going to marry Xu Qing? Does he not mind her past? Xu Ryue nodded. Yes, I gathered from Zhou Jinxian that Zhou Gu not only does not mind, but insists on marrying her. If his family disagrees, he will move out. Li Daiyong's expression darkened at the mention of Zhou Jinshuan's name. That has nothing to do with me. Xu Ryue, growing anxious, pressed. How can it not be related? Zhou Gu knows many people, and if Xu Qing marries into the Zhou family, the truth will inevitably come to light. Daiyong Gu, don't forget, you were the one who prepared the medication. Li Daiyong's face instantly darkened. What do you mean? Xu Ryue quickly attempted to placate him. Daiyong Gu, only if Xu Qing cannot marry. Li Daiyong abruptly cut her off. Come inside with me. Xu Qing heard the commotion of the two entering the house, and without needing to follow, she knew that Xu Ryue was concocting yet another scheme, collaborating with Li Daiyong to ruin her again. The means to destroy her would likely be through the same underhanded tactics as before. Xu Qing clenched her fists, her expression icy as she turned away. It seemed she could not yet move out of the family home. Emerging from the alley, Xu Qing did not return home, but first headed toward the vicinity of the bus station, seeking suitable lodgings to rent. If she were to embark on a small business venture, this location was the closest to the station. Most importantly, her only friend, Qin Xiumei, resided here. In her previous life, Xiumei's marriage had been a disaster, compounded by the loss of her child, leaving her unable to maintain contact with Xu Qing. By the time she learned of it, Qin Xiumei had already married Zhang Haiyan, a worker from the meat processing factory, who happened to be Li Daiyong's cousin. In the beginning, Zhang Haiyan treated Qin Xiumei relatively well, and the couple worked hard to lead a prosperous life. However, as time passed, Zhang Haiyan developed a penchant for alcohol, which led to domestic violence. He blamed Qin Xiumei for not bearing him a son and eventually began to stray. During the year he lost his job, he became increasingly addicted to drinking, and whenever he was displeased, he would vent his anger on Qin Xiumei. Qin Xiumei, also a laid-off worker, toiled from dawn till dusk to provide for their family. Xu Qing invited her to work at her company, but the strong-willed Qin Xiumei declined the offer and even severed contact with Xu Qing later on. Tragically, Qin Xiumei was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer. Xu Qing covered all her medical expenses but could not save her life. She vividly remembered Qin Xiumei grasping her hand before passing, saying, "If there's a next life, I will never marry Zhang Haiyan. This illness is a result of the pain he caused me." Standing at the alley's entrance, Xu Qing gazed at the dilapidated wall beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, reminiscent of a heavy, vintage photograph, unable to hold back her tears. This time, she vowed to prevent Qin Xiumei from marrying Zhang Haiyan. After a moment of hesitation before the familiar wooden door, Xu Qing knocked. Footsteps quickly approached, and the door creaked open, revealing Qin Xiumei's round, youthful face. Surprised to see Xu Qing, she exclaimed, "Oh, Xu Qing? What brings you here? Come in quickly." Pulling Xu Qing into the courtyard while stealthily examining her. Xu Qing understood Qin Xiumei's concern. After her own misfortune, she felt her once close friends distancing themselves. Except for Qin Xiumei, who had secretly brought her eggs twice and continuously comforted her, urging her to see the bright side as if it were merely a dog bite. With a playful blink, Xu Qing smiled. "What's this? Don't recognize me anymore?" "Oh," Qin Xiumei exclaimed, a wave of excitement washing over her as she embraced Xu Qing, suddenly bursting into tears. Xu Qing, I'm so relieved you're okay. This is the Xu Qing I know, always strong, optimistic, and brave. Xu Qing felt a pang of warmth in her heart. I've come to terms with things. I refuse to punish myself for the mistakes of others. I must live better and happier, to silence those who revel in my misfortune. Qin Xuemei released Xu Qing, stepping back to scrutinize her, torn between laughter and tears, and teasingly remarked, "It's all your fault. I've shed so many tears because of you. Come inside. My parents have gone to my aunt's, and my brother and sister-in-law are still at work. I'm all alone here." Xu Qing chose not to enter the house, instead finding a small stool beneath the grape trellis and curiously inquiring, "What are your parents doing at your aunt's?" Qin Xuemei hesitated. "My aunt has introduced me to someone and asked my parents to discuss it with her. I didn't mention it to you, hoping you wouldn't overthink it." After all, Xu Qing had faced unfortunate circumstances, and now her family was pressuring her to marry a blind man. Qin Xuemei refrained from sharing more, fearing it would upset Xu Qing. Xu Qing instinctively asked, "What does he do?" Qin Xuemei replied, a bit shyly, "He works at a meat processing plant." Xu Qing was taken aback, realizing that Qin Xuemei had already been in contact with Zhang Haiyan. However, contemplating Zhang Haiyan's true nature, she looked at Qin Xuemei and asked, "What about you? What are your thoughts?" Qin Xuemei, thrilled to share her feelings with a good friend, touched her braided hair, blushing. "I'm even older than you. I'm 20 now. Besides, I'm just a temporary worker. Finding a permanent job will be great." Xu Qing hesitated to directly criticize Zhang Haiyan, instead suggesting, "But you're skilled with needlework and beautiful. Surely you can marry a good man." Qin Xuemei laughed. "You were just trying to make me feel better. You are the one who is truly beautiful. Every time I see you, I feel like you've stepped out of painting." Xu Qing touched her face and replied, "Yes, we are both attractive, so we must be cautious about marriage." Qin Xuemei was astonished. The optimistic and confident Xu Qing she once knew had returned after 3 days. She recalled the time Xu Qing had confronted a group of delinquents on the bus, standing her ground like a heroine from a tale. She then smiled. "Xu Qing, it's wonderful that you can let go of those unpleasant experiences." Xu Qing felt a pang of sadness, realizing that her journey through life had changed her perspective. Sincerely grasping Qin Xuemei's hand, she said, "Remember, marriage is not a trivial matter, nor is it merely about securing a meal. With your abilities, you can thrive without a man. You have skills, right? The country encourages private enterprise and small businesses." Qin Xuemei gazed at Xu Qing in astonishment. "You want to start a business? You have a stable job at the station. My mother envies you." Xu Qing chuckled. "We're still young. We must take risks. What if we regret it later?" Qin Xuemei hesitated. "But what if it doesn't work out? Even as a temporary worker, I still earn 20 yuan a month and receive 15 kilograms of flour. They even give us oil during the holidays." Xu Qing patted her hand. "Then let me establish my business first." Qin Xuemei gasped. "Are you really going to start a business? Will you still marry that blind man?" Xu Qing furrowed her brow. "Brother Zhou lost his eyesight protecting national property. We must not refer to him as blind behind his back. He is a remarkable hero." Qin Xuemei, having heard others call him that, had let it slip and quickly apologized. My fault. I didn't mean anything by it. But will you still marry him?" Xu Qing laughed. "I will. My previous reluctance to marry him wasn't due to his blindness, but because he is friends with Zhou Jinxian, it felt awkward. However, after getting to know him, I found him to be a decent man with a strong sense of responsibility. Marrying him would be his loss." Seeing the sparkle in Xu Qing's eyes as she spoke of Zhou Jinyan, Qin Xuemei sighed in relief. "It's wonderful that you think that way. I was truly worried you might take it hard." Xu Qing chuckled, pointing to her wrist wrapped in a handkerchief. "Having experienced it once, I come to terms with it. I would never joke with my life again." Qin Xuemei felt a genuine happiness for Xu Qing's newfound state. "That's good. I hope we both fare well in the future." Xu Qing nodded. "Indeed, so when it comes to blind dates, we must think carefully." Qin Xuemei, realizing Xu Qing was consistently reminding her of her lifelong commitment, took it seriously. "All right, I will definitely think it through." The two friends continued their conversation in the courtyard for a while, with Xu Qing asking Qin Xuemei to keep an ear out for any nearby houses for rent and inquire about the prices. Curious, Qin Xuemei asked, "What do you need a yard for?" Xu Qing candidly replied, "I want to move out and start a small business." Only then did Qin Xuemei believe Xu Qing was serious, but she still found it hard to understand. "But your stepmother treats you well. Even my mother says there are few stepmothers like yours. She gives you such a good job and often brings you meals at the station. Xu Qing scop intenali, realizing how well Fong Lanqin had pretended over the years. If it came to light, everyone would blame her for being an ungrateful stepdaughter. It seemed that before she moved out, she would need to expose Fong Lanqin's hypocritical facade to the entire family. Smiling at Qin Xiumei, she said, I just want to start a business. It's too cramped at home to make anything happen. Qin Xiumei, without a hint of doubt, responded, all right, I'll go ask around for you. Noticing the time, Xu Qing suspected Qin Xiumei's parents would be returning soon, so she bid her farewell. She knew that after her incident, Qin Xiumei's parents had disapproved of their friendship, believing Xu Qing's mistake was more significant, especially since she had such an alluring appearance. After leaving Qin Xiumei's home, Xu Qing wandered around the vicinity and then visited the station, observing the ubiquitous slogans and the simple crowd, all while sensing the potential for business. With renewed confidence, she leisurely returned home, preparing for another confrontation with Su Riyue. Upon returning home, Su Riyue found that Xu Qing had already arrived, while Fong Lanqin and Su Zhiguo were absent. Seeing Xu Qing enter, Su Riyue rose from the sofa with a smile, saying, Qing, let us reconcile. It was all my fault before, and I apologize. Xu Qing paused in the act of changing her shoes and turned to look at Su Riyue. It seemed reminiscent of their past quarrels, where Su Riyue would always use this line to make amends, portraying a generous and forgiving demeanor, which inadvertently cast Xu Qing in a calculating light, almost like a traitor. Noticing Xu Qing's silence, Su Riyue stepped closer. Qing, we have grown up together, just like sisters. Please don't stay angry with me, all right? Suddenly, Xu Qing straightened her posture, her gaze towards Su Riyue deepening, all right. Su Riyue, who had prepared a myriad of words, was taken aback by Xu Qing's swift agreement. But then she smiled, albeit with a hint of eeriness, accentuated by the bruises on her face. That's wonderful. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let me take you to the park for some fun. We can invite a few friends to go boating. Xu Qing smiled innocently, easily swayed, okay. However, Su Riyue, sensing Xu Qing's quick consent, felt a twinge of doubt. After all, Xu Qing had been like a fighting cock from yesterday until today, picking fights with anyone she encountered. Are you really going to come? She asked again. Xu Qing's expression soured immediately. Su Riyue, you were the one who initiated the reconciliation and suggested the boating trip. Now that I've agreed, why question my sincerity? Do you not genuinely wish to reconcile or take me boating? Su Riyue quickly shook her head. No. I am sincere. Xu Qing let out a cold snort, then don't ask. With that, she pushed Su Riyue aside and retreated to her room, leaving Su Riyue fuming, nearly experiencing a heart attack. How could Xu Qing be so ungrateful, as if everyone was supposed to cater to her whims? It wasn't until evening that Fong Lanqin and Su Zhiguo returned. Fong Lanqin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Su Riyue, suppressing her disgust, called Xu Qing to join them. Xu Qing, not wanting to be obstinate, came out to wash her hands and sat down at the table. Glancing at a plate of cornmeal buns and a dish of pickles, she casually picked up a bun. Su Zhiguo frowned. Why is there no stir-fried dish? How can we eat this? Fong Lanqin, glancing at Xu Qing, replied sternly, where do we have the money to buy vegetables? Do you even know how much you earn in a month? It's already good enough to have pickles. Xu Qing slowly swallowed the bun and addressed Fong Lanqin. You've been managing my salary and datas for years. There should be more than 500 saved up, right? Are you saying that without this 500, our family will starve? Or did you send all the money to your maternal family? Fong Lanqin was filled with rage, wishing she could silence Xu Qing with a bun. How could she be so insufferable? Su Zhiguo became upset. Did you give money to Fong Cohen again? Without you, would they all starve? Fong Lanqin, feeling aggrieved, retorted, that's my maternal family. What is wrong with helping them a little? Xu Qing, unfazed by the turmoil, remarked, the issue is that even if the family is wealthy, it cannot withstand your spending. Your maternal family, with 7 or 8 mouths to feed, must be relying on you, right? Fong Lanqin could no longer contain her frustration and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Xu Qing, what are you trying to do? Su Dui, fearing a confrontation that would ruin her plans, quickly pulled Fong Lanqin's arm. Mom, calm down. You know Qing has been in a bad mood lately. With her eyes red from grievance, Fong Lanqin glared at Su Zhiguo. All these years, I've worked tirelessly at home without a single complaint. Besides, that is my own family. What is wrong with helping them? Su Jigua, reflecting on his conscience, silently questioned if Fang Lanxin was truly in the wrong. Chapter 13. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Fang Lanxin paused mid-sentence, realizing she had said something inappropriate. She quickly turned away, sulking. Su Jigua shot a furious glare at Fang Lanxin, then slammed his hand on the table and stormed out. Xu Qing, having not noticed this in her previous life, realized upon her rebirth that her mother, Yinan, was a taboo subject in their home. This further confirmed her suspicion that the circumstances surrounding her mother's death were not simple. However, her immediate focus was on dealing with Su Ruyue before slowly investigating her mother's death, ensuring that they would all face the consequences they deserved. Once Su Jigua left, Fang Lanxin, enraged, lost her appetite and returned to her room with red eyes. Su Ruyue, filled with hatred towards Xu Qing, forced a smile. Mom is just too kind-hearted, unable to bear the thought of seeing your maternal family suffer. Qing, why do you need so much money? Xu Qing raised an eyebrow. That is my money. Am I not entitled to it? Besides, don't you receive living allowances and food stamps every month? Why do you still take money from home? Su Ruyue was momentarily at a loss for words. She had exchanged the food stamps from school on the black market for money, bought pins for Zhou Jinxian, the best yarn to knit him a sweater, and even purchased a watch worth 200. Xu Qing had no expectations of Su Ruyue responding meaningfully. She let out a nasal sound and returned to her room. She intended to portray Su Ruyue as sharp-tongued, yet dim-witted. Su Ruyue glared resentfully at the closed door, allowing Xu Qing her moment of triumph. Once Xu Qing fell into disgrace with Li Daong, Zhou Jinan would witness it firsthand, and then let us see how she could still face the Zhou family. The following morning, Su Ruyue donned a white blouse and a black skirt, paired with black shoes. Observing Xu Qing still dressed in a floral shirt and brown pants, looking rather shabby, she couldn't help but frown. Qing, why aren't you wearing a dress to go out? Xu Qing adjusted her shoulder bag and tightened the strap. Aren't we going boating? This outfit is much more convenient. Su Ruyue, noticing the time, urged Xu Qing, let us hurry. We need to stop by Fang's house first to invite her along. If Xu Qing guessed correctly, Fang's house was where the trap lay. She felt the brick in her bag and smiled coldly. Fang's home was not far from Li Daong's, and upon arriving, they found it empty. Su Ruyue pushed the door open and called out, but receiving no response. She suggested to Xu Qing, let us wait inside. Fang might be helping her mom with the breakfast stall. Xu Qing, visibly reluctant, replied, did you even set a time? If we wait too long, it'll be too hot to go boating. Su Ruyue, seeing Xu Qing was genuinely eager to go boating, secretly chuckled as she pushed Xu Qing inside. It'll be quick. We'll wait in Fang's room. I even brought you some candy, your favorite sorghum candy, and I made you a cup of orange juice in case you get thirsty. Once inside the room, Su Ruyue took out the thermos and a piece of sorghum candy. Handing it to Xu Qing, if you're bored, you can eat some. Xu Qing was not deceived. I'm not eating. You have it. Su Ruyue unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, taking a sip from the thermos. It's really sweet. Are you sure you want to have any? Xu Qing pondered, suspecting that Su Ruyue was about to force-feed her medicine. But where was the medicine? Her eyes darted around until she spotted an incense stick in a flower pot on the windowsill, emitting a faint smoke without any discernible scent. So the problem lay with the incense? Holding her breath, Xu Qing saw Su Ruyue slowly moving towards the door, clearly intending to leave and lock her inside. She quickly stepped forward, blocking Su Ryue's path, and deftly pushed her back inside, while swiftly exiting to close the door. In that brief moment, she felt utterly drained, cold sweat pouring down her back. Su Ruyue was no better off, having to stay longer in the room to avoid suspicion, inhaling plenty of smoke herself. Now feeling dizzy and hot, her limbs weak, she wanted to knock on the door, but had no strength left, her voice reduced to a mere whisper. Xu Qing, open the door. Xu Qing coldly retorted, do you want to lock me in here and harm me again? Then you can savor the taste of being harmed. Su Ruyue was engulfed in fear. If that were truly the case, her life would be irreparably shattered. How could she ever marry Zhou Jinxian? With a voice laden with tears, she strained to cry out, Xu Qing, I beg you, please let me go. Her voice was barely audible, akin to an ant's faint whimper. Xu Qing lingered at the door for a moment, her mind clearing significantly. Su Ruyue, did you ever consider the lifetime of ruin you brought upon me when you initially harmed me? I am merely returning your methods to you. Why can you not withstand it? Su Ruyue filled with despair, felt the urge to weep. Astonished that Xu Qing was aware it was she who had caused her previous suffering. Yet, the peculiar sensations in her body prevented her from thinking too much. She couldn't even summon tears. Xu Qing speculated that Li Daong or others would soon emerge, hastily hiding in the corner of the courtyard's coal shed. She sensed that matters were far from simple. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Li Daong entered the courtyard, glancing around before removing the lock from the door and stepping inside. The room was not dark, and Li Daong could clearly see Xu Riyue lying on the floor, yet he remained silent. Xu Qing, concealed in the coal shed, could even hear Xu Riyue's muffled sounds. Clenching her fists, the hatred within her did not wane. After an indeterminate period, hurried footsteps echoed outside. The courtyard door swung open. Fang Fang entered with Zhou Jinxian and Zhou Jinan, the latter accompanied by the White Wolf. Fang Fang was chattering. We agreed to go boating at noon today. Riyue and the others should arrive soon, so you all sit here for a bit. Zhou Jinxian frowned in confusion. Why meet here? We could have just waited at Riyue's neighborhood. Fang Fang quickly interjected, just wait a little longer, if they don't come. What is that noise in the house? As she feigned ignorance, she approached the door and pushed it open, only to scream upon seeing inside. Xu Qing, what are you doing? Upon opening the door, the sounds within became unmistakable. Without needing to look, Zhou Jinxian knew what had transpired. His expression turned incredulous. What are you all doing? Zhou Jinan tightened his grip on the dog leash, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression grim. Fang Fang glanced back at Zhou Jinan before continuing to shout, Xu Qing, hurry and get dressed. You can't do this in my house. It's utterly outrageous. If my mother finds out, she will surely punish me. She felt no embarrassment in her assumptions about Xu Qing and Li Daong, launching into the prearranged script with Riyue. Are you looking for me? Xu Qing emerged slowly from the coal shed, walking towards Zhou Jinan and the others. Chapter 14. Xu Qing's desperate counterattack upon seeing Xu Qing. Fang Fang looked as though she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to utter a word. She quickly turned back to glance inside. Noticing Li Daong already rising to put on his clothes, while Xu Riyue huddled by the bed, wrapped in her blanket. You? How can it be you too? Fang Fang stammered, pointing at Xu Riyue. Zhou Jinxian, now noticing Xu Riyue, widened his eyes in disbelief. Riyue? Zhou Jinan's grip on the dog leash loosened slightly. Yet a surge of anger welled up within him. This was clearly a trap, a scheme laid out for Xu Qing. But he couldn't fathom why the pawn had become Xu Riyue. Xu Riyue, spotting the group at the door, burst into tears. Xu Qing, how could you betray me? Xu Qing feigned surprise. How could I betray you? You brought me here, and you invited me to go boating. Besides, didn't you say Fang Fang was helping her mother with her stall? Why did you bring Zhou Jinxian and Zhou Jinan along? Zhou Jinchuan's expression darkened instantly. Even he, despite his naivety, sensed that something was amiss. Li Daong rushed to dress, shoving Fang Fang and Zhou Jinxian toward the exit. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen anything like this? Xu Qing stepped back a few paces, casting a cold gaze at Li Daong. Zhou Jinxian, his face stormy, clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. He even felt the mocking glances Xu Qing cast his way. Suddenly, he turned and strode outside. Xu Riyue hastily donned her clothes and followed, calling out to Zhou Jinchuan's retreating figure. Jinxian, wait, I was framed. Zhou Jinxian, fuming, turned around to glare at Xu Riyue. Do you take me for a fool? You deliberately had Fang Fang wait at the alley, then brought us here. You claimed Xu Qing framed you, but what did you intend for us to see? Xu Riyue, eyes reddening, suddenly glared at Xu Qing. Xu Qing, are you satisfied now? Why do you want to harm me so? Xu Qing chuckled. Am I the one harming you? Xu Riyue, think carefully. Li Daong grasped Xu Riyue's arm. Riyue, I will marry you. Xu Riyue turned and slapped him hard. Who would want to marry you? Afterward, she covered her face and ran away in tears, realizing that her engagement to Zhou Jinxian was over. In her current state, how could she possibly marry him? Li Daong glared furiously at Xu Qing before chasing after her, with Fang Fang closely behind. Xu Qing felt it inappropriate to linger any longer in someone else's courtyard. Ignoring Zhou Jinxian and addressing Zhou Jinan. Brother Zhou, shall we step outside to talk? Zhou Jinan nodded, tugging on the dog leash before turning to head toward the gate. Zhou Jinxian pondered briefly before following behind them. Once they reached the street, Zhou Jinxian suddenly spoke. Xu Qing, isn't what you did a bit too much? Regardless of the circumstances, Ruyue is still your sister. Xu Qing halted and turned to face Zhou Jinxian, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Are you concerned for her? Then simply pretend nothing ever happened and marry her. Zhou Jinxuan's face twisted with anger. You have ruined her reputation. How could she live with this? She tried to frame you, but failed. You could have prevented this entire situation. Xu Qing scoffed, her eyes devoid of warmth. Zhou Jinxian, you have no right to dictate my actions. Let me impart a piece of wisdom. Do not advise others on virtue without having endured their suffering. If you're truly so magnanimous, you should be chasing after Su Ruyue right now to comfort her. Zhou Jinxian opened his mouth to retort, but Zhou Jinan, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Are you bored? Perhaps you should consider how to explain this at home. Xu Qing felt no anger. Instead, a sense of joy welled within her, eager to witness the tumultuous days that awaited Su Ruyue. Zhou Jinxian stormed away, while Xu Qing regarded Zhou Jinan, wondering what he thought of her actions, whether he deemed her excessive. Zhou Jinan furrowed his brow slightly before speaking. Will you encounter trouble when you return home? Perhaps you should stay at my place for a few days. Xu Qing sighed in relief, touched by Zhou Jinan's thoughtfulness. No need, if I don't return. Who knows what they'll say? Zhou Jinan appeared concerned. Why not take the white wolf back with you? Xu Qing laughed. Rest assured, I certainly won't be at a disadvantage. When Zhou Jinan offered to escort her home, Xu Qing accepted, knowing that with him around, Fang Lanxin would likely temper her demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Ruyue had returned home in tears, closely followed by Li Daong. Fang Lanxin, upon seeing Su Ruyue and Li Daong together, was taken aback. What happened? She was well aware of Su Ruyue's intentions for inviting Xu Qing out boating today. Why had it transformed into Su Ruyue returning with Li Daong? Noticing Su Ruyue's distressed state, a sense of dread gripped Fang Lanxin. What on earth had transpired? Li Daong abruptly kneeled before Fang Lanxin. Aunt, I have committed an unforgivable act. I will marry Ruyue. Fang Lanxin's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? You too? Su Ruyue sobbed. Mom, what should I do? Fang Lanxin immediately turned on Li Daong, striking him. You shameless rogue. Have you no self-awareness? You wish to marry Ruyue? Do you even deserve her? Bah! You should take a good look at yourself. A toad thinking it can eat swan meat. Li Daong allowed Fang Lanxin to strike him while he kept his head bowed. Aunt, I will marry Ruyue. Fang Lanxin was infuriated. How could her beloved daughter possibly marry a ruffian? She struck harder, her fury escalating. Get out. Who do you think you are? As she struck, she broke into a fit of tears. Neighbors from upstairs and downstairs, as well as those from across the hall, emerged to listen to the commotion, feeling that the Su household had become quite lively these past few days. Upon seeing Xu Qing leading a blind man upstairs, they quickly pretended to be oblivious and retreated, shutting their doors. Xu Qing was quite pleased with the current state of affairs. Concerned that Bai Lang might not guide Zhou Jinan properly, she reached out and grasped his large hand. This was their first time holding hands in their 2 lifetimes. Zhou Jinan's hand was substantial, with elongated knuckles and a palm that bore thin calluses. Xu Qing had never realized that simply holding someone's hand could provide such a sense of security. Zhou Jinan, too, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xu Qing to suddenly take his hand, her palm feeling like a piece of exquisite jade, soft and smooth. Moreover, her hand was so small that his larger hand could envelop her fist entirely. Unexplainably, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, causing his heart to race. Xu Qing, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, Be careful, the corridor is cluttered. As she spoke, she inadvertently leaned closer to Zhou Jinan, causing him to tense up and stumble backward. Chapter 15. The cunning Zhou Jinan had not anticipated Xu Qing's sudden proximity, and the faint scent of her femininity enveloped him, causing him to freeze momentarily. Instinctively, he leaned back, momentarily forgetting that he was still on the stairs. Luckily, he managed to navigate 1 step down, swaying slightly before regaining his balance and gripping the nearby handrail. Xu Qing was startled. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan steady himself, she hurriedly inquired, Brother Zhou, are you all right? Suddenly, in the shifting light, she noticed the flush on his ears. Surprised, she wondered if she had leaned too close and embarrassed him. Could it be that Zhou Jinan was so easily flustered? This thought made her unable to suppress a silent smile. and when she spoke again, her voice carried a sweet, crisp tone. Brother Zhou, please be careful. The corridor is quite narrow, and there are many things around. As she spoke, she descended another step and continued to pull Zhou Jinan upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, the sound of Su Ruyu's sobs and Fang Lanxin's furious shouts reached them. Get out, and don't ever come back to my home. Xu Qing suppressed her smile, coldly pushing open the door. Inside, she found Su Ruyu crying on the sofa, Fang Lanxin standing in the middle of the living room, and Li Daong kneeling before her, head bowed. Fang Lanxin, upon spotting Xu Qing, seemed to lose her mind, lunging at her with the intent to curse her out, only to suddenly notice Zhou Jinan following closely behind. Her movement halted, and all venomous words stuck in her throat. Xu Qing, fighting in Godang, even added a hint of nonchalance. What on earth happened? Did I arrive at an opportune time? Fang Lanxin felt as though her heart was being torn apart. Of course. Xu Qing's return was ill-timed. Moreover, she should never have brought Zhou Jinan back at such a moment. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Jinan and Zhou Jinxian were already aware of the situation, and her first reaction upon seeing Zhou Jinan was to prevent the Zhou family from learning about it. No matter what, Su Ruyu must marry into the Zhou family. Struggling to suppress her fury, her expression turned somewhat grotesque, and she finally managed to calm herself enough to say, Jinan is here. Come in and sit down. She glared fiercely at Li Daong, signaling him to leave. Li Daong understood that kneeling here would not change Fang Lanxin's mind regarding Su Ruyu. Still, he had loved Su Ruyu since he was a teenager, and now that he was her first man, he was determined to marry her. He could only return home to persuade his parents to prepare a larger dowry to win Fang Lanxin's approval. With a glance at Fang Lanxin, he reluctantly slinked past Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to exit downstairs. Fang Lanxin pushed Su Ryu back to her room and then forced a smile, more grotesque than crying, as she addressed Zhou Jinan. Jinan, I apologize for letting you witness this. Those two children have grown up together, yet now they are quarreling like children. Zhou Jinan tilted his head slightly, appearing to listen earnestly to Fang Lanxin's words. After she finished speaking, he nodded slightly. It is rather childish. I was just telling Jinxian that there must be some misunderstanding between them. Xu Qing turned her head in surprise to look at Zhou Jinan. His words were quite astute. Wasn't this equivalent to a slap in Fang Lanxin's face, signaling that he was fully aware and that she need not feign innocence? She had initially thought Zhou Jinan was cold and taciturn, yet he surprisingly had a sharp tongue. Fang Lanxin, upon hearing Zhou Jinan's words, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It took her a moment to regain her voice. Are you saying that you and Jinxian saw Ruyu just now? Zhou Jinan nodded. Though I cannot see, I did overhear some things. Fang Lanxin panicked and waved her hands. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Ruyu is a university student now. How could she associate with those ruffians? She then turned to Xu Qing, glaring. Xu Qing, aren't those friends quite close to you? Xu Qing chuckled softly. Are you mistaken? When did Li Daong and I ever have a good relationship? When Ruyu went to the countryside, Li Daong frequently sent things, grain tickets, meat tickets, and even preserved meats. Fang Lanxin regretted her words, realizing she should not have diverted the topic to Xu Qing. She shot a venomous glare at Xu Qing before forcing a laugh at Zhou Jinan. They grew up together. There's nothing to worry about. Zhou Jinan clearly had no interest in her feeble explanations and politely interjected. I came to inform you that I wish to take Xu Qing out for a meal and perhaps buy a few summer clothes. Fang Lanxin felt a pang in her chest, but could not muster any rebuttal. All right, you two go ahead, but return early and be careful on the road. Xu Qing understood that Fang Lanxin would refrain from causing trouble for her at this moment, knowing that she would not confront her again upon their return. After all, she was an expert at feigning innocence. Perfectly content, Xu Qing smiled at Zhou Jinan. Brother Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go change, and we can leave. Zhou Jinan nodded. Sure, no rush. As Xu Qing went to change, only Zhou Jinan, Fang Lanxin, and the imposing Bai Lang remained in the living room. Fang Lanxin longed to expose Xu Qing's shamelessness before Zhou Jinan, but Zhou Jinan seemed particularly taken with Xu Qing. Tentatively, she asked, Jinan, did you know Qingqing before? Zhou Jinan nodded, his tone light. Yes. Fang Lanxin gritted her teeth in resentment. Xu Qing certainly knew how to charm. She suspected that Xu Qing had been acquainted with Zhou Jinan even before meeting Zhou Jinxian. contemplating how to discredit Xu Qing while convincing Zhou Jinan. She had yet to formulate a plan when Xu Qing emerged from her room, wearing a light pink blouse tucked into a black flared skirt and black block-heeled shoes. The blouse accentuated her slender waist, and her long hair was braided, tied with a floral handkerchief, while her bangs were brushed back, revealing her smooth forehead and enhancing her delicate features. Standing there gracefully, she was beautiful yet alluring. Fang Lanqin had always known Xu Qing was pretty, hence her frequent warnings to dress modestly to avoid attracting undesirable attention. In the past, Xu Qing had complied, dressing quite plainly, with bangs that nearly obscured her eyes. Now, with her bangs swept back, not only did she present a refreshing appearance, but her eyes also bore a striking resemblance to her deceased mother, Yinan. Fang Lanqin clenched her fists, suppressing her burgeoning hatred, and slowly stood up. Jinan, why don't you have lunch at home before you leave? Xu Qing had slowly walked up to Zhou Jinan and said, Brother Zhou, we can leave now, completely disregarding Fang Lanqin's words. Zhou Jinan stood up and nodded towards Fang Lanqin, saying, we won't disturb you any longer, we'll just. Before he could finish, Su Ruyu, who had been hiding inside, suddenly rushed out and yelled at Xu Qing like a madwoman. Xu Qing, are you feeling proud now? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your past misdeeds? Chapter 16, Brother Zhou, may I see your eyes? Su Ruyu shouted at Xu Qing in a frenzied manner. Xu Qing, don't forget, your disgrace isn't just one. When I was in the countryside, I came back once to see a doctor. Fang Lanqin suddenly grasped Su Ruyu's arm tightly, hissing, Ryu, what nonsense are you spouting? Go back inside. Su Ruyu began to cry. Why can't I say it? If she can commit such disgraceful acts, why can't I speak of them? Besides, if she was violated, it's her own fault. She doesn't look like a person who would be modest. Xu Qing could clearly sense the cold aura emanating from Zhou Jinan beside her. If his eyes were intact, the light they emitted would surely resemble frost-covered arrows. However, she was somewhat bewildered by what Su Ruyu was referring to, as she herself was unaware of any such events. Fang Lanqin, on the other hand, was frantically trying to suppress Su Ruyu, raising an eyebrow and looking at her. Since we're on the topic, Ruyu, why don't you share any of my past scandals? You were in the countryside for 7 or 8 springs. I was busy working, and I truly have no idea what disgraceful acts I committed. As she spoke, she moved to open the living room door. Now, speak clearly so that the neighbors can hear. Fan Lanqin tightened her vipon su vit, gritting her teeth and growling. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Go back inside. Su Ruyu winced in pain, becoming more lucid and instantly glaring at Xu Qing. Fang Lanqin turned to Zhou Jinan. Jinan, were you going out to eat? Hurry along. Zhou Jinan furrowed his brows and faced Fang Lanqin. I've already submitted the marriage application. Soon someone will come to investigate. What you've mentioned better have solid evidence. Otherwise, the consequences won't be as simple as criticism. His tone was calm, yet carried an underlying threat. Xu Qing felt a surge of gratitude and reached out to hold Zhou Jinan's hand. Let us go. She suddenly didn't want Zhou Jinan to witness the fierce and aggressive side of her that had emerged while dealing with Fang Lanqin and Su Ruyu. Fang Lanqin watched as Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan held hands while exiting. The tall man and the slender woman appeared so harmonious together, yet in her eyes, they were particularly glaring. Once the two descended the stairs, Fang Lanqin closed the door and sat down on the sofa, feeling somewhat powerless. It seemed that Xu Qing had turned her once peaceful home into a chaotic mess. Looking at Su Ruyu, her heart felt even more constricted. Su Ruyu expressed her discontent. Mom, why can't I say anything? When I came back that time, she was fooling around with a man at home. Fang Lanqin glared at Su Ruyu. Did you see who that man was? Or did you catch them in the act? If you speak and she denies it, how will Zhou Jinan view you? What is important now is that your engagement with Jin Xian must not fall through. Su Ruyu suddenly started crying again. In this state, Jin Xian will definitely not want me. What should I do? Fang Lanqin's expression darkened. He must marry you. As Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan out of the residential building, she quickly released his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Zhou, I apologize for the spectacle. Zhou Jinan slightly tilted his head towards her. Is this how they always treat you? He had heard that Xu Qing's stepmother was exceptionally kind, treating her stepdaughter even better than her own daughter. However, judging by the events of these past few days, it seemed otherwise. Xu Qing, having returned from her rebirth, had resolved not to embody a character that swallowed all grievances in silence. As she strolled alongside Zhou Jinnan, she quietly remarked, "Actually, I didn't understand before. But now I realize that her kindness towards me was never genuine. She gave me the ticket collector's job, and everyone in the neighborhood praised her for being kind, giving such a good job to her stepdaughter while sending her biological daughter to the countryside. It was only later that I understood the limited opportunities for attending university in the city, and that simply spending a year in the countryside could secure a spot for university entrance." As she spoke, a hint of disappointment crept into her tone. Zhou Jinnan picked up on this. "Do you wish to attend university?" Xu Qing nodded. "Yes, I did quite well in school." Zhou Jinnan paused for a moment. "Even after marriage, you can still attend university. I can help you find some review materials." Xu Qing quickly waved her hands. No. I just resigned from my job. I plan to rent a place first and start a small business. And once the business stabilizes, I will pursue my studies." Zhou Jinnan inquired further. "Where do you plan to rent? What kind of business?" Xu Qing smiled. "In the vicinity of the station. It's close to both the train and bus stations. I plan to sell some marinated foods there like marinated meat, chicken feet, eggs, and tofu." Zhou Jinnan fell silent, but he could hear the buoyant tone in Xu Qing's voice, which radiated hope and genuine happiness for the future. One could imagine that her face was adorned with a bright and radiant smile. Upon exiting the family compound, Xu Qing glanced at the time and decided to take Zhou Jinnan for lunch before sending him back to rest. "Brother Zhou, what would you like to eat? Dumplings or noodles?" Zhou Jinnan had no objections. "Either is fine. You choose." After some consideration, Xu Qing took Zhou Jinnan to a state-run restaurant a bit farther from home, where meals could still be quite affordable with food coupons. They ordered 2 pounds of lamb and radish dumplings and 2 bowls of lamb noodles. Though their marriage was brief, she remembered Zhou Jinnan's aversion to pork. As Zhou Jinnan sat there, listening to Xu Qing converse with the waiter, he noted that none of her orders contained pork, which puzzled him slightly. Did Xu Qing also dislike pork? After all, pork was cheaper and fattier, making for more flavorful dumplings. He assumed it was due to some unpleasant experiences that she avoided it. After placing their order, Xu Qing cheerfully chatted with Zhou Jinnan while waiting for their meal. Since she had decided to marry him and live a good life, it was essential to get to know each other better. "Brother Zhou, where did you work before?" "In Yunnan," Xu Qing exclaimed. "So you must have been on the front lines? Did you lose your sight there?" Zhou Jinnan shook his head no. Noticing his terse reply, Xu Qing understood there were parts he couldn't discuss. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at his resolute jawline. "Your eyes will surely heal." Zhou Jinnan could feel Xu Qing's unwavering gaze. However, multiple hospitals had declared there was no chance of recovery. After a moment of silence, he asked, "If they never heal, would you mind?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Qing shook her head. Not at all. Although in her past life, Zhou Jinnan's sight had eventually been restored, she was uncertain if the wheels of fate would turn differently in this life. Therefore, even if Zhou Jinnan's eyes remained forever blind, she would stand by him for eternity. With that thought in mind, she suddenly blurted out, "Brother Zhou, may I see your eyes?" Chapter 17. Saint or Savior. Xu Qing didn't quite understand why she had blurted that out, but deep down, she genuinely wanted to see Zhou Jinnan's eyes. She had seen his high school photographs and later glimpsed his crimson eyes in the courtroom. So at this moment, she yearned to see the eyes that had once been blinded. Zhou Jinnan was taken aback by Xu Qing's question and paused for a moment. "There's nothing to see if I can't see." Realizing that the bustling restaurant was not the right place to examine Zhou Jinnan's eyes, and seeing his reluctance, she didn't press the matter further. "Then, on the night of our wedding, let me see them." Zhou Jinnan was momentarily taken aback by Xu Qing's bold statement, and, feeling a bit flustered, reached for the glass teacup on the table, using it to mask his embarrassment. Xu Qing clearly noticed that Zhou Jinnan's ears were slightly flushed, revealing his easily flustered nature. Resting her chin on her hand, she silently laughed, realizing that only through the trials of life can one discern who genuinely cares for them. When the dumplings and lamb sauce noodles arrived, Xu Qing thoughtfully fetched a small enamel bowl, placing the dumplings inside before handing it to Zhou Jinnan. "Brother Zhou, just hold the bowl to your mouth and eat. Once you finish, I'll serve you more. By the way, would you like some vinegar or chili?" Zhou Jinnan shook his head, saying, "No need, I prefer it this way." Throughout the meal, Xu Qing attentively catered to Zhou Jinnan, ensuring he felt completely at ease. While serving him dumplings, she engaged in light conversation, maintaining a casual atmosphere. What do you think of the taste? Zhou Jinan nodded in approval. Not bad. Xu Qing smiled brightly. That's because you haven't tasted the dumplings I make. They're absolutely delicious. Once I find a place to rent, I'll invite you over for some. As their interactions deepened, Zhou Jinan increasingly recognized Xu Qing as a considerate and capable young woman, and his feelings of guilt grew stronger. After finishing their meal, Xu Qing insisted on escorting Zhou Jinan home. You can buy clothes anytime, but you've been out for most of the day. You need to rest properly. I'll also look for a suitable yard to rent. Zhou Jinan furrowed his brows, suggesting, let Gao Zhan help you. He knows many people. Xu Qing decolin. There's no need to trouble anyone. This isn't too complicated, and I wish to familiarize myself with the situation there. Zhou Jinan refrained from arguing further, cautioning her. Just be careful. He accompanied her to the entrance of the Zhou residence, where she hesitated before saying, Brother Zhou, I want to go in to visit Uncle and Grandpa today. I'll come back with gifts later. Zhou Jinan assumed Xu Qing was avoiding an awkward encounter with Zhou Jinxian and nodded in agreement. All right, just be careful on your way. Xu Qing flashed a sweet smile at Zhou Jinan, her voice bright as she bid farewell. Goodbye, Brother Zhou. I'll come to see you when I have time. After taking a couple of steps back, she noticed Zhou Jinan still standing there, prompting her to call out again, Brother Zhou, I'm leaving now. With that, she turned and walked away briskly, her footsteps ringing cheerfully against the pavement, a clear indication of her good spirits. Thus, it seemed she genuinely wished to marry him. As he prepared to turn away, the courtyard gate creaked open, revealing Zhou Jinxian, his eyes tinged with red. Brother, have you really decided to marry Xu Qing? Zhou Jinan frowned slightly. Have I not made myself clear these past few days? Zhou Jinxian clenched his fists. But what about her? She was ruthless toward her own sister, and Aunt Fong treated her so well. She's ruined another girl's reputation. Zhou Jinan smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. You're 20. Not 2. You know full well that if Xu Qing hadn't fought back, the consequences would have been dire. She merely returned the torment inflicted upon her. What's wrong with that? Zhou Jinxian struggled to find words but still disapproved of Xu Qing's actions. Don't you think what she did was excessive? If she knew others were out to harm her, why didn't she report it instead of resorting to such extreme measures? Zhou Jinan dismissed the conversation. People do what they must to protect themselves. There's nothing wrong with that. As for you, think carefully about it. He then walked past Zhou Jinxian, leading his white wolf with him. Zhou Jinxian, fists clenched, watched Zhou Jinan's retreating figure. He had idolized his brother since childhood, and Zhou Jinan had always treated him well. Yet, he could not comprehend when Zhou Jinan had suddenly grown distant and cold, sometimes even looking at him with disdain. Zhou Jinxian couldn't fathom how, at 10 years old, he could have evoked such feelings in his 17-year-old brother. Xu Qing exited the provincial university, taking several bus stops before arriving near the station. A short walk east would lead her to the train station. At this hour, the roads were less congested, primarily filled with bicycles and the occasional three-wheeled motorcycle, giving the streets a spacious feel. The square in front of the train station was vast and empty. Xu Qing first visited the waiting room, noting the sparse number of vendors selling mainly baked goods, eggs, and assorted snacks, with most travelers bringing their own food. The small shops struggled to attract business. After her observations, she headed to the logistics office, intending to rent a stall at the station. The logistics director, Sun Maohua, was a sturdy middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt, with a pen tucked into his breast pocket, exuding an air of cultured authority. After Xu Qing introduced herself and expressed her desire to rent a counter, he set down his enamel cup and regarded her with skepticism. You want to rent a stall? Does your family support this? He doubted her seriousness, given her youthful appearance and delicate complexion. Xu Qing stood tall, asserting, I can make my own decisions. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to sign a contract first. Sun Maohua pondered for a moment. All right, come by tomorrow at 9. The station master will be here, and we can discuss it further. Xu Qing could clearly sense that this was a polite refusal. He should have inquired about her intended business. Nevertheless, she smiled. All right, I won't disturb you any longer, Director Sunday. I'll return tomorrow morning at 9. Sun Maohua chuckled. Very well, take care. Exiting the office, Xu Qing felt no disappointment. She believed that success in business often requires perseverance. If something is too easily obtained, it can just as easily be lost. She wandered around the modest waiting hall adorned with vivid slogans, each reflecting the era's character. Suddenly, Xu Qing recognized a significant issue. The station was aging, prone to being cold in winter and hot in summer. With the heat of summer approaching, her prepared dishes would spoil in no time. Thus, she needed to address this problem. Lost in thought, she stepped outside and accidentally bumped into someone. The other person exclaimed in a petulant tone, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Xu Qing hurriedly apologized, but when she met the other person's gaze, she froze. Chapter 18. A mere act of retribution. Xu Qing was utterly taken aback upon seeing the other person's face. The girl appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and possessing a graceful swan-like neck and an oval face, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled. She was undeniably beautiful, yet exuded an air of arrogance. Xu Qing recognized her. If her memory served her right, this girl was called Fan Jie. In her previous life, after marrying Zhou Jinan, Zhou Lihong frequently brought Fan Jie home. Initially, Xu Qing had been oblivious to Zhou Lihong's intentions, but later, Xu Yue informed her that Fan Jie was the daughter-in-law the Zhou family had originally favored. After her divorce, Xu Qing had sometimes pondered whether Zhou Jinan would marry the girl that the Zhou family had chosen, only to realize he never remarried. While she was lost in thought, a round-faced girl accompanying Fan Jie yelled, "Are you blind? You bump into someone and don't even apologize?" Xu Qing snapped back to reality, glancing at the round-faced girl and then at Fan Jie, who was rubbing her shoulder with a pained expression. Xu Qing could hardly tolerate Fan Jie's pretentious demeanor, having seen through it in her past life. "I'm not blind, nor do I possess X-ray vision. How could I have known someone would suddenly appear from behind the curtain? If we're talking about bumping into each other, you both bumped into me too. Besides, I already apologized. Is it necessary for you to be so relentless?" The round-faced girl glared at Xu Qing. "You." Fan Jie intervened. "Forget it. It's not a big deal. No need to be so aggressive." Xu Qing bristled at this comment, fully aware of Fan Jie's duplicitous nature, masking her true intentions with a facade of innocence. Unable to resist a sarcastic retort, she replied, "Since it's not a big deal, then there's no need to keep shouting." As she spoke, she turned to leave. Lu Xinmei, infuriated, stamped her foot and complained, "Fan Jie, your temper is simply too good. Otherwise, Brother Zhou would never have been taken away by such a worthless woman." Fan Jie managed a bitter smile. "Let it go. He is already engaged to someone else, so what is the point of discussing it?" Yet Lu Xinmei was unwilling to relent. "Why shouldn't we discuss it? If I ever see that wretched woman, I will certainly tear her face apart and see how she continues to seduce other people's boyfriends." Fan Jie remained puzzled. Over the years, she and Zhou Jinan had maintained correspondence. Although their relationship had never been explicitly defined, their letters exchanged polite greetings and brief summaries of their lives, hinting at a tacit understanding between them. She had thought that once Zhou Jinan returned, their relationship would naturally solidify. However, she was taken aback when he returned injured, and his family immediately forbade her from associating with a blind man. Before she could fully process this news, she heard that Zhou Jinan had found a worker's daughter, someone who was merely a nameless ticket seller, rumored to have been sullied in the past. She could not fathom why Zhou Jinan would choose such an incongruous partner, perhaps as a means of retaliation for her failure to visit him promptly. Lu Ximei nudged Fan Jie's arm. "Let us settle this after our performance. We must confront Brother Zhou and get to the bottom of this. We cannot simply swallow our grievances." Fan Jie turned away, her eyes filled with sorrow. She had harbored feelings for Zhou Jinan for so many years. They had grown up in the same residential compound, and she had assumed their bond was as solid as a nail. How could such a mistake occur? Xu Qing, on the other hand, paid little mind to Fan Jie's troubles, preoccupied instead with solving the dilemma of storing marinated delicacies in the sweltering heat. As she pondered, she meandered through the vicinity before gradually making her way home. Upon her arrival, the entire automotive repair factory compound was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Many families were preparing dinner, and the air was thick with the aroma of various cooking oils. Groups of neighbors gathered beneath the locust trees by the roadside, chatting amiably. Spotting Xu Qing, a plump woman waved cheerfully. "Qing, you just got off work, huh?" Xu Qing recognized the woman as Ma Xuelan, a well-known gossip in the neighborhood. If she caught wind of something, it would spread throughout the entire residential area within hours, earning her the nickname Big Megaphone. Xu Qing halted her steps, and Ma Xuelan quickly inquired, "Qing, I heard your family has been arguing lately. What is going on? Did you disobey your mother again? Xu Qing smiled slightly. Although I have done things that anger my family, this time it truly wasn't me. Ma Xuelan raised an eyebrow, her curious expression evident. Then who could it be? It can't possibly be Ruyue, right? Everyone knows she's a good girl. Obedient, sensible, and clever. She's even a university student now. How could she upset your parents? Xu Qing chuckled inwardly, but maintained an innocent facade. Oh, I'm not sure about that. However, you could ask Fong Fong. The daughter of the woman who sells fried dough sticks outside. She is close with Ruyue and might know what happened. After feigning a look of embarrassment, she hurried home. She was confident that Ma Xuelan would seek out Fong Fong's mother for clarification, and given Ma Xuelan's character, she would act like a detective, eager to uncover every detail of the situation. Thus, Xu Qing believed the entire compound would soon be abuzz with the news of Su Ryue's predicament. The way she would tarnish Su Ryue's reputation was akin to how Su Ryue had once ruined hers, a mere tit for tat. In high spirits, Xu Qing ascended the stairs to her home. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Su Zhigua sitting grim-faced, while Fong Lanxin's eyes were swollen like walnuts, tears streaming down her face. When she noticed Xu Qing enter, she quickly turned her body away, emanating an aura of resentment. Su Zhigua glared at Xu Qing. What good deeds have you been up to today? Xu Qing raised an eyebrow. What have I done? Is it you who deliberately harmed Ryue? Su Zhigua exclaimed, slamming his hand on the armrest of the sofa as he stood. Yet he refrained from raising his voice too loudly. Xu Qing held her head high, coldly meeting his gaze. Have you even bothered to ascertain the facts? Ask Su Ryue why she said she would take me boating and then went to Fong Fong's house. Also, inquire why there was that fragrance in the room. And Wily Daong appeared so opportunely, while Fong Fong took Zhou Jinxian and Zhou Jinan along. Su Zhigua faltered, glancing at Fong Lanxin. Is that true? Fong Lanxin wept. Are you doubting Ryue's honesty? Do you believe Ryue would joke about her own integrity? Xu Qing sneered. Are you suggesting I orchestrated this scheme, and Ryue foolishly walked into my trap? Fong Lanxin glared at Xu Qing. I don't mean that. Now that Ryue is ruined, what more do you want to stir up? Before Xu Qing could retort, Su Ryue abruptly emerged from her room, holding a fruit knife to her neck. Enough. Stop arguing. If you don't feel ashamed, I certainly do. Tears glistening, she turned to Xu Qing. Since you hate me so much, I might as well die. Chapter 19. Xu Qing was not heartless. She was simply beyond human comprehension. Su Ryue glared fiercely at Xu Qing, pressing the knife's tip against her neck. You despise me so much. Then I shall die. Xu Qing regarded her with calm indifference, stepping forward with quiet resolve. Su Ryue became agitated. Don't come any closer. If you dare, I'll end my life right before you. Xu Qing curled her lips into a mocking smile, calmly pulling up a folding chair to sit down. Her arms crossed as she looked up at Su Ryue. Fine, go ahead and die. Su Ryue was momentarily taken aback, her hand shaking around the knife's handle, unsure of how to proceed with this act. According to her and her mother Fong Lanxin's plan, the intention was to scare Xu Qing into submission with the threat of suicide, thus facilitating her withdrawal from the engagement with Zhou Jinan. After all, even the coldest of hearts would struggle to witness a living being perish before them, especially when that death was intertwined with their own actions. Yet Xu Qing refused to play along. She was not devoid of compassion. She was something else entirely. Panic-stricken, Su Ryue glanced toward Fong Lanxin, who was equally stunned by Xu Qing's unflinching demeanor. A spark of excitement flickered in Xu Qing's beautiful eyes, reminiscent of a predatory creature spotting its prey, sending a chill down Fong Lanxin's spine. Rushing forward, she snatched the fruit knife from Su Ryue's hand. Ryue, what are you doing? If something happens to you, what will your mother do? You're trying to rip my heart out. Su Ryue seized the opportunity to release the knife, collapsing into Fong Lanxin's embrace, sobbing, Mom, how am I supposed to live now? What should I do? Su Zhigua was beleaguered by the weeping duo, feeling as if his heart were tightening, rendering him breathless. He turned to Xu Qing, who sat coldly in her chair, appearing utterly detached from the chaos unfolding. His headache intensified. Sighing heavily, he addressed Xu Qing. If you have any grievances, just tell me. Can we not make a scene? Are you truly intent on tearing this family apart? Xu Qing coldly met his gaze. Am I the one causing turmoil, or are you simply blind to the reality surrounding you? Furious, Su Zhigua stood, pointing at Xu Qing. Xu Qing rose slowly, If you all believe I am the source of the trouble, then I will take my leave. Saying this, she retreated to her room, retrieving a prepared bag from beneath her bed, and headed for the door. Xu Qing watched her storm out, his vision blurring with rage. Xu Qing, if you step out that door today, don't ever come back. Xu Qing turned, casting a frigid, disdainful glance at Xu Qing before leaving without a backward glance. Enraged, Xu Qing grabbed a ceramic mug from the coffee table and hurled it to the ground with a crash. Fang Lanqing never anticipated that Xu Qing would depart so decisively, clearly having been prepared all along. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Xu Qing. What on earth is wrong with Qing? Was someone whispering to her? Xu Qing calmed his emotions and contemplated Xu Qing's actions over the past few days, which indeed bore the semblance of vengeance. Yet, the events from years ago remained a mystery to everyone. How could Xu Qing possibly be privy to them? Xu Qing briskly exited the family compound, her bag in hand, deliberately ignoring acquaintances as she wore a pained expression while hastening onward. To the outside observer, she appeared to have been unceremoniously cast out of her home. She was certain that by tomorrow, rumors of her expulsion would echo throughout the compound and the entire factory area. After traversing 2 streets beyond the community, Xu Qing finally exhaled deeply, feeling the oppressive weight lift from her chest. As she observed the scattered groups of people beneath the streetlights, her spirits were lifted, and she set her sights toward the outskirts. She intended to visit her grandmother, Feng Shuhua, who had genuinely cared for her in her previous life. Alas, Feng Shuhua had passed away from a sudden illness the year she divorced Zhou Jinan. She recalled the moment of her divorce when Feng Shuhua had held her hand, shaking her head in sorrow, saying, "Child, I am sorry for what you have endured." With the knowledge of secrets unknown in her previous life, Xu Qing pondered whether Feng Shuhua had been aware of something, or if her death had been shrouded in complexity. The more she thought, the quicker her pace became. By the time she reached Huai Tree Alley on the city outskirts, night had fully descended. At the entrance of the alley, beneath the Huai tree, people were gathered, chatting and boasting, while children ran about in gleeful abandon. Xu Qing navigated through the throng of children and entered the alley, searching for the dilapidated courtyard etched in her memory. Feng Shuhua hailed from humble beginnings, the daughter of a landlord. During the most tumultuous decade, to safeguard himself, Xu Qing severed ties with his mother, leading a rebellion that resulted in the confiscation of his own family's property. He had paraded Feng Shuhua through the streets to gain recognition for his efforts. While he fashioned himself as an exemplary youth, Feng Shuhua endured immense suffering. In the aftermath, when calm returned, Xu Qing could not bear to face her, nor did she wish to acknowledge him as her son. To cultivate an image of filial piety, he compelled Xu Qing to visit Feng Shuhua frequently. As Xu Qing reminisced, she arrived at the familiar gate of the courtyard. For 5 years, she had visited during holidays, initially forbidden from entering, but eventually welcomed inside for brief conversations. In her memory, her grandmother, though aged, possessed an inherent elegance that was both graceful and gentle, qualities that were unattainable for most. Taking a breath, she knocked on the gate and called out, "Grandmother, I have come to see you." After a long moment, the courtyard lights flickered on, followed by the sound of soft footsteps. Feng Shuhua approached slowly with the aid of her cane. Having endured a difficult past, her gait was somewhat unsteady, yet her spirit remained resilient. Upon seeing Xu Qing at the door with her bag, Feng Shuhua did not inquire about her troubles, nor did she express surprise, her eyes radiating the same warmth as always. "Qing has arrived. Come in." Xu Qing followed her into the courtyard, which was modest in size, featuring 3 adobe rooms, a grape trellis in front, and neatly cultivated vegetable plots. Within the 3 rooms, one served as the kitchen, another as a storage area, and the last as a bedroom. The bedroom contained a Kong that occupied half the room, 2 camphor wood cabinets, and a small brown table adorned with a dish of pickles and a bowl of thin porridge. After settling beside the Kong, Feng Shuhua looked at Xu Qing and asked, "Have you eaten? Let me warm up a bun for you." Xu Qing, not one to stand on ceremony, placed her bag down and sat beside her grandmother. "Grandmother, may I stay with you for a few days?" Feng Shuhua smiled kindly. "Of course, tomorrow is the big market day here. You can enjoy the festivities." Xu Qing, Gudio, asked, "Grandmother, are you not curious why I arrived so late?" Feng Shuhua maintained her gentle demeanor. "Coming at such a late hour surely means you've encountered difficulties." If you wish to share, you will. If not, then my inquiries might just make me seem bothersome. Xu Qing wrapped her arms around Feng Shuhua's grandmother. I'm getting married. Do you wish to marry him? Xu Qing was taken aback. Grandmother, how did you know I was to marry someone? The expression on Feng Shuhua's face and the tone of her voice indicated she was aware of Xu Qing's impending marriage, even seeming to know the identity of her betrothed. Xu Qing was astonished that Feng Shuhua could possess such knowledge, particularly since her engagement to Zhou Jinan had only transpired within the past week, news that had likely not reached Huai Tree Alley yet, nor would Su Jigua have shared it with her. Feng Shuhua turned to Xu Qing, her eyes reflecting a blend of affection and an inscrutable emotion. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I am aware, but I promised him that you wouldn't ask, and I wouldn't speak of it. Xu Qing was even more astonished. Grandmother, you truly know who he is? Feng Shuan nodded with a smile. He came to see me. Although he cannot see, he is honest and attentive, truly a worthy partner. Xu Qing struggled to comprehend why Zhou Jinan had sought out Feng Shuhua, a detail she had been oblivious to in her previous life. What did he say to you? Feng Shuhua chuckled. You were so eager. He said that marrying you would ensure his lifelong devotion, and he even wished to pay his respects at your mother's grave with 3 bows. Xu Qing felt a sudden tightness in her chest, her breath constricted. Zhou Jinan's actions were beyond her understanding. Feng Shuhua continued. A young man accompanied him. He mentioned that you were reluctant to marry him, yet he genuinely desires to wed you. He vowed that as long as he is around, no one shall ever bully you, and he will protect you for a lifetime. Xu Qing felt enveloped in a dense fog regarding her relationship with Zhou Jinan, unable to grasp or interpret the situation. They hardly knew each other. Why would he make such promises? Moreover, if this were true, why hadn't Feng Shuhua informed her in her previous life? Had she done so, Xu Qing would not have treated Zhou Jinan with such indifference. And during her divorce, Feng Shuhua had lamented the injustice done to her. In light of this, it seems Zhou Jinan bore the greater burden of suffering. Observing Xu Qing's furrowed brow as she contemplated, Feng Shuhua took her hand. Are you hungry? Let me heat a bun and fry an egg for you. Before Xu Qing could respond, Feng Shuhua, with her cane in hand, unsteadily made her way to the kitchen. Xu Qing, momentarily lost in thought, decided to set her musings aside, knowing that time would reveal the truth. She rose to follow Feng Shuhua, assisting her in stoking the fire. Grandmother, let me help with the fire. Feng Shuhua waved her off. No need, no need. You sit and rest. This is hardly taxing. Xu Qing settled onto a nearby stool, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Feng Shuhua, the warm glow from the fire illuminating her face with a comforting serenity. Being in her presence brought a sense of tranquility to Xu Qing's heart. Unable to resist, she shared with Feng Shuhua that she had resigned from her position as a ticket collector, intending to venture into small business and planning to rent a place outside until her wedding in November. Feng Shuhua, for the first time, appeared genuinely surprised. What prompted you to pursue business? Though policies have relaxed, who knows what tomorrow may bring? Her apprehension was palpable. She preferred the solace of a modest life, yearning only for stability. Xu Qing shook her head with a smile. No need to worry. Life will surely improve. One day, I will buy a grand house and invite you to live with me. Feng Shuhua chuckled. You know just how to make your grandmother smile. Xu Qing playfully pouted. If I don't make you happy, you wouldn't let me in? She was grateful for the unwavering spirit in Feng Shuhua, untouched by the ravages of time, which inspired her relentless visits. After a simple meal, Feng Shuhua prepared a large pot of hot water for Xu Qing to bathe and freshen up. By the time Xu Qing emerged from the kitchen, Feng Shuhua had already made the Kong ready for the night. In their 2 lifetimes, Xu Qing found herself lying on the same Kong as Feng Shuhua for the first time. As she settled down, she felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that had she known her grandmother's Kong was this comfortable, she would have chosen to stay here long ago. Feng Shuhua listened quietly, not uttering a word. Xu Qing continued, but it's not too late. I will come to accompany you often. Still, Feng Shuhua remained silent, suddenly reaching into Xu Qing's quilt and precisely grasping her wrist. Xu Qing was startled, feeling the chill of several icy fingers pressing firmly against her pulse, causing her to gasp softly, Grandma, what's wrong? Do not speak. Feng Shuhua's voice was unusually stern, rendering Xu Qing mute. After a moment, Feng Shuhua withdrew her hand and sighed. Qing, do you feel any discomfort? Xu Qing shook her head. No, I can eat and drink well, and I feel quite strong. Feng Shuhua shook her head in the darkness. Your body has sustained severe damage. It will be very difficult for you to bear children in the future. Xu Qing sat up in shock. Grandma, is that true? How did I sustain such damage? Feng Shuhua pulled the lamp cord beside the Kong. Sitting up to pat Xu Qing's hand gently. This is something you brought with you from the womb. With me here, what is there to fear? Initially, Xu Qing's first thought was that Feng Lanqin had poisoned her, and she began to contemplate ways to take revenge. However, upon hearing Feng Shuhua say it stemmed from her time in the womb, she felt somewhat relieved but still stubbornly believed it had to be related to Feng Lanqin. Feng Shuhua climbed to the chest of drawers beside the Kong, opening it to retrieve a cloth bag before returning to Xu Qing's side. Xu Qing watched as Feng Shuhua unveiled a black leather roll, which unfurled like a scroll. As the black leather was gradually unfolded, a row of golden needles was revealed, some short like embroidery needles, others as long as chopsticks, thin as cow hair, emitting a faint yellow glow. Xu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Grandma, you can perform acupuncture? Feng Shuhua then brought over a bottle of alcohol from the cabinet, pulling out a slightly shorter gold needle while disinfecting it with alcohol. Instructing Xu Qing, extend your hand. Xu Qing complied, still unable to suppress her astonishment. Grandma, how was I unaware of your acupuncture skills? Feng Shuhua pressed the needle into the fleshy part of Xu Qing's hand with practiced ease, and Xu Qing felt a sharp pain followed by a numbing sensation, which was not particularly uncomfortable. Clearly, Feng Shua's technique was remarkably adept, revealing how little Xu Qing had known about her grandmother in her previous life. After several needles were inserted into Xu Qing's hand and forearm, Feng Shuhua looked at her with satisfaction. With me here, rest assured, Qing will surely give birth to a healthy, plump child. Xu Qing's face flushed at Feng Shua's teasing. Grandma, you dare to mock me? How was I unaware of your acupuncture skills before? Feng Shuhua smiled gently. It is a tool for saving lives, but it can also be a knife that takes lives. Xu Qing understood that Feng Shuhua's concealment of her skills was for self-preservation and refrained from further inquiries. Contemplating the gold needles on her hand, an idea struck her. Grandma, can Zhou Jinnan's eyesight be restored? I heard it was due to a blood clot pressing on his optic nerve that caused his blindness. Feng Shuhua shook her head. That is not the case. Chapter 21. The Bond of Gratitude Severed. Xu Qing gazed at Feng Shuhua in surprise. Grandma, what do you mean it is not? Feng Shuhua narrowed her eyes, her expression grave. I mean, Zhou Jinnan's blindness is not due to a blood clot pressing on his nerve. If that were the case, he could have the surgery done in the capital city hospital. Xu Qing contemplated this, realizing its validity but still puzzled. Then what could be the reason? Feng Shuhua shook her head. I have only seen him once, and I am not entirely certain. If I have the opportunity to see him again, I will take a closer look. Xu Qing, unsure if it was a psychological effect, felt a warm flow coursing through her body less than a quarter of an hour after the needles were inserted, leaving her limbs feeling extraordinarily comfortable. After half an hour, Feng Shuhua removed the needles from Xu Qing's hand and forearm, placing small patches over the needle sites. The faint scent of medicine wafted from them, a pleasant fragrance. Grandma, this smells delightful like floral notes, Xu Qing said, leaning in to inhale the aroma, noticing a hint of coolness as well. Feng Shuhua gradually packed everything away. All right, it is getting late. You should sleep early. Once Xu Qing lay down, Feng Shuhua pulled the lamp cord to extinguish the light. Xu Qing had anticipated sleeplessness in this new environment. Yet after exchanging only a few words with Feng Shuhua, she fell into a deep slumber. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon awakening, the day had brightened significantly. Xu Qing felt as though she had not slept this soundly in ages. Warmth enveloped her, filling her with vigor. As she turned over, she discovered that Feng Shuhua had risen and left, the quilt neatly folded by the side of the Kong. The bedding smoothed out, with the once vibrant floral patterns now faded. Xu Qing reached out to touch the discolored flowers before getting up to dress and head outside. Feng Shuhua had already swept the small courtyard and was tidying up the kitchen in preparation for breakfast. Xu Qing instinctively sat down at the stove, adding kindling to the fire. Feng Shuhua chopped a handful of greens and tossed them into the pot, stirring the mixture of thin white flour paste. Curious, Xu Qing leaned over to take a look. Grandma, didn't I give you grain coupons last month? Have you finished using them? Feng Shuhua smiled. There is still some left. I have grown accustomed to eating lightly alone, and as one ages, a lighter diet is more comfortable. Xu Qing was skeptical and got up to inspect the bottom of the flower jar in the corner cupboard, discovering it nearly empty. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, hurried footsteps approached the courtyard. Before Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua could step out, the kitchen door swung open, revealing Feng Lanxin, who stormed in, followed by Su Zhigua and Feng Lanxin. Upon seeing Xu Qing, Feng Lanxin's chest heaved with anger. Xu Qing, who gave you the audacity to resign from your job at the station? Xu Qing was taken aback by Feng Lanxin's quick discovery of her resignation. Brushing the ash from her hands, she coldly replied, "It's my job, and I can resign whenever I wish without needing to consult anyone." Feng Lanxin, furious, pointed at Xu Qing. "You, that was a position I arranged for you. Shouldn't you have asked me before quitting? And what have I done to deserve your betrayal?" Here, the atmosphere was charged, and Feng Lanxin no longer needed to temper her emotions or volume, her gaze towards Xu Qing radiating a fierce desire to consume her whole. Unfazed, Xu Qing retorted, "I have every right to resign if I no longer wish to work there. It is my job. Why shouldn't I have the authority to make that decision?" Feng Kun, standing nearby, interjected disapprovingly, "Xu Qing, how can you be so ungrateful? If I hadn't given you that job, you probably wouldn't have even been able to find a temporary position and might still be in the countryside as a sent-down youth." Xu Qing shot Feng Kun a disdainful glance. "You think I am unaware of your motives for giving me that job? At the time, I was too young to qualify for her position, but Su Riyue could have taken over. If she had, I would have been the one sent down to the countryside while she went to university. You, Feng Lanxin, manipulated my age so that I would take over your position for Su Riyue to attend university, and then just half a month into my job, Su Riyue was sent down while I went to university a year later." Feng Lanxin stared at Xu Qing. "You are distorting the truth. You are ungrateful. You envy Riyue for going to university, don't you? Do not forget that your grades are not as good as hers." Xu Qing scoffed at Feng Lanxin. "Huh? Why do my grades suffer? I have only just realized that during every exam, I either had diarrhea or a fever. You all claimed I was afraid of exams due to poor performance, but I suspect you were the one who played tricks. Your schemes are so deeply entrenched. It's astonishing you managed to maintain the facade of a virtuous heart for so many years." Su Zhigua could no longer tolerate the exchange and strode forward, raising his hand to deliver a heavy slap across Xu Qing's face. Xu Qing could have easily dodged, but chose to stand firm, accepting the blow. Instantly, her fair cheek turned red and swollen, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Su Zhigua was stunned, utterly unprepared for Xu Qing's lack of evasion. Why does she not evade? Confronting Xu Qing's eyes, which burned with hatred like flames. The guilt that had just arisen was suppressed once more as she glared at Xu Qing. "What are you staring at me for? After all the effort I put into raising you, you choose to oppose us like this?" Xu Qing rubbed the corner of her mouth with her hand, noticing the bloodstains on her knuckles, and her gaze turned icier as she directed it towards Su Zhigua. Her eyes filled with a seething hatred and fury that seemed capable of igniting a fire. "I do not evade because I refuse to owe you anything. This slap is a token of gratitude for your 16 years of raising me. However," she paused, her cold gaze sweeping over Feng Lanxin and Feng Kun, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "From now on, I shall reclaim every debt owed to me. If you dare to oppress me even a fraction more, I will ruin your lives." Su Zhigua felt a shiver in his heart, suddenly unable to meet Xu Qing's eyes. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes, when ignited by anger, mirrored those of that woman from the past. Feng Lanxin was also taken aback, but then she suddenly realized that Xu Qing, this little wretch, dared to threaten them. She shoved Su Zhigua. "What are you hesitating for? She is so uncultured. You should teach her a lesson." Her voice rose sharply, cracking with intensity. Since Xu Qing had chosen to tear the facade, today was the day to discipline her properly. Once they returned home, they would spread rumors that Xu Qing was immoral, mingling with men before marriage. They had tried to counsel her, but she refused to listen and even ran away from home. After all, Xu Qing had already lost her reputation in the compound, so what difference would it make? Only then did Su Zhigua regain his senses, and with Feng Lanxin stoking the flames, his earlier fear vanished in an instant. He raised his hand. "You are truly outrageous. How dare you speak such rebellious words? Let me show you how I will deal with you today." This time, Xu Qing deftly dodged the slap, bending down to grab the axe leaning against the wall, charging fiercely toward Feng Lanxin. Fong Lanqin could not have anticipated that Xu Qing would come at her like a madwoman, brandishing the axe. She stood frozen in fear, watching as the axe swung toward her forehead. Chapter 22. Why did you marry Qing? Fong Lanqin initially thought Xu Qing was merely making empty threats, never expecting her to act on them. As she watched the axe approach her forehead, her legs turned to jelly and began to tremble. Su Jigua and Fong Kuan were both stunned, momentarily rendered speechless. Only Feng Shuhua remained composed, observing Xu Qing's actions. Calmly, she called out, "Qing, stop." Just as the axe blade was about to strike Fong Lanqin's forehead, Xu Qing twisted her wrist, and the axe narrowly missed her face. Fong Lanqin could even feel a cold breeze sweep past her, and her legs gave way as she collapsed to the ground. Xu Qing withdrew the axe and coldly regarded Su Jigua, stating, "I told you, no one will bully me from now on. You ungrateful little beast." Su Jigua shouted angrily, pointing at Xu Qing, yet he did not dare to approach her again. Feng Shuhua stomped her cane heavily on the ground, her voice sharp and commanding, "Silence." Though her voice was not loud, it was filled with authority, causing Su Jigua to immediately fall silent. Feng Shuhua glared at Su Jigua. "Su Jigua, what right do you have to accuse her of being unfilial? The things you did to your own mother back then were 1,000 times worse. Have you ever considered what filial piety truly means?" Su Jigua instantly wilted, feeling a surge of guilt wash over him. Feng Shuhua glanced at Fong Lanqin, who was sitting on the ground in shock. "I do not care about your matters, but do not create a ruckus here. Now all of you leave." Su Jigua suddenly felt aggrieved. "Mom, in that kind of environment back then, if I hadn't acted that way, our family would have been humiliated. I was also." "Leave. I do not have a son like you, and you need not call me Mom," Feng Shuhua retorted, continuing to use her cane to urge Su Jigua to leave. "Get out of here." Su Jigua did not dare to confront the elderly woman, pulling Fong Lanqin, who was still dazed on the ground, towards the exit. Fong Kuan, too timid, followed suit, muttering, "Is that ticket collector's job really gone?" However, Su Jigua suddenly halted in his tracks, causing Fong Kuan to stop as well. He looked at Zhou Jinan, who stood beneath the grape arbor in the courtyard, accompanied by his ever-loyal large wolf dog. He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, uncertain if Zhou Jinan had overheard their earlier argument. If he hadn't, it would be better for him not to say anything to avoid awkwardness on both sides. The moment Fong Lanqin spotted Zhou Jinan, she regained her composure, tightly gripping Su Jigua's arm. They shared the same thought. They must not greet him. They could not let Zhou Jinan see their disgraceful side. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Jinan spoke first, tilting his head slightly. "Uncle Su, Aunt Fong, good morning." This greeting was more of an insult than anything else. Su Jigua and Fong Lanqin were further infuriated, feeling that Zhou Jinan's good morning was mocking them. How could they be well when their situation was so dire? Xu Qing was still puzzled as to why Su Jigua and Fong Lanqin had suddenly stopped when she heard Zhou Jinan's calm voice, slightly deep yet full of magnetism. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have been a polite greeting. However, in such a situation, it felt quite out of place. Xu Qing, disregarding her surprise and thoughts, quickly stepped forward, passing by Fong Lanqin as if nothing had happened, and approached Zhou Jinan with a smile. "Brother Zhou, when did you arrive?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but wince. Her earlier fury had masked the pain at the corner of her mouth. Now, smiling and talking, she finally noticed the ache. Zhou Jinan looked down at Xu Qing. "Does it hurt a lot?" Xu Qing covered her face, chuckling awkwardly. "It's fine, it's fine." It seemed Zhou Jinan had arrived quite early. He had likely witnessed their entire confrontation. Zhou Jinan frowned slightly. "You should have evaded. Don't act foolishly next time." Xu Qing's eyes sparkled as she looked at the man before her. Rest assured, there will definitely not be a next time. Su Jigua and Fong Lanqin watched the two young people chat casually, and Zhou Jinan's tone clearly indicated he did not regard them with any importance. Both clenched their teeth to avoid leaving in anger, feeling they had never endured such humiliation. Feng Shuhua, leaning on her cane, emerged from the kitchen, her voice firm. "Aren't you leaving yet? What are you standing around for?" At this, Su Jigua and Fong Lanqin could no longer bear to stay, their faces dark as they hurriedly exited. Fong Kuan cast a resentful glance at Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan. If not for the intimidating wolf dog by the blind man's side, he would have spat at them. Blind man and trash. Once the three departed, Xu Qing felt that the air in the courtyard had cleared considerably. Rubbing her face, She turned to Zhou Jinan, brother Zhou. Have you eaten? Shall we have a meal together? Just then, she caught a whiff of something burning and dashed back to the kitchen. A pot of perfectly good vegetables had turned to mush at the bottom, ruined by the commotion caused by Su Jigua and Feng Lanxin. Xu Qing, distressed, used a cloth to lift the pot. Feng Shuhua stood at the kitchen door, calling out, "You need not worry about it. Take Comrade Zhou outside to eat. Today is the market day, and there are plenty of delicious things to try." Xu Qing set the pot down and checked the stove to ensure no embers were left behind, then emerged from the kitchen. "Grandma, I'll go buy something to eat." With the market bustling, Xu Qing thought that going out with Zhou Jinan might be awkward and inconvenient, especially since the food stalls had small tables and stools that were not very accommodating. Feng Shuhua considered this and agreed. "Then go buy it. Do you have money?" Xu Qing realized that the elderly woman's money jar was empty, so she quickly waved her hand. "I have it. I have it." She then ran to fetch a stool for Zhou Jinan. "Brother Zhou, you and Grandma sit here. I'll be back soon with breakfast." As Xu Qing exited the door with a small basin, Feng Shuhua turned to Zhou Jinan. "Sit down. It seems Qing is willing to marry you, and I know you are a good child. You two will surely have a good life together." Hearing Feng Shuhua speak, Zhou Jinan finally settled down, sitting straight with his back erect and his hands resting on his knees. Feng Shuhua gazed at Zhou Jinan, pondering for a moment. "You are married to Qing, yet you seek me out? Why is that?" Zhou Jinan's fingers, resting on his knee, twitched slightly as he fabricated a response. "I have inquired about Qing's relatives and learned that you are her most significant person. Hence, I wish to earn your approval." Feng Shuhua's weathered eyes sparkled with wisdom. "May I gaze into your eyes?" Zhou Jinan hesitated. It might be somewhat disconcerting. Feng Shuhua chuckled softly. "Child, you are well aware of my identity, yet you refrain from speaking due to my status as Qing's grandmother. You fear that it might be revealed that your intentions to marry Qing are driven by your desire to heal your eyes. Thus, you prefer silence." Zhou Jinan was taken aback by the old woman's perceptiveness. "I apologize. I indeed know your true identity." Feng Shuhua inquired again. "So, did you marry Qing because of my status?" Zhou Jinan resolutely shook his head. "No." Feng Shuhua nodded with satisfaction. "Then, that is acceptable. Now, allow me to examine your eyes. I sincerely hope for their recovery, so you can bring happiness to Qing." Chapter 23. "Do you mind if I hold your hand?" Zhou Jinan hesitated once more before reaching out to remove the white gauze covering his eyes. His eyes were striking, with elegant phoenix-like contours, yet the clarity that should have been there was obscured by a layer of blood clots, rendering them somewhat horrifying. Feng Shuhua observed for a moment. "All right, please cover your eyes again and offer me your left hand." Zhou Jinan complied, reapplying the gauze before extending his left hand to her. Feng Shuhua gently placed her fingers on his pulse, closing her eyes in contemplation. After a brief moment, she released his hand. "When did you become aware of my identity?" Zhou Jinan answered candidly. "The first time I came, I could still see. I initially sought treatment, but changed my mind after seeing Xu Qing's photograph in your room." Feng Shuhua was pleased with this response. "How did you sustain your injuries? How long after that visit did you lose your sight?" Zhou Jinan fell silent, sidestepping the part he could not disclose. "Our unit undertook a classified mission in Yunnan, and while safeguarding some valuable materials, I was struck by an enemy's bullet. A month later, inexplicably, I lost my sight." Feng Shuhua nodded. "Aside from your vision, do you experience any other symptoms?" Zhou Jinan's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. "Occasionally, I find myself overwhelmed by uncontrollable desires, but I am managing." Feng Shuhua sighed softly. "This may pose some complications. You must be patient for a while longer." Zhou Jinan had already lost hope for regaining his sight. "It's all right. I am currently learning Braille. If I cannot return to my previous position, I will still care for Xu Qing well." Feng Shuhua smiled. "It is commendable that you have such intentions. Qing is a naive child. She reciprocates kindness with all her heart. Such a disposition may lead to her being taken advantage of. You are a few years her senior. Please support her in the future." Zhou Jinan nodded. "Rest assured, grandmother, I will certainly protect her from harm." Feng Shuhua was about to speak again when Xu Qing returned, carrying a basin and a bundle of fried dough sticks, cheerfully announcing, "Qing is back. I will set the table for dinner." Zhou Jinan wished to assist, but could do nothing but wait patiently. Xu Qing brought back a basin of wontons and a bundle of fried dough sticks, handing them to Feng Shuhua before swiftly moving to arrange the table. After placing it down, She hurried to wash up. By the time she returned, Feng Shuhua had already prepared the bowls and utensils for the wontons. Xu Qing offered Zhou Jinan a fried dough stick. "Brother Zhou, try this fried dough stick. I noticed this stall has the longest queue. It must be delicious." Feng Shuhua inquired, "Is it a plump woman selling them?" Xu Qing nodded. "Yes, it is her stall. The fried dough sticks are large and golden, and many people buy them." Feng Shuhua's eyes crinkled with delight. "Indeed, I also purchase from her stall every time. They are quite tasty. You all should eat quickly." Xu Qing noticed that despite claiming her age required her to eat lighter meals, Feng Shuhua devoured 3 fried dough sticks and a large bowl of wontons. Reflecting on the now empty flour container, she asked, "Grandmother, did you give away the ration tickets I brought you?" Feng Shuhua, rarely flustered, waved her hands. No, I have eaten everything myself." Xu Qing was skeptical. How could an elderly woman consume 25 pounds of flour along with cornmeal in less than 20 days? Seeing Xu Qing's disbelief, Feng Shuhua reluctantly confessed the truth. It turned out the old lady had an endearing habit of trading flour for snacks, returning with cakes and sweets. Thus, her month was characterized by lavishness in the first half and frugality in the latter, much like the modern-day Moonlight clan. Xu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at her grandmother's adorable side. "Grandmother, while snacks are delightful, they cannot replace meals." Feng Shuhua, seeing the conversation flow freely, felt no shame. "In my youth, my family was well off, and being the only girl of my generation, I was never deprived of treats, which instilled this habit in me. When times became tough, I sought out edible petals and sweet herbal roots to chew on." Xu Qing decided to visit the market after dinner to buy some snacks for Feng Shuhua, knowing her grandmother would likely hesitate to indulge. After Feng Lanqin and Su Zhigua left Feng Shuhua's yard, their anger mounted with every step, particularly Feng Lanqin, who see that it's Su Zhigua's cowardice in front of Feng Shuhua and Xu Qing. Lamenting, "Su Zhigua, do you think I have wronged Xu Qing in any way? She treated me so poorly. Why didn't you speak up earlier? How can such bullying be tolerated? And your mother, what right does she have to tell you to leave? This yard will someday belong to you as well." And as for Ryue, the whole courtyard is abuzz with her gossip. It must have been Xu Qing who spread it. How can Ryue carry on living after this? Feng Lanqin's mind raced back to the morning's encounter with the smug Ma Xiulan, who had whispered to her companions while casting glances filled with schadenfreude. Surely, such glances could not convey anything positive. She felt an overwhelming urge to tear Xu Qing apart. Su Zhigua, already irritated, found Feng Lanqin's incessant complaints even more vexing, snapping, "Enough. If Ryue had not been malicious, could Xu Qing have retaliated against her? If you had not provoked her, would we be in this situation?" "Su Zhiguo, what do you mean by provoked her? Didn't you see her swinging an axe at me just now?" Feng Lanqin was so exasperated that she screamed, disregarding her surroundings. Su Zhigua, ever the hypocrite, shot her a dark look before quickening his pace home. Feng Lanqin glared at his retreating figure, knowing full well that he was utterly unreliable. Su Dinlu, Feng Kuan, who had been silent, interjected, "Pa, Su Zhigua is such a spineless creature. He is no better than your previous partner." Feng Lanqin shot him a startled look. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Deep down, she had already resolved that since Su Zhigua was of no use, she would have to seek out her former partner again. No matter what, Ryue had to marry into the Zhou family. After Xu Qing finished washing the dishes and tidying up, she prepared to head to the market to buy some snacks for Feng Shuhua and take a leisurely stroll. Everything upon her return from rebirth felt novel and exciting. She had initially wanted Zhou Jinan to stay and chat with Feng Shuhua, but unexpectedly, he stood up as well. "I will accompany you." Xu Qing hesitated. "The market will be crowded. We cannot bring Bai Lang along. Do you mind if I hold your hand?" Before Zhou Jinan could respond, his right hand was enveloped by a soft warmth. Xu Qing's voice, tinged with laughter, followed. "Indeed. You need to adapt, as there are many places where Bai Lang cannot go, but I can." Feng Shuhua chuckled from his side. "You, child, are comparing yourself to a dog." Xu Qing feigned annoyance as she looked at Feng Shuhua, playfully pouting Grandma. Zhou Jinan instinctively grasped Xu Qing's hand, applying gentle pressure, as a surge of unfamiliar emotions welled up within him, alongside a sense of responsibility. In Chapter 24, titled "She is Not an Antidote," Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan out, and they encountered familiar neighbors who cheerfully inquired, "Qing, is this your partner?" Xu Qing nodded confidently, replying, "Yes, he is my partner." Initially, Zhou Jinan felt somewhat reserved, but Xu Qing's ease allowed him to relax, and they ambled towards the market together. The outskirts had yet to establish a farmer's market. So every 5 days, a lively market sprang up in an open field. The market offered everything from agricultural machinery to the smallest of sewing supplies. There were even street performers, such as monkey trainers and snake charmers, drawing curious children to watch. Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan appeared somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. In this era, even in the name of love, holding hands in public felt awkward. However, given Zhou Jinan's bandaged face, passers-by could understand the situation. Internally, Xu Qing couldn't help but think, what a beautiful girl, yet she is with a blind man. Unfazed by the stares, Xu Qing purchased butterfly pastries, egg cakes, and sour plums, all the while explaining the various offerings of the market to Zhou Jinan. As they returned, Xu Qing unexpectedly noticed that Zhou Jinan's palm was growing increasingly warm, almost burning. Initially, she attributed it to the prolonged exposure to the sun. Yet the intense heat felt wrong. Peering up at Zhou Jinan, she saw sweat trickling down his cheeks. His jaw was clenched, and the muscles in his face were visibly tense, as if he were enduring something excruciating. Panic crept into her heart as she asked, "Brother Zhou, are you all right?" Struggling against the unsettling heat within, Zhou Jinan replied with difficulty, "I'm feeling unwell and need to get home quickly. I have medicine there." With those few words, the veins on his forehead bulged. Xu Qing dared not ask further, and, sensing the urgency, neglected to greet Feng Shuhua or bring along the white wolf. She hailed a rickshaw on the roadside, assisting Zhou Jinan into it, driver, quickly, to the provincial university staff quarters. The rickshaw driver glanced at Zhou Jinan, but said nothing, pedaling furiously. Fortunately, they belonged to the Eastern District, and the university was close to the suburbs, making the ride approximately half an hour. During this time, Xu Qing observed Zhou Jinan's skin turning a deep crimson, beads of sweat the size of beans cascading down his forehead. She had always thought the description of sweat as rain was an exaggeration, but she was proven wrong. Zhou Jinan's clothes were drenched, as if he had emerged from water, his jaw taut, and the veins on his forehead and neck bulging, revealing the extent of his discomfort. Xu Qing refrained from speaking, fearing that her words might release the tension he was holding in. Instead, she urged the driver to ride faster. Upon reaching the Zhou residence, Zhou Jinan's complexion had eased somewhat, and his face appeared less flushed. As Xu Qing reached out to hold his hand, he forcefully shook her off, commanding in a hoarse voice laced with suppressed pain, "Go call my family out." Xu Qing's heart raced, and she hurried to knock on the door, calling for help. Zhou Chengwen and Zhou Jinxian emerged from the courtyard, quickly supporting Zhou Jinan inside. Xu Qing hesitated but followed them in. The courtyard, adorned with traditional architecture, was vibrant with blooming roses climbing over the fence. As she surveyed the familiar surroundings, memories that had faded began to resurface. She recalled that Zhou Jinan resided in the northern wing, which had once served as their marital home. The main house had a small attic where Zhou Jinan had lived after their marriage. Now, it seemed shrouded in shadows, hidden among the thick branches of a locust tree, exuding an eerie ambience. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Jinan had already retreated to his room, pushing Zhou Chengwen and Zhou Jinxian out forcefully before slamming the door shut. Xu Qing's heart sank as she approached, only to be halted by Zhou Chengwen, who said, "Qing, when Jinan is unwell, no one is allowed to approach him." "What is wrong with him? Why not take him to the hospital?" she inquired, her concern palpable. Zhou Chengwen shook his head. "The hospital cannot help. He must endure it himself. It's likely a nerve headache caused by a blood clot pressing against his nerves." Xu Qing recalled her grandmother's firm denial that Zhou Jinan's blindness was due to a blood clot and, judging by his current state, it did not appear to be a mere headache. Zhou Chengwen looked at Xu Qing. "Please wait in the living room. It should pass soon." He then called for Zhou Jinxian. "Go fetch your elder brother over." Seeing Zhou Chengwen's calm demeanor, which suggested familiarity with such scenarios, Xu Qing felt a slight easing of her anxiety, but chose to remain by the flower bed outside the northern wing. She was not ready to face Zhou Jinan's grandparents yet. Zhou Chengwen did not push her further, instead engaging her in gentle conversation. "Jinan's condition has improved significantly. It used to occur almost daily, then weekly, and lately, there have been long intervals. We hope for the best, but might be a burden for you after marrying him." Xu Qing nodded politely. "I will certainly take good care of him. Her impression of Xu Qing was faint. Perhaps it was due to his status as a university professor, which lent him an air of aloofness, as though he held a deep-seated belief that education surpassed all else. He seemed to scorn those who engaged in trade, perceiving them as vulgar and unrefined. Consequently, after her divorce in her previous life, when she encountered Xu Qing on the street, he would often feign ignorance, turning away. Xu Qing understood that his willingness to converse with her now stemmed from her impending marriage to Zhou Jinan and her position as a ticket seller, which was deemed a worker's role. In this era, the status of workers, farmers, and soldiers was paramount. Thus, Xu Qing treated her with a modicum of respect. Had he known she planned to leave her job to engage in trade, his demeanor would likely have shifted drastically. After exchanging a few words, noticing Xu Qing's subdued responses, Zhou Qing ceased speaking, standing quietly with her. Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinxian arrived swiftly. Upon seeing Xu Qing in the courtyard, Gao Zhan paused, nodded in acknowledgement, and then knocked on the door. "I am Gao Zhan." The door opened shortly after, and he entered, promptly closing it behind him, leaving no view of Zhou Jinan's condition. Inside, Gao Zhan found Zhou Jinan, pale and leaning against the wall, struggling to remain upright. He quickly offered support. "You made it through again? How are you feeling this time?" Zhou Jinan closed his eyes, replying, "It's bearable. This time, it is not as painful." Gao Zhan assisted Zhou Jinan to sit on the edge of the bed. "I saw Xu Qing outside. Did you come back together from the Locust Tree Alley?" Zhou Jinan nodded yes. "Why didn't you seek Grandma Feng? She could surely alleviate your affliction." Zhou Jinan shook his head. "I don't want Xu Qing to witness that. We can discuss it later." Gao Zhan sighed. "You should marry Xu Qing soon. Once you are married and living together, everything will fall into place, and you won't have to endure this suffering." Zhou Jinan furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "She is not an antidote." In Chapter 25, titled Feng Lanxin's Secret, Zhou Jinan's expression remained indifferent as he stated calmly, fully aware of Gao Zhan's intentions. However, he could never bring himself to accept that notion. Even if Xu Qing willingly married him, he could not overcome the emotional barrier within. What he owed her was a debt that could not be repaid in this lifetime. Gao Zhan believed Zhou Jinan was being stubborn. If they were to marry, they should do so without delay, allowing them to enjoy their life as a couple openly. After all, many couples married after only a few meetings, yet lived together and raised children without issue. Gao Zhan, having never been married or involved romantically, found the concept of marriage simplistic, believing that as long as two people were compatible, obtaining a marriage certificate would naturally lead to intimacy. I find it perplexing that you are unwilling to seek medical attention for Grandma Feng, and yet you are equally disinclined to marry Xu Qing swiftly. Your thoughts seem to be quite convoluted. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Jinan finally spoke softly. "You do not understand. I cannot approach Xu Qing until she learns the truth, for I fear that discovering it will only deepen her resentment toward me." Gao Zhan scratched his head in contemplation. Perhaps by then, there may even be a child involved. Zhou Jinan shook his head resolutely. "I cannot bind her with a child." Gao Zhan was at a loss. Although his idea was somewhat unscrupulous, it was undoubtedly the most effective. After all, irrespective of the animosity, a woman's heart often softens and compromises for the sake of a child. Meanwhile, outside, Xu Qing grew increasingly anxious as Gao Zhan had not reemerged from the house. Zhou Qing reassured her, with Gao Zhan present, "There is certainly no cause for concern. Would you like to sit in the living room? Zhou Jinan's grandparents are also here." Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Qing declined. "It is too hasty this time. I have not prepared anything. I will visit Grandpa and Grandma again when I have gifts to bring." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall wait for another occasion. I have matters to attend to at school shortly. What do you think?" Xu Qing understood that Zhou Qing was subtly hinting at her departure, especially since Zhou Jinan was currently unavailable to see her. Once Zhou Qing left, the courtyard would only hold her and Zhou Jinxian, which felt rather inappropriate. Not wishing to linger and converse with Zhou Jinxian, she stated, "I shall take my leave. My grandmother is waiting for me at home." In her haste, she realized she had left the snacks she had purchased on the rickshaw and intended to buy more for Feng Shuhua. Zhou Qing, satisfied, suggested, "Then let us depart together." Xu Qing glanced at the closed door of the north wing, relinquished the thought of greeting anyone, and turned to follow Zhou Qing out, never once casting a glance at Zhou Jinxian. Yet, She could not ignore the uncomfortable gaze he had fixed upon her. Upon exiting the school gate, Xu Qing remained preoccupied with worry and curiosity about Xu Qing's ailment. As she pondered, she passed by a state-run pastry shop. Entering, she decided to purchase some sweet snacks, including fried dough twists and a pound of preserved plums. As she exited the shop, she unexpectedly spotted Fang Lanqing across the street in a hurry. Entering the overseas Chinese store, Xu Qing squinted at the sign of the store, recognizing that it resembled a high-end members-only establishment, where one needed both money and remittance vouchers to make purchases. What could Fang Lanqing possibly be doing there? Where did she obtain the vouchers and funds? Holding the box of snacks, Xu Qing approached the entrance and observed carefully, noting that Fang Lanqing stood with her back to her at the liquor and tobacco counter, conversing with the salesperson. After a moment, it appeared that Fang Lanqing handed over some money, and the salesperson provided her with 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Swiftly, Fang Lanqing tucked the bottles into a cloth bag she had brought. Xu Qing stepped back in astonishment. A single bottle of Mao Tai, even with a remittance voucher, cost 7 to 8 yuan, 2 bottles amounting to 16 yuan, a rather extravagant purchase. What could Fang Lanqing possibly need such expensive liquor for? Fearing that Fang Lanqing might notice her, Xu Qing hastily concealed herself in a nearby watch shop. Fang Lanqing emerged, cautiously scanning her surroundings before hastily making her way eastward. Xu Qing, feeling a strong intuition that Fang Lanqing was up to something significant, which might even involve her, decided to follow. She watched as Fang Lanqing entered the provincial capital university, then exited, ultimately heading to the adjacent expert building, rumored to house numerous scientists and veterans who had been rehabilitated after being sent down. Did Fang Lanqing know someone there? Xu Qing hesitated to follow her upstairs, wary of alarming anyone. Instead, she found a discreet spot nearby to wait and see if anyone would accompany Fang Lanqing down. Beside her, a woman selling popsicles, her cart covered with a thick quilt, noticed Xu Qing watching the expert building and struck up a conversation. "Young lady, are you waiting for someone?" Xu Qing replied, "Yes, I am." The woman beamed with pride. "I've been here for 2 years, selling popsicles in summer, candied hawthorns in winter, and sodas and sweet cakes in spring and autumn. I know everyone in that expert building." Xu Qing glanced at the woman, thinking her quite the savvy businesswoman, not missing a single season. The woman continued, "In this heat, aren't you tempted to have a popsicle? Cream popsicles cost 5 cents, while fruit popsicles are just 2 cents, and they are quite sweet." Xu Qing figured that if she didn't buy one, the woman would likely continue her sales pitch. With nothing better to do, she pulled out 5 cents and purchased a cream popsicle. Although it had partially melted beneath the layers of quilt, it was still delightful and melted in her mouth, evoking a nostalgic flavor fondly remembered by many. Xu Qing finished the popsicle in just a few bites, and, while wiping her hands with a handkerchief, suddenly had an idea. She turned to the woman. "Do you know everyone here?" The woman nodded proudly. "Of course. I even know how many people live in some families and what they do. Just tell me who you're looking for." Xu Qing hesitated, appearing reluctant to speak, prompting the woman's curiosity to bubble forth. "No worries. I won't tell anyone who you're searching for." Xu Qing sighed, finally confessing, "My father is a kind man, and my mother is quite beautiful, so..." Without needing to say more, the woman could easily imagine a tale of a man lacking ambition, while the woman seeks affection elsewhere. Many women relish such gossip, and the woman leaned closer. "Are you saying your mother is looking for someone? Is it someone from the building across?" Xu Qing felt embarrassed but nodded. "I heard others say so. I followed her here and saw her enter the building, but I'm uncertain if it is true, or if she is merely there for business." The woman scoffed lightly but replied, "Perhaps she is indeed there for business." Just then, Fang Lanqing emerged from the hallway, glancing around. Because Xu Qing was crouched beside the popsicle cart, she did not see her and hurriedly departed. Xu Qing watched Fang Lanqing's retreating figure and asked the woman, "The one who just came out is my mother. Could I ask you to keep an eye on her to see if she returns or leaves with anyone?" Chapter 26. The kind of person who raises such dogs. The woman selling popsicles was keenly observing the expert building alongside Xu Qing, having seen Fang Lanqing leave. Noticing Xu Qing's gaze following her mother, she inquired with growing curiosity, "You and your mother do not look alike at all. She is not as pretty as you." Xu Qing frowned slightly. "She is my stepmother. My biological mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me." The woman immediately concocted a dramatic narrative in her mind. Nodding knowingly, "They say that second marriages seldom succeed. Do not worry. I will keep a close watch here." Xu Qing recognized the sharpness of the local gossip mongers. Akin to private detectives, any matter that piqued their interest would be scrutinized. Feeling touched, she continued the charade. I'm truly grateful for your help. My father is a very honest man who sincerely wishes to live with my stepmother. If I could know who she is with, I might persuade that man to support my father. The woman was moved, sighing, You are a sincere child. It must be difficult for you. Xu Qing lavished the woman with compliments, purchasing 2 cream popsicles before hastily returning to Huai Tree Alley. The popsicles had melted considerably, dripping water by the time she arrived home. Grandma, hurry! The popsicles are melting. Xu Qing called out as she dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a bowl, unwrapped the popsicle, and placed it inside. Feng Shuhua, leaning on her cane, quickly approached. It's hot. Won't the popsicles melt? You silly child, wasting money. Xu Qing grinned as she presented the bowl to Feng Shuhua, holding the remaining half of the popsicle to her mouth. Grandma, you must have a taste. See if it's sweet. Feng Shuhua took a bite and instantly smiled with satisfaction. So sweet. After finishing her meal, Xu Qing suddenly realized she had returned herself. What about Jinnan? Xu Qing fed Feng Shuhua another bite of ice pop, recounting in detail the process of Zhou Jinnan's illness, unable to suppress her frown. His condition was truly terrifying. It hardly resembled a neurological headache at all. Feng Shuhua quickly swallowed the ice pop in her mouth, a hint of urgency in her voice. Child, why didn't you bring him back? At that moment, Xu Qing had not thought it through. He said there were medicines at home, so I hurried to send him back. Grandma, do you know what illness he has? Feng Shua's expression grew solemn. It's still uncertain. If we had seen him during his episode, perhaps we could have identified the root cause. Xu Qing believed her words. Then I will ask him about his symptoms later. Suddenly, Feng Shuhua looked at Xu Qing. Qing, why not study medicine with me? Xu Qing was taken aback. Study medicine? She couldn't even bear to think of the endless medical tomes. It was overwhelming just to imagine. Furthermore, having lived a lifetime, could she truly settle down to delve into medicine? Her desire to attend university was merely to fulfill her own regrets, never aiming for significant achievements in any field. Thus, she quickly shook her head. Grandma, I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it, and I currently don't even have a job. I need to find a way to make a living. Feng Shuhua replied, It won't take up much time. You'll be learning Miao medicine, which consists mostly of things that mainstream medicine overlooks. It won't waste much of your time. You can do what you wish during the day and study with me at night. Xu Qing was astonished. Miao medicine? Feng Shuhua cautiously explained. It's merely a branch of Miao medicine. It's quite easy to learn. Xu Qing found herself convinced. Then I will learn from you. Feng Shuhua looked at Xu Qing with satisfaction. She admired this child for her tenacity and intelligence, having long wished to teach her some skills. However, she had little fondness for Su Jigua and Feng Lanqin. Having witnessed the quarrel between Xu Qing and them earlier that morning, she realized the naive girl had finally wised up, and given Zhou Jinnan's condition, she made the spontaneous decision to teach Xu Qing medicine. Feng Shuhua insisted that starting tomorrow, Xu Qing must come over every evening. Xu Qing pondered that since she had not yet rented a property, she could stay over at night. Waiting until she found a place for her small business would be rather inconvenient. Grandma, later I plan to set up a small business at the station and rent a place nearby to live. Would you consider moving there with me? Feng Shuhua squinted at the vibrant courtyard bathed in sunlight. This courtyard was left by your grandfather. It cannot be sold. Xu Qing nodded. We want to sell it. You can live with me, and when we have the time, we'll come back to tidy it up. It's not far. Feng Shuhua agreed readily, all right. After lunch, Xu Qing intended to take the White Wolf to Zhou Jinnan and check on him. However, the White Wolf stubbornly ignored her, sprawled under the grape trellis. Panting with its tongue out, indifferent to the half-bun Xu Qing tossed before it. Watching the White Wolf disregard her, Xu Qing felt a surge of determination. She had heard that trained military dogs, without their owner as command, would rather starve than accept food from others. Thus, she had to give it a try. Seizing the moment while Feng Shuhua was feeding the chickens, Xu Qing quietly snuck into the kitchen to retrieve the only egg they had, waving it enticingly before the White Wolf. White Wolf, this is an egg. Will you eat it? The White Wolf didn't even glance her way, continuing to pant with its tongue out. Xu Qing inched closer, persistently shaking the egg in front of it. Not even a nibble? It smells so good. As she spoke, she cracked the egg, letting it spill onto the ground before the wolf. The white wolf cast her a sideways glance, sniffed the egg, then suddenly stood, turned around, and lay back down. Xu Qing was defeated. It seemed this white wolf would listen to no one but Zhou Jinan, with Feng Shuhua soon returning. She quickly grabbed a small shovel and buried the egg yolk in the grape ditch. When Feng Shuhua returned from feeding the chickens and saw Xu Qing still crouched in the yard, she curiously asked, "Are you going out this afternoon?" Xu Qing shook her head no. Since the station master intended to assert his authority over her, she wouldn't comply and go at his beck and call. After all, she was determined to secure a stall at the station. Feng Shuhua leaned on her cane for a moment. "Then come inside with me." Seeing the serious expression on Feng Shuhua's face, Xu Qing felt a flutter of anxiety. Was it time to begin her medical studies? She clapped her hands and followed Feng Shuhua indoors. Once inside, Feng Shuhua pulled the coarse cloth curtain shut, closed the door, and locked it. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Xu Qing inexplicably felt a chill sweep through the room, goosebumps rising on her arms. Feng Shuhua climbed onto the bed and opened a large black box that was about 50 centimeters square. The box was entirely dark, gleaming with an ominous luster, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring mystery. Feng Shuhua beckoned Xu Qing closer. "Come here." Slowly, she opened the black box. Xu Qing leaned in to take a glance, and in that moment, her stomach churned. Chapter 27. Lending money while managing a wife. Xu Qing considered herself quite brave. Yet upon seeing the contents of the black box, she was still taken aback, feeling more disgust than fear. Inside were various crawling insects she had never encountered before, grotesque in appearance, including a repulsive, luminescent green worm. Xu Qing quickly stepped back a couple of paces, her lunch threatening to surge back up. Feng Shuhua's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. "These are all dead insects. What is there to fear?" Xu Qing, suppressing her disgust, waved her hand. "No, Grandma. They're simply too ugly and revolting." Feng Shuhua pinched out a spider-like black insect and held it in her palm. "From today on, you will carry this insect with you. Change it only when you no longer feel disgusted." Xu Qing gasped. "Grandma, you can't be serious about starting my medical education with this?" Feng Shuhua nodded gravely, "Yes." Xu Qing gasped again, suddenly recalling something she had seen on television. "Grandma, you aren't trying to raise a venomous insect, are you?" She quickly clamped her mouth shut. Although the Cultural Revolution had passed, such superstitious practices were still prohibited by the state. Feng Shuhua seemed unfazed. "It's somewhat similar. Some raise venomous insects to harm others, whereas we do it to save lives. Don't view it through a colored lens. It's merely a method of using poison to counteract poison, though the process appears frightening and unbelievable. As long as the outcome is beneficial, that is what truly matters." Xu Qing knew that the hidden medicines of Miao medicine were fascinating, and she was aware of the rumors surrounding venomous insects. Yet she never imagined her grandmother would engage in such practices. Seeing Xu Qing's astonishment, Feng Shuhua extended her hand. "You'll get used to it. These little creatures are more loyal and endearing than humans." Xu Qing longed to retract her statement about studying medicine. She had assumed it would involve acupuncture, which should be manageable. She never anticipated having to confront this psychological hurdle. Yet her indomitable spirit would not yield. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and grasped the insect from Feng Shuhua's hands. "All right, I can definitely do this." Suppressing her nausea, she glanced back at the box, her scalp prickling again, but mustered her courage. "Give me another. I can handle it." Feng Shuhua, not wanting to make it too difficult for Xu Qing, found a less terrifying black beetle for her. This one resembles a longhorn beetle, though it is quite toxic. However, you need not worry. Its toxicity dissipates once it dies. Xu Qing steeled herself as she looked at the two insects in her palm. Her mind gradually accepted the reality, rendering it less distressing. Ignoring the odd sensation in her hand, she stowed them in her pocket. Feng Shuhua smiled slyly. "Your courage surpasses that of your grandfather's. Just be careful not to crush them." Xu Qing feigned indifference as she dusted off her hands. "I will be careful. So, what shall we learn next?" Feng Shuhua produced a book filled with diagrams of acupoints and their corresponding ailments. "You can take a look at this first. Find the acupoint diagrams that correspond to your body. Once you perused it, I'll come back to explain, and you'll understand." Xu Qing gazed at the yellowed pages of the book, reflecting on the years that had passed, and it seemed the old lady had indeed put in some thought. With nothing to do in the afternoon, she rested her arms on the Kong table, engrossed in reading. Many of the characters were still in traditional script, and the phrases were rather obscure. Yet Xu Qing had a fondness for literature. Although she could not grasp every meaning, she could still infer quite a bit. Zhou Jinan awoke from his nap, the pain in his body having subsided. Gao Zhan had been keeping watch nearby and remarked upon Zhou Jinan's awakening. "You've slept for 3 hours. Quite impressive." Zhou Jinan rubbed the stiffness from his neck and inquired, "Did you manage to bring back the white wolf?" Gao Zhan clicked his tongue. "The white wolf only recognizes you. It wouldn't follow me. I'll take you to fetch it shortly." He paused. "You have a visitor at home." "Who?" Zhou Jinan asked. Gao Zhan, puzzled, replied, "An expert named Ding from the neighboring building." Zhou Jinan recognized Ding Chongwen, a bridge expert who had studied abroad years ago and had been sent down to the countryside. It was said that even during his exile, he continued his research, authoring numerous reports on local soil and bridge construction. However, he had a notorious reputation for his licentious behavior, which persisted even after his downfall. With rumors of entanglements with local widows, Zhou Jinan knew him from their proximity during the time of his assignment. They had met a few times, and Zhou Jinan had not been impressed by his demeanor. Gao Zhan, sensing Zhou Jinan's silence, speculated, "I just saw your father greet him quite politely." Zhou Jinan, suppressing his thoughts, carefully descended from the bed, deftly locating his wardrobe and retrieving a shirt. He turned to Gao Zhan, "Step outside. I need a change." Gao Zhan, surprised, replied, "We're both men. It's not like I haven't seen you before." Zhou Jinan shot him a cold glance, his eyes still stained with blood, exuding an icy demeanor. Gao Zhan, feeling an inexplicable guilt, raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I'll step out. A man like you can still have a wife." He waited at the door for Zhou Jinan to change. Dressed in a gray shirt and black trousers, Zhou Jinan appeared quite ordinary, yet he carried himself with an air of authority and composure. Gao Zhan could not help but think how striking Zhou Jinan looked, yet his temperament was equally abrasive. Gently nudging Zhou Jinan's elbow, he offered, "I drove here. Where shall I take you?" Zhou Jinan pondered. "First to the train station." "What business do you have at the train station?" Gao Zhan queried. But Zhou Jinan ignored him and continued forward. Upon exiting, they encountered Zhou Jinxian, whose face was clouded with anger. Gao Zhan, displaying some concern, greeted, "What's wrong, Jinxian?" Suppressing his fury, Zhou Jinxian muttered, "Nothing." However, he seethed inwardly, realizing that Ding was there to urge him to marry Su Ryue promptly. With someone like Su Ryue, how could he possibly consider marriage? As a university student, how could he allow himself to be cuckolded? As Zhou Jinan passed Zhou Jinxian, he abruptly stopped, solemnly advising, "Take care of yourself." With that, he continued, leaving Gao Zhan bewildered as he hurried to catch up and lead Zhou Jinan to the car. Once Zhou Jinan settled into the passenger seat, Gao Zhan, curious, asked, "What did you mean by that?" "He is still your brother." From his acquaintance with Zhou Jinan, Gao Zhan had sensed a certain distance between Zhou Jinan and his family. Zhou Jinan rarely spoke of familial matters, and even now, he had not disclosed the true reason for his predicament. A myriad of questions lingered, but instead, Zhou Jinan inquired, "Do you have any money on you?" "I wish to purchase a courtyard." Chapter 28. The skilled protector of his wife Gao Zhan looked at Zhou Jinan quizzically. "Why do you want to buy a courtyard? And where is all your money gone?" Zhou Jinan replied curtly, "I have my reasons." Gao Zhan chuckled. "You borrow money as if you were a lord. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't lend you a penny." After a moment of silence, Zhou Jinan stated, "Xu Qing resigned from her job to start her own business. The area near the train station seems promising." Gao Zhan expressed surprise. "Wasn't she a ticket seller? Why would she give up a good job? What success can come from starting a business? You've never shown such concern for anyone before. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Xu Qing?" Furrowing his brow, Zhou Jinan retorted, "Will you lend me money or not? If not, I will seek Xinjiang." With that, he reached for the car door. Gao Zhan quickly called out, "All right, I'll lend. Why are you so easy to provoke? But I don't have much, so be mindful." Gao Zhan could hardly comprehend Zhou Jinan's unwavering dedication to Xu Qing. Nevertheless, he dutifully drove Zhou Jinan to the vicinity of the train station to help Xu Qing find a suitable courtyard. Neither of them had any business acumen, and after a fruitless search, they decided it was best to let Xu Qing locate a place herself, with Zhou Jinan simply providing the funds. Gao Zhan, curious, asked, "What kind of business does Xu Qing intend to pursue?" "Something like marinated delicacies," Zhou Jinan answered. Gao Zhan glanced toward the train station. observing the hurried individuals burdened with bags, wondering if they would truly spend their money on marinated food. He thought Xu Qing was being naive, abandoning a stable job for a venture fraught with risk. Given Zhou Jinan's current situation and Xu Qing's impulsive nature, he questioned whether they could truly build a life together. Yet, feeling guilty for his friend, Gao Zhan chose to remain silent. They next drove to Huai Tree Alley to retrieve the white wolf, only to find Xu Qing absent. Initially, she had been poring over a difficult acupoint book, but suddenly remembered the need for an ID and household registration to rent a stall at the station. As she lacked an ID, her household registration remained under Su Jigua's name. She needed to get it transferred. Currently, there were only two ways to do so, either through marriage, transferring to her husband's household, or obtaining an independent courtyard for registration. It seemed marriage was her only viable option. However, approaching Zhou Jinan to suggest they obtain a marriage certificate for the sake of her household registration felt excessively utilitarian. After some hesitation, she decided to consult Feng Shuhua about transferring her household registration to her name. Feng Shuhua readily agreed. Determined, Xu Qing hurried home to retrieve the household registration book. Given their recent fallout, she was no longer concerned about the potential awkwardness. Unexpectedly, upon her arrival, she found Li Daong's mother, Qing Guizhi, and his second aunt, Li Feng, present. Su Jigua and Feng Lanqin sat nearby, both with grim expressions. Upon Xu Qing's entrance, they remained silent. Qing Guizhi, however, greeted her with a smile. Xu Qing is back. Look at how much prettier she has become. Xu Qing politely nodded in acknowledgement. Having worked in the kitchen of a state-run restaurant, Qing Guizhi appeared plump and healthy, her features somewhat clustered together. But she spoke and acted with remarkable efficiency. Li Feng merely cast a glance at Xu Qing before resuming her conversation with Feng Lanqin. My Daong is currently unemployed, but he will soon take his father's place at the meat processing plant. Don't underestimate the work there. You should see how well they've fared these past years. Feng Lanqin, gritting her teeth, held back her retort. If that's the case, we won tea overreach. You may as well return home. Li Feng, displeased, retorted, I say, Feng Lanqin, why are you so obstinate? Not to mention, look at Ruyua. She is nothing but a wilted flower. My Daong's willingness to overlook her is already generous. Feng Lanqin's expression darkened as she glared at Li Feng. What did you just say? Qing Guizhi hurriedly grasped Li Feng's arm, smiling to soothe Feng Lanqin. Do not be angry. You know that Daong's second aunt has always been inept with words. Daong has confided in me about his affair with Ruyue, and I believe it is best for our families to have a proper discussion. Who knows? Ruyue may already be carrying a child from the Li family. While the situation remains discreet, we should swiftly arrange the engagement. Xu Qing gradually understood that the Li family was here to propose marriage, albeit without a single pleasant word. Clearly, because Li Daong had been intimate with Su Ruyue, they perceived her as diminished in value. Quietly, she took a seat at the dining table, intending to observe the unfolding drama. Feng Lanqin felt blood rush to her head upon hearing Qing Guizhi's words. A buzzing pain in her temples. Grabbing 2 jars of canned goods and a bag of egg cakes from the coffee table, she hurled them at Qing Guizhi. Take your things and leave. Even if my Ruyue never marries, she will not marry into your family. Qing Guizhi was equally incensed, standing with her jars in hand. Feng Lanqin, we have shown you courtesy. Who does not know that Ruyue and our Daong have been together? Feng Lanqin's face turned pale. What nonsense are you spouting? She realized that this matter could not be concealed, yet she did not anticipate it would spread so swiftly. Qing Guizhi sneered. Do not expect us to agree to Daong marrying you in the future. With that, she called out to Li Feng. Let us go. They truly act as if they are princesses, allowing men to sleep with them without marriage. How shameless. Feng Lanqin was furious. Who are you calling shameless? You fat cow. Just wait until I tear you apart today. Su Jigua quickly intervened. Enough. Have you no sense of shame? Feng Lanqin shouted as she struck Su Jigua. What sort of man are you, enduring such humiliation at your doorstep? Su Jigua felt that he had lost his dignity over the years, pushing Feng Lanqin away with force, then glaring at Xu Qing. What are you back for? Feng Lanqin stumbled but regained her footing, only then remembering Xu Qing's presence. She wanted to lash out at Xu Qing, but meeting her cold, mocking gaze, she hesitated, feeling that Xu Qing had lost her sanity. She could not afford to provoke a madwoman. Xu Qing remained seated. looking at Su Jigua indifferently. Hand over the household registration book. I need it. Su Jigua, noticing Xu Qing's lack of respect and her refusal to call him dad, was enraged. What do you need the household registration for? Xu Qing, do not think that just because your grandmother supports you, you can act recklessly. Xu Qing dismissed him. Just give me the household registration. We can discuss the rest later. Su Jigua, fuming, slammed his hand on the table. Xu Qing, do you truly believe I would not dare strike you? Watch how I handle you today. He raised his hand to slap Xu Qing, but before he could, the door to the living room swung open forcefully. Zhou Jinan stood in the doorway, backlit, and spoke leisurely. Uncle Su, go ahead and try. Chapter 29. First, obtain the marriage certificate. Zhou Jinan stood tall at the entrance, blocking the light behind him. And with the bandages on his face, his expression was even more obscure. The coldness and anger radiating from him were impossible to ignore. Su Jigua's hand froze midair, fear creeping into his heart. He was wary of Zhou Jinan, who was rumored to have blood on his hands. After a moment to compose himself, he awkwardly lowered his hand, his tone somewhat unnatural. Jinan, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Gao Zhan nudged Zhou Jinan from behind, helping him enter the room smoothly. Xu Qing was somewhat surprised that Zhou Jinan had come, standing to curiously observe him, then looking toward Gao Zhan. When Su Jigua noticed that Zhou Jinan remained silent after entering, he cleared his throat and explained, Jinan, I apologize for the disturbance. This child is simply too stubborn, and I lost my temper. She is well. Zhou Jinan's tone was flat yet resolute. Gao Zhan, standing nearby, felt somewhat incredulous. What did she as well mean? He had never seen such fierce protection. Zhou Jinan was notorious for his fierce loyalty. No one could criticize his subordinates except him. Xu Qing felt her ears flush upon Zhou Jinan's words. She truly did not wish for him to witness her fiery side. It seemed she was always caught in his gaze. Fang Lanqin had been in a daze since Zhou Jinan's entrance. And just the thought that the entire compound and factory district knew of Li Daong and Su Ryue's affair made her head pound. She was uncertain whether Ding Chongwen could manage to persuade Zhou Jinxian and Su Ryue to marry promptly. As for Zhou Jinan, she no longer wished to appease him, yet felt compelled to do so. After much contemplation, she finally approached. There have been too many troubles at home lately. Please excuse our rudeness, Jinan. Please sit. Zhou Jinan shook his head. No need. Uncle Su, please hand the household registration book to Xu Qing. We are preparing to register our marriage. Xu Qing was taken aback, but refrained from revealing the truth in front of Su Jigua. Su Jigua was equally astonished, taking a while to respond. Wasn't the wedding set for October? We can register the marriage now and hold the wedding in October. You know my eyesight is poor, and when Xu Qing goes out, people are likely to misunderstand. Having a marriage certificate will help silence their gossip. Zhou Jinan spoke with utmost seriousness. Fang Lanqin panicked. If Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing obtain a marriage certificate, there would be no way to stop Xu Qing from marrying into the Zhou family. After all, their marriage would be legally protected. Her voice became urgent. Jinan, reconsider. You both should spend more time together. Marriage is a lifelong commitment and should not be taken lightly. Xu Qing interjected. When you married my father, it is said you knew each other for less than half a month. Yet here we are, 18 years later. Fang Lanqin's expression darkened, and she shot an angry glare at Xu Qing. Zhou Jinan evidently lost his patience. Does Uncle Su wish to retract this marriage proposal? Su Jigua quickly shook his head. No, I will get the household registration for you right away. Despite his reluctance, he had to endure and return to the bedroom to fetch the household registration book, handing it to Xu Qing. Once you have registered, return it promptly. Xu Qing thought that after transferring the household registration, the book would serve no purpose for her. Zhou Jinan listened keenly, knowing Xu Qing had received the household registration, and then turned to Su Jigua. Uncle Su, we will take our leave, and please be courteous to Xu Qing in the future. Turning to Xu Qing, his tones softened. Let us go. The white wolf is still waiting below. Xu Qing glanced at Su Jigua and Fang Lanqin, her gaze cold, then turned and followed Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan downstairs. Fang Lanqin, hearing the door slam shut, finally regained her senses. Turning to Su Jigua. You were just letting her go like that? Su Jigua's face darkened. What else could I do with Zhou Jinan here? How did Xu Qing suddenly become like this? This was something he could not comprehend. She had once been an obedient child, even when she was stubborn. She would not dare to defy her elders. And now, not only did she disregard them, but she even dared to wield an axe against them. Fang Lanqin was puzzled as well. Why had Xu Qing transformed like this? Suddenly, she eyed Su Zhiguo with suspicion. Could it be that she knows how Yinan died? Su Zhiguo shook his head. No, impossible. Fang Lanqin suddenly had a bold hypothesis. What if Xu Qing knows she is not your daughter? Su Zhiguo's anger flared. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Lanqin had been harboring pent-up frustration, seeing Su Zhiguo daring to yell at her. She retorted angrily. Why are you shouting at me? How many men are as spineless as you? Xu Qing is clearly the child of Yinan and some man. Yet you still treat her as a treasure. Su Zhiguo's face darkened. If you do not want to attract trouble, control your tongue. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Fang Lanqin, never having endured such humiliation, bent down and swept everything off the dining table, sending jars and thermoses crashing to the ground. The neighbors downstairs felt the tremors in their roofs. As fate would have it, Ma Xuelan, the loudmouth, was visiting downstairs. Although she could not discern the content of the quarrel above, her inquiries over the past few days had provided her with a rough understanding of the situation. Leaving the rest to her imagination. Cracking sunflower seeds, she conversed with several women knitting nearby. Do you know why it has been so lively upstairs these days? I heard it's all due to Xu Qing. Ma Xuelan spat out a seed shell disdainfully. No, this time it has nothing to do with Xu Qing. They are merely using her as a distraction. The real scandal involves that rogue, Li Daong, who has been with Su Riyue. Is that true? We've heard whispers, but couldn't believe it. One woman replied. Indeed, Xu Qing has just had her troubles, and now Riyue too. We just don't know if Riyue was willing. Ma Xuelan, brimming with pride, replied, of course it was voluntary. It was at old Lu's place selling fried dough sticks. His wife even mentioned they were caught in her daughter Fang Fang's room, leaving the sheets all dirty. Really? It seems the rumors are true, another woman remarked. Ma Xuelan, filled with arrogance, declared, of course they are true. After all, I was the one who spread them. After munching on a few more seeds, she added, there's even juicier gossip. They were caught in the act by Ryue's boyfriend. Ma Xuelan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, relishing how this would affect Fang Lanqin's pride. What does it matter if her daughter is a university student destined to marry a professor's son? Let us see how she manages to marry her daughter off now. The more she thought about it, the more enjoyable it became, and her words flowed joyously. Xu Qing followed Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan downstairs, hesitating for a moment before looking up at Zhou Jinan with a smile. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Brother Zhou, with you here, it's much easier to handle the household register. What I said earlier was genuine. Let us get our marriage certificate first. Chapter 30. All wages handed over after marriage. Xu Qing momentarily failed to grasp Zhou Jinan's implication and gasped. Zhou Jinan turned to Gao Zhan. You should drive off first. I'll head back on my own shortly. Gao Zhan was taken aback. Was he now superfluous? Just before he and Zhou Jinan entered Su's house, they had encountered Li Daong's mother and second aunt, who were hurling harsh insults, calling Su Riyue a disgrace and Xu Qing a loose woman, suggesting that the Su family was not respectable. Why is it that while other families' daughters are doing well, Su's daughters are being ruined? Gao Zhan sensed the pressure around Zhou Jinan drop as they ascended the stairs, only to overhear the quarrel between Su Zhiguo and Xu Qing. Before he could intervene, Zhou Jinan had already pushed the door open, even contemplating obtaining their marriage certificate first. Gao Zhan initially disapproved of Zhou Jinan marrying Xu Qing out of guilt, but after meeting her, he thought she was quite decent, perhaps a serendipitous match. Yet, witnessing the constant dramas unfolding in the Su family and Xu Qing resigning from her job to pursue a small business, he grew increasingly skeptical about Zhou Jinan marrying her. This was not merely marrying a wife. It felt akin to bringing home a significant burden. However, as Zhou Jinan had made his decision, he refrained from voicing further objections and gave Xu Qing a meaningful glance before patting Zhou Jinan's shoulder and leaving. Xu Qing discerned a warning in Gao Zhan's look. What was he trying to caution her about? Reflecting on Gao Zhan's reproaches during her previous divorce, it became clear he genuinely worried for Zhou Jinan. Thus, Gao Zhan's earlier warning was a reminder for her to treat Zhou Jinan well. With this thought, Xu Qing couldn't help but smile. How could she ever lose such a man who cared for her unconditionally? Noticing Xu Qing's prolonged silence, Zhou Jinan spoke first. When I mentioned getting the marriage certificate, it wasn't a ploy to deceive your father. Rather, I believe it would facilitate matters for you. Xu Qing suppressed her racing heart. I fear you may regret it later. A 1T. Zhou Jinan replied without hesitation. After we obtain the marriage certificate, we need not reside together. And you can navigate your affairs as a married woman more conveniently. Xu Qing was momentarily taken aback and asked without thinking, why not live together? In her mind, getting a marriage certificate equated to being truly married, and living together seemed natural. Moreover, many people nowadays, due to a lack of legal awareness or age constraints, would simply hold a banquet and consider themselves married, only to think of obtaining a marriage certificate when the child grew older. Zhou Jinan was momentarily stumped by Xu Qing's question. He had suggested not living together out of concern that she might be unwilling to share a home. He hadn't anticipated her counter-question, leaving him at a loss for words. Seeing Zhou Jinan's flustered expression made Xu Qing chuckle lightly. But I might not move into your house. If I find a place to rent, would you be willing to move in with me? She felt a warmth rise to her cheeks after saying that. Zhou Jinan, without any hesitation, replied, sure. Xu Qing blushed as she looked at him. So, shall I take you home now? Zhou Jinan pondered for a moment. Let us eat first. Remembering the cookies and egg cake she had bought for Feng Shuhua, she figured the old lady would be happier if she indulged in snacks without her around. Thus, she readily agreed. I'll take you to a delicious lamb soup place. As she spoke, she naturally reached for Zhou Jinnan's hand, completely forgetting that Bai Lang was squatting beside him. Zhou Jinnan's fingers stirred slightly, but did not withdraw, allowing Xu Qing to hold his hand as they walked forward. As they exited, they encountered numerous acquaintances. Xu Qing greeted them cheerfully. No longer the ashamed figure from her past life who dared not lift her head due to her shame. Having been reborn, she finally realized that she was the victim. Why should she feel like a sinner hiding away? She would hold her head high and live her life. Zhou Jinan followed silently, listening to Xu Qing's sweet, familiar voice as she greeted people, her smile radiating warmth like sunshine, lifting his spirits and bringing a subtle smile to his lips. Approaching the gate, they passed by a group of elderly women seeking shade. Xu Qing greeted them with a smile and confidently led Zhou Jinan past them, hearing their murmurs. The eldest daughter of the Xu family is a pitiful soul. Such a good girl ends up marrying a blind man. Don't call him blind. He is a national hero, a remarkable person. Indeed, they do seem quite well matched. As they walked further away, the chatter faded from earshot. Unable to resist, Xu Qing glanced at Zhou Jinan beside her. From her angle, she could see his broad shoulders, resolute jawline, and the movement of his Adam's apple, causing her to smile unconsciously. They did seem well suited, yet their current dynamic felt somewhat awkward and formal, more like temporary comrades than an engaged couple. As she walked, lost in her thoughts, Zhou Jinan suddenly spoke. My current salary is 65 yuan and 70 cents per month, with a meal allowance of 10 yuan. Once I return to work, that allowance will cease. There are bonuses for tasks, though they aren't substantial. I'll give you the stamp. On the first of every month, you can collect your salary from the post office. Xu Qing was momentarily bewildered. I can collect my salary from the post office? Zhou Jinan nodded. Because I'm currently recuperating, my salary has been transferred here for you to collect. Xu Qing shook Zhou Jinan's hand. Brother Zhou, why are you so kind to me? If it were merely because he was fond of her, there would be no need for such heartfelt gestures before they had even spent much time together. It felt as if he were trying to atone for something he had done wrong, a fleeting thought that she quickly dismissed, considering they had never interacted before. What could he possibly have done to her? Zhou Jinan remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Xu Qing mentioned that the delectable lamb soup restaurant is conveniently located near the provincial capital university. She had visited it once before with Zhou Jinxian and found the flavors quite delightful. Now, bringing Zhou Jinan along, her motivation was purely the prospect of enjoying a good meal without any ulterior thoughts. Upon their arrival, they found the small cafeteria bustling with patrons, with some even squatting at the entrance, savoring their bowls. Observing the crowded scene, Xu Qing felt a tinge of regret. There were too many people. Perhaps we should consider another place. Zhou Jinan had no objections. All right. As Xu Qing turned to lead Zhou Jinan away, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon Su Riyue. To her surprise, the haggard Su Riyue was accompanied not by Zhou Jinxian or Li Daong, but by an old acquaintance Xu Qing had nearly forgotten. It appeared that these individuals were all part of the same circle. Chapter 31. Do not call me Brother Zhou anymore after Xu Qing's rebirth. She preferred not to dwell on many events from her past life, fearing that such recollections might tarnish her mindset. However, upon seeing Sun Liqin next to Su Ruyue, unpleasant memories resurfaced. Sun Liqin had been their neighbor, having grown up in the same alley, and their relationship had been relatively amicable. Little did Xu Qing know that, in an attempt to assist Sun Liqin by offering her a job at the company, she would later betray her trust by sabotaging a batch of products. Thankfully, Xu Qing had always been meticulous in her work, especially concerning food safety, implementing stringent quality checks. This diligence allowed her to uncover the poisoning incident before it could have dire consequences. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Sun Liqin was behind the act, motivated by jealousy toward Xu Qing. Yet, it seemed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Xu Qing narrowed her eyes at Su Ruyue and Sun Liqin, while Zhou Jinan, sensing her altered demeanor, quietly inquired, "What is wrong?" Xu Qing furrowed her brow. "It's nothing, just saw Su Ruyue with my neighbor." Su Ruyue and Sun Liqin noticed Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan. Su Ruyue glared at Xu Qing with a mix of resentment and fury, clenching her fist to suppress the urge to confront Xu Qing. Sun Liqin tugged at Su Ruyue's arm and whispered, "Don't act like this. If others see, they might speak ill of you." Her disdain for Xu Qing was long-standing, rooted in childhood envy of Xu Qing's academic excellence and domestic skills. As adults, Sun Liqin worked as a saleswoman in a department store, while Xu Qing took a position as a ticket seller at the bus station. Xu Qing's side endeavors of sewing and embroidery, which she contributed toward supporting her family, further fueled Sun Liqin's resentment. Sun Liqin's mother was infamous for her foul-mouthed tirades, which only deepened Sun Liqin's animosity towards Xu Qing. The moment Xu Qing encountered misfortune, her mother ceased to praise her, providing Sun Liqin with a fleeting sense of comfort. Yet, even now, Xu Qing had managed to marry into a distinguished family, despite Zhou Jinnan's apparent flaws, which only exacerbated Sun Liqin's feelings of inadequacy. Taking in Sun Liqin's words, Su Ruyue regained her composure and smirked coldly. "I want tea, let her provoke me. After all, she is my sister. I'll just have a few words with her." She approached Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan, forcing a strained smile. "Brother Zhou, are you and Qing out shopping?" Xu Qing observed Su Ruyue with a steady gaze, noting the flicker of triumph in her eyes, hinting at some hidden agenda. Zhou Jinan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Ruyue turned to Xu Qing. "Qing, guess who I ran into? The man you were involved with during my time in the countryside." Xu Qing found the assertion amusing, as she was unaware of any past romantic entanglement, opting not to clarify. Instead, she regarded Su Ruyue with a calm demeanor, curious about her next words. Su Ruyue, sensing Xu Qing's indifference and fueled by recent fatigue, blurted out, "Years ago, during the summer while I was in the countryside, I returned ill for treatment and found you in a room with a man. I knocked on the door multiple times, but you didn't answer." Her remark triggered a memory for Xu Qing. That summer, shortly after Su Ruyue's arrival in the countryside, she had fallen ill and was permitted to return to the city for treatment. However, Xu Qing had been away participating in a work-study program and had not been home. Consequently, Su Ruyue's return went unnoticed by her. Xu Qing recalled hearing from Fong Lanxin that Su Ruyue had suffered greatly during her time in the countryside, losing significant weight and enduring hardships. Now, hearing Su Ruyue's words, Xu Qing grasped a crucial piece of information. Su Ruyue had indeed mentioned this incident, but Fong Lanxin had intervened. Thus, Su Ruyue was not lying. Rather, the person with whom she had been involved was not Xu Qing, but Fong Lanxin. A surge of excitement coursed through Xu Qing as she regarded Su Ruyue with a glint of amusement. "Did you see me when you returned from your illness?" A simple inquiry would have informed you that I was occupied with work-related training and had no time to return home. She paused, leaving the rest unspoken, prompting Su Ruyue to contemplate the implications. Su Ruyue, not foolish, gleaned the truth from Xu Qing's words and expressions, her complexion darkening as she turned on her heel and strode away without a backward glance. Sun Liqin cast a quick glance at Xu Qing before hastily pursuing Su Ruyue. Xu Qing's gaze remained fixed on Su Ruyue's retreating figure, unable to suppress her exhilaration. If her earlier suspicions were mere conjecture, now she had a solid lead. Fong Lanxin was entangled with someone else, and for an extended period. Should she uncover evidence of Fong Lanxin's infidelity, She would ensure that the woman faced the utmost disgrace. In a buoyant mood, she turned to Zhou Jinan. Brother Zhou, it seems a table has opened up. Let us go take a seat. They continued to allow the white wolf to linger in an inconspicuous corner as she guided Zhou Jinan into the establishment. The small eatery housed only 4 or 5 tables, with one solitary table available. Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan to sit down and ordered 2 bowls of lamb soup and a pound of flatbread. The lamb soup, simmered to a milky hue and garnished with scallions and cilantro, wafted a tantalizing aroma upon arrival. Xu Qing assisted Zhou Jinan in breaking the bread into pieces to soak in the soup, softly sharing. Their lamb soup features exceptionally chewy noodles, rich in flavor, with a hint of white pepper that warms the stomach without being spicy. Zhou Jinan sat quietly, listening to Xu Qing's gentle chatter, which evoked a sense of serene contentment. If their married life could embody such tranquility, it would indeed be delightful. Once the bread was adequately soaked, Xu Qing filled a small bowl for Zhou Jinan, advising, "Brother Zhou, use this small bowl. It cools down faster in 1 tea burn." Zhou Jinan accepted the bowl and paused, stating calmly, "Please don't call me Brother Zhou anymore." Chapter 32. Jinan, I will follow your lead. Xu Qing froze momentarily, instinctively asking why. Zhou Jinan responded with composure, "We are about to marry. Calling me Brother Zhou feels distant. I will call you Qing, and you should refrain from calling me Brother Zhou." Little did he reveal how anxious he felt, particularly after Su Riyue had just referred to him as Brother Zhou, leaving him somewhat weary of the title. Xu Qing's thoughts were quite simple. She would call him Brother Zhou after they registered their marriage, but it felt too unfamiliar. She pondered whether to address him as Jinan or Brother Jinan, both titles seeming overly intimate. After a moment's hesitation, she decided, "Then I shall call you Brother Jinan from now on." Zhou Jinan curved his lips into a smile. "Very well." He lifted his bowl, savoring the delicious lamb soup, which tasted exceptionally delightful. After their meal, Xu Qing accompanied Zhou Jinan back home. As they approached the school compound, Zhou Jinan suddenly spoke, "Tomorrow morning at 9, we will first go to your street office to apply for the marriage certificate." Xu Qing was aware that obtaining a marriage certificate was quite cumbersome at present. It was not as simple as in the future when all that was required would be their identification cards and household registration books. Currently, they needed proofs from their respective streets or communes, followed by a medical examination, before they could finally acquire the marriage certificate. The Civil Affairs Department had yet to be separated, and all applications were processed at the local district office. It was undeniably a tedious process. Xu Qing note that, Anzai. I will definitely be there on time. Zhou Jinan, noting the seriousness in Xu Qing's tone, couldn't help but chuckle. "It's all right if you're a bit late. I will use my connections to expedite the medical examination, allowing us to directly obtain the marriage certificate." A strange sensation washed over Xu Qing. She wished to nurture their marriage and relationship properly. Yet, the two of them discussing marriage felt akin to conversing about a mundane matter devoid of any emotional connection. Looking up at Zhou Jinan's sharply defined profile in the dusk light, a smile unexpectedly blossomed within her. "If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain." Since Zhou Jinan was not one for romance, she resolved to infuse their married life with vibrancy and warmth to enhance their bond. With this thought, she smiled sweetly. "All right, Brother Jinan, I will follow your lead." Her voice was crisp and sweet, tinged with a hint of playfulness and affirmation, as if a feather had brushed against Zhou Jinan's heart, sending a delightful shiver through his veins. When he spoke again, his voice was tense. "Be careful on your way back. I shall see you tomorrow." Xu Qing watched as Zhou Jinan and the white wolf entered the courtyard before turning away with a smile. She noticed that despite being a few years her senior, Zhou Jinan was quite innocent. He would blush at a simple hand-holding, and he grew uncomfortable whenever she acted coyly. Perhaps it was because he had only interacted with men in his workplace that he was unsure how to engage with women. Amused, she couldn't help but chuckle softly as she quickened her pace home, stepping into the shadows of the setting sun. As she neared the Shu alley, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Shuai, who seemed to be coming from the direction of the Huai Tree Alley. Upon spotting Xu Qing, Qin Shuai joyfully approached her. "I just visited your grandmother's house. She said you haven't returned yet." Xu Qing was taken aback. "How did you find me?" Qin Shuai looked at her. "Did you forget? My aunt and Ma Shuelan are sisters-in-law. Ma Shuelan told her family, and then my aunt informed us." Xu Qing truly had forgotten about that familial connection. It seemed that Qin Shuem Mei was well informed, so she decided not to dwell on that topic. Are you in a hurry to find me for something? Qin Shui Mei nodded eagerly. Yes, don't rent a place just yet. I've inquired and found a courtyard available for rent right on the street, for just 8 yuan a month. 8 yuan was indeed quite expensive. Xu Qing contemplated for a moment, then I will go take a look tomorrow afternoon. Qin Shui Mei nodded again. You should check it out. I saw the courtyard is not large, just 3 main rooms, a side room for the kitchen, and a public toilet. It's the least convenient area over there. I wonder if you can adapt. Xu Qing was not concerned. I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon, and we can go see it together. King Xu Mei, curious, asked, what do you plan for the afternoon? Wouldn't it be cooler to go in the morning? Xu Qing smiled. I'm going to obtain my marriage certificate tomorrow morning. Qin Shui Mei's eyes widened in surprise. You are marrying Zhou Jinan? My aunt said that Ma Shuelan mentioned you two would never work out. Xu Qing chuckled coldly. She certainly knows a lot, but unfortunately, she is mistaken this time. Qin Shui Mei still seemed a bit worried. Xu Qing, are you truly going to marry Zhou Jinan? Although his family background is excellent and he is a hero, he is blind. If you marry him, life will be quite challenging. You will have to earn a living, raise children, and take care of him. As a friend, Qin Shui Mei sincerely hoped Xu Qing would not marry Zhou Jinan. Xu Qing hugged Qin Shui Mei with a smile. Yes, I'm going to marry him. He is truly a wonderful person. Seeing the beaming Xu Qing, Qin Shui Mei could not bear to dampen her spirits further. The two stood by the roadside, engaging in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, the Zhou family had lost their usual tranquility and harmony. During dinner, Zhou Chengwen abruptly announced that Zhou Jinxian and Su Ruyu should choose a date next month to get married. Zhou Laozu and Zhou Laotai were taken aback, and even Zhou Jinxian's mother, Su Huiru, was astonished. Why the sudden rush to marriage? Zhou Chengwen, however, saw nothing wrong with it. You're already engaged. Getting married is just a matter of time. By moving the wedding up, Su Ruyu can live at home, and you can attend school together, which is quite convenient. In a couple of years, policies may tighten and university students might not be allowed to marry. There are already too many students with families attending university, and some even have children. Zhou Jinxian looked up at Zhou Chengwen. Dad, I do not wish to marry Su Ruyu. He had already refused once in the afternoon. Why wouldn't his father listen? Zhou Chengwen's expression darkened immediately. Do you think dating is a joke? Are you trying to be a rogue? You are already engaged. Why not go through with the marriage? Zhou Jinxian couldn't bring himself to voice his feelings about Su Ruyu. He still had his pride. He remained silent, his entire demeanor radiating resistance. Zhou Chengwen, seeing this, grew even angrier. You two will marry eventually, or do you wish to break the engagement? Zhou Jinxian continued to remain silent. Su Huiru, unable to bear it any longer, quickly intervened. All right, there must be a reason why Jinxian does not want to marry. Besides, they're still in school. There is no need to rush. Zhou Chengwen was anxious, as Ding Chongwen had proposed an exchange involving research results for sponsorship, which was an enticing offer for him. With that, he could still hope for a promotion to deputy director. If you cannot articulate your reasons, we will proceed with the wedding next month during the summer vacation. Zhou Jinxian wanted to speak up again, but Zhou Jinan entered with a white wolf. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan, Su Huiru quickly stood up. Jinan, have you eaten? Let me get you a bowl of rice. As she spoke, she moved to help Zhou Jinan sit down, but was met with his cold indifference, leaving her hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Chapter 33. Xu Qing. Have you made your decision? Su Huiru's hand froze in midair, watching as Zhou Jinan was assisted by the elderly matriarch to sit down, her smile nearly faltering. She still did not understand why her eldest son had suddenly grown distant. For the past decade, Zhou Jinan had not called her mother even once. Each meeting was marked by clear rejection and hostility. The son she carried for 10 months viewed her as an enemy. He left for work without informing her. Spent 10 years in a classified unit with little correspondence, and even when he did write, he never mentioned her. He forbade her from approaching him when he was injured and excluded her from significant life events like his marriage. Su Huiru felt aggrieved and had asked Zhou Jinan why, to which he coldly replied, "You know the reason." She did not understand. Not in the slightest. As Su Huiru wrestled with her feelings of hurt, Zhou Laotai called out, "Huiru, why are you just standing there? Hurry and come eat." She then instructed the housekeeper to serve Zhou Jinan. Everyone was aware that Zhou Jinan and his mother had suddenly fallen out, yet no one knew the reason behind it. Zhou Laozu and Zhou Laodai had privately inquired and attempted to mediate with Zhou Jinnan, but he remained tight-lipped and unresponsive. Su Huiru took a deep breath and sat down opposite Zhou Jinnan, her heart aching at the sight of him fumbling with his food. She was opposed to him marrying Xu Qing. How could a woman lacking education and with a tarnished past be worthy of her exceptional son? Unfortunately, Zhou Jinnan would not heed her opinion at all. The proposal did not require her presence, and one could fear that even at the wedding, her attendance would be unwelcome. Observing the atmosphere at the dining table, which had grown even more oppressive due to Zhou Jinnan's arrival, Zhou Chengwen furrowed his brow and said, "Jinnan, your timing is impeccable. Why don't you discuss with Qingqing about moving your wedding date forward to coincide with Jin Xian and Lu Yues?" Zhou Jinnan paused with his chopsticks. "Tomorrow, I will accompany Qingqing to obtain our marriage license. The date may be advanced, but it certainly cannot fall on the same day." Zhou Chengwen was taken aback. Why not? Getting married on the same day would simplify the arrangements. Qingqing will be displeased. Zhou Jinnan continued eating, oblivious to the shock rippling through the table. Zhou Chengwen was utterly astonished. "What do you mean you're suddenly getting the marriage license? When do you plan to hold the wedding? You must inform your family. Otherwise, preparations will be rushed." Su Huiru hastened to nod in agreement. Yes. You need to let your family know in advance, or we will be entirely unprepared. We still need to arrange for the banquet and invitations." Zhou Jinnan remained silent for a moment. "No need. I will manage the arrangements myself." Su Huiru swallowed her words, her eyes reddening as she fell silent. Zhou Jinxian felt an uncomfortable sensation brewing within him. The thought that Xu Qing was truly marrying his elder brother felt like a personal betrayal. After all, Xu Qing had professed her admiration for learned individuals and those who exuded cleanliness. Yet his elder brother was far from refined, having spent time in the military, where he had been exposed to the rigors of life. How could she agree to marry him so swiftly, if not out of spite? He harbored feelings for Xu Qing, cherishing the admiration reflected in her gaze. Had she not suffered such a grievous fate, he would have surely wed her. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Jinxian queried Zhou Jinnan, "Brother, do you truly not care about Xu Qing's past? She doesn't even harbor feelings for you." Zhou Jinnan smirked coldly. "If she does not like me, does she then fancy you?" Zhou Jinxian frowned. "You are aware we were previously involved." Zhou Jinnan's voice dripped with mockery. "What qualities do you possess that would endear you to her? Do you think she would appreciate your fickleness, your lack of responsibility, or your inability to confront challenges? Always retreating instead?" Zhou Jinxuan's face flushed with indignation. "Brother," old lady Zhou, regaining her composure, swiftly interjected, "marriage is indeed a joyous occasion. I have yet to meet this girl. Once you secure the license tomorrow, bring her to meet your grandmother." Zhou Jinnan nodded. After the meal, he led the white wolf back to his room, followed closely by Su Huiru. Just as he was about to push the door open, he abruptly turned and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Su Huiru looked at him wounded. "Jinnan, why have you treated me this way all these years? Even if you despise me, I deserve a reason." Zhou Jinnan's lips pressed into a thin line, suppressing the anger that welled within him. "Because you repulse me." With that, he pushed the door open and entered. Su Huiru stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her mind racing with uncertainties. How could Zhou Jinnan know about the events of the past? All those who were aware had perished. It was impossible for him to be privy to such knowledge. Cold and shaken, she stumbled home, her heart a chaotic mess, unsure of what to do next. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful. Xu Qing donned a white shirt paired with a flowing black skirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail that revealed her fair forehead. Feng Shuhua couldn't help but praise, "Our Qingqing looks stunning. Whoever marries her will be truly fortunate." Xu Qing turned with a smile. "I think I look quite lovely too. By the way, Grandma, what was that incense you lit last night? It smelled wonderful and helped me sleep soundly." Feng Shuhua chuckled. "It's called guiding incense. The name may sound ominous, but it is beneficial for the body. You'll need to adapt gradually. There is much to learn." Xu Qing shivered slightly, touching the 2 insect corpses in her skirt pocket, finding them less terrifying now. Pressed for time, she hurriedly made her way to the street to meet Zhou Jinnan. Upon arriving, she found Zhou Jinnan already there, accompanied by Gao Zhan, who was smoking. The two were engaged in conversation, Zhou Jinnan slightly tilting his ear, his expression focused. Today, Zhou Jinnan was dressed in a crisply ironed white shirt and black trousers. His new leather shoes polished to perfection, his neat haircut lending him an air of refinement. Xu Qing slowed her pace, watching the morning sunlight illuminate Zhou Jinnan's shoulder, casting a radiant glow around him. The handsome man seemed even more ethereal in this light. Her heart raced, threatening to burst from her chest. As if sensing her presence, Zhou Jinnan turned to look at her. Xu Qing instantly beamed, hurrying toward him. Brother Jinnan, Brother Gao, good morning. Gao Zhan nodded slightly. Good morning. Zhou Jinnan's demeanor softened as he asked, have you brought everything? Xu Qing patted her satchel. All set. Shall we head inside? Yet, Zhou Jinnan hesitated, asking, Xu Qing, have you made your decision? Once we obtain the license, there will be no turning back. Chapter 34. Daughter-in-law. Xu Qing felt her eagerness was evident. She was willingly entering this marriage. With a smile, she replied, I've thought it through. As long as you are willing, I will never let go. Zhou Jinnan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his ears reddening as he urged, let us go inside. Thanks to Gao Zhan's prior arrangements, they swiftly filled out the application forms, including a political review form required by the military. Skipping the medical examination, they proceeded directly to obtain their marriage license. The marriage certificate resembled a diploma, adorned with congratulatory words for Zhou Jinnan and Xu Qing's union, sealed with a bright red stamp. Xu Qing held the license for a while, feeling a tinge of regret that there was no wedding photo. However, judging by Zhou Jinnan's demeanor, he likely would not want to take a picture with her, so she relinquished the thought. Exiting the civil affairs office, Gao Zhan cheerfully congratulated them. From now on, I shall call you sister-in-law. Congratulations. I look forward to the wedding feast. Xu Qing smiled. Thank you for your help. Shall we have lunch together? Gao Zhan waved his hand. I won't intrude on your celebration. You two enjoy your time together. Not wishing to press him further, Xu Qing turned to Zhou Jinnan and said, let us celebrate with a nice meal, and then this afternoon I need to check out a property. Would you like to join me, or should I take you home first? Without hesitation, Zhou Jinnan replied, I'll accompany you. Xu Qing believed that since they were obtaining their marriage license, and given how young people cherished every occasion, it was only fitting to celebrate such a significant moment as their wedding anniversary. Taking his hand, she declared, Brother Jinnan, let us dine at the provincial city restaurant to celebrate our license. From now on, every June 12th, we will commemorate this day as our wedding anniversary. Zhou Jinnan had grown accustomed to Xu Qing leading him by the hand, and her enthusiasm for the celebration lifted his spirits. Xu Qing decided to indulge, opting for roasted duck at the provincial city restaurant. She had heard that a chef from the capital prepared the duck exquisitely, making it a delicacy. However, such a meal would cost nearly 30 yuan, a price most would hesitate to pay, reserved for officials and receptions. Zhou Jinnan had no objections, following Xu Qing as she led him onward. The provincial city restaurant boasted decor far superior to that of ordinary state-run establishments, featuring checkered tablecloths and white porcelain vases adorned with faux flowers. After a brief discussion with the staff, Xu Qing was allowed to bring the white wolf inside. They were assigned a window-side table, with a white wolf crouching in the corner, rendering them invisible to any guests, thus eliminating any fear. Xu Qing ordered a roasted duck, along with 2 cold dishes and a dessert. Jinnan, have you ever tasted roasted duck? Zhou Jinnan, having participated in the military parade in the capital and later attended the command school there, had indeed enjoyed roasted duck before. However, fearing that admitting this might induce insecurity in Xu Qing, he shook his head and replied, no. Xu Qing, suspecting that Zhou Jinnan had never tasted roasted duck, having heard he once worked in the south and later moved to the border, exclaimed with excitement, I haven't had it either, but I've read about it in books. I'll roll some for you later. Zhou Jinnan smiled, his lips curving upwards. All right. When the roasted duck arrived, the waiter approached to assist with rolling the duck, as many first-timers had caused quite a few amusing mishaps in the past. They typically guided the newcomers on how to properly roll and enjoy the duck. Xu Qing chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. No, I can manage on my own. The waiter left, albeit with skepticism, watching Xu Qing's actions from a distance. Xu Qing was indeed skilled. In her past life, she had settled in the capital, hosting foreign and out-of-town clients, with her first meal often at Quanjude, the renowned duck restaurant in Xiamen. Yet, she couldn't let Zhou Jinnan see her proficiency. So while expertly layering the meat with sauce and garnishing it with scallions and cucumber, she murmured to herself, oh dear, it seems simple in the book. Yet rolling it is a bit challenging. Oh no, I think I might have added too much sauce. I wonder if it will be too salty. Zhou Jinan, unable to see her, listened to her mutterings and couldn't help but smile wider. He suddenly wished that if he could see, he would take charge of rolling the pancakes for her, allowing her to eat in peace. Xu Qing rolled one up and held it near Zhou Jinan's mouth, saying, "Open wide. I'll feed you directly to avoid it falling apart if I fumble." Zhou Jinan lowered his head slightly, obediently opening his mouth for Xu Qing to feed him. However, during this intimate moment, he bit too quickly and accidentally nipped Xu Qing's fingertip. A jolt of electricity surged from her fingertip to her heart, causing her face to flush instantly. Zhou Jinan, too, felt his ears heat up but found the roasted duck exceptionally delicious. Seeing Zhou Jinan blush, Xu Qing's mood brightened considerably, and any shyness she had dissipated. "Is it tasty?" she inquired. Zhou Jinan nodded affirmatively. "Delicious." "Then let me feed you more," Xu Qing said, enjoying the sight of Zhou Jinan's flustered expression. From initial shyness to sweet intimacy, during the course of the meal, Xu Qing felt a growing closeness with Zhou Jinan. After their meal, Xu Qing took Zhou Jinan to find Qin Xiumei and then to see the courtyard. On the way, she shared her plans with Zhou Jinan. "I want to start a small stall. Individual businesses are now permitted, but the specifics are still unclear. If possible, I would like to establish a food factory or collaborate with a struggling one." Zhou Jinan, lacking any business acumen, simply listened. He was somewhat surprised that Xu Qing understood the policies so well, likely due to her experience as a ticket seller, where she had heard much. Xu Qing didn't require Zhou Jinan to comprehend. She felt that as husband and wife, he had the right to know what she was doing, even in his blindness. Once she finished explaining, Zhou Jinan broached another subject. "My grandparents would like to meet you." Xu Qing fell silent, recognizing it was indeed time to visit the elder Zhou couple, who had treated her kindly. However, during that time, she had harbored deep resentment, feeling that every member of the Zhou family was scheming against her, thus hurting the two elderly souls. Shortly after her divorce from Zhou Jinan, both grandparents passed away. Reborn, she felt an enduring guilt and was uncertain how to face them. Noticing her silence, Zhou Jinan assumed she was reluctant to go. "If you don't want to, we can postpone it," he offered. Xu Qing quickly clarified, "I will go. I was just pondering what gift would be suitable for my grandparents." Zhou Jinan sighed in relief. "You don't need to bring anything. Just your presence will make them very happy." Xu Qing smiled, "But I still want to bring something. As their granddaughter-in-law, I can't show up empty-handed. I'll buy gifts tomorrow morning. Is that all right?" The term granddaughter-in-law made Zhou Jinan tighten his grip on Xu Qing's hand. It sounded delightful. Chapter 35. The secret is discovered. Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan to find Qin Xiumei. Qin Xiumei had been waiting at her doorstep, anxious that her parents might see her with Xu Qing. As soon as she spotted them, with Xu Qing holding Zhou Jinan's hand and accompanied by a large wolf dog, she hurried over. Given Zhou Jinan's presence, Qin Xiumei refrained from being overly exuberant, smiling at Xu Qing. "I was thinking of waiting for you at the alley-s entrance. Let us go see the courtyard first." Xu Qing grinned as she introduced Zhou Jinan. "This is my best friend, Qin Xiumei. She helped me find this courtyard." Then she introduced Qin Xiumei to Zhou Jinan. "This is my beloved Zhou Jinan. We just got our marriage certificate this morning." In this time, terms like husband and wife had fallen out of favor, with beloved or partner being more common. Yet Xu Qing had a fondness for the term beloved. Qin Xiumei looked at Xu Qing with a teasing glint, surprised at how quickly she had embraced her new identity. Xu Qing urged her, "Let us hurry and see the courtyard." Unaware of Zhou Jinan's emotional response, she noted his satisfaction at being referred to as beloved. The courtyard that Qin Xiumei had helped find was located on the street, closer to the train station, about a 20-minute walk away. However, it was rather noisy, and the sound of trains passing at night made it difficult to sleep. Many people were eager to relocate. Yet Xu Qing knew that this area would be among the first for redevelopment, progressing rapidly. As they approached, the homeowner happened to be home. The elderly woman, surnamed Ding, was in her 60s, her feet bound, her face lined with wrinkles, yet her gaze was keen and astute. Upon seeing Qin Xiumei escorting Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan into the yard, she scrutinized them for a moment before asking, "Who wishes to rent the courtyard?" Xu Qing stepped forward slightly. "Aunt Ding, I would like to rent the courtyard." Aunt Ding appraised Xu Qing again. "What do you intend to do with the courtyard?" "I cannot rent it to just anyone." Xu Qing remained unperturbed. I am married and wish to rent the courtyard for a small business. Starting a business? Aunt Ding echoed Xu Qing's words, elongating her tone, seemingly skeptical, her gaze shifting to Zhou Jinnan with scrutiny and suspicion. Legitimate business is fine, but you must not allow dubious characters to stay, and the place must not be disordered or dirty. Also, no killing animals in this courtyard. Xu Qing was taken aback. She intended to bring some chickens and ducks to prepare for herself, and she had never encountered such a stringent landlord. Instantly, she dismissed the idea of renting this property and tugged Zhou Jinnan's hand. Let us go. There is no need to suffer for a place we can afford to rent elsewhere. Xu Qing had a peculiar nature. She was willing to unconditionally accommodate those she cared about. Yet would never allow herself to be slighted by strangers or those she deemed insignificant. Aunt Ding huffed upon hearing Xu Qing's intention to leave. I knew you weren't sincere about renting. 8 yuan a month. Can you afford that? Xu Qing laughed derisively. If we can't afford it, you can take your time renting it out. With that, she turned to leave, only to be met by a middle-aged man bursting in. Dressed in a dark gray short-sleeve shirt, carrying a black bag, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Zhou Jinnan, the man paused. Team leader Zhou? Zhou Jinnan, with keen hearing and memory, recognized the voice as belonging to Ding Chongwen and politely nodded. Hello, Professor Ding. Ding Chongwen, surprised that Zhou Jinnan, despite his blindness, could identify him by voice, became excited. I can't believe team leader Zhou remembers me. What brings you here? His curiosity about Zhou Jinnan's presence was palpable. Upon hearing that her son was acquainted with these individuals, Grandma Ding immediately approached with a curious expression. Chongwen, who are they? How do you know each other? Zhou Jinnan furrowed his brow. My wife intends to rent a courtyard for business, but that is no longer necessary. Ding Chongwen seemed to just notice Xu Qing beside Zhou Jinnan, his face revealing surprise. You are Xu Qing? Planning to rent a place for business? Let's discuss this inside. He spoke enthusiastically while scrutinizing Xu Qing intently. Xu Qing, unfamiliar with Ding Chongwen and certain she did not know him, felt uneasy under his penetrating gaze. Zhou Jinnan, unable to see the discomfort on Xu Qing's face, recalled that she had mentioned the courtyard's favorable location and was previously satisfied. He wondered if Ding Chongwen's presence would facilitate negotiations. Then let's sit for a moment, he suggested. Xu Qing assumed Zhou Jinnan had run into an acquaintance, and despite Ding Chongwen's unsettling stare, she complied and entered the living room with him. The room was modest yet tidy, with several rows of bookshelves filled with books against the wall. Xing Tiangwen Wamli Invai Zhu Zinan, Xu Qing. And Qin Xuemei to take a seat and called out to Grandma Ding, Mom, could you bring us some tea? Xu Qing, not wanting to trouble the elderly lady, quickly waved her hand. No need. We just had a meal and aren't thirsty. Ding Chongwen ceased his insistence and turned to Xu Qing. What type of business do you intend to pursue? Xu Qing has ti da. I haven't decided yet. I just want to take a look first and see if there is a suitable courtyard to rent before making a decision. Ding Chongwen nodded eagerly. That's good. Aside from some noise at night, this location is quite favorable for business. Grandma Ding interjected. No killing in my courtyard. Ding Chongwen raised his voice slightly. Mom, what era are we in? Why are you still superstitious? If you're moving in with me, you needn't worry about this courtyard. The experts building has everything. Hearing the mention of the experts building made Xu Qing sensitive, and she glanced at Ding Chongwen, feeling he might know her. Grandma Ding muttered discontentedly. We can't just rent it to anyone. It would ruin our family's feng shui. Ding Chongwen ignored her, smiling at Xu Qing and Zhou Jinnan. If you decide to rent, I can offer you a discount, 5 yuan a month. Grandma Ding immediately objected, her voice rising significantly. What 5 yuan? I'd rather not rent it. If it's 5 yuan, I'll 1T rent this courtyard out. Xu Qing nudged Zhou Jinnan's arm. We can look elsewhere. Ding Chongwen, noticing Xu Qing's intention to leave, quickly interjected. Why go elsewhere? This is all our property. You can use it however you like. If the rent is late, that's fine too. Grandma Ding attempted to speak again, but was silenced by Ding Chongwen's glare. Xu Qing, however, was no longer inclined to rent the courtyard and smiled. We'll discuss it when we get back. Seeing Xu Qing's disinterest, Zhou Jinnan stood up without hesitation. Then let us go. Ding Chongwen's gaze fell on their intertwined hands, and he couldn't help but ask, did you really get married? Chapter 36. Zhou Jinnan's plans. Zhou Jinnan frowned at Ding Chongwen's question, clearly displeased. Yes, we just obtained our marriage certificate this morning. Does Professor Ding have any further inquiries? Ding Chongwen laughed awkwardly. None at all. Congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Each time he faced Xu Qing, who was significantly younger, he felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Perhaps due to Zhou's association with a confidential unit, he had never seen Zhou smile. Their conversations were always serious and meticulous. Xu Qing found Ding Chongwen's smile insincere, and his congratulations even more so. Once they exited the courtyard, she quietly muttered, "You know the professor? Is he a colleague of your father's?" Zhou Jinan shook his head. "No, Professor Ding used to work in a nearby area when he was sent to the countryside, and they met a few times during the collaboration." Qin Shumei, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, "Xu Qing, I'm sorry. I had no idea Grandma Ding was such a difficult person. I knew she didn't socialize with neighbors, but didn't he expect her to be so hard to deal with?" Xu Qing waved her hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. Finding a rental can take time. If this place doesn't work, we'll find another. Regardless." She resolved never to rent from the Ding family, particularly due to Grandma Ding and Ding Chongwen. Seeing that they had been out for a while, Qin Shumei quickly said goodbye. "I'll head back now and let you know if I find a suitable place." Xu Qing waiver non jialen. "All right, we'll inquire around here later." After Qin Shumei left, Zhou Jinan suddenly spoke. "Ding Chongwen is likely acquainted with your stepmother. He visited my father yesterday and suggested that Jin Xian and Su Riyue get married soon." Xu Qing's mind raced as her questions found answers. Fang Lanqin had sought out Ding Chongwen, and since Ding Chongwen knew her, it must have been through Fang Lanqin. The fact that Zhou Jinan and she had just obtained their marriage certificate was known only to their families. So how did Ding Chongwen know? This indicated that Fang Lanqin had seen Ding Chongwen the previous night. Was Ding Chongwen, then, Fang Lanqin's lover? If he had no connection, why would he go out of his way to assist? Moreover, could it be that Su Riyue was not Su Jiwa's daughter, but actually Ding Chongwen's? The thought sent Xu Qing's heart racing. If her suspicions were correct, the situation would become quite lively. "Jinan, do you know what kind of person Professor Ding is? When did he go to the countryside?" Zhou Jinan shook his head. "I'm not sure." Xu Qing understood that Zhou Jinan was not one to gossip, and likely did not care for others' private affairs. He might not know, but the ice cream vendor surely did. Tomorrow, when she visited Zhou Jinan's grandparents, she could casually inquire with the vendor. She was about to embark on her mission to expose the truth. She would not let Fang Lanqin and Su Riyue go unscathed, but she intended to make them suffer. While they stood on the roadside conversing, a plump woman wearing a floral headscarf approached. "Are you looking to rent a house?" Xu Qing glanced at the woman in surprise. "Yes, I'm looking to rent." The woman pointed to the courtyard next to Ding Chongwen's. "I have a courtyard for rent as well. It's not on the main street, but the price is reasonable, only $4 a month." Xu Qing looked in the direction the woman indicated, noting that it was just a wall away from Ding Chongwen's place. Clearly, their earlier conversation had caught the woman's attention, prompting her to inquire. Sensing Xu Qing might think her nosy, the woman quickly clarified. "It's just my granddaughter and me living there. We have 2 extra rooms available for rent. We're not meddling. We just want to rent them out for some extra income." Xu Qing regarded the woman, who seemed genuinely straightforward rather than shrewd. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Let's go take a look." The woman eagerly led Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to her home. Though it was adjacent to Ding Chongwen's property, it was in a dilapidated state with walls propped up by beams, giving the impression that it could collapse in a heavy rain. Xu Qing frowned at the sight. Renting such a place would require repairs, which would cost her significantly. She was in business, not charity, so she could not justify spending $4 on such a property. Regretfully shaking her head, she said, "Auntie, we'll continue looking." The woman, sensing Xu Qing's disinterest, wore a forced smile. "No worries. Take your time to look around. If you don't find anything suitable, do come back to my place." Xu Qing acknowledged her before departing with Zhou Jinan. On their way back, Xu Qing described the condition of the woman's house to Zhou Jinan. "The place is about to fall apart. If we rent it, we'll have to fix it first." Zhou Jinan pondered for a moment. "What if we bought a courtyard instead?" Xu Qing sighed, contemplating the prospect of acquiring a courtyard. Although the courtyards in the vicinity appeared modest in size, they held significant potential for appreciation. With the nation's shift toward a market economy, allowing certain individuals to amass wealth, what do the affluent tend to favor? Acquiring land and property, naturally, which implies that the value of courtyards is bound to rise. She hesitated to mention to Zhou Jinan the eventual emergence of commercial housing and various real estate developers that would inflate urban property prices to exorbitant levels. Zhou Jinan found Xu Qing's analysis quite reasonable and silently pondered whether he could borrow additional funds to facilitate the purchase of a courtyard directly for her. Xu Qing was not overly anxious about business matters. Her primary concern was to seize leverage over Feng Lanxin, determined to suppress her influence and prevent her from causing further distress. After escorting Zhou Jinan home and observing him lead the white wolf into the courtyard, she turned to leave, not rushing back home, but instead taking a leisurely stroll around the experts building. The vendor selling popsicles waved vigorously upon seeing Xu Qing, who ambled over. "I just saw you go in and have been waiting for you to come out," the vendor exclaimed, glancing around with an air of intrigue, beckoning Xu Qing closer. "Last night, I was about to close up when I saw your stepmother enter the experts building. I waited, and it was nearly an hour before she came out, her hair in disarray." She made a face as if she had witnessed the event firsthand. Xu Qing feigned disbelief. "It can't be true, can it?" The vendor scoffed. "I assure you, I saw it with my own eyes. Your stepmother does not strike me as an ordinary woman. Besides, they say women in their 30s are as fierce as wolves, and those in their 40s as formidable as tigers. Your stepmother lingered upstairs for quite a while. Something must have transpired." Xu Qing hesitated. "Did you see anyone escort her out?" The vendor shook her head. "Not at all. By the way, do you know a professor with the surname Ding?" "My goodness," the vendor exclaimed. "Are you referring to Ding Chongwen? Do you suspect your mother's paramour is Ding Chongwen? If that's the case, your stepmother is in for quite a predicament." Her expression was one of deep amusement, though she struggled to conceal her eagerness for gossip. Xu Qing was curious. Why would she be at a disadvantage? In an excited tone, the vendor replied, "Ding Chongwen's wife is no ordinary woman. She is notoriously fierce, unyielding, and quite imposing, resembling a man in stature with a voice to match. I hear that when Professor Ding was sent away, his wife dutifully cared for her in-laws, demonstrating remarkable filial piety." Xu Qing pondered this, realizing that Ding Chongwen's wife, while formidable, was also an unwitting victim in this scenario. The vendor continued to revel in her gossip, unable to contain herself. Moreover, Ding Chongwen is known for his indiscretions, often caught chasing after other women by his wife, who has confronted him on numerous occasions, once even stripping a woman bare in the streets. The image of Feng Lanxin being publicly humiliated brought Xu Qing a sense of satisfaction, yet she wore a mask of concern. "I ought to warn her to avoid any association with Professor Ding, lest she attract trouble." The vendor leaned in closer, whispering, "Ding Chongwen's wife has recently gone back to her parents' home. When she returns, they should tread carefully." Xu Qing nodded. "Thank you, I appreciate it." With a heavy heart, she sighed deeply, filled with anxiety over the potential unraveling of her family. The vendor praised Xu Qing as a virtuous and compassionate young woman. As Xu Qing prepared to leave, she earnestly implored the vendor, "You mustn't speak of this to anyone. It must remain confidential." The vendor patted her chest, assuring her, "Fear not, dear girl, I'm not one to gossip." Xu Qing smiled knowingly, aware that the more she urged secrecy, the quicker the vendor would spread the word. Those who delight in gossip can scarcely contain their enthusiasm, eager to share with anyone who will listen. With a light heart, Xu Qing made her way back to Huai Tree Alley, stopping along the way to purchase 2 freshly made date cakes for her grandmother. Upon arriving home, she found Feng Shuhua in the garden, diligently gathering caterpillars, using a small stick to transfer them from the leaves into a dish. Xu Qing observed with curiosity, "Grandma, what are you going to do with those caterpillars?" Feng Shuhua smiled. "I'm feeding the spirit insects." Though she had ceased this practice since the Cultural Revolution, she acknowledged that for Zhou Jinnan's eyes to heal, a more potent spirit insect was necessary to devour the toxins within him. For her granddaughter's lifelong happiness, she was willing to emerge from retirement. The mere thought of the squirming caterpillars caused Xu Qing's skin to crawl, yet she bravely assisted Feng Shuhua in her task. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the green caterpillars appeared distinct, tinged with a translucent hue that revealed the white juices inside, which only added to their repulsiveness. Xu Qing refrained from questioning further. Once Feng Shuhua had collected enough, she guided Xu Qing to wash her hands before sitting in the courtyard, patting her bag. "Grandma, guess what I brought back for you?" Feng Shuhua scrunched her nose. "Date cakes. From the Lin family, right?" Xu Qing chuckled. "Grandma, you truly are remarkable. You can tell just by the scent whose date cakes they are." She then presented the oil paper wrapped cakes to her grandmother. With a cheerful demeanor, Feng Shuhua accepted the cakes. Exclaiming, The Lin family's date cakes are hearty, with plump, sweet dates and just the right amount of flour. They're simply delightful. Xu Qing watched with affection as Feng Shuhua savored the date cakes, marveling at the grace she still exuded after all these years. Her elegance was innate, a quality that could not be learned, and Xu Qing felt a deep appreciation for this charming side of her grandmother, which she had overlooked in her previous life. After Feng Shuhua finished her treat, Xu Qing produced the neatly folded marriage certificate to show her grandmother. "Grandma, this is the marriage certificate for Zhou Jinan and me." Feng Shuhua quickly stood up. "One moment, let me wash my hands before I look." She meticulously cleaned her hands, using fragrant soap before drying them and reverently taking the certificate from Xu Qing. Gazing at the vibrant red flower and the neat calligraphy, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Xu Qing is now someone else's wife." Xu Qing felt a sudden rush of embarrassment. "Grandma, we will still live together." Feng Shuhua examined the certificate several more times, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she looked at Xu Qing. "The world has improved. You both will surely thrive in the future." Xu Qing nodded. "Yes, we will surely do well. By the way, Grandma, I'm going to the Zhou family tomorrow morning. Would you accompany me?" Feng Shuhua felt a pang of sadness, realizing that it was Xu Qing's first visit to her fiancé's family without any parental support. It seemed that the rift with Xu Zhigua had become irreparable, and the remaining two aunts were of little help. "I will go with you tomorrow. At dinner." Feng Shuhua instructed Xu Qing to start the fire while she prepared a stir-fried vegetable dish and a pot of sweet potato porridge. Xu Qing found the vegetables slightly bitter, yet oddly sweet, assuming it was due to a different variety. Feng Shuhua pushed the dish towards her, encouraging, "Eat more. It's beneficial for you. Don't fear the bitterness." Xu Qing obliged, consuming the entire plate. That night, she felt a warm sensation flowing through her stomach, a comforting feeling that made her wonder if her grandmother had added something special to the dish. Regardless, it was undoubtedly good for her health. She experienced such restful sleep that night, untroubled by dreams until dawn. In the morning, Feng Shuhua donned a seldom-worn pale gold jacket, adorned with cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, edged in gold trim, showcasing exquisite fabric, in a time dominated by deep blues and grays. Only a handful of the younger generation dared to wear vibrant colors, let alone an elder. With fragrant osmanthus oil gracing her hair, she meticulously arranged it into a neat bun secured with a rather unassuming ebony hairpin. Xu Qing, hands clasped behind her back, circled around Feng Shuhua twice, exclaiming, "Grandma, you look absolutely stunning. This fabric is exquisite. Is it silk brocade?" Feng Shuhua tugged at the hem of her garment and replied, "This is called woven cloud brocade, a treasure I managed to keep hidden." Xu Qing beamed. "It's beautiful, truly beautiful. You wear it like a true lady of refinement." Feng Shuhua blinked, suppressing the memories stirring within her, and waved her hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Breakfast is ready. Hurry and eat. We mustn't be late." After hastily finishing breakfast, Xu Qing donned a white dress adorned with red stripes, linking arms with Feng Shuhua as they made their way to the bus bound for the Zhou residence. Upon arriving at the provincial university, they found students trickling in for their classes. Feng Shuhua paused, squinting as she leaned on her cane, then turned to Xu Qing. "If given the chance, one should always pursue education." Xu Qing smiled. "Indeed, Grandma. I plan to enroll in night classes, which won't interfere with my daytime responsibilities." Feng Shuhua nodded approvingly. "Excellent idea." The two then strolled leisurely towards the staff quarters of the university. To Xu Qing's surprise, the Zhou family was gathered, including Zhou Lihong, who sat alongside Fan Jie and her daughter Lu Wenping. Zhou Jinan had anticipated Xu Qing's visit and was waiting at the entrance to usher them inside. Upon seeing Zhou Lihong and Fan Jie in the living room, Xu Qing hesitated momentarily before assisting Feng Shuhua inside. The matriarch, Chuning, approached with a warm smile, greeting Feng Shuhua amiably. "Had I known you were coming, I would have sent Changwen to fetch you. Please take a seat." She then called for Su Huiru to serve tea and turned her discerning gaze towards Xu Qing. "What a striking young lady. Our Jinan is indeed fortunate." This compliment brought a smile to Feng Shuhua's face, and she reciprocated warmly with Chuning. Zhou Lihong had brought Fan Jie along, hoping to persuade Zhou Jinan to reconsider the match, as there was still an opportunity to back out before the marriage certificate was signed. However, upon learning that Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing had already registered their marriage the previous day, she regarded Xu Qing with a mix of disdain and suspicion. convinced that Xu Qing had used some underhanded means to secure the marriage certificate. Fan Jie, still reeling from the news, felt as though a heavy stone had settled in her heart. Her gaze towards Xu Qing tinged with jealousy and resentment. Xu Qing, fighting in Godang, was determined to remain unfazed by the animosity, understanding that as long as she did not provoke them, she could act as if nothing had transpired. However, if they dared to challenge her, she would retaliate without hesitation. After pleasantries were exchanged, Chun Ying and Feng Shuhua settled on the sofa, engaging in friendly conversation. Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan took their place on the opposite sofa, while Zhou Lihong, Fan Jie, and Lu Wenping occupied the other side. Even seated, Zhou Jinan maintained a straight posture, his hands resting on his knees, exuding an air of aloofness and distance, despite the bandage covering his eyes. His sharp features, including a prominent nose and thin lips, captivated Fan Jie, who gazed at him with unwavering attention. Xu Qing observed Fan Jie's unguarded admiration, recalling that Zhou Jinxian had mentioned Zhou Jinnan's former girlfriend. Could it possibly be Fan Jie? Her expression of longing suggested the possibility. Zhou Lihong, struggling to maintain composure, forced a smile. Since Qingqing and Jinan have already registered their marriage, let's have her showcase her culinary skills by making us noodles for lunch. Xu Qing, aware of the custom that the new bride should demonstrate her cooking prowess on the second day of marriage, remained seated, unperturbed. According to tradition, she had not yet donned a wedding gown or been formally welcomed into the household, thus not truly qualifying as a bride. It was evident that Zhou Lihong intended to make her uncomfortable. Feng Shuhua, noticing Zhou Lihong's remark, cast a disapproving look, her smile fading as her demeanor sharpened. While a new bride indeed should take to the kitchen, our Qingqing was not brought here as a mere decoration of your family. Furthermore, we are still in our first day here. Is this an attempt to belittle Qingqing, or do you simply not regard her? Xu Qing turned to Feng Shuhua, surprised by her grandmother's tenacity. Chen, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Dear mother-in-law, please do not take offense. This child is simply not accustomed to speaking." Zhou Lihong, taken aback by Feng Shuhua's retort, stood with a scowl. "Then I shall see if there is anything in the kitchen that requires assistance." Fan Jie rose as well. "I'll accompany you, aunt." Though Chan Ying had heard unfavorable rumors about Xu Qing, she was still fond of her, recognizing her as a sincere and upright young woman. She smiled at the sight of Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing sitting together, gesturing, "Jinan, take Qingqing to your room for a private chat. I have some matters to discuss with our dear mother-in-law." Obediently, Zhou Jinan led Xu Qing to his room. "I apologize," he began as he closed the door behind them. "I did not mean to place you in an uncomfortable position." Xu Qing, surveying the room that once held so many memories, smiled reassuringly. "It's quite all right. I want to take it to heart. After all, I'm marrying you, not them. As long as you treat me well, that is all that matters. As for Zhou Lihong, there will be plenty of time to address her later." As Xu Qing casually spoke, her eyes roamed the familiar space, filled with nostalgia from the 6 months she had spent there. Unbeknownst to her, her words illuminated Zhou Jinnan's perception of her as a pearl concealed in dust, revealing her brilliance the closer he drew. The weight of his past regrets deepened. Suddenly, Xu Qing posed a question. Is Fan Jie your ex-girlfriend? She was not particularly concerned about Zhou Jinnan's past relationships. Rather, she sought clarity to avoid any misunderstandings that might place her in a vulnerable position. Zhou Jinan hesitated, frowning. "No, we grew up in the same neighborhood." Xu Qing was taken aback. "Then who is your ex-girlfriend? Your brother mentioned you had a very close girlfriend working in the art troupe." Zhou Jinnan's brow furrowed further. "I have never had a girlfriend." Is he referring to Fan Jie? She works in the provincial art troupe. Xu Qing's curiosity piqued. "Then why do people say that Fan Jie is your ex-girlfriend? And when we were sitting out there, her gaze towards you suggested she felt abandoned. If Fan Jie was merely nursing a secret crush, her expression would not have conveyed such depth of sorrow." Zhou Jinan suddenly recalled a detail. After graduating from the conducting academy and moving to a new unit, he had received a letter from Fan Jie, accompanied by a black and white photo. He had glanced at it before leaving it on his desk, never intending to reply. He neither liked nor felt any affection for Fan Jie, harboring a distaste akin to the feelings he held for his mother, Su Huiru. As for what happened to that letter and photo afterward, he had never given it much thought. Could someone have taken it and corresponded with Fan Jie under his name? Zhou Jinan recounted the past and his suspicions to Xu Qing with honesty and transparency. Xu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Fan Jie had pined for him all these years, unaware of the true circumstances. Seeing Xu Qing silent, Zhou Jinan grew anxious. I never intended to marry before, and I certainly had no plans to find a girlfriend. Xu Qing inquired with genuine curiosity, why did you not plan to find a girlfriend? And yet you chose to marry me, even though we were previously strangers. Chapter 39, Zhou Jinan, Get Out. Zhou Jinan's hands, hanging by his sides, clenched involuntarily. He was not adept at lying. For over 20 years, he had lived with integrity, always acting with a clear conscience. Yet, when it came to Xu Qing, he had harmed her and, to protect others, could not reveal the truth. Watching her mired in a quagmire of rumors, feeling utterly helpless, he knew the only way to atone was to marry her, dedicating the rest of his life to compensation. If she wished it, he would gladly give her his life. However, he found it impossible to articulate these sentiments to Xu Qing. Curiosity flickered in Xu Qing's eyes as she tilted her head to gaze at Zhou Jinan. Noticing his tightly pressed lips, she sensed he was reluctant to speak, even struggling to respond. Was this truly so difficult to answer? Jinan, Qing, dinner is ready. Su Wiru's voice from the doorway broke the eerie silence within the room. Xu Qing smiled. Let's have dinner first. We could spend a lifetime exploring this question. With that, she took Zhou Jinan's hand, leading him out. She was well acquainted with the layout of the Zhou family's kitchen and dining area. Navigating confidently, she brought Zhou Jinan to the dining hall. Chuning had already seated Feng Shuhua, and the elderly Zhou patriarch was also present. Zhou Chengwen had not yet returned from work, but Zhou Jinxian was there, standing behind Su Wiru with a displeased expression as he watched Xu Qing grasp Zhou Jinan's hand. Fan Jie's expression was even more grim, her eyes fixated on the intertwined hands of Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing, as if willing to bore a hole through them with her glare. Lu Wenping suddenly huffed from the side, muttering under her breath, shameless. In this day and age, who walks hand in hand in front of their in-laws? Is that not utterly shameless? Though her voice was low, Zhou Jinan's keen hearing caught it, and his expression darkened instantly as he directed a frosty glare toward Lu Wenping. Get out. His voice, though not loud, was laced with an icy chill. Lu Wenping flinched, quickly retreating behind Zhou Lihong, calling out softly, Mom. Zhou Lihong, standing beside her daughter, had heard Lu Wenping's words and was taken aback by Zhou Jinan's blatant disregard for decorum. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Jinan, Wenping is still young. It's normal for her to speak without thinking. As the elder brother, how can you hold a grudge? Xu Qing had not caught Lu Wenping's remark, but Zhou Jinan's fury indicated it was far from complimentary, and she surmised it had been aimed at her. Squinting at the 16-year-old Lu Wenping, she saw a girl who, despite her self-importance, was rather simple-minded. She tugged at Zhou Jinan's hand, signaling him to let it go. Let's eat first. She felt deeply touched by Zhou Jinan's unwavering protection, but she could handle such minor characters on her own, without his intervention. After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Lu Wenping. Feng Shuhua remained silent, observing with a cold stare, while Chuning, feeling somewhat awkward, was about to admonish Zhou Lihong to manage her child better when Xu Qing preemptively diffused the situation. She had no desire to create a scene on such an occasion, especially not in front of Feng Shuhua, and glanced at Zhou Lihong and Lu Wenping. If you have nothing wise to say, then refrain from speaking. Turning to Xu Qing, she smiled. Qing, come and sit with Jinan. Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan to sit beside Feng Shuhua, cleverly positioning him between herself and Feng Shuhua. Once they were settled, Su Wiru began directing the others to take their seats. Unfortunately, Lu Wenping ended up directly across from Xu Qing, while Fan Jie sat opposite Zhou Jinan, with Zhou Lihong beside her, followed by Su Wiru and Zhou Jinxian. The seating arrangement, seemingly casual, was clearly designed to unsettle Xu Qing. Xu Qing lowered her gaze, concealing the mockery in her eyes. Since Fan Jie was not Zhou Jinan's ex-girlfriend, matters would be much simpler. The lunch, arranged by Chuning, was lavish, featuring fish, chicken, and a large platter of boiled lamb, representing the highest standards of hospitality. Chuning smiled as she served Feng Shuhua lamb chop. Try this. I had Grandpa Jinan buy it fresh this morning. She then stood to serve Xu Qing a piece. Jinan doesn't eat pork, so we never have it at home. Xu Qing smiled as she placed a lamb chop in Zhou Jinan's bowl. This lamb looks wonderful. You should try it, Jinan. having just been scolded by Zhou Jinan. Lu Wenping sat there, her eyes reddened with suppressed tears and pouting in frustration. Watching Xu Qing converse cheerfully with her cousin only fueled her anger, and she glared at Xu Qing with resentment. Zhou Lihong, too, was displeased with Zhou Jinan as she served Lu Wenping a chicken leg. Hurry and eat. Once we finish, we'll head home. Unable to contain her pin-up grievances any longer, Lu Wenping snapped. Why do we have to go home? Are we not allowed to return after he marries a worthless girl? Before she could finish, Xu Qing stood up and splashed the cup of tea in front of her over Lu Wenping's head. The warm liquid drenched Lu Wenping, prompting a startled scream as she jumped up. Zhou Lihong, witnessing her daughter's humiliation, slammed her palm on the table, rising angrily. Xu Qing, what do you think you're doing? Xu Qing replied coldly. She has a foul mouth. I'm merely helping her clean it up, lest she goes out and has people say the Zhou family lacks proper upbringing, allowing a young girl to speak so vulgarly. Zhou patriarch Zhou Qing, who had been jovially seated until now, suddenly wore a stern expression as he slammed his chopsticks down on the table, glaring at Zhou Lihong. Take her away at once. Do you not feel ashamed? Feng Shua's expression had soured, her face taut with concealed anger as she glared at Zhou Lihong. Chuning was equally infuriated, realizing Zhou Lihong had raised Lu Wenping to be insufferable, and now she displayed no sense of decorum. Only Zhou Jinan sat upright, seemingly unfazed. Zhou Lihong, feeling the collective disapproval directed at her and her daughter, was consumed by indignation at Xu Qing's humiliation. Mom and Dad, what do you mean by this? Wenping is young and speaks without thinking, but what she said was the truth. Chuning was on the verge of fury, banging her fist on the table. Be quiet. You are old enough to know better. What day is today, and you are here causing a scene? Moreover, Xu Qing is now our daughter-in-law, your niece-in-law. As an elder, you should exhibit the decorum expected of you. Suddenly, Feng Shua, who had been silent until now, interjected. I find your words quite displeasing. What wrong has my Qing done that she must endure the condescension of her in-laws? Chuning, flustered by Zhou Lihong's provocations, hastily turned to Feng Shuhua to apologize. Dear mother-in-law, you've misunderstood. That was not my intention. It's my fault for not educating my child properly. Lu Wenping, clutching her drenched hair, felt the urge to cry yet refrained, realizing she had likely caused a significant uproar. Zhou Lihong, seeing her mother not only scold her but also lower herself to appease an elderly woman, felt her anger boil over. Mom, you need not do this. Who doesn't he know that Zhou Jinan has married a worthless girl? How many are whispering behind our backs? Suddenly, Zhou Jinan stood up, grabbing his teacup and thrusting it towards Xu Qing. Drench her. Chapter 40, It feels wonderful to have someone protect you. Xu Qing had yet to process what was happening when Zhou Jinan seized her hand, helping her grip the teacup, directing it with precision toward Zhou Lihong. In disbelief, Zhou Lihong stared at her nephew, who had grown up under her watch, daring to treat her in such a manner. Ignoring the tea splashed on her face, she trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Zhou Jinan. Zhou Jinan slammed the teacup onto the dining table, splattering broth everywhere. From this day forth, if I hear a single word against Xu Qing, do not blame me for being impolite. As long as I am here, no one will dare bully her. She is my wife, not someone to be mistreated by you. If she cannot be accepted in this family, then we shall move out. His tone was icy and resolute, sending shivers down Zhou Lihong's spine, rendering her speechless. Su Huiru, witnessing her son protect his newlywed wife unconditionally, felt tears welling in her eyes, standing in a daze. Xu Qing gazed up at Zhou Jinan, her heart brimming with warmth and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It felt truly wonderful to have someone protect you. The meal was clearly not going to happen, and Zhou Jinan had no intention of continuing to eat. He reached out and took Xu Qing's hand, saying, "Let us go." Feng Shuhua was quite satisfied with Zhou Jinan's demeanor. Rising from her seat, she looked at Chuning and Zhou Qing and slowly spoke. I had been thinking that since Jinan has no sisters, Qing wouldn't have to bear any grievances from sister-in-law. I never expected that there would be a married aunt coming in to cast judgment, as if we believe Qing is unwanted and must endure such treatment. Chuning and Zhou Qing also stood up. No, today is entirely our fault. Let us go to the school cafeteria. Xu Qing could disregard Zhou Lihong's feelings. But she could not do the same to Chun-Ing and Zhou Qing, gently tapping Zhou Jinan's palm with her fingertips as a sign of comfort. She turned to Chun-Ing. "Grandma, let us skip the meal for now. I promise to take Grandpa and Grandma out for Peking duck when I get the chance. Jinan and I had it yesterday, and it was quite delicious." Understanding the situation, Chun-Ing approached Xu Qing and said, "I'm sorry for the distress you've faced. Rest assured, within the Zhou family, not only does Jinan protect you, but Grandpa and Grandma will too." As she spoke, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Xu Qing's arm. "This is a gift from Grandma to you." She then pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Xu Qing. "This is a token of affection from Grandpa and Grandma. Please accept it." Initially, she had no intention of giving the bracelet to Xu Qing, but feeling guilty about the day's events, she offered it as a form of compensation. Zhou Lihong, standing nearby, felt her eyes welling up. She knew that bracelet was her mother's dowry, said to have been passed down through generations, a treasured heirloom she had always desired. Yet Chun-Ing had never relented. Now, she was giving it to Xu Qing so easily. Although filled with jealousy, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely glaring as Chun-Ing and Zhou Qing courteously escorted Feng Shuhua and Xu Qing to the door. With the intimidating presence of the elder cousin gone, Lu Wenping began to sob. Zhou Lihong's face had been torn apart by Zhou Jinan, and now her eyes reddened with anger. She couldn't hold back as she heard her daughter crying. "Why are you crying? Can't you ever control your mouth?" Lu Wenping retorted. "You say the same at home." Fan Jia, noticing Zhou Lihong's fury, quickly pulled Lu Wenping aside. "Aunt Zhou, please don't be angry. Wenping is young. She doesn't have any ill intentions. Just teach her more in the future." Zhou Lihong gritted her teeth in frustration. Her daughter had no malice. Yet Xu Qing, with her fox-like appearance, seemed quite cunning, managing to sway Zhou Jinan into compliance. How could she swallow this indignation? Xu Qing only allowed Chun-Ing and Zhou Qing to see them to the door, smiling as she waved goodbye. "Grandpa, Grandma, you needn't see us off?" Zhou Jinan had already called for Bai Lang, his voice cold as he said, "You all should head back. I'll take Grandma and Qing out for a meal." Chun-Ing sighed inwardly. After today, as commotion, her grandson would likely be even angrier with the family. Moreover, Su Huiru, Xu Qing's mother, had remained silent throughout, and it seemed the family might truly fall apart. Once the elder Zhou couple entered the courtyard, Xu Qing glanced apologetically at Zhou Jinan. "I'm sorry for ruining the meal." Zhou Jinan pressed his lips together, then turned towards Feng Shuhua. "Grandma, it was my failure that caused Qingqing distress. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur in the future. After we marry, we will move out." Previously, he hadn't given much thought to moving out after marriage, but after today's events, he realized that living together would subject Xu Qing to more undue hardship. Feng Shuhua was still pleased with Zhou Jinan's approach, although she had her reservations about the Zhou family. Now that Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan were officially married, she sighed, "You two must handle this yourselves. Though I am old, I will not stand idly by while Qingqing is bullied." Xu Qing linked her arm with Feng Shuhua's. "Grandma, you can rest easy. I will ensure I do not come to harm." Feng Shuhua recalled how swiftly Xu Qing had splashed Lu Wenping earlier and finally smiled. "Indeed, there is no need to tolerate those who bring you unhappiness. Just focus on living well with Jinan." Zhou Jinan accompanied Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua to the faculty cafeteria at the school for a simple meal, with plans swirling in his mind. He did not escort Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua back home. Instead, he led Bai Lang to see them out the school gate, standing for a long while before turning towards Gao Zhan's home. Gao Zhan's residence was somewhat distant from the school, requiring a 20-minute drive. Zhou Jinan asked questions along the way until they arrived at Gao Zhan's house. Gao Zhan was sitting in his small courtyard beneath a wisteria trellis, sipping tea while listening to popular songs from a radio. He squinted as he saw Zhou Jinan approach, leading a dog, and jumped to his feet in surprise. Zhou Jinan had typically stayed within a limited range, only venturing from home to the school gate, and any further distance had been covered with Gao Zhan's help. Even during his illness, it was Gao Zhan who had taken him to Huaishu Hudong early in the morning. Thus, it was astonishing to see him walking this far with Bai Lang. Gao Zhan hurriedly opened the door. "What is going on? You managed to come here by yourself?" "I couldn't tell." Upon closer inspection of Zhou Jinan, he appeared composed, yet he was actually quite disheveled. His face glistened with sweat, and he had a bruise on his left cheek, seeping with blood, which startled Gao Zhan. "What happened?" "You're hurt." Zhou Jinan wiped his face. having accidentally bumped into a tree, and seemed unconcerned. Quickly, I need to borrow 3,000 yuan from you and find a catering team for the wedding banquet. The sooner, the better. Gao Zhan was taken aback. 3,000 yuan? Who could just produce that amount of money? What do you need so much money for? And why a catering team? Zhou Jinan pressed his lips together to buy a courtyard and host a wedding banquet. Chapter 41. Striving to make her happy, Gao Zhan looked at Zhou Jinan in disbelief. A wedding banquet? Aren't you planning to have it on the 11th? Why the rush? Besides, even if you need to hold a banquet and buy a courtyard, 3,000 yuan seems excessive. A decent plot of land can be bought for 1 to 2,000. The remaining 1,000 should suffice for the banquet. Don't you think that's extravagant? Zhou Jinan's jaw tightened slightly, clearly displeased. Just prepare the 3,000 yuan for me. Buy a courtyard near Ding Chongwen's place as soon as possible. Xu Qing likes that area, and we'll set up the banquet in the provincial family compound. Gao Zhan pulled Zhou Jinan down to sit. You're not one to flaunt. At our workplace, when someone marries, they just show the marriage certificate and treat everyone to some sweets and peanuts. There's no need for such extravagance. Zhou Jinan paused. That would be too unfair to Xu Qing. Marrying me, a blind man, is already a topic of gossip. If we proceed quietly, who knows what people will say behind our backs? Gao Zhan sighed. No matter what you do, you can't silence everyone. Also, if you want to live well with Xu Qing, you should let go of this sense of guilt. You're only temporarily blind. Things will improve in the future. Xu Qing marrying you is not a loss. I owe her that much. Zhou Jinan insisted, but it's inevitable. If you keep this burden in your heart, you will never find peace. Gao Zhan grew agitated. This matter had already occurred, affecting many people's lives. Moreover, Zhou Jinan was also a victim in this situation. Zhou Jinan's perspective was entirely different. She is a wonderful girl who deserves a joyful life. Yet because of me, she is subjected to scorn and will bear an everlasting mark of shame. You must understand, hardships cannot crush a person, but the weight of slander can. Therefore, I will do everything in my power to shield her from gossip. Gao Zhan sighed again. Very well, I will take care of it. But you must consider carefully. 3,000 is no small amount. With your current salary, it would take 3 years of living frugally to repay. What will you do after you're married? Zhou Jinan remained silent for a moment. I will find a way myself. Gao Zhan could easily deduce what Zhou Jinan's approach was. To undertake the most perilous assignments for the highest rewards, including substantial bonuses or even compensation. A sudden discomfort washed over Xu Qing. She felt a sense of injustice, but was Zhou Jinan not feeling the same? Xu Qing, unaware of Zhou Jinan's actions, accompanied Feng Shuhua to the bus station to retrieve the household registration book from the automobile repair factory's residential area before heading home. With only the two of them left, Feng Shuhua quietly remarked, only Jinan's grandparents seem upright. The rest are rather formidable. Your aunt-in-law appears fierce, but lacks intelligence. The real challenge lies with your mother-in-law. Xu Qing, taken aback, replied, I find Zhou Jinan's mother quite straightforward. In truth, in her previous life, she had little interaction with Su Huiru. Their encounters were always polite. Feng Shuhua scoffed. It is precisely those who seem the most unassuming that are the most formidable. When faced with issues, she refrains from stepping forward but will instigate others to do so. Did you notice how Jinan's aunt behaved so ungraciously today? Did she utter a single word? Her silence speaks volumes, as she harbors similar sentiments. The thought ignited her anger, and she muttered, if you hadn't already obtained a marriage certificate, I would never allow you to marry into such a family. Xu Qing, however, held her own views, regardless of living arrangements. I will treat those who are kind to me with kindness, while I shall not suffer in silence from those who are not. Feng Shuhua chuckled. Exactly. You used to appear quite shrewd yet somewhat soft. Now you've grown resolute, and that is splendid. As they continued their conversation, they leisurely made their way to Su's residence after disembarking from the bus. Since the incident, Su Riyue had taken leave to stay home, and Fang Lanxin had lost her former haughtiness, remaining cooped up indoors. She and Su Zhigua frequently quarreled, leading Su Zhigua to take refuge in the security department's dormitory. Upon their arrival, only Fang Lanxin and Su Riyue were present, and their expressions soured upon seeing Xu Qing. Xu Qing, without exchanging pleasantries, handed over the household registration book. Fang Lanxin snatched it from her grasp, gritting her teeth as she hissed, Xu Qing, I shall see how long you can revel in your triumph. Xu Qing replied with a cold smile. As long as you live, I shall prosper. With that, she linked arms with Feng Shuhua and descended the stairs, dismissing Feng Lanxin entirely. Feng Lanxin, seething with rage, felt her heart nearly falter, and she had no desire to invite Feng Shuhua inside, glaring at their retreating figures. Were murder not a crime, she would have relished the thought of torturing Xu Qing. Now, the entire compound and factory area, along with even the unfamiliar faces on the street, were aware of Su Ruyue's entanglement with Li Daong. And there were whispers about Su Ruyue's shamelessness in pursuing a university student while entangled with Li Daong. Engaging in a relationship without the sanctity of marriage would undoubtedly draw scorn. To speak of Su Ruyue's indiscretions only amplified the gossip's venom. She could feel the weight of judgmental glances as she walked. Xu Qing, with Feng Shuhua by her side, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked a question that had lingered in her mind. Grandma, have you ever met my biological mother? What kind of person was she? Feng Shuhua paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. She was a gentle soul, though my knowledge of her is limited. Your father, during his early years, went to the southern countryside, and upon returning to the city, he brought your mother back. But she passed away shortly after giving birth to you. Feng Shuhua had never been particularly close to her son, disapproving of Su Zhigua's scheming ways. Consequently, she had remained indifferent to his actions as an adult, preferring to live within her own small courtyard. Ultimately, she was betrayed by Su Zhigua, who reported her, leading to her public humiliation. This act had deeply scarred her heart. From Feng Shuhua's words, Xu Qing gleaned that her mother was not a local. She even suspected that Su Zhigua had employed some underhanded means to deceive her mother, Yinan. Once she sorted through her current circumstances, she intended to uncover the truth of those past events. That evening, Feng Shuhua prepared a slightly bitter dish of greens for Xu Qing and brewed a dark concoction of herbal medicine for her foot soak. Xu Qing complied without inquiry, following Feng Shuhua's instructions. Moreover, she had grown less fearful of the grotesque and terrifying insect carcasses in the black box, and even sought to learn from Feng Shuhua which insect possessed the most potent venom. Feng Shuhua had begun to instruct Xu Qing in acupuncture, guiding her to prick her own acupoints with a gold needle. Despite her trepidation, Xu Qing persevered, progressing from trembling hands to a steady grip within just 3 days. During this time, Feng Shuhua kept Xu Qing at home, nourishing her with home-cooked meals, herbal soaks, and mysterious dark pills. By the 4th day, Xu Qing was finally free to venture out, eager to seek the ice cream vendor and inquire about any recent developments. As June approached, the heat intensified. The vendor's business thrived, as a box of ice pops would sell out before noon, allowing her to restock for the afternoon. When Xu Qing arrived, the vendor was merrily counting her small change, her eyes squinting with delight. Upon noticing Xu Qing, she quickly stuffed the money into her bag and beckoned her over. You're just in time. I saw your stepmother with Professor Ding at the nearby restaurant, and they haven't emerged yet. Their meetings have become quite frequent. Noticing that the ice cream box was empty, with water dripping from beneath, Xu Qing inquired, Did some ice pops melt? The vendor chuckled and waved her hand. No, it's just that with the rising temperatures. I bought a large block of ice from the factory to place in the center, surrounding it with ice pops, then covered it with a quilt to slow the melting. Xu Qing had previously fretted over how to preserve food in the heat without affording a refrigerator. Inspired by the vendor's ingenuity, she pondered, How much does the ice block cost? The vendor replied, Not much. My nephew works there. It's only $1.50 per block. Essentially, it was a matter of filling a bucket with tap water, freezing in a cold storage facility, incurring no significant cost. After a moment, she added, Aren't you concerned about your stepmother's affairs? I must tell you, Professor Ding's wife has returned and is currently residing in the alley near the bus station. If she finds out, it could lead to quite a scene. Xu Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. I'm terribly worried. I'll go check on it shortly. After a brief chat with the vendor to strengthen their rapport for easier future ice block purchases, she bid farewell and headed to the restaurant across the street. Not rushing, but rather waiting inconspicuously. After about 10 minutes, Feng Lanxin and Ding Chongwen emerged from the restaurant, their expressions grim as they hurried northward. Xu Qing speculated that they had quarreled and followed them at a leisurely pace. She trailed them into a nearby park, where they finally paused in a secluded corner. Sensing the lack of onlookers, Feng Lanxin's pent-up frustration erupted. Ding Chongwen, what do you mean by this? Are you just going to ignore Ryue's situation? Ding Chongwon adjusted his glasses. His face darkened. What do you expect me to do? Now that Zhou Jinxian refuses to marry her, we cannot force him to do so. Fang Lanxin grew agitated. And what about Ryue? Are you going to just stand by and watch her life unravel? Ding Chongwon, equally indignant, retorted. How have you raised your child that she could make such a foolish choice? Fang Lanxin's voice rose sharply. You blame me for her upbringing? Have you ever taken responsibility as a father in all these years? Why do you have to criticize me now? Ding Chongwon, worried that Fang Lanxin's voice might attract attention, quickly pulled her deeper into the thicket, inadvertently making it easier for Xu Qing to eavesdrop. Why are you shouting? Are you afraid of being overheard? Remember, if it weren't for me, would Ryue have even gotten into university? With those few scores, she wouldn't have made it. Fang Lanxin clearly refused to listen. If Ryue cannot marry Zhou Jinxian, I will not let this matter rest. Ding Chongwon, with an anxious tone, responded. Isn't this sheer nonsense? Which normal man would wish to marry her? I believe Ryue could marry Li Daong instead. Fang Lanxin suddenly let out a cold laugh. If Ryue cannot marry Zhou Jinxian, do not blame me for revealing the events of the past. You should be more aware of how Yinan died. That's enough. Allow me to devise a plan. Ding Chongwon, both angry and desperate, wished he could eliminate Fang Lanxin to restore peace in his life. Xu Qing, however, was utterly shocked. Su Ryue was indeed the daughter of Fang Lanxin and Ding Chongwon, and it seemed Su Ryue had gained admission to college by taking someone else's place. Even more startling was the revelation that her biological mother, Yinan's death, was somehow linked to Ding Chongwon. There were countless secrets concealed from them in their previous lives. It was not until Fang Lanxin and Ding Chongwon had long departed that Xu Qing regained her composure. Without a moment's hesitation, she exited the park and hurried to a store to purchase stationery and ink. Crouching by the roadside to pen a report accusing Su Ryue of gaining university admission through unscrupulous means, she wrote 3 letters, sending them to 3 different departments, demanding a thorough investigation into the examination papers and records of the class of 79. After completing the letters in one breath, she rushed to the post office, planning to create a large poster to affix at the entrance of the provincial university, ensuring Su Ryue would become infamous. The louder the uproar, the more anxious Fang Lanxin and Ding Chongwon would become, and their secrets would inevitably come to light, perhaps even the past they had meticulously concealed. Xu Qing then bought a large sheet of white paper and a brush, intending to take them home to write. With countless tasks at hand, she decided against visiting Zhou Jinan for the time being, excitedly carrying the paper and brush back home. She did not expect to find Zhou Jinan sitting under the grape trellis at her grandmother's house, assisting her grandmother with medicinal herbs. Feng Shuhua, upon seeing Xu Qing return, waved cheerfully. Jinan has been here for a while, and he has helped me a great deal. Xu Qing noticed Zhou Jinan tilting his head, working meticulously and seriously, and she smiled as she crouched before him. How did you come here? I just ran into an acquaintance and lost track of time. Zhou Jinan replied gently. Gao Zhan accompanied me to the door. I had nothing pressing to attend to. From Xu Qing's melodious voice, he sensed a hint of joy, clearly indicating her good spirits, which in turn lifted his mood. It was only after Xu Qing spoke that she noticed the bruises on Zhou Jinnan's face. The wounds now scabbed over, but still alarming. What happened to your face? Without thinking, she stood up and reached out to touch it. Zhou Jinnan attempted to evade her hand, but restrained himself. Her delicate, slightly cool fingers brushed against his face, carrying a faint scent of osmanthus that lingered in the air. Suddenly, his throat felt dry and itchy, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Xu Qing, preoccupied with examining Zhou Jinnan's injury, did not notice his discomfort and said with concern, Did you get hurt accidentally? Have you applied any ointment? Their proximity allowed Xu Qing's gentle, warm breath to caress Zhou Jinnan's face, causing him to blush deeply, his grip on the pestle gradually tightening. Although they had shared more intimate moments in the past, his consciousness had been hazy then. Now, fully aware, he found himself unaccustomed to such close proximity with a woman, feeling an inexplicable anticipation in his nervousness. Xu Qing continued to examine Zhou Jinnan's scar and turned to Feng Shuhua. Grandma, do you have any ointment, the kind that doesn't leave scars? At that moment, the white wolf suddenly stood up, its robust body bumping against Xu Qing's waist. As she was already half-crouched, She lost her balance and fell forward onto Zhou Jinan. Chapter 43. The Old Man's Awakening. Xu Qing never anticipated that the white wolf would cause such a commotion at that moment, its sturdy frame propelling her forward. Instinctively, she grasped Zhou Jinan to steady herself, inadvertently knocking him to the ground. She found herself firmly nestled in his embrace. Zhou Jinan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively protected her head and waist, their bodies now intimately intertwined. Lying on the ground, Zhou Jinan shielded Xu Qing, who was resting in his arms. Feng Shuo paused, and upon witnessing Zhou Jinan's protective gesture towards Xu Qing, she smiled silently, recognizing that in a moment of danger, he instinctively sought to protect her, indicating that he truly cared for her. Xu Qing, disregarding her embarrassment, asked, "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Yet, she found herself wondering, in dramas, such situations often lead to romantic encounters between the leads. But here, nothing like that occurred, and she sensed that Zhou Jinan was holding back. Unaware of the contents in Xu Qing's bag, Zhou Jinan felt a sharp pain where the collision had occurred just beneath his waist, almost rendering him breathless. He managed to suppress his discomfort and replied, "I'm fine." Xu Qing hurriedly scrambled to her feet, reaching out to help Zhou Jinan up, only to notice his body slightly curled, as if he were enduring some pain. Suddenly, she recalled the brick she had in her bag. Had it struck him in an inappropriate place? Embarrassed, she felt at a loss for words. Feng Shuo, observing the scene, clearly chuckled, "Oh, this girl. How old is she now? Yet she still acts so recklessly. Go wash your hands and prepare to cook." Xu Qing, with a sheepish smile, dashed to the kitchen and unexpectedly found a piece of lamb and a bag of premium flour on the cutting board. It was evident that Zhou Jinan had brought them, as most people were now eating either 80 or 85 flour, with only senior officials enjoying the finer 75 flour. The smaller the number, the less flour produced from 100 pounds of wheat, indicating a more refined and delicious product. The steamed buns made from it were exceptionally white, unlike those made from 80 flour, which often appeared yellowish or dark. Since her rebirth, Xu Qing had not tasted such high-quality flour. After deliberating, she decided to prepare lamb noodles for Feng Shuo and Zhou Jinan. No ordenes favor noodles, so they would likely enjoy it. She grabbed her bag, washed her hands, and began kneading the dough. Listening to Feng Shuo and Zhou Jinan chatting amiably beneath the grape trellis, mostly consisting of Feng Shuo inquiring about Zhou Jinan's work in the south, he patiently shared all he could with her. Xu Qing, while listening, rolled out thin noodles, sliced the lamb into delicate pieces, and marinated them with ginger, scallions, and sauce. She then filled a pot with water and set it on the fire. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles, followed by the marinated lamb, and then some greens, allowing it to boil vigorously for a few seconds. When the lamb pieces lost their red hue, she sprinkled them with chopped scallions and cilantro for garnish. Feng Shuo, sitting in the yard, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and remarked to Zhou Jinan, "My Qing cooks wonderfully. You are in for a treat." Xu Qing cheerfully set the table and returned with bowls of noodles. Feng Shuo noticed that Xu Qing had placed the most meat in Zhou Jinan's bowl. Unable to suppress her laughter, Xu Qing then brought over a basin for Zhou Jinan. "Jinan, wash your hands before eating." After Zhou Jinan washed his hands, she thoughtfully handed him a towel, and once he dried his hands, she passed him his bowl. The noodles glistened white, the greens vibrant green, and the lamb succulent, all accompanied by the fragrant scallions, enticing anyone who beheld them. Xu Qing herself felt her appetite surge, smiling as she watched Zhou Jinan and Feng Shuo. "There's plenty of lamb left. I'll hang some in the well to keep it fresh. Tomorrow, I'll make lamb stew noodles for you." Feng Shuo squinted with delight. "This noodle dish is fantastic. It reminds me of the flavors from my childhood." Xu Qing reflected on how, eventually, people grew weary of refined grains, chasing after so-called health by consuming coarse grains and wild vegetables, while now, indulging in refined flour was a luxury. "Grandma, I will work hard to earn money, so you can enjoy these delicious noodles every day." Feng Shuo laughed heartily as she savored her noodles. Zhou Jinan, listening to their conversation, devoured his meal, pleasantly surprised by how flavorful the marinated lamb was, tender and savory, while the thin noodles were incredibly chewy. He found himself astonished at Xu Qing's culinary skills, realizing she possessed an unexpected talent. In addition, it was discovered that his bowl was filled with an abundance of noodles and meat, likely a thoughtful gesture from Xu Qing, who had secretly served him more. This silent and unassuming kindness made Zhou Jinnan's heart feel as if it had been brushed with honey, sweet and soothing. Setting down his chopsticks, he turned to Xu Qing, saying, "I came to find you because I had Gao Zhan help me purchase a courtyard. Moreover, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Xu Qing looked at Zhou Jinnan in astonishment. "You bought a courtyard?" Zhou Jinnan nodded, "Yes. It's in a good location, just 2 houses away from Professor Ding's courtyard, right by the roadside." Upon hearing this, Xu Qing's immediate reaction was that it must have cost a fortune. How much did it cost? Zhou Jinnan paused before responding, "Not much. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see it." He then looked at Feng Shuhua. "Grandma, I plan to hold the wedding with Xu Qing at the end of the month. Could you help us choose a date? I will prepare everything, and I will bring the betrothal gifts to Xu Qing tomorrow, so she can go shopping for new clothes." Xu Qing opened her mouth, but her throat felt choked, and she couldn't speak. She understood that Zhou Jinnan's urgency to organize the wedding was to prevent others from gossiping and to spare her any discomfort. Feng Shuan nodded happily. "All right, after we eat, I will go and check the dates." Zhou Jinnan continued, "We will set up a tent in the university's family compound for the banquet. Will 10 tables be sufficient for you?" Xu Qing quickly nodded. "That's enough, Jinnan. Honestly, we could just find a union cafeteria and rent a few tables." Zhou Jinnan shook his head. "There will be many people. My colleagues will attend, as well as those from the university and the neighborhood committee, including members of the Women's Federation." Xu Qing suddenly laughed, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhou Jinnan was announcing to everyone that she, Xu Qing, was his legitimate wife, and no one was to speak ill of it. Feng Shuhua felt satisfied. Very good, Jinnan is thoughtful." Zhou Jinnan picked up his bowl again. Feeling a bit awkward from the praise, "This is what I should do." He lowered his head and ate the noodles, trying to mask the tension from his earlier words. Xu Qing smiled as she watched Zhou Jinnan eat, his movements quick yet refined, his jawline defined with a hint of masculinity that was somewhat charming. Feng Shuhua, observing her granddaughter, couldn't help but tease, "Hurry up and eat. Are you trying to see if you can get full just by looking?" Xu Qing's face flushed instantly, and Zhou Jinnan unconsciously slowed his pace. Watching the 2 young people, Feng Shuhua smiled, thinking how wonderful youth is. Chapter 44. Engaging in mischief together during lunch. They sat comfortably beneath the grape arbor. Xu Qing, while eating, gazed at Zhou Jinnan and Feng Shuhua. As a gentle breeze stirred and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the grape leaves, casting shimmering beams of light. Everything felt so tranquil and beautiful, as if they had been living this way for many years. After finishing lunch, Xu Qing wished for Zhou Jinnan to take a short nap. But there was no place at home, just a single heated bed. Ultimately, they had no choice but to brave the sun and visit the courtyard Zhou Jinnan had purchased. Unable to take the bus with the white wolf, Xu Qing, feeling sorry for Zhou Jinnan in the heat, hailed a rickshaw with a white wolf trotting behind. Zhou Jinnan remained silent, not wanting Xu Qing to suffer. He had endured far harsher conditions during his training in Nanhai and desert exercises, where the sun was much more scorching. Thus, this little bit of sun was nothing to him, but considering that Xu Qing was a delicate girl, he didn't object to following her into the rickshaw. The space was limited. Zhou Jinnan, tall and long-legged, took up a significant portion of it, while Xu Qing did not deliberately sit at the edge. She felt that as a married couple, they would share closer intimacy in the future. Therefore, they sat very close enough to hear each other's breathing. As the rickshaw driver pedaled, the surrounding air began to stir. Zhou Jinnan caught a faint yet alluring fragrance, reminiscent of peaches he had eaten and the floral scents he had encountered in the south. The fragrance of a maiden inexplicably flashed through his mind, leaving him feeling parched and flushed. Xu Qing turned to speak to Zhou Jinnan, but noticed him sitting upright, his fists resting on his knees, his ears tinged with a suspicious red. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she shifted closer to Zhou Jinnan. She could almost feel his body tense imperceptibly, prompting her to stifle a smile as she gently traced her finger along the back of his hand. Seeing Zhou Jinnan's ears turn even redder, she laughed and placed her palm over his. They were married. Such affectionate gestures were something they would need to grow accustomed to in the future. Zhou Jinnan remained silent for a moment before turning his hand to envelop Xu Qing's hand within his. Xu Qing observed Zhou Jinnan's serious demeanor. His jaw set and expression stern, yet he did not release her hand. Unable to help herself, she smiled brightly. Such a small gesture significantly bridged the gap in their relationship. Upon arriving at their destination, Xu Qing took Zhou Jinnan's hand and led him to find Ding Chongwen's home, then followed Zhou Jinnan's description to locate the courtyard he had purchased. It was indeed very close to Ding Chongwen's house, separated by two other households and also facing the street. The courtyard was slightly smaller than Ding's, with 3 main rooms, 1 side room, and a small storage house. The main distinction was the size of the courtyard, which featured a towering ancient locust tree, its canopy sprawling and casting shade over the entire small yard, providing coolness in the summer. Seeing Xu Qing remain silent, Zhou Jinan explained, "I heard Gao Zhan's description, but unfortunately, it cannot be used for gardening, and the locust tree is too lush, blocking out sunlight. I will find someone to trim the top of the tree later." Xu Qing grasped Zhou Jinnan's hand tightly. "I think it's wonderful. Thank you for giving me a home. I really like it." Zhou Jinnan felt Xu Qing's enthusiasm and smiled gently. "As long as you like it, let's see if there's anything else we need to add. We can find someone to repaint it in the next couple of days, and it will serve as our wedding house. Will you feel wronged?" Xu Qing stared at Zhou Jinnan in surprise. "Are you saying we will live here directly after getting married?" She had thought they would hold the banquet at the university's family compound, while the new house would still be Zhou Jinnan's northern side room. Zhou Jinnan shook his head. "We will live here directly. Remember, you do not need to cater to anyone or feel wronged. Just focus on your own happiness." Xu Qing's eyes widened as she looked at Zhou Jinnan, wondering if this could be considered a sweet talk. Suddenly, she turned and enveloped him in a big hug. "Zhou Jinnan, thank you. Hey, what are you two doing?" Zhou Jinnan barely had time to react before a sharp voice broke through, and he quickly steadied Xu Qing by her shoulders. Xu Qing looked towards the entrance to see a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dark and sturdy, with an unusually short haircut. If not for her white floral short-sleeve shirt, one might mistake her for a man. The middle-aged woman cast a disdainful glance at Xu Qing and Zhou Jinnan in broad daylight, hugging and cuddling. "Aren't you ashamed?" Xu Qing had no intention of letting her get away with it. "Who are you? We're in our own courtyard, and we can do whatever we please." The middle-aged woman huffed. "I just came to see what kind of neighbors I'll have. So this is how it is." With that, her gaze was filled with contempt. Xu Qing nearly laughed. Who did this sudden intruder think she was, with such an air of superiority? Just as she was about to respond, another figure approached, trembling slightly behind the middle-aged woman. To her surprise, it was Ding Chongwen's mother, Elder Ding. Based on the ice cream vendor's description, Xu Qing immediately deduced that this woman must be Ding Chongwen's wife, Wang Gaihua. Upon seeing Xu Qing and Zhou Jinnan, Elder Ding's expression darkened. "So it is you who bought the Liu family's courtyard. Last time, they had nearly rented the courtyard to Xu Qing, and the price had been quite favorable. However, Xu Qing ultimately decided against it. In the subsequent days, there had been no one willing to pay even 8 yuan for the courtyard, with some offers falling short of 5. Elder Ding felt regretful to the point of despair upon hearing that the Liu family's courtyard had been sold for a high price of 2,000. Curious, they had come to see who had bought it, only to find Xu Qing and her blind husband, Wang Gaihua. Noticing that Elder Ding recognized Xu Qing, snorted and asked, "Mom, do you know them?" She harbored animosity towards all beautiful women, stemming from her own lack of attractiveness. Despite marrying the cultured and refined Ding Chongwen, who was notorious for his infidelities, she found herself in a relentless battle over the years. Consequently, every young and attractive woman she encountered appeared to her as a potential seductress vying for Ding Chongwen's attention. Madame Ding sighed, "I've seen them." With that, she turned and wobbled back, regretting her decision not to sell the courtyard directly to Xu Qing. She could have been holding a substantial sum of money now. Wang Gaihua cast another glance at Xu Qing and Zhou Jinnan before turning to leave. Zhou Jinnan felt a twinge of regret about becoming their neighbor, pondering how a mere 2 houses apart might have safeguarded him from unwanted interactions. He never imagined they would seek him out. Xu Qing, however, seemed rather exhilarated, exclaiming, "No, I think this is wonderful. Who knows, we might even develop a great relationship in the future." Zhou Jinnan was puzzled by Xu Qing's sudden enthusiasm, questioning the basis for such optimism. She, brimming with impatience, replied, "Jinnan, we have finished inspecting the courtyard. I need to return and write something before we head to the provincial university together." She was eager to prepare a large poster denouncing Su Ryue's deceit. Chapter 45. Your little wife writes beautifully. Zhou Jinnan was bemused by Xu Qing's unexpected excitement. noting a hint of anticipation in her voice akin to a child engaging in mischief. Without inquiring further, he followed Xu Qing back to Huai Tree Alley. Upon entering the courtyard, Xu Qing greeted Feng Shuhua and proceeded to bring out a small table from the kitchen. She spread out a large sheet of paper and dipped her brush into the ink, beginning to write. In her previous life, Xu Qing had nurtured a passion for reading, painting, and calligraphy, hence her exquisite handwriting. Her strokes flowed like clouds, revealing her artistic spirit. Zhou Jinan, intrigued by the strong scent of ink, asked, "What are you writing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Qing replied, "A poster." Sensing Zhou Jinan might disapprove of her actions, she quickly added, "It's a denunciation letter." Zhou Jinan refrained from pressing further, trusting Xu Qing had her reasons for undertaking such an endeavor. She pinned 3 bold headings for the denunciation letter and recounted how Xu Yue had usurped another's position to gain admission to the textile engineering department, while others toiled late into the night only for her to reap the rewards. Such a parasite did not deserve such a fine education. If the school and the Ministry of Education did not conduct a thorough investigation, it would harm the hearts of countless diligent students. She eloquently composed a plethora of impassioned phrases, fully aware of how to resonate with people's sentiments, having previously managed a large enterprise. Only by threatening individuals' interests could one incite their ire. Upon finishing, she meticulously reviewed her work, ensuring there were no typos before carefully blowing on the ink to dry it. Zhou Jinan suddenly interjected, "Are you planning to post it at the school?" Xu Qing, taken aback, gazed at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Zhou Jinan extended his hand. "Give it to me. I'll find someone to post it. I guarantee no one will dare to tear it down, nor will anyone discover it was you who did it." Realizing the wisdom in his suggestion, Xu Qing agreed. If Xu Ruiyue found out as soon as it was posted, she would promptly tear it down, and many would not see it, thus failing to create a significant uproar. As for being discovered as the author, Xu Qing was unperturbed. If anything went awry, Fang Lanxin would be the first to suspect her. "Don't you want to know what I've written?" Xu Qing, Vompet. Zhou Jinan chuckled. "Regardless of what you've written, I trust you would not harm others without just cause." Xu Qing smiled in return, reveling in the delightful feeling of being believed. "I am exposing Xu Ruiyue for impersonating another to attend university. Will you look down on me for this?" Zhou Jinan shook his head. "Not at all. She has indeed committed a grave error. Now, please help me call Gao Zhan to come pick me up. You needn't accompany me." Xu Qing thought this sensible, as it spared her an extra trip. She hurried to the post office on the street, used Zhou Jinan's phone number to call Gao Zhan, and also purchased some glue for Zhou Jinan. Gao Zhan arrived swiftly, and without pausing, whisked Zhou Jinan away. The next day, Xu Qing could no longer contain her curiosity and decided to visit the school to see if the denunciation letter had been posted, as well as the reactions it garnered. Ultimately, she could not resist, informing Feng Shuhua before heading to Provincial University. The school entrance was quiet, contrary to Xu Qing's initial expectation of posting the denunciation letter there. She wondered where it had been affixed. Entering the campus with a sense of intrigue, she made her way towards the teaching building and overheard passing students whispering, "I just walked past you to building, and there's a denunciation letter posted on the bulletin board claiming someone has enrolled under a false name." "I saw it too." There were 2 men standing nearby, preventing anyone from getting close or tearing down the letter. Upon hearing this, Xu Qing rushed towards Shida building. From a distance, she spotted a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, engaged in animated discussion. As she squeezed into the throng, she beheld the denunciation letter prominently displayed in the center of the board, flanked by 2 imposing men who were dissuading anyone from approaching to tear it down. Realizing this was Zhou Jinan's doing, she couldn't help but smile, her ears filled with varied opinions. To think she enrolled under a false name. How despicable. Indeed, we sacrifice so much to gain admission to university, sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a night, while she brazenly takes someone else's place. Such a wretched individual does not deserve to attend university. Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan observed from a distance, Gao Zhan remarking to Zhou Jinan, "Your little wife has come too." Zhou Jinan felt a mix of exasperation and pride. She was unafraid of trouble. Gao Zhan, arms crossed, watched the spectacle unfold, commenting on Xu Qing's impressive handwriting, evident of years of practice. Zhou Jinan felt an inexplicable surge of pride, acknowledging her inherent excellence. Gao Zhan mused, "You've truly fallen for her." Zhou Jinan ignored him, focusing instead on the commotion within the campus. He was unaware of the tensions between Xu Qing, Xu Riyue, and Fang Lanxin, yet he was unwavering in his support for Xu Qing's actions. Before long, the school erupted in chaos, inevitably drawing the attention of the administration. The school leaders ordered the security department to tear down the denunciation letter, but when they sent a group to do so, they were intimidated back by the two men. Xu Qing noticed one of the men showing something to the security personnel, who left looking embarrassed. With no other options, the school leaders convened an emergency meeting. The issue of impersonating students was not uncommon, especially with the recent resumption of college entrance examinations, leaving numerous loopholes for exploitation. Unlike the past, where students were recommended based on their backgrounds, the current system allowed for more flexibility, leading schools to turn a blind eye. However, now that the matter had become public, it could not be ignored. Allowing students to unite and protest could lead to a historical repeat. A student named Song Lingling, who was close to Xu Ruiyue, rushed to find her after seeing the denunciation letter. Upon hearing that her examination results had been exposed and posted at the school, Xu Ruiyue nearly lost her footing, incredulously asking Song Lingling, "Is what you say true?" Song Lingling nodded. It spread throughout the school. Everyone is furious, claiming you have stolen someone else's hard-earned success. Akin to fascism. Fang Lanxin, startled, dropped her teacup but maintained her stern demeanor, retorting, "Nonsense. Our Ruiyue earned her place through her own merit." Song Lingling hesitated. "Perhaps you should visit the school?" People are speaking with conviction, and students are genuinely outraged. The security department, attempting to remove the denunciation letter, was met with resistance. Fang Lanxin's first instinct was to suspect Xu Qing, thinking this little wretch has truly stirred up trouble lately. However, how could Xu Qing have known that Xu Ruiyue had usurped another's place at the university? After all, she had advised Xu Ruiyue to study diligently, only to find out later that Xu Ruiyue had barely scored over 50 points on her examination. In the end, Ding Chongwen manipulated the situation, altering the names on the exam papers of her and another student. No one else was aware of this, least of all Xu Qing. Xu Ruiyue, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Mom, what are we going to do?" Fang Lanxin shot her a glare. "What are you afraid of? You got into university based on your own merit. Come on, let us go find out who has been spreading these rumors." As they hurried to the school, Fang Lanxin, along with Xu Ruiyue and Song Lingling, found that the crowd in front of the bulletin board had thinned considerably, with most students having returned to class. A group of those without morning classes remained, discussing and condemning Xu Ruiyue for allegedly reaping the rewards of another's hard work. Such is life when something good occurs. Even with irrefutable evidence, many will cast doubt upon its authenticity. Conversely, a negative event requires no substantiation. Once a tale begins, the masses embellish it with fervor. Xu Qing felt an impatient curiosity to see the expressions on Fang Lanxin and Xu Ruiyue's faces. Fang Lanxin, pulling Xu Ruiyue into the throng, pushed her way to the front, where she spotted the black and white report. Without even glancing at its contents, she furiously ripped it down. This time, no one attempted to stop her. Xu Ruiyue, her face flushed, bit her lip tightly, tears glistening in her eyes like a delicate flower battered by the storm, trembling with an air of vulnerability that elicited sympathy from onlookers. As Fang Lanxin tore down the report, someone in the crowd called out, "You must be Xu Ruiyue, right? Did you take someone else's spot at university?" Xu Ruiyue shook her head pitifully. I didn't, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lip caught between her teeth in a desperate show of restraint, her body trembling. Fang Lanxin, enraged, retorted, "Nonsense. My Xu Ruiyue got into university through her own efforts. This is nothing but envy and malice from others." She recounted how Xu Ruiyue had toiled during the day and studied by candlelight at night while working in the countryside, transforming from a plump girl to a frail shadow of her former self, a sight that pained Fang Lanxin's heart. Suddenly, tears flowed as she lamented. "Why are people so cruel? How can they so easily dismiss the fruits of my child as hard work? Who have we offended?" Her tears indeed stirred sympathy among some, causing others to question the veracity of the claims. Xu Qing anticipated such a reaction, yet these were merely appetizers. The main course would be the report sent to various departments. The embellishments of this appetizer would only enhance the drama to follow. Yet unexpectedly, a tall boy in front of her suddenly proclaimed, "If you did it on your own, then tell us what the last essay question on the political exam was." Su Ryue was instantly thrown into disarray. Her results were fabricated, and during the exam, she had guessed blindly. The question was beyond her recall. The boy's inquiry sparked a cascade of prompts from the crowd. Yes. What is the primary productive force? Can you recite the text? Surely you remember the memorial on the expedition? The questions grew simpler, yet Su Ryue stood there, crimson-faced and tight-lipped, unable to respond. Fan Lanqing grew anxious. Enough already. This happened over a year ago. Who can possibly remember? Discontent rippled through the crowd. She may not remember, but we do. We studied hard back then. How could anyone forget in just a year unless they never truly learned? Su Ryue felt exposed, as if stripped bare, and overwhelmed by shame and indignation. She turned and fled. Fan Lanqing shot a resentful glare at the crowd before hastening after Su Ryue. Xu Qing, taken aback by the rapid turn of events, noticed the tall boy who had stood before her suddenly turn, a smile gracing his features as he regarded her. Gaozhan. Xu Qing could hardly believe he was mingling among the students, passing himself off as a university attendee. Yet, given the age diversity among students, many in their 30s returning to study, Gaozhan blended in seamlessly, exuding vitality. Gaozhan grinned. Come on, Zhou Jinan is waiting for us by the artificial lake. He heard your stepmother was coming and was worried you'd be at a disadvantage, so he sent me to keep an eye on you. Xu Qing felt a rush of warmth. I can handle it. They wouldn't dare act against me at school. Even if they tried, I'm prepared. Gaozhan looked down at Xu Qing's bright, optimistic demeanor, feeling a sense of relief for Zhou Jinan. The more cheerful Xu Qing appeared, the less guilt Zhou Jinan would bear. Zhou Jinan sat calmly in the pavilion by the artificial lake, a majestic white wolf lounging nearby. The lake was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, their leaves stretching across the horizon. Zhou Jinan's aloof presence harmonized perfectly with the picturesque surroundings. Xu Qing approached with a smile. Zhou Jinan's lips curled into a subtle smile. You needn't have come. Gaozhan can handle everything. Xu Qing quickly clarified. I'm not here to supervise. I merely wish to observe. Besides, I've sent reports to the Education Bureau, the Petition Office, and the Provincial Education Department. I refuse to believe they will ignore it. Zhou Jinan was not surprised. He sensed Xu Qing's resolute nature. Either she acted decisively or not at all. Gaozhan couldn't help but exclaim, then Su Ryue is finished. She will undoubtedly be expelled, and her record will bear the mark, rendering her ineligible for factory work. Xu Qing chuckled softly. Even if Su Ryue were to beg in the streets, it would no longer concern her. Compared to her previous life, what they faced now was already merciful. Given the chance, she could be even harsher. Suddenly, Zhou Jinan turned to Gaozhan. Give the things to Xu Qing. Gaozhan then recalled, retrieving a stack of money from his bag and placing it before Xu Qing, followed by a bundle of food stamps and bicycle tickets. Xu Qing was taken aback. What is this for? Zhou Jinan replied calmly. This is your dowry. Take it and buy whatever you like. The gold rings are all converted to cash here for you to choose. Xu Qing hastily waved her hands. I don't want it. You've already spent a lot on the house. Now you're pulling out so much cash. Jinan, have you borrowed a lot of money? Just keep it to settle your debts. I'm marrying you for a lifetime, not for this little bit of money. Gaozhan was surprised by Xu Qing's refusal, noting how she always considered Zhou Jinan's feelings. It seemed Zhou Jinan had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Zhou Jinan frowned. You should take this money. I've saved some over the years, and it's sufficient. Gaozhan silently observed Zhou Jinan, putting on a facade of affluence. Xu Qing was well aware that Zhou Jinan earned a meager salary, which had only recently seen an increase. Even if he were to live frugally, how much could he possibly save? She took the money and food stamps, stuffing them back into Gaozhan's bag. We're already married. I'll manage our finances from now on. Her tone was somewhat commanding and assertive. Xu Qing then turned to Gaozhan. Brother Gao, you must know how much Zhou Jinan has borrowed outside. Use this money to pay it off. In her urgency, she even dropped the affectionate title for Zhou Jinan, calling him by his full name. Zhou Jinan, however, seemed to revel in her directness, a silent smile gracing his lips. While Gaozhan felt he had become the caretaker of their relationship, it is always troublesome for Gaozhan to pick her up, and Bai Lang is unable to take the bus. She cannot possibly walk every time she goes out. Therefore, purchasing a sturdy 28-inch bicycle is indeed quite necessary. Gaozhan paused for a moment, gazing at the delicate Xu Qing, as slender as a willow swaying in the breeze. and he found it hard to imagine her pedaling a bicycle with the towering Xu Qing, nearly 9 meters tall, seated behind her. It would be akin to a small monkey carrying a large bear. Although he thought this in his mind, he nonetheless took out the bicycle ticket and handed it to Xu Qing. "Would you like some extra money?" he inquired. Xu Qing waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I have enough." She possessed 500 yuan she had borrowed from Feng Lanxin, along with a few dozen yuan she had saved up, which would suffice for her business after purchasing the bicycle. She did not intend to expand her business too much initially, as policies did not permit it. She aimed to accumulate experience first, just enough to make ends meet. When Xu Qing declined, Gao Zhan did not insist further. Noticing the pleasant surroundings, he recognized that his presence was superfluous and discreetly departed. Once he left, Xu Qing sat across from Xu Jin and observed that the bandage over his eyes seemed loosely tied. She softly remarked, "Your bandage appears a bit loose. May I help you rebind it?" Xu Jin quickly shielded his eye with one hand while the other fumbled to adjust the bandage, seemingly anxious to conceal something from Xu Qing. The more he resisted, the more curious she became. If Xu Jinnan's I could recover, it would imply that there was no significant issue, perhaps just a lack of focus, giving his gaze a somewhat vacant appearance. Surely, there was nothing that could not be seen? However, since Xu Jin was so concerned, Xu Qing refrained from pressing further and shared her plans instead. "I intend to paint the house over there myself, without bothering anyone else." Xu Jin frowned, expressing concern. "I fear it may be too strenuous for you." Xu Qing laughed lightly. "It won't be hard. Although I have never worked in the countryside, I can handle various tasks at home, including painting houses. I was thinking of adding some color to the lime. A beautifully painted house would be lovely." Most importantly, she did not want Xu Jin to trouble others for assistance in the future. She wished to take on what she could and not impose on others. Xu Jin seemed to grasp Xu Qing's intentions, yet his inability to see rendered him helpless. To alleviate any worries he might have, Xu Qing cheerfully continued, "I want to paint the house pink and pale yellow, with the courtyard wall in white and adorned with paintings. If the child from my past life returns, I want to prepare a warm and lovely home for him right from the start." Resting her elbows on the stone table, she cradled her face and said to Xu Jin, "We could place 2 rattan chairs under the locust tree by a radio cassette player, and you could sit in the rattan chair listening to the broadcast while I brew tea for you." Xu Jin immediately envisioned the scene. A gentle breeze, 2 rattan chairs beneath the tree, the cheerful sound of the broadcast, and Xu Qing smiling as she poured tea. His lips curled upward, unable to suppress a smile. Su Ru, returning from grocery shopping, caught sight of Xu Jin and Xu Qing seated in the pavilion. Though she could not hear their conversation or see their expressions, she sensed a harmonious atmosphere between them, particularly the warmth and comfort radiating from Xu Jin, a sight Su Ru had never witnessed before. Standing in the path, she observed them intently. After a considerable time of idle chatter, Xu Qing finally escorted Xu Jin home and then prepared to buy paint and lime, intending to start painting the house the following day. As she exited the compound, she pondered whether to buy the bicycle now or wait until tomorrow, only to be halted by Su Ru, who was carrying a basket of groceries. Xu Qing greeted her politely, "Hello, Aunt." Su Ru's eyes were devoid of warmth as she scrutinized Xu Qing. After a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke. "May I have a word with you?" Xu Qing note that. Of course. She could distinctly sense that Su Ru's intentions were not amicable. Recalling her grandmother's words, she realized that the most challenging adversary in the household was indeed Su Ru. This realization proved correct. Xu Qing contemplated that her altered relationship with Xu Jin had disrupted the superficially harmonious dynamic between herself and Su Ru from the previous life. Su Ru glanced at her and turned towards the adjacent garden, prompting Xu Qing to follow suit. Once there, Su Ru halted and declared, "You're not the daughter-in-law we envisioned." Xu Qing was not intimidated by Su Ru's intimidation tactics. A smile graced her lips, though her eyes were icy. "It is unfortunate that you cannot have your way." Su Ru was taken aback by Xu Qing's retort and frowned. Jinin began working at 17, often in challenging conditions. He was later recommended to a military academy. Do you know what that is? It is a cradle for nurturing leaders. Had it not been for this accident, he would have had a bright future and would never have married you. The implication was clear. Without Xu Jinnan's blindness, he would never have considered her. Xu Qing maintained her cool demeanor, responding, "That is all right. I do not mind his blindness." Su Ru was momentarily speechless, her intended meaning misconstrued. Her expression soured as she continued, "Do not play the fool. You are a wilted flower marrying into the Zhou family, and it is we who look down upon you. What I am telling you today is that after your marriage, you are not to move out of the compound." The smile faded from Xu Qing's face, replaced by a layer of frost as she coldly regarded Su Ru. "If I were you, I would refrain from meddling if you wish to mend your relationship with your son. Otherwise, you will be the one left feeling miserable." She was acutely aware of the strained relationship between Zhou Jinan and his mother. Otherwise, he would not have sent Zhou Lihong to propose without Su Ru's involvement. Su Ru did not anticipate Xu Qing's defiance in their confrontation, feeling as though she had been struck in the gut. Clenching her grocery basket tightly, she glared at Xu Qing. "Is this how you speak to your elders? Is this the upbringing of the Su family? Su Qing Juke on. You must understand that it was you who spoke disrespectfully first." Su Ru was entirely outmatched in this verbal exchange, realizing that continuing would only infuriate herself further. "Very well. You are quite sharp-tongued. When you discover why Zhou Jinan married you, I wonder if you will still be able to smile. Do you wish to know?" Xu Qing regarded Su Ru with a dismissive click of her tongue. "I have no desire to know. Do you think that your mere words could sway me? Or do you believe that as a stranger, you are more credible than my husband?" Had she been the Xu Qing of her previous life, naive and resistant to this marriage, she might have believed Su Ru's words. However, having experienced life and witnessed its harsh realities, how could she easily doubt because of strangers' utterance? Even if Zhou Jinan had ulterior motives in marrying her, she accepted it willingly. Su Ru, frustrated that her words fell on deaf ears, spun around with her grocery basket and left in a huff. She awaited the moment Xu Qing would weep. After all, she had overheard the conversation between Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan, knowing that Zhou Jinan's episodes resembled someone under the influence of drugs, though the details eluded her. Thus, Su Ru believed that Zhou Jinan willingly marrying a wilted flower was solely for the sake of relief during his episodes, akin to the courtesans of the old society. Xu Qing watched Su Ru storm away, perplexed. Why was she angry when Xu Qing herself was not? With a light heart, Xu Qing turned to purchase the bicycle, believing it would facilitate her outings. She first visited the department store, compared her options, and ultimately decided on a Phoenix brand 28-inch bicycle with a sturdy frame. Having not ridden a bicycle in a long time, she cautiously pushed it along the road for a considerable distance before daring to mount it, initially wobbling and pedaling slowly. However, after a stretch, she pedaled like the wind. The advantage of riding now was that the roads were devoid of cars and pedestrians. With a burst of enthusiasm, Xu Qing rode straight home, her bangs blown askew by the wind. Upon entering, she joyfully called out, "Grandma, Grandma, come quickly and see what I bought." Feng Shuhua cautiously emerged from the house and was taken aback to see Xu Qing pushing a brand-new bicycle into the courtyard. She hurried over, exclaiming in surprise, "You bought a foreign bike? How lovely it is." Xu Qing chuckled, patting the seat of the bicycle. "Wherever you wish to go, I shall carry you. Once I start earning, I'll buy a car with 4 wheels to take you on travels." Feng Shuhua, charmed by Xu Qing's words, squinted her eyes in delight. "Grandmother is looking forward to it. But make sure to keep this bicycle inside to prevent theft." Xu Qing nodded, "Yes. I'll buy a lock tomorrow and ensure it's well secured." Feng Shuhua circled the bicycle, then cheerfully went inside to fetch a piece of red silk, crafting a large red flower to tie beneath the handlebars. Instantly, the dark bicycle radiated joy. Xu Qing smiled at Feng Shuhua as she playfully tinkered with the bicycle and rang the bell like a curious child. After her curiosity was satisfied, Feng Shuhua turned to Xu Qing. "I've heard that the outside world isn't very safe, with people daring to rob at night. Be cautious when riding in the evening." Xu Qing assured her, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll be careful." Suddenly, Feng Shuhua recalled something. "I checked the almanac. The 30th of this month, the 16th of the lunar 5th, is an auspicious day. You should tell Jinan." Xu Qing calculated the days. "That's soon. I need to hurry and paint the house." Upon mentioning marriage, Feng Shuhua noticed that rather than blushing, Xu Qing seemed somewhat eager, teasing, "You little girl. Not shy at all." Su Qing lao get her li. In stark contrast to Xu Qing's joy, the Su family was shrouded in gloom. Su Jigua had learned about Su Yue's academic dishonesty, and the news had spread throughout the factory, with disdainful gazes directed at him. Su Jigua was unaware that Su Ryue's achievements were fabricated. He had always perceived her as obedient and hard-working, genuinely believing she had earned her place in university. Now, with a darkened expression, he sat in the living room, staring at the sobbing Su Ryue and then at Fong Lanxin. What is the truth behind Ryue's grades? Fong Lanxin glared at Su Jigua. What do you mean? Do you doubt her just because others do? Ryue is your daughter. You know her character. Su Jigua was unconvinced. If there was no issue, why would it be exposed? Instead of crying here, you could go to the school and request her exam papers to clarify her grades. He wasn't fooled. Seeing the mother and daughter crying confirmed the rumors. Fong Lanxin, furious and embarrassed, slammed the table and stood up. Su Jigua, what do you mean? This is all Xu Qing's doing. You should confront her and find out why she harbors such hatred towards us. Su Ryue, tears streaming down her face, stood up. Enough. Stop arguing. If you don't believe me, I might as well die. She cried out and rushed outside. Fong Lanxin, gritting her teeth at Su Jigua, warned, if anything happens to Ryue, I will divorce you. With that, she hurried after her daughter, only to find a crowd in the hallway, who quickly turned to leave upon seeing her. Fong Lanxin felt utterly humiliated, her hatred for Xu Qing deepening. Early the next morning, Xu Qing rode her bicycle to the southern city's morning market to purchase lime. The weather had been pleasant, and the housework was progressing swiftly. To reach the lime vendor, she had to traverse a narrow alley and cross a bridge. On the bridge, there was often a group of idle young men lounging on the concrete barriers, whistling at passing young women. They would even block the path, hurling lewd comments. If not for the lime, Xu Qing would avoid this route, hoping to leave early enough that the ruffians wouldn't be around. However, just as she turned onto the bridge, she spotted 2 or 3 unruly young men lounging there. One of them, noticing her, whistled with a gleam in his eye, while another recognized her. Hey, isn't this the flower from the repair factory's family compound? But now she is just a withered bloom. As they spoke, they blocked Xu Qing's path. She had no choice but to dismount, her face cold, step aside. One man, clad in a blue and white striped shirt, approached and grasped her handlebars, leering, oh, a new bicycle. How about letting your brother ride it for a couple of days? Another tall, skinny man leaned against the first, eyeing Xu Qing with a predatory gaze. This flower is indeed special. Why not join us for some fun? Xu Qing's expression hardened, her eyes cold as she glared at the man in the blue shirt. Let go. The 3 men clearly disregarded her stern demeanor, jesting. What a fiery personality. I like it. Join us, and you'll never go hungry. As one of them attempted to touch her face, Xu Qing unexpectedly let go of the handlebars, and, before they could react, produced a brick from nowhere. When a man finally registered what was happening, Xu Qing had already struck him on the head with the brick, blood gushing forth. The skinny man gasped in shock. Damn, this girl is fierce. Let us see how we deal with her today. As he lunged to grab Xu Qing's hair, a sleek wolf dog suddenly charged in from nowhere, lunging at the skinny man's shoulder with fierce intent. The wolf dog's gaze was menacing, its bite powerful. The skinny man howled in pain, rolling on the ground. Xu Qing, Xu Vit, Et Galim, Bai Lang. Chapter 49 Xu Qing Stay. Captivated by the crimson gaze of Bai Lang. Could it be that Zhou Jinan was nearby? Bai Lang was exceptionally fierce, agile, and swift. After rolling the skinny man around, he lunged at the other 2 men. His originally cold gaze now bore a savage intensity, accompanied by a low growl, sending the 2 men fleeing in terror. Clutching their heads, they cried out for mercy, disregarding their fallen companion. Halfway across the bridge, they froze, staring at a figure standing at the bridge's edge, a man in a white shirt and black pants, a bandage wrapped around his eyes. He stood tall, emanating an indescribable coldness, making the street behind him appear ethereal in the morning mist. Despite being blind, the presence of the man instilled fear in the hearts of the 2 ruffians. One gripped his companion's arm, teeth chattering. Is he a man or a ghost? The other was equally shaken, his legs trembling uncontrollably. They had never realized that some individuals could instill such dread merely by standing there. Before they could decide whether to charge forward or flee, Bai Lang had already pounced, pinning the man in blue to the ground, baring his sharp teeth, ready to bite his neck. Xu Qing gasped, fearing that one bite might cost the man his life. Just as she was about to shout, Bai Lang licked the man's throat, releasing his claws to focus on the other man. The man in blue, terrified, wet his pants, unable to utter a sound. The remaining man, now under Bai Lang's gaze, fell to his knees, crying, "Great dog, spare me. We won T-Dare again." Bai Lang emitted a low growl, then trotted over to Zhou Jinan, sitting at his feet, panting heavily with his long tongue hanging out, eyeing the two cowards. Xu Qing sighed in relief, kicked the skinny man still groaning on the ground, and approached Zhou Jinan. "Brother Jinan, what brings you here?" Zhou Jinan turned slightly to look at Xu Qing. "Are you hurt?" Xu Qing shook her head. "No, just the paint on the bicycle chain case chipped off and got bent. That's what pains me the most." Zhou Jinan was amused by her words. The smile gracing his lips and the cold aura surrounding him dissipated significantly. "It's good that there's nothing wrong. Gaozhan and I just visited Huai Tree Alley. Grandma mentioned you were here to buy lime, so we came over to see if we could assist in any way." As he spoke, Gaozhan parked the car and approached, glancing at the three individuals on the ground. He clicked his tongue twice and kicked Lan Xiui, saying, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The trio scrambled away as if granted a pardon. Gaozhan then turned to Xu Qing with a grin. "You and this cold king of hell make quite the pair." He had been quite surprised when he saw Xu Qing pull a brick from her bag to strike the tall, thin man. It was unusual for a young lady to carry a brick in her purse, and her decisiveness in taking action spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinan opened the car door, allowing the white wolf to leap out. Xu Qing, curious, asked Cold King of Hell. Gaozhan nodded. "Indeed, he is feared by all. Our unit is known as the Iron Fist, and those evildoers tremble at the mere mention of his name." Xu Qing gazed at Zhou Jinan with admiration. "Incredible. I knew Brother Jinan was a remarkable hero." Her unreserved praise shone in her eyes like twinkling stars. Zhou Jinan, feeling somewhat awkward from the compliment, replied, "Weren't we supposed to buy lime? Let's go, just put the bicycle in the trunk." Obediently, Xu Qing pushed her bicycle over, and Gaozhan lifted it into the trunk. Recalling how Gaozhan had picked up Zhou Jinan last time, he opened the passenger door. Before Xu Qing could step in, the white wolf swiftly darted into the passenger seat, settling down with a certain grace, its drooping eyes exuding an oddly endearing charm. Gaozhan couldn't help but chuckle. The white wolf is becoming quite astute. Xu Qing glanced at Zhou Jinan standing by the car door and boldly took his hand, then will sit in the back. Given that there was a lime factory near the southern city, quality lime was readily available at reasonable prices, and a morning market bustled with activity. Xu Qing insisted that Gaozhan and Zhou Jinan stay in the car while she went inside. Gaozhan agreed, knowing that with Zhou Jinan's impaired vision and the fierce-looking white wolf, their presence would attract unwanted attention at the market. As Xu Qing blended into the crowd, Gaozhan pulled out a cigarette and lit it, lazily commenting, "I never realized Xu Qing had such a stubborn personality. Carrying a brick in her bag suggests she's often harassed." Zhou Jinan fell silent for a moment. "Prepare a folding knife for me." Gaozhan was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? That thing can be deadly if mishandled. Do you realize how reckless you sound? You're like a parent who spoils their child without considering the consequences." Zhou Jinan remained unfazed. She must know her limits. It's better than getting hurt herself. Suddenly, the white wolf became restless in the passenger seat, its front paws shifting anxiously while it peered out. Gaozhan looked outside, noticing the commotion among the morning market crowd, as if something was amiss. "Stay in the car. I'll go check it out," he said, stepping out and heading toward the disturbance. Xu Qing felt that today was certainly not a day to venture outside. Early in the morning, she had already encountered street thugs, and now at the market, someone was shouting about a stolen purse. Thieves often worked in groups, and upon being discovered, they created a diversion. One accomplice dashed to the livestock market corner, stabbing a chestnut horse with a dagger. The injured horse, startled and in pain, broke free from its tether and bolted into the crowd. Chaos erupted as people panicked, fleeing in all directions, some crying out in terror. Xu Qing was pushed forward by the frantic crowd, trying to navigate around children and the elderly amidst the turmoil. When Gaozhan arrived, he observed that, in their panic, people were running aimlessly instead of seeking refuge to the sides. He shouted, "Don't panic. Move to the sides. Go to the sides." A woman holding a child was so frightened that she froze in place. Gaozhan rushed over to help her, pulling her aside. Meanwhile, Xu Qing faced her own troubles as someone shoved her from behind, causing her to fall to her knees. The person behind her stumbled as well, leading to a domino effect. The chestnut horse charged toward them, and Xu Qing felt a sense of despair, fearing the next moment could bring calamity. Suddenly, a figure dashed past her, nimbly leaping onto the horse and grabbing its reins, desperately pulling to regain control. The horse, in pain, neighed loudly, thrashing its front hooves before settling down, panting heavily as it turned in circles, seemingly trying to throw off its rider. Xu Qing, momentarily forgetting her own pain, stood up and retreated with the crowd, her eyes fixated on the man atop the horse. The bandage over his eyes had vanished, revealing a pair of eyes that glowed a blood-red hue. Chapter 50. The reckless heroism of Zhou Jinan. Xu Qing stared at those blood-red eyes, which transformed his once beautiful phoenix eyes into a terrifying sight, making him appear menacing. A voice from the crowd cried out, "A ghost." Xu Qing snapped back to reality, turning to glare at the source of the noise. "Shut up. If it weren't for him, you would have been trampled by that horse." The frightened horse was temporarily subdued, but still struggled against its restraints. Zhou Jinan, with decisive action, struck the horse's neck at its most vulnerable point. As the beast collapsed, he nimbly dismounted, jumping aside. Gao Zhan, rushing over, drew his knife and stabbed the horse's neck, ensuring the threat was neutralized. With the crisis averted, the crowd's panic shifted into curiosity, their attention turning to Zhou Jinan, pointing and whispering about his eyes, completely red, devoid of any black pupils, resembling a character from a martial arts novel gone awry. How terrifying. He looks like a ghost. If he came out at night, he would surely scare people to death. Others chimed in, "Stop spreading nonsense. If it weren't for him, things could have been much worse." Exactly. How can you speak like that? Xu Qing felt her anger boiling over. There were far too many individuals like this in society, akin to those ungrateful keyboard warriors. Cold and selfish. She pushed through the crowd, positioning herself in front of Zhou Jinan, shouting at the critics, "Were you born without a brain? Why didn't that horse trample you instead? People like you shouldn't be saved. It's better for everyone if you were gone." Her voice was not only loud but also crisp and clear. Even Gao Zhan was taken aback by Xu Qing's fervor. Zhou Jinan, who had intended to leave with Gao Zhan, paused to observe Xu Qing. He had never cared much about what others thought of him. After years in his line of work, he had grown accustomed to misunderstanding. He expected Xu Qing to be frightened, yet she boldly defended him. As Xu Qing raged, her piercing gaze swept across the faces of the gossipers, watching them lower their heads, which eased her frustration somewhat. Gao Zhan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "All right, let's go buy what we need. We'll wait for you in the car." Xu Qing turned to Zhou Jinan, noting his composed demeanor. After the morning's turmoil, it would be a shame not to purchase the lime. She approached Zhou Jinan, taking his hand gently. "You and Brother Gao go to the car. I'll be back shortly." Her tone was soft, almost like a playful coaxing. Zhou Jinan, feeling slightly uncomfortable, swallowed hard and replied, "Just be careful." As Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan departed, the horse's owner rushed over, weeping, to collect the horse's remains. He was bewildered by the horse's sudden madness. At least no one was harmed, for he could not afford the cost of selling it. The crowd lingered for a while longer to witness the commotion before dispersing. Xu Qing hurried to the lime vendor to purchase 30 pounds of lime, along with several packages of paint designed for house decoration, requesting the vendor to deliver them to the car. After settling the payment, she clapped her hands and opened the back door to sit beside Zhou Jinan. Then, as if nothing had occurred, she turned to Gao Zhan and said, "Brother Gao, let us depart. We'll head to my home shortly. I will make dumplings to ward off today's misfortune." She then glanced at Zhou Jinan, whose eyes were once again bandaged, and added, "Brother Jinan, we'll have dumplings filled with lamb and radish. I noticed the radishes in my grandmother's yard are quite large. They should suffice." Zhou Jinan turned to her, concern etched on his face. "Aren't you afraid?" He was particularly worried that Xu Qing would be frightened by his eyes, which were now a deep crimson, resembling those of a ghost. "Xu Qing's my zits soon. Fear not. The injury to your eyes is a testament to your valor. It fills me with pride." Gao Zhan, listening from the front, couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, with her words, could both chastise and praise, and she had a knack for comforting others. Her words sent shivers down his spine. Zhou Jinan, clearly pleased, said to Gao Zhan, "Let us return and eat dumplings." Curiosity gnawed at Xu Qing. What kind of injury could have caused such damage to Zhou Jinan's eyes? In her previous life, how had his eyes healed? Noticing Xu Qing's pensive expression in the rearview mirror, Gao Zhan spoke up, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Xu Qing hesitated slightly. I merely want to know how Brother Jinnan's eyes were injured. Poisoned, Gao Zhan replied. Xu Qing gasped in surprise. Poisoned? Surely, if there's an antidote, it can be remedied? Gao Zhan shook his head. It's rather complicated. He was afflicted with a type of goo poison, and it's not as simple as finding an antidote. Zhou Jinan wished to interject, but it was too late, and he frowned slightly. Xu Qing was even more astonished. Goo poison? She had recently heard Feng Shuhua discuss the intricacies of goo poison and had not anticipated that Zhou Jinan was a victim. A thought struck her. Did Zhou Jinan and the others know that her grandmother could raise and dispel goo? If so, could this be the reason Su Huiru had mentioned for Zhou Jinnan's desire to marry her? The thought flickered briefly, and she gazed earnestly at Zhou Jinnan. My grandmother possesses such knowledge. I wonder if she can cure it. If not, we shall seek out someone who can. Zhou Jinnan feared Xu Qing might misunderstand, thinking he had married her solely for the purpose of finding a cure. Hearing her question, he was momentarily taken aback. What if it cannot be cured? Xu Qing's eyes sparkled with mirth. Then I shall become your eyes for life. Gao Zhan, driving ahead, felt another chill run down his spine. This girl could easily charm Zhou Jinan into giving her his very life. Upon reaching the alley, Xu Qing alighted to purchase 2 pounds of lamb before heading home to make dumplings. Once home, she invited Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan to sit beneath the grape arbor. She then retrieved a large watermelon from the well, having soaked it in the icy water, ensuring it was refreshingly cool. As she sliced the watermelon, she chatted with Zhou Jinan. The lamb you brought the other day, I was worried it might spoil, so I sawed at it with some salt. Just a pinch will do for cooking. This watermelon, bought yesterday, has been in the well. It should be particularly sweet and refreshing. Watermelons are quite affordable now, at 4 cents a pound. As she continued to cut the watermelon, her conversation was filled with trivial family matters. Gao Zhan, unable to contain himself, kicked Zhou Jinnan's foot playfully, thinking how fortunate he was to have found such a wonderful wife. After cutting the watermelon, Xu Qing shared a couple of pieces with them before rolling up her sleeves to prepare the dumpling filling. Feng Shuhua, enjoying the watermelon, looked at Zhou Jinan with a grin. Has Qing mentioned it to you? The 30th and May 16th are auspicious dates. Zhou Jinan nodded. Yes, I will prepare for it. Feng Shuhua then scrutinized Zhou Jinnan's eyes. Have you experienced any discomfort in your eyes lately? Any swelling in your veins? Zhou Jinan shook his head. No, aside from some slight discomfort upon waking each morning. Feng Shuhua discarded the watermelon rind and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Give me your right hand. Zhou Jinan extended his right hand, and Feng Shuhua pressed her fingers against his pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her fingers, smiling gently. You're fortunate. Your self-control is commendable. And the goo poison is spreading slowly. Gao Zhan felt a twinge of anxiety. Grandma, can it be cured? Feng Shuhua pondered for a moment. If it can be cured, will you be returning? Zhou Jinan affirmed. That is my duty. I must return. Feng Shuhua smiled. It's not a significant issue. It merely requires time. The elderly woman harbored her own motives. She had heard that Zhou Jinnan's unit was located near the border in harsh conditions, and the region was currently quite unstable. If Zhou Jinnan's eyesight were restored and he left early, it would leave her granddaughter alone in the provincial capital. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until they were married, ensuring their bond was strong, and Xu Qing had acquired some skills. Then, even if she accompanied Zhou Jinan to the border, she would not fear encountering those who raised goo. Zhou Jinan, unaware of the elderly woman's far-reaching thoughts, took her words at face value. He thought it was merely a matter of time, and the prospect of regaining his sight was already a pleasant surprise. If he were to regain his vision by year-end, he might be dispatched to the most arduous posts, leaving Xu Qing alone at home. A sudden unease washed over him. Society had just emerged from a decade of confinement, and as people relaxed, many with ill intentions had begun to emerge. Additionally, with a large influx of educated youth returning to the cities without jobs, the streets were filled with idle ruffians. He felt it imperative to find Xu Qing a reliable means of self-defense. Meanwhile, Xu Qing busied herself in the kitchen, chopping the filling vigorously, oblivious to the conversation outside. After preparing the meat filling, she kneaded the dough and returned from the field with 2 large radishes, washing them by the well before returning to chop them. Xu Qing thought that since Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan worked in a sensitive unit, they likely had demanding training schedules and large appetites, so she should prepare more dumplings. Gao Zhan washed his hands and entered the kitchen, seeing that Xu Qing had prepared the filling and was now rolling out the dough. He grinned and offered, "Let me help you make the dumplings." Xu Qing responded cheerfully, "That would be great. I appreciate your help." Gao Zhan glanced at the dumpling filling, which was a delightful mix of pink meat, green onions, and finely chopped white radish, glistening with oil and beautifully colored. His curiosity piqued. "I heard Zhou Jinan mention you're planning to start business. What kind of business do you have in mind?" Xu Qing did not hold back. "I want to start by selling food at the station, then explore other business opportunities." Despite her wealth of experience, she knew that without a supportive environment, her efforts would be futile. She alone could not alter the course of an era. Gao Zhan, unfamiliar with business, remained curious. "Is selling food at the station profitable?" Xu Qing tuka. "You shouldn't underestimate small businesses. There's a saying that having a wealth of 1,000 pieces is not as good as running a shop." Many successful entrepreneurs began as street vendors or bicycle salesmen. She believed that with her experience from another life, if she worked diligently and seized opportunities, she would surely gain an advantage over others. Gao Zhan raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite confident. But have you considered what happens if Zhou Jinan's site is restored and he has to return to the southwest?" Xu Qing paused, holding the rolling pin, momentarily lost in thought. She had not considered that possibility. "Can I go with him?" Gao Zhan shook his head. "No, the border is a tense area, and family members are not permitted to accompany them." Xu Qing smiled. "That's all right. I can wait for him in the provincial capital." In her heart, she secretly added that she would wait for him with their child in the provincial capital, believing that the child they had lost would return in this life. Gao Zhan smiled broadly, focusing intently on making dumplings. Xu Qing discovered that Gao Zhan's dumplings were surprisingly attractive. With a gentle squeeze of his hands, a plump, round dumpling emerged, prompting her to compliment him. "I never expected your dumplings to be so beautifully crafted." Gao Zhan smiled. "Everyone who has spent time in the cafeteria knows how to do this. Besides, we only get to enjoy dumplings during the new year. The young lads can eat a lot, so we must find a way to make them appear with thin skin and ample filling, though, in truth, we should use less meat filling." Xu Qing understood the hardship behind it. "It's all right. I prepared plenty of filling today. We can be generous and achieve the true balance of thin skin and ample filling." As they chatted, they heard footsteps in the courtyard. Xu Qing straightened up and listened closely. It was the voice of Su Jigua. He entered the yard carrying a bag of apples and 2 packs of biscuits, only to find Zhou Jinan sitting under the grape trellis, engaging in conversation with the elderly lady. Su Jigua calmed himself and greeted Zhou Jinan with a smile. "Jinan, you are here too?" Zhou Jinan merely nodded slightly, while Bai Lang, who had been lying quietly beside him, suddenly sat up and glared fiercely at Su Jigua. Su Jigua instinctively took a step back and greeted Feng Shuhua with a smile. "Mother, I came to see you. How have you been lately?" Feng Shuhua, who had been smiling kindly, instantly darkened her expression upon seeing Su Jigua, huffing coldly. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Su Jigua felt an immediate awkwardness. There was no way to continue that conversation. He awkwardly shifted topics. "I came to take Qingqing home. She has been at odds with the family and can't keep bothering you." Fang Lanqin had chased Su Riyue out yesterday and had not returned home. Su Jigua had gone to Fang Lanqin's family early in the morning, only to find that they hadn't returned. Instead, he had been scolded by Fang Kuan, who accused Xu Qing of being a disaster that would lead to their family's ruin. Su Jigua intended to bring Xu Qing back for a serious talk, hoping to persuade her not to cause any more trouble until she married into the Zhou family. Otherwise, he feared what chaos might ensue later. Feng Shuhua squinted at Su Jigua. "You want to take Qingqing back? Is that Fang Lanqin's idea or yours?" Su Jigua paused for a moment. "It's my idea. I want to go back." Xu Qing emerged from the kitchen wielding a rolling pin, looking at Su Jigua, not wishing to lose face before Zhou Jinan. Su Jigua suppressed his frustration and looked at Su Qing. "Qingqing, you've stayed at your grandmother's long enough. Even if you're angry with us, it can only be resolved by returning home. Once we're back, I'll have your mother apologize, all right?" Su Qing sneered. "That isn't my mother. She died long ago." Su Jigua felt blood rise in his throat from anger, yet he tried to contain himself. "How can you speak like that? Have you forgotten how your mother cared for you when you were sick as a child?" Su Qing was disinclined to engage in further conversation. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm getting married at the end of the month and will leave directly from my grandmother's." Su Jigua could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at Su Qing. "What did you say? Getting married at the end of the month?" Chapter 52. Go dig up Yinan's grave. Su Jigua was astonished because he had previously discussed the marriage with the Zhou family, and it had been agreed that the wedding would take place in November. How had it suddenly been moved up? He was even angrier that Xu Qing had not informed him of this change. If he hadn't come today, he might have been completely unaware of her plans to marry by the end of the month. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The veins on his temples bulging. Xu Qing, your audacity is growing. Do you no longer regard me as your father? Xu Qing replied with a hint of coldness in her smile. I don't intend to acknowledge you, so why should I regard you? You little wretch. Have you grown wings and think I won't dare to discipline you? Su Jigua was momentarily taken aback, speaking without thought, even raising his hand towards Xu Qing. However, before his hand could strike, Bai Lang rushed over and knocked Su Jigua aside, causing him to tumble clumsily to the ground, scattering the apples he held. Bai Lang then turned to face Xu Qing, sitting down majestically as he glared at Su Jigua. Zhou Jinan slowly stood up, directing his gaze towards Su Jigua. Su Jigua, feeling embarrassed and furious, clumsily got to his feet and, disregarding Zhou Jinan's status, unleashed his anger on him. Zhou Jinan. Does Xu Qing's immaturity excuse your own lack of sense? Such a significant matter as marriage, and you think you can decide without consulting the parents? Zhou Jinan frowned slightly. I am marrying Xu Qing. As long as she is happy and agrees, that is sufficient. Su Jigua was momentarily speechless but attempted to retort. Feng Shuhua, however, coldly intervened. Get out. Take your things and leave. Mom. Don't call me Mom. I've told you before, I have no son like you. When you reported me and paraded me through the streets, you ceased to be my son. Now leave at once. Feng Shuhua spoke with a cold, unfeeling tone. Su Ziguo, a head of security at a large factory, had never endured such humiliation, pointing a finger at Xu Qing. All right, you certainly are something. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and left in disgrace. Xu Qing, however, appeared unfazed, approaching Feng Shuhua to offer comfort. Grandma, don't be upset. Our dumplings will be ready soon. Feng Shuhua exhaled deeply. I'm not upset. If I were, I would have been dead by now from his antics. But you, when it comes time for your wedding, be cautious. They might cause a scene. Xu Qing was confident. They wouldn't dare, and they wouldn't have the time to. With what happened to Su Ruiyue, that alone is enough for Feng Lanxin to deal with. Just as Xu Qing had guessed, after chasing Su Ruiyue, Feng Lanxin spent the night at a hotel, and the next morning took her directly to find Ding Chongwen at the expert building. Ding Chongwen had already heard some rumors from the school, and was taken aback that Su Ruiyue's situation had been exposed so soon. In fact, he had already begun to think of solutions even before Feng Lanxin arrived. After all, if the investigation into Su Ruiyue's situation continued, not only would Su Ruiyue be expelled from the school, but he would also face repercussions. Yet, Feng Lanxin brought Su Ruiyue directly to his door, causing him to hurriedly let them in and shut the door behind them, somewhat exasperatedly looking at Feng Lanxin. What are you bringing her here for? Feng Lanxin was equally frustrated. With such a huge incident, don't you know? It must be that little vixen Xu Qing who exposed Ruiyue's situation. You need to think of a solution quickly. Ding Chongwen glanced at Su Ruiyue. I'm already thinking of a solution. For now, you two should request leave from school and wait until this storm passes. Su Ruiyue disagreed. If I request leave now, it will be tantamount to admitting I was a substitute, and I cannot do that. Feng Lanxin nodded in agreement, right? And hurry up and let Zhou Jinxian and Su Ruiyue get their marriage certificate. The Zhou family will find a way to help. Ding Chongwen frowned. With things as they are, do you think the Zhou family is foolish? Feng Lanxin was displeased. Ding Chongwen, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to help? If you don't want to help, just say so. Su Ruiyue observed the exchange between Feng Lanxin and Ding Chongwen with suspicion, sensing that her mother and Uncle Ding's tone was overly familiar, as if they were not simply asking for a favor. Ding Chongwen, too, was growing frustrated. Now that the matter has surfaced, I'm already working on a solution. Can you two refrain from complicating things further? Think of anything else that might come to light. Feng Lanxin's mind was in disarray. What else could there be? Hurry up and figure something out. If Ruiyue gets expelled because of this, I won't let you off the hook. Ding Chongwen's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ruiyue was not foolish. She could now confirm that there was something amiss between her mother and Ding Chongwen. Overwhelmed by confusion, she did not dare to delve into the nature of their relationship. It was not until Feng Lanxin finished her tirade at Ding Chongwen and stepped out that Su Ruiyue remained in a daze, staring blankly at Feng Lanxin. Mom, what exactly is your relationship with Uncle Ding? Fong Lanxin shot her an irritated glare. Why are you asking so much? I told you to study well in the countryside. If you had put in more effort, would you have scored so poorly? Is it necessary to be harmed like this by that little vixen, Xu Qing? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. That's Xu Qing. Just wait and see how I deal with her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Ruyu followed Fong Lan Xin in a daze as they made their way to her maternal home. Upon entering, Fong Lan Xin called out, "Brother Fong Kuan, come out quickly." Fong Kuan emerged, still holding a bowl of rice, and asked, "What is the matter? I just saw Su Jigwa looking for you. Have you had a quarrel? Was it Xu Qing again?" Fong Lan Xin gritted her teeth and replied, "Grab a hoe. We're going to dig up Yi Nan's grave." Fong Kuan was taken aback. While he could accept acts of violence, digging up graves was a serious offense against ancestral virtue, one that could bring misfortune to the entire family. "What did you say?" Fang Lan Xin Kun Li In Si. "Dig up Yi Nan's grave. I want to see how Xu Qing continues to act so arrogantly. I refuse to believe I cannot keep that little wretch in check." Fong Kuan hesitated, "But it will harm our ancestral virtue." Fong Lan Xin glared at him. "Don't you want a job? If you dig, I'll arrange one for you." Su Ruyu, stunned, could hardly believe that Fong Lan Xin intended to disturb Xu Qing's mother's grave. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her as she watched Fong Kuan grab the hoe, and she followed Fong Lan Xin outside. Digging a grave at noon required an immense amount of hatred. Residents from Huai Tree Alley, foraging for herbs on the hillside, spotted a man and two women digging under the blazing sun. Boldly, they approached to see it was indeed the grave of Yinan, the daughter-in-law of Feng Shuhua. The man, having helped dig the grave years ago, was suddenly alarmed and hurried down the hill. Racing to Huai Tree Alley on a bicycle he had hidden in the bushes. Arriving at Feng Shuhua's doorstep, he shouted without stopping, "Aunt Feng, it's terrible. Someone is digging up Qing's mother's grave." Chapter 53. Why is it an empty coffin? Xu Qing had just finished lunch and was clearing the table to cut watermelon when she heard shouting outside. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she rushed out so quickly that Gao Zhan didn't have time to react. Upon seeing Zhang Chong, a neighbor from her grandmother's house, Xu Qing, fearing she had misheard, asked, "Uncle Chong'an, what did you just say?" Panting, Zhang Chong replied, "I saw someone digging up your mother's grave. You need to check." Without hesitation, Xu Qing turned to run, but Gao Zhan intercepted her, saying, "I'll drive you. I know the way." He had previously taken Zhou Jinan to pay respects at Xu Qing's mother's grave, so he was familiar with the location. Feng Shuhua, leaning on her cane, hurried out as well. "Is what you're saying true, Chong'an?" He nodded. "It looked that way." "You must hurry. Who would dig up a grave during the day?" With a cold expression, Xu Qing followed Gao Zhan to the car, and Feng Shuhua, Zhou Jinan, and Bai Lang joined them. They sped towards the hillside of Nan Mountain. Just as Gao Zhan parked the car, Xu Qing leaped out, clutching the knife. Gao Zhan then noticed the weapon in her hand and told Feng Shuhua and Zhou Jinan, "Stay back. I'll follow Xu Qing." On the hillside, Fong Kuan and Fong Lan Xin had already unearthed the grave, revealing a decayed coffin. Fong Kuan hesitated. "Should we continue?" Fong Lan Xin, her eyes reddened with rage, commanded, "Keep digging. I want that little wretch Yi Nan to bask in the sun. May she never find peace in her next life." Fong Kun hesitated. There was a belief that exposing the bones could not only harm their ancestral virtue, but also scatter the soul of the deceased, preventing reincarnation. As he hesitated, Fan Lan Xin shouted, "Zai, what are you waiting for?" Clenching the handle of the hoe, Fong Kuan took a deep breath and smashed the coffin open. As Xu Qing rushed forward, she saw Fong Kuan strike down with the hoe, splintering wood everywhere. Without a moment's thought, she charged at him with the knife, her eyes wild with fury. Fong Lan Xin, Su Ruyu, and Fong Kuan were all focused on the coffin, completely unaware of her approach. By the time they turned, Xu Qing's blade was already descending, glinting dangerously in the midday sun. Fong Kuan, stunnet, forgot torstai dogge. The knife struck his shoulder with a deep cut, nearly severing his arm had it not been for the dullness of the blade. Xu Qing gritted her teeth, pulling out the knife for a second strike. But Gao Zhan intervened, kicking Fong Kuan back into the grave. Fong Kuan rolled in agony, clutching his bleeding shoulder, while Fong Lan Xin and Su Ruyu stood frozen in shock. Xu Qing's movements were so swift that they didn't even see how she had attacked. Regaining her composure, Fong Lan Xian glared at Xu Qing, her voice trembling. You. Xu Qing, you maniac. Do you want to kill someone? Xu Qing struggled against Gao Zhan's grip, insisting. Let me go. I want to kill her. Her eyes were fierce, unwilling to waste a single word. Although her feelings for her biological mother, Yi Nan, were shallow, the humiliation of Fong Lan Xian digging up a grave was unbearable. Gao Zhan held her firmly. Xu Qing, remain calm. It's not worth sacrificing your life over them. Fong Lan Xian, sensing Xu Qing was restrained, grew bolder. Xu Qing, you started this. Your nonsense has led to discussions about Ru Yu. And now I'm digging up your mother's grave. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll toss Yi Nan's remains into the Yellow River, ensuring you regret it for life. Su Ruyu, trembling with fear, glanced between Xu Qing and the writhing Fong Kuan, and suddenly spoke up, Mom. There's nothing in that coffin. Fong Kuan, from below, cried, Pull me up. Oh, it hurts. My arm feels like it's going to fall off. Fong Lan Xian froze for a moment, then rushed to the grave, and indeed found only splintered wood with no bones or cloth present. Xu Qing, hearing Su Ruyu's words, glanced over as well, realizing it truly was an empty grave. Zhou Jinan, supporting Feng Shuhua, along with Bai Lang, arrived shortly after. Feng Shuhua shot a cold glance at Fong Lan Xian, then turned to Fong Kuan. Hi, comrade. Please pull him up to avoid disturbing the peace of the deceased. As Gao Zhan went down to retrieve Fong Kuan, Xu Qing approached Feng Shuhua, her brow furrowed in confusion. Grandma, why is it an empty coffin? Feng Shuhua, equally puzzled, frowned as she watched Gao Zhan lift Fong Kuan, only to find the bottom of the coffin clean and empty. Fan Lan Xin, in Ditzbelai, stared at the vacant grave. She had witnessed Yinan being laid to rest and sealed in the coffin. How could it be empty? Feng Shuhua turned her gaze to Fong Lan Xian. Fong Lan Xian, you're truly shameless to dig up a grave in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Fong Lan Xian, still fixated on the empty coffin, thought perhaps Yinan was still alive. Without considering her response, she retorted, If it weren't for Xu Qing, would I have done such a thing? It's all her fault for forcing my hand. Zhou Jinan, realizing Fong Kuan was injured and fearing unnecessary trouble for Xu Qing, urged Gao Zhan, take him to the hospital. After seeing the empty coffin, Xu Qing's anger dissipated somewhat, though her gaze towards Fong Lan Xian and Su Ruyu remained icy. She had underestimated Fong Lan Xian's malice. Su Ziguo, having heard the commotion, rushed over and, upon seeing the disturbed grave, slapped Fong Lan Xian without hesitation. You fool. It wasn't that he held deep feelings for Yinan, but rather that he cared about his reputation. What would others think if word got out? Fan Lan Xin, already furious, was further incensed by the sudden slap and lunged at Su Zhigua. Su Zhigua, how dare you hit me? Today, I'll fight you to the end. She clawed at his face like a petulant child. Su Zhigua's face was marred, and in a fit of pain, he recklessly yanked Fong Lanxin's hair and slapped her again. Fong Lanxin immediately screamed, prompting Su Ruyue to cry out and rush to cling to Su Zhigua's arm. The scene became exceedingly chaotic. Xu Qing observed the two of them wrestling like clowns, then glanced at the empty grave. She walked over, linking arms with Feng Shuhua and taking Zhou Jinnan's hand. Let us return. Since the grave is empty, they have no interest in lingering to watch those two fight. Xu Qing led Zhou Jinnan and Feng Shuhua down the hill, still able to hear Fong Lanxin's piercing cries. Su Zhigua, you deserve to wear a green hat for the rest of your life. Chapter 54. The charming, jealous man, Xu Qing, remained silent throughout the journey, her mind occupied with the question of why the grave was empty. Could it be that her biological mother was truly alive? They walked until they reached the main road, where they hailed an ox cart back to Huai Tree Alley. Upon entering the courtyard, Feng Shuhua finally spoke. How strange. I was present at the burial. How could it be empty? Xu Qing hesitated. Grandma, could it be that my mother never died and was rescued instead? Feng Shuhua shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. I saw her with corpse spots on her face when I checked. Zhou Jinan, concerned for Xu Qing's feelings, suggested, shall I find someone to help investigate the matter from back then? Xu Qing wished to avoid burdening anyone. If her mother were indeed alive, she might not want to be disturbed. No need. It's been 18 years. Finding someone is not so simple. Feng Shuhua sighed. What a misfortune. At that moment, Xu Qing was no longer filled with sorrow or anger. She clung to Feng Shuhua's arm and smiled. It's all right. We have uncovered a secret. Besides, I did stab Fong Kuan. The only regret is that we lost a kitchen knife. Just moments ago, she had discarded the knife after it had been stained with Fong Kuan's blood. Seeing Xu Qing smile so brightly, Feng Shuhua thought she truly wasn't taking it to heart. Forget it, that knife was already useless. It's just as well to buy a new one. Xu Qing then turned to Zhou Jinan with a playful smile. Brother Jinan, I apologize for making you witness such a spectacle. Her fiery nature had been repeatedly exposed before Zhou Jinan, and today she had even resorted to violence. Zhou Jinan chuckled softly, his voice low and soothing. You handled it well. Just be cautious in the future. Xu Qing blushed. I will certainly temper my temper from now on. By the way, I need to soak the lime. I almost forgot amidst all this commotion. I'll prepare it so that we can paint the house tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she hurried to grab a bucket for soaking the lime, perhaps seeking an escape from the situation. Feeling relieved that Zhou Jinan could not see her in such a fierce state, as it would surely have appeared quite unsightly. Gao Zhan returned after taking Fong Kuan to the hospital for treatment and could not help but complain. I've never encountered such shameless individuals who still wish to extort money. Xu Qing was entirely unfazed. She brought the prepared lime mixture to the wall, washed her hands, and poured Gao Zhan a cup of tea. He has always been like this, lazy and reliant on Fong Lanqing to get by. Gao Zhan took a deep gulp of water, setting the cup down to look at Xu Qing. If he had been off by a few centimeters, it would have struck his carotid artery. That indeed would have been perilous. If it had merely been a brawl, as long as no one was fatally harmed, there would likely be little concern. However, if someone died, Xu Qing would find herself in a precarious situation. Xu Qing smiled. I was careful when I struck him. I wouldn't take his life. In her past life, she had lost her own life for the sake of Fong Lanqing and Su Riyue. In this life, she had hardened her heart, refusing to sacrifice herself again. Gao Zhan looked at Xu Qing in astonishment. You say you were still cautious? Xu Qing nodded. Indeed, otherwise, I would have surely struck him in the neck. It is not worth my life to risk it for someone like him. Gao Zhan sighed in relief. On the way back, he intended to speak with Zhou Jinan, urging him to advise Xu Qing not to be so impulsive, as it could lead to dire consequences. But he did not expect Xu Qing to claim she had the situation under control. Suddenly, he felt that Xu Qing was a girl full of surprises, though she appeared impulsive. She possessed a cunning strategy, exuding an aura that intimidated others while ensuring her own safety. He could not help but marvel at the perfect match between Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan. Zhou Jinan simply sat quietly, listening, feeling somewhat surprised that she could maintain a sliver of rationality amidst such fury, which was indeed rare. However, seeing Gao Zhan and Xu Qing conversing so amiably stirred a hint of jealousy within him, prompting him to speak up. Gao Zhan, let's head back. Gao Zhan glanced at him, then turned back to Xu Qing. Fong Kuan even threatened to report this. He ought to consider his own actions. After reprimanding him, he was too scared to report it, yet he claimed he would come to you for money to cover his recovery. Xu Qing shrugged nonchalantly. No matter, let him come. After a few visits, he'll learn to fear me. Gao Zhan chuckled. That man is nothing but a coward, utterly incompetent. He will likely tremble at the sight of you wielding a kitchen knife. Zhou Jinan frowned and reiterated. Gao Zhan, we should return. Xu Qing, assuming Zhou Jinan was eager to leave for a reason, quickly stood up. Are you both leaving? Brother Gao, we still have some dumplings left from lunch. I'll pack them for you in a container. You can heat them up for dinner. During their lunch conversation, she had learned that Gao Zhan's parents were not home and that he was living alone, so she thought to send him home with the leftover dumplings, which could easily be prepared with boiling water when hunger struck. Gao Zhan accepted without hesitation. All right, that saves me from cooking tonight. Zhou Jinan's expression darkened, as if a bottle of vinegar had been overturned in his stomach, feeling an uncomfortable sourness. Xu Qing moved swiftly, retrieving an aluminum container from the kitchen cabinet and filling it with a large portion of dumplings. She topped it off with 2 of Feng Shuhua's pickled chili peppers, tangy and spicy, perfect for enhancing the meal. As she exited the kitchen, placing the container into a net bag, she remarked, Brother Gao, I've also packed you 2 pickled peppers. I noticed you enjoyed them at lunch. They pair wonderfully with the dumplings. Gao Zhan smiled gratefully. I won't be polite. Grandma's pickled peppers are truly delicious, far better than what I have at the mess. Zhou Jinan, sitting nearby, suddenly interjected gloomily. They are indeed tasty. I enjoy them as well. Xu Qing paused, realizing that Zhou's family had someone cooking for them, and their meals were consistently good. She and T intended to offer him the simple pickled vegetables, but hearing him say that made her feel a twinge of indignation. She quickly replied, "Then I'll pack some for you too. Grandma made plenty." With that, she hurried back to the kitchen, relieved to find another smaller aluminum container. Xu Qing retrieved some pickled peppers, contemplating for a moment before fetching a small knife to slice them into thin strips, drizzling them with sesame oil for added flavor. This way, they would be delightful with steamed buns or porridge. Gao Zhan, listening to the sounds of Xu Qing chopping in the kitchen, couldn't he help but cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Jinan, muttering in a tone audible to both, "You truly have no shame." Zhou Jinan scoffed lightly. "You're hardly any better. You accept everything handed to you? Do you have any idea how expensive flour and meat can be?" Gao Zhan felt a strong urge to throw the dumplings in Zhou Jinan's face. "Have you no conscience? I chauffeur you around daily, as if I were your driver." Zhou Jinan replied coolly, "This is all part of the arrangements from the bureau. Besides, I also provide for your meals." Frustrated, Gao Zhan smacked Zhou Jinan's shoulder just as Xu Qing emerged from the kitchen, observing the scene with confusion. "Brother Gao, what are you doing?" She couldn't shake the feeling that Gao Zhan looked as if he were gritting his teeth. Chapter 55. I did not marry her to endure your wrath. Upon seeing Xu Qing, Gao Zhan immediately brightened, smiling broadly as he patted Zhou Jinan's shoulder. "I saw some dirt on his shoulder and was helping him clean it off." Xu Qing dismissed her doubts, cheerfully approaching to hand the container to Zhou Jinan. "I've sliced the peppers into thin strips and drizzled some sesame oil over them. They will be especially fragrant with steamed buns tomorrow morning." Zhou Jinan's mood instantly brightened. "All right, let's go then. I'll come over tomorrow morning to help you clean the house." Xu Qing did not refuse. "Sure, just head to the yard when you arrive." Gao Zhan observed Zhou Jinan's sudden change of demeanor with a cold gaze, and after they had driven a while, he clicked his tongue in astonishment. "I didn't see that coming. Even a pickled vegetable matters so much to you." Zhou Jinan maintained a calm expression. That pickled vegetable was painstakingly prepared by Qing's grandmother. "What have you done?" Gao Zhan clicked his tongue in response, unwilling to engage with Zhou Jinan's newfound childishness. When they reached Zhou Jinan's doorstep, he suddenly spoke up. "Make sure to arrange for the chef for the banquet. And the dishes, 10 per table, including chicken and fish. The rest is up to your discretion." Gao Zhan was astonished. "Isn't that a bit extravagant? Nowadays, 6 dishes are already considered generous, and you want 10? If someone were to hear this, they'd think you've struck it rich." Zhou Jinan ignored him. "Just do as I say, and buy extra red paper for the invitations. As for what else is needed, I'll check with Grandma Chening." Gao Zhan, resigned, went off to fulfill the task. Zhou Jinan entered the courtyard with a lunchbox in hand. Su Huiru was watering the flowers by the flower bed. Upon seeing the white wolf leading Zhou Jinan inside, she quickly set down her watering can and approached him. "Jinan, you're back. I see you have a lunchbox. Haven't you eaten yet? Should I ask Chima to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Zhou Jinan sensed Su Huiru's advancing footsteps and took 2 steps back, his voice cold. "No need." After a moment of silence, Su Huiru asked, "Your aunt has come over. Do you want to go in and greet her?" Zhou Jinan bypassed Su Huiru and walked towards the living room. He had no intention of greeting Zhou Lihong. He wanted to inform Chuning that the wedding date had been set. In the living room, Zhou Lihong was carefully flattering Chuning, sweet-talking her. After all, she was her biological daughter, and with a few flattering words, Zhou Lihong managed to erase Chun Ying's lingering dissatisfaction, and they chatted amicably. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan enter, Chuning smiled and stood up. "Jinan's back. Your aunt brought your favorite pot stickers." As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Jinan to sit down and reached out to take his lunchbox. However, Zhou Jinan gently pushed her hand away. "I can hold it myself, Grandma. I wanted to let you know that on the 30th of this month, Xu Qing and I will hold our wedding. Please check if there are any relatives we need to invite from our side." Chuning was momentarily taken aback by the sudden news. Zhou Lihong, however, was displeased. "Why the sudden wedding? Is Xu Qing pressuring you?" In her eyes, even though they had obtained a marriage certificate, as long as the banquet had not been held and the neighbors and relatives were unaware, Xu Qing could not be considered a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Chuning was also surprised. "Yes, how so sudden? Wasn't it agreed to be in November? If it's on the 30th, there are only a few days left. Your new house hasn't even been painted, and you still need to buy new furniture. This is too rushed." Zhou Jinan completely ignored Zhou Lihong's comments and explained to Chuning, "We will hold the wedding banquet in our family courtyard. Aside from my colleagues and Xu Qing's family, Please see how many relatives we need to invite. Chuning still hadn't grasped the situation. Jinan, why not live at home? If you move out, we won't feel at ease. Zhou Lihong scoffed. I knew it was Xu Qing's idea. Mom, you see how that girl's eyes shine like glass eggs? She comes up with all sorts of ideas. Suppressing her frustration, Su Huiru looked at Zhou Jinan. Even if you're angry with me, you should think about your grandparents. At their age, what do they wish for most? To have their children and grandchildren around them, enjoying their company. If you hold the banquet in the courtyard, but move out after the wedding, what will others think? Chuning felt a pang of discomfort. At her age, she cherished having her grandchildren living together in harmony. After a moment of silence, she said, Jinan, this is Xu Qing's idea. You should talk to her. Moving out is equivalent to splitting the family. Zhou Jinan replied, it's my decision. I merely suggested a start, and you all shifted the blame onto Xu Qing. If we were to live together in the future, no matter what happens, you would be the first to blame her. I am marrying her as my wife, intending to share my life with her, not to marry her only to face your doubts and resentment. Zhou Jinan rarely spoke at such length, but his words were piercing, leaving Chuning speechless. Zhou Lihong, clearly dissatisfied, retorted, it wasn't like this before. Ever since you started getting close to Xu Qing. Enough. Zhou Jinan interrupted sharply. You weren't like this before either. When you heard I was getting married, you were all happy, but when you found out it was Xu Qing, you weren't pleased. You all are educated people. Can't you discern right from wrong? He paused before standing up. Moreover, I came here to inform you, not to negotiate. With that, he tugged on the leash of the white wolf and made his way out, leaving the three women in the room staring at each other in disbelief. Zhou Lihong was the first to regain her composure and glared at Chuning. Mom, look at Jinan's attitude now. He won't listen to anyone. We're doing this for his own good. How can he not see the difference between right and wrong? I think that Xu Qing has bewitched him. Chuning waved her hand. Enough. Don't say another word. Jinan is right. We know nothing and unfairly place the blame on Xu Qing. After saying this, she turned to Su Huiru. Huiru, what exactly is going on between you and Jinan? A mother and son Shun Ti have lingering grudges. Why have you been at odds for so many years? Jinan is not an ungrateful child. Talk to him properly. Su Huiru bit her lip, remaining silent. After a moment, she turned and left, regardless of whether Zhou Jinan would remember the events of the past. She wanted to have a proper conversation with him. If not for dire circumstances, no one would willingly do something they did not want to. Arriving at Zhou Jinan's room, she hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open without knocking. Chapter 56. The Secrets of the Past. Zhou Jinan sat at his desk, hearing Su Huiru enter but remaining still. Su Huiru closed the door and stopped a meter away from him, looking at him with teary eyes. After all these years, even if you hate me, you should at least tell me why, so I can understand. Zhou Jinan turned to Su Huiru, his lips pressed tight, containing a simmering anger. His hands clenched tightly on the table, yet he had no intention of speaking. This time, Su Huiru was determined not to let it go. Regardless, I am your mother. I consider myself a competent mother, having cared for you and your brother wholeheartedly. Zhou Jinan suddenly smirked coldly. All right then, let me ask you, who is Zhou Jinchuan's father? Is he truly my father's son? Su Huiru looked at Zhou Jinan in horror, her heart racing and her hands and feet cold. What do you mean? Her voice trembled involuntarily. She couldn't believe that Zhou Jinan knew everything. Zhou Jinan scoffed. You don't need to pretend to be ignorant in front of me. I have no interest in sharing your secret with Zhou Changxian. Su Huiru stragal to swallow. Don't say such nonsense. He is your uncle. Zhou Jinan replied mockingly, yes. He is my uncle, my father's full-blooded brother, yet you still engage in such despicable acts. Su Huiru could now confirm that Zhou Jinan was fully aware of everything, perhaps even more than she had guessed. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes, and he appeared pitiable. Jinan, my actions stem from a place of hardship. Moreover, I no longer have any ties to him, he said. Yet, Zhou Jinan could not forget that time, when he was merely 14 or 15 years old. His father had been sent to the capital for further studies, and Su Huiru had brought him and Zhou Jinxian to their rural hometown. Uncle Zhou Changxian often visited them, sometimes bringing 2 pounds of white flour, other times a sack of cornmeal. In an era when food was scarce, such provisions were exceedingly precious. Zhou Jinan felt grateful for his uncle's kindness. Even in his father's absence, he still cared for their family. On one occasion, Zhou Changxian arrived with a piece of pork, thick with fat and tender lean meat, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Su Huiru, as usual, sent Zhou Changxian and Zhou Jinxian to gather mushrooms or collect firewood, cheerfully promising them dumplings for dinner. He left the house happily, only to realize halfway that he had forgotten his sickle and hurried back to retrieve it. To his astonishment, he overheard moans from his parents' room, sounds of pain and restraint. Zhou Jinan stood frozen for a moment before approaching the slightly ajar door. Inside, he caught sight of two writhing figures on the bed, a sight that made him nauseous. He covered his mouth and stumbled backward, only to hear Zhou Changxian, panting, tell Su Huiru, "You must keep an eye on our son. If Jinxian desires anything, just let me know." Zhou Jinan felt lost as he exited the room, holding the sickle in a daze. He returned home long after dusk, unable to partake in the fragrant pork dumplings that awaited him. Instead, he drank a ladle of cold water and retreated to his room to sleep. From that day forward, Zhou Jinan's demeanor towards Su Huiru grew considerably colder, but his naturally taciturn character meant she remained oblivious to the change. It wasn't until Zhou Jinan left for work that Su Huiru, the last to realize, noticed an insurmountable chasm had formed between her and her son. As she looked at Zhou Jinan, who remained tight-lipped and unyielding, she felt compelled to continue. "You know how difficult those years were. Your father alone could not support our family, and with your grandparents gone and me without work, I couldn't just stand by and watch you starve." Zhou Jinan scoffed, his laughter laced with disdain. "I am no longer a child to believe everything you say. Leave now. Rest assured, I will not speak of this." Understanding Zhou Jinan's temperament, Su Huiru recognized further discussion would be futile and silently turned to leave. She now feared that Zhou Changwen might discover this. If he did, her current peace would be shattered. After Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan departed, Xu Qing pulled Feng Shuhua into the house. "Grandmother, do you know what happened to Zhou Jinan's eyes?" Feng Shuhua did not conceal the truth. "Yes, but with me around, there will be no problems." Xu Qing pondered for a moment. "So, your teachings are to prevent such occurrences in the future?" A bold thought crossed her mind. In her previous life, it was Feng Shuhua who had healed Zhou Jinan's eyes. However, according to the timeline, Feng Shuhua had passed before Zhou Jinan's sight was restored. Yet, she sensed a connection and believed this time all answers would unfold. At the very least, she vowed to keep a close watch on Feng Shuhua, ensuring she did not depart prematurely. Seeing Xu Qing frowning in contemplation, Feng Shuhua smiled and took her hand. "Do not worry as long as I am here. I will ensure Zhou Jinan remains unharmed. You are all good children." Xu Qing snapped back to reality, blinking and grinning as she embraced Feng Shuhua. "Grandmother, how did I not notice sooner how delightful you are?" She then inquired about the poison afflicting Zhou Jinan. "Grandmother, do you know what poison Zhou Jinan has been inflicted with?" Feng Shuhua nodded. "I do, but I currently lack sufficient herbal remedies. I will write down the formula and have someone travel to Yunnan, where such poisons are prevalent. The village rules are quite strict. These substances should not be taken outside. But it seems someone within the village has been blinded by greed, manipulating others against Zhou Jinan." Xu Qing was incensed. How could there be such wicked people? Their intentions are truly vile. Feng Shuhua observed with amusement. However, this poison has particular characteristics. Xu Qing, curious, asked, "What characteristics?" Feng Shuhua, hesitant to embarrass Xu Qing, spoke delicately. "Once you become husband and wife, he may lose control in that aspect. At times, it might resemble intoxication." Xu Qing was taken aback, her face flushing instantly. Could it be that Zhou Jinan's sudden episode was due to this? Feng Shuhua, noticing her blush, chuckled. "But Jinan has considerable endurance. I mention this merely to prepare you. If all else fails, use a gold needle to prick him." Xu Qing, her cheeks aflame, replied, "Grandmother, let us discuss how to treat the poison instead." As she diligently learned from Feng Shuhua, the news of Su Zhigua and Feng Lanxin's altercation, along with Feng Lanxin's desecration of Yinan's grave, had spread throughout the factory. No one expected the usually gentle and virtuous Feng Lanxin to commit such an act. Ma Xuelan stood at the entrance of the family quarters, excitedly gossiping as she cracked sunflower seeds. "I told you Feng Lanxin was the best at pretending. Look at her now. Her true colors are finally revealed. Just wait and see. The next step will surely be a divorce." Chapter 57. Dogs are as petty as their owners. The more Ma Xuelan spoke, the more animated she became, spitting sunflower seed shells everywhere, akin to a loudspeaker announcing, "Have you noticed how lively their household has been lately? First, Xu Qing faced misfortune, then Xu Ruiyue. And now the scandal of Xu Ruiyue impersonating someone at school has been exposed. Do you know why? Why? Please do tell us without holding back. Ma Xuelin spat out a few more seed shells. Everyone knows what kind of child Xu Qing is. She works hard every day after returning home, sewing clothes to earn money. She cooks all 3 meals. Yet, after the incident, she suddenly changed her demeanor. What does that indicate? It suggests Xu Qing's troubles were orchestrated. Think about it. Xu Qing was dating the professor's son, and right after that, calamity struck. Then, Xu Ruiyue promptly became engaged. People began to murmur, reflecting on the situation. They felt that the professor's son was indeed inconsiderate, rejecting the sister only to propose to the younger sibling. However, no one connected Xu Qing's troubles to Fang Lanxin. As the morning she returned home, Fang Lanxin had wept pitifully in the courtyard, appearing to be a caring stepmother. The only oddity was Xu Ruiyue's swift engagement to Zhou Jinxian, which seemed slightly inappropriate. Some were skeptical. Could it be? Even Fang Lanxin couldn't stoop so low as to ruin a young woman's reputation. Ma Xuelin scoffed. She desecrated a grave. What wouldn't she do? A hush fell over the crowd as they considered the possibility of Ma Xuelin's narrative being true. Despite her incessant chatter, she had an uncanny knack for accuracy. Suddenly, it transformed into a belief that Fang Lanxin and Xu Ruiyue's predicament was a consequence of Xu Qing's retaliation. Who could blame her for their lack of humanity? After the fight at the graveyard, Xu Zhigua and Fang Lanxin returned without even going home, heading straight to the dormitory. Fang Lanxin, with a swollen face, smashed everything she could at home, and now everyone in the factory was reveling in her misfortune. She saw no reason to maintain her facade any longer. Xu Ruiyue, trembling beside her, dared not speak, watching her mother vent her frustrations until she finally whispered, "Mom, calm down. Our actions only serve to delight Xu Qing." When it comes to Xu Qing, Fang Lanxin is filled with an insatiable rage, almost yearning to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she pulls Xu Ruiyue to sit down. "Ruiyue, go find your Uncle Ding and ensure that he helps you marry Zhou Jinxian. Moreover, you need to resolve your schooling situation urgently." Xu Ruiyue hesitates, pondering that Zhou Jinxian barely acknowledges her. How could she possibly marry into the Zhou family? Even the matter of school seems fraught with uncertainty. Fang Lanxin sneers. "Rest assured, Ding Chongwen has his ways. If he dares to refuse assistance, I will make certain he pays for it." Xu Ruiyue, noticing Fang Lanxin's bruised expression, quietly inquires, "Mom, what is your relationship with Uncle Ding?" Fang Lanxin shoots her a glance. "You need not concern yourself with that. Just go find him. He cannot afford to ignore this." As for Xu Qing, she will not be spared either. And what of Yi Nan? Is he truly dead? Early the next morning, Xu Qing rides her bicycle, carrying 2 buckets of slaked lime and a brush to paint the house. By the time she arrives, Zhou Jinan is already present. The yard has clearly been cleaned, with water still glistening on the ground. Zhou Jinan is rummaging through a pile of bricks and wooden planks by the wall, noticing the potential danger of sharp objects. The white wolf nudges him gently. Seeing this, Xu Qing quickly parks her bike and approaches. "Oh, let me handle this. What if you get pricked by a nail?" The white wolf, recognizing its owner, instinctively sits back, watching the two in silence. Zhou Jinan chuckles. "It's fine. I'm being very careful. And the white wolf is here to remind me." Xu Qing knows the white wolf is intelligent, but it is still a dog. It has its moments of blindness and cannot speak. The white wolf emits a low whine, seemingly displeased by Xu Qing's doubts about its capabilities. Zhou Jinan can't help but laugh. "It's clever yet sensitive. Be cautious, or it might hold a grudge against you." Indeed, dogs are reflections of their owners. The white wolf is both vindictive and petty. Gao Zhan interjects, carrying a brand new rattan chair, the varnish still gleaming. Xu Qing, taken aback, exclaims, "This rattan chair is truly beautiful." Gao Zhan glances at Zhou Jinan. "He chose it. We bought 2 in total." Internally, he grumbles about Zhou Jinan's fussiness over a mere chair, which made him traverse the entire provincial capital to procure. Xu Qing joyfully runs her fingers over the rattan chair, testing its sway. Lying back, she finds herself gazing through the dense foliage at the dappled sunlight. Indeed, a delightful experience. Gao Zhan then pulls a piece of paper from his pocket and hands it to Xu Qing. "This is the courtyard layout that Zhou Jinan asked me to sketch. Let me know if you have any objections." The simple diagram specifically marks a lean-to next to the storage room. Zhou Jinan approaches to explain. If you wish to conduct business, a storeroom is essential. The yard lacks sufficient space for another building, so we shall convert the kitchen into a storehouse. Xu Qing considers mentioning that she merely intends to run a small business, which does not necessitate a storeroom just yet, but since this is Zhou Jinan's earnest effort, she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Zhou Jinan continues. The old storeroom is to be transformed into a bathing area, while the side alley will hold coal. The room adjacent to the main house will be for Grandma, as it receives better sunlight in winter. Xu Qing initially assumed Gao Zhan had informed him of the house's layout, explaining Zhou Jinnan's detailed knowledge. However, she is taken aback when Gao Zhan suddenly speaks up. How did you come to know that the eastern room receives better sunlight? It feels quite similar now. After all, the entire canopy of trees blankets the courtyard. Zhou Jinan remains contemplative. Look closely. Isn't the trunk of the locust tree tilted toward the west? Comparatively, doesn't it have a greater density of branches on that side? Both Gao Zhan and Xu Qing gaze upward, and indeed, the leaves on the western side appear more abundant. Xu Qing exclaims in surprise, "How did you know that?" Gao Zhan bursts into laughter. I forgot to mention, not only is he a cold-hearted king, but he's also a living radar, a map, and a weather forecast. Xu Qing is momentarily speechless. Each of these nicknames is quite formidable. Gao Zhan, however, adds with a smirk, unfortunately, he's currently blind. Zhou Jinan does not take offense. Gently patting the white wolf's head, I can still outshoot you. Gao Zhan scoffs, keep dreaming. Zhou Jinan responds, if I win, you owe me something? Chapter 58. The remarkable white wolf Gao Zhan eyes Zhou Jinan warily, sensing a trap. What do you want? Zhou Jinan seems to ponder this for a moment before replying. If you choose not to gamble with me, then you must concede and give your pen to Xu Qing. Gao Zhan stares at Zhou Jinan in disbelief. Have you truly become so shameless? Resorting to robbery now? Zhou Jinan maintains his calm demeanor. I offered you a fair opportunity for competition, and the outcome is entirely your choice. You cannot hold me accountable. Xu Qing watches the banter, amused by how Zhou Jinan appears more cheerful and vibrant in Gao Zhan's company. While painting, Xu Qing declines assistance from Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan, mixing colors and diluting the slaked lime with water. She adorns her head with a towel and begins painting the exterior walls before moving inside. The empty house is quick to paint, requiring 2 coats for better coverage. With Gao Zhan unable to assist, he and Zhou Jinan sit under a tree, chatting leisurely. They discuss whom to invite to the wedding. I've already informed Gotzi and the others. They're nearby and can take leave to come. I've also contacted the old captain. He should be able to make it. Zhou Jinan remains silent for a while. What about Sister Jiang? Have you reached out? Gao Zhan hesitates. Do we really need to invite Sister Jiang? Zhou Jinan sighs, yes, we should. If she finds out that I invited the old captain and others, but not her, it will surely lead to more trouble. Gao Zhan's expression turns serious. I truly regret not taking action sooner. I let the old leader shield me. If I could choose, I would rather it had been me who perished. Zhou Jinan pats Gao Zhan's shoulder. Don't dwell on it. Anyone in our position would have acted similarly. At that moment, no one would be contemplating their own mortality. Go and buy a watermelon and grab 2 popsicles while you're at it. Gao Zhan is taken aback by Zhou Jinnan's abrupt change of topic, grumbling, you certainly don't hold back when giving orders. Despite his complaints, he rises and exits. When Xu Qing steps outside, she overhears their conversation, realizing that the optimistic Gao Zhan harbors a heavy secret. After finishing the painting, Gao Zhan returns with watermelon and popsicles. As the 3 enjoy the watermelon, Xu Qing is astonished to see the white wolf eating a popsicle. Zhou Jinan holds the popsicle while the white wolf lies beside him, licking it eagerly, its comical yet endearing face reflecting pure enjoyment. Xu Qing marvels, the white wolf actually eats popsicles? Leaning back in the rattan chair lazily, Gao Zhan replies, don't underestimate the white wolf. It has been by Zhou Jinnan's side since birth, eating only what he feeds it, and it's exceptionally clever. On many missions, the white wolf has proven to be the finest scout. There was even a time when it was captured by villains, and it ran back after starving for a week. Fainting the moment, it saw Zhou Jinan. Xu Qing is taken aback by the white wolf's loyalty and intelligence. Reaching out to stroke its head, you are truly amazing. Gao Zhan scoffs, it is indeed impressive, but it can be petty and holds grudges. The white wolf immediately turns to glare at Gao Zhan, its eyes icy. and it emits a low growl, making Xu Qing giggle. After finishing the watermelon, Xu Qing tidies up the yard and washes out the buckets used for slake lime. Looking at the rejuvenated house, she feels a surge of happiness. As lunchtime passes, and with nothing available in the yard, Xu Qing suggests they dine out. The three of them find a nearby noodle shop, each ordering a bowl of pot-covered noodles. It is, in essence, merely a bowl of noodle soup. Presently, there is no demand for noodles to possess a chewy texture. The broth is savory and aromatic, and as long as the portion is generous enough to satiate hunger, it is deemed the best. Xu Qing first scoops some noodles into Zhou Jinan's bowl, exclaiming, "The portion is too much for me to finish." Gao Zhan, observing from the side, felt a twinge of pain in his jaw. When did these two become so intimate? Just as Xu Qing placed the bowl and chopsticks in Zhou Jinan's hands, a newcomer entered the small eatery. None other than Ding Chongwen's wife, Wang Gaihua. With her jiggling flesh, called out to the owner, "Old Wang, give me a bowl of noodles." The owner's wife emerged from the kitchen, her hands covered in flour, and greeted her, "Gaihua, what brings you here again?" Wang Gaihua replied proudly, "I'm too lazy to cook at home. It's simpler to eat out." The owner's wife chuckled, "If everyone in our neighborhood thought like you, my family would be thriving. By the way, I haven't seen Professor Ding around lately. I heard you're planning to rent out the yard and move in with him?" Wang Gaihua puffed out her chest. "That is the plan, but I'm not keen on it. He only has 2 rooms over there, and cooking has to be done in the hallway. There is hardly any space to turn around. It feels stifling, so I plan to wait until winter when the building has heating." The owner's wife expressed a hint of envy. "Heating is splendid. It's much cleaner. But Gaihua, you should be cautious. With Professor Ding living alone at the school, are you not worried he might have ulterior motives? He is in his 40s, a time when men struggle to keep their desires in check. Nowadays, girls prefer well-educated partners." Wang Gaihua's expression changed instantly. "I dare him. Which shameless little minx would dare? I would skin her alive." The owner's wife was quite adept at stirring the pot and had always disdained Wang Gaihua's haughty demeanor, thinking to herself, "So what if she married an intellectual? He used to be a mere old scholar." Knowing exactly which words would rattle Wang Gaihua, she thrust the knife deeper. As expected, Wang Gaihua, fuming, tossed 3 cents onto the table and stormed out with her noodles. The owner's wife snorted dismissively before retreating to the back to attend to her tasks. Xu Qing suddenly concocted a rather mischievous idea. It would indeed be entertaining to have Wang Gaihua confront Ding Chongwen. After finishing her meal, Xu Qing asked Gao Zhan to escort Zhou Jinan home while she sought out a friend. Once the two departed, Xu Qing made her way to the train station and noted that several stalls remained unoccupied. However, a new beef noodle shop had sprung up nearby, likely suffering from a lack of clientele due to the off-peak hours. Xu Qing then sought out the logistics director of the train station. The plump director remembered her well, as it was uncommon to see such a young and beautiful woman engaging in business ventures. Now nearly 10 days had passed, and he assumed she had not convinced her family. Thus, he was quite surprised to see her. "Your family agreed?" "Xu Qing not that. I wish to discuss a collaboration with you." "What kind of collaboration?" Xu Qing teasingly left him in suspense. "It's a substantial business opportunity, but you may not have the authority to decide. I want to negotiate with the station master and the secretary as well." The plump director felt slightly slighted. "Little girl, though you're small, your ambitions are grand. Very well, tell me your proposal." Xu Qing frowned, appearing troubled. "If you cannot fulfill it, then I would be speaking in vain, which would place you in a difficult position." The director's temper flared, and he slammed the table. "Speak. If I cannot take charge, then I don't deserve this director position." Chapter 59. The same treatment in return. Xu Qing had been waiting for this very statement. With a smile, she gazed at the director. "I wish to establish a joint venture with the station. Are you not interested in generating income for the logistics department?" The director looked at her quizzically. "Joint venture? This term is not new, but what business could the station possibly engage in?" Xu Qing began to sway the director's thoughts. "I notice there are several stalls at the station still available for rent. Considering we are a major provincial station with significant foot traffic, this situation should not arise. Have you considered that perhaps the management model is flawed? If we collaborate and sign a contract, I can undoubtedly improve the station's business." Her plan was straightforward. She would assume the management rights of the station's stalls, then oversee recruitment to generate profit, with the station receiving a share of the earnings. She had devised this idea upon noticing the lackluster business of the noodle shop. Merely operating a braised meat stall, though profitable, was too time-consuming. The director pondered, seemingly weighing the feasibility of Xu Qing's proposition. Observing her clear-eyed determination, he felt a twinge of interest. The stalls at the station were not hard to rent out. The exorbitant rent dissuaded many. Xu Qing continued to guide him. If you agree to this joint venture, I will elaborate further. I assure you it will yield more profit than simply renting out the stalls. Additionally, you will benefit from it as well. You too will enjoy the dividends. Who would undertake a venture with no profit? The director's interest piqued. Oh, do tell. Xu Qing shook her head. I cannot divulge details now. I am getting married at the end of this month, and after the wedding, I will have time to pursue this matter. The director did not press her further. Come find me later. I am eager to hear your proposal for the joint venture. Xu Qing left the office in high spirits. Once married, things would become considerably simpler. Initially intending to find Qin Xuemei, she unexpectedly encountered her on the way. Qin Xuemei emerged from an alley, pushing her bicycle, and appeared quite surprised. Xu Qing, have you moved in? Xu Qing parked her bicycle by the roadside. Not yet. I'm just here to scrub the house today. Are you off to work? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Qin Xuemei's eyes sparkled with envy upon seeing Xu Qing's brand new bicycle. Is this a new bike? Look at mine. Other than the bell, it's noisy everywhere. It was given to me by my brother since he didn't want it. After parking her bike, she enviously touched Xu Qing's bicycle bell before asking, What do you need me for? Xu Qing pondered for a moment. I'd like your help with something. Without a second thought, Qin Xuemei agreed. What do you need? Xu Qing beckoned her closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Qin Xuemei's eyes sparkled with laughter as she nodded repeatedly. Sure, I'll take care of it for you. By evening, rumors began to circulate in the alley, claiming that Professor Ding was involved in inappropriate relations with a female student at the school and frequently visited his dormitory. In an era with limited entertainment and minimal pressure from work, where the living standards of those around were relatively similar, people often found satisfaction in gossip. With idle time on their hands, they became engrossed in the latest scandals, relishing in the misfortunes of others. When Wang Gaihua went to the restroom, she overheard a group of women whispering, their gazes directed at her with an odd intensity. Sensing something amiss, she discreetly left, only to stealthily circle back from behind the restroom. She then heard the women resume their hushed discussions. The couple often being apart is not a trivial matter. Exactly. Just look at Wang Gaihua. She resembles a man. Why would any man want to share a bed with her? Indeed, she loves garlic and doesn't brush her teeth. How could Professor Ding tolerate that? Thus, he keeps her here while he engages in ambiguous relations with female students in the dormitory. They even mentioned that the female student was quite beautiful. Wang Gaihua's fury reached its peak. How dare these gossip mongers slander her? Glancing around, she spotted 2 half-bricks nearby, picked them up, and hurled them into the cesspit below, causing the women inside to scream. Who? Which rascal has such audacity? Wang Gaihua, incensed, threw another brick into the pit. You're the shameless ones. Your mouths are foul, as if you've eaten excrement. May you indulge in it sufficiently this time. After unleashing a torrent of vicious curses, she stormed off. She firmly believed the rumors. There must be a shameless little harlot hiding in Ding Chongwen's dormitory. Rushing to the expert dormitory without even returning home, she boarded the bus with determination. Wang Gaihua had been married to Ding Chongwen for 20 years, yet they had no children. This was partly due to their limited time together. While Ding Chongwen worked, she took care of his paralyzed father back in her hometown. After his father passed away, Ding Chongwen was dispatched to the countryside. Even during their rare encounters, they seldom engaged in marital intimacy. For Ding Chongwen constantly complained of fatigue and back pain. Under such circumstances, the prospect of having children seemed utterly unattainable. Wang Gaihua's frustration boiled over, and she sprinted to Ding Chongwen's dormitory. Coincidentally, Su Ryue was also there to seek out Ding Chongwen. This time, Fang Lanqin had refrained from accompanying her, fearing another quarrel with Ding Chongwen. Upon seeing Su Ryue, Ding Chongwen felt a headache coming on. As his only daughter, he could not neglect her. Yet he was at a loss for how to address her concerns. He could only offer gentle reassurances. Don't worry, I'm already trying to pull some strings. It won't be quick, so just wait patiently. Su Ryue, having met Ding Chongwen several times, was not entirely unfamiliar with him. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, Uncle Ding, could you expedite the process? The finals are approaching, and if I don't return soon, what will my classmates think of me? Also, regarding my relationship with Jin Xian, I do not wish to give up. Ding Chongwen found himself unable to express his dissatisfaction with her behavior. After all, she was his flesh and blood. He could only frown and say, "Ugh, please don't cry. I will certainly help you with what I can. Wipe your tears away and refrain from visiting in the future to avoid misunderstandings." Wang Gaihua hurriedly arrived, pressing her ear to the door and catching snippets of their conversation. "Don't cry, misunderstandings." Rage ignited within her, and without a second thought, she kicked the door open, her strength honed from 20 years of farm work. She burst into the room like a vengeful spirit, glaring at Ding Chongwen and the sobbing Su Ruyu, her disheveled hair betraying a sense of wrongdoing. "You little harlot, I warned you against leading a wayward life." Wang Gaihua lunged at Su Ruyu, seizing her as effortlessly as one would a chick, her heavy hand raised to strike. "If I don't peel your skin off today, I shall no longer be called Wang Gaihua." Chapter 60. Reluctantly married Wang Gaihua showed no mercy as she struck Su Ruyu, pulling her hair and clawing at her face without restraint. Ding Chongwen panicked and rushed to intervene, grasping Wang Gaihua's arm. "What on earth are you doing? Let go! Let go!" The implications of such a scandal could jeopardize his career. Yet, Wang Gaihua refused to relent, her long nails raking across Su Ruyu's cheek. "I warned you against shamelessness. At such a young age, you are already trying to seduce men. Just wait until I strip the skin from your bones and cast you into the street." As she spoke, she tugged at Su Ruyu's summer dress, which was already thin and poorly constructed. With a sharp rip, the dress tore away, exposing Su Ruyu's white undergarments and flesh. Su Ryu, momentarily stunned by the pain, could only scream in embarrassment. The thin walls of the apartment offered no soundproofing, and soon a crowd gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. Ding Chongwen felt a mix of shame, anger, and urgency. In desperation, he grabbed Wang Gaihua's hair, yanking her back while gripping her throat. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Gaihua was taken aback by Ding Chongwen's aggression. Her voice was constricted, yet she stubbornly refused to release Su Ruyue. Deep down, she was convinced that Ding Chongwen had some illicit relationship with this brazen girl. A couple of onlookers stepped forward to intervene, and a plump woman hurriedly fetched a blanket to cover Su Ruyue. Despite the chaos, Wang Gaihua continued to hurl insults. "Look at this shameless little vixen, sneaking into a man's room during the day. How desperate can one be?" Ding Chongwen's face turned a deep shade of maroon. "Be quiet. It is not as you presume. My relationship with Su Ruyue is entirely innocent. You are defaming a diligent student and insulting my profession." His words were stern, and his tone filled with indignation. Su Rui, wrapped in a blanket, wept uncontrollably, her face marred by scratches. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing that there was indeed a misunderstanding. "Sister-in-law, perhaps there's been a mistake?" One suggested. "Yes, you should clarify. What if she was merely seeking academic guidance?" Wang Gaihua spat. Why would she seek guidance outside the office or school? Look at her, dressed like a seductress. It's clear she came here to lure men. As she struggled against those restraining her, she attempted to charge at Su Ruyue once more. The plump woman quickly whisked Su Ruyue away, recognizing that regardless of the truth, the scene had become too scandalous. When Wang Gaihua saw Su Ruyue being led away, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Chongwen. "Ding Chongwen, do you still have any shame? If I hadn't stayed home to care for your paralyzed father, would you have been able to work? And during your time in the countryside, I saved every grain ticket to send to you. Now that you have some success, do you intend to follow in Chen Shimi's footsteps?" Unable to strike Su Ruyue, and too fearful to attack Ding Chongwen, she resorted to smashing household items in a fit of rage. Breaking free from those holding her back, she swept everything from the table to the floor and tore down the awards hanging on the wall, all the while cursing, "Just wait, you little hussy. If I see you again, I will surely flay your skin." Ding Chongwen stood there, silent and brooding, contemplating how to extricate himself from this mess. The implications of marital misconduct loomed large. The remaining onlookers, sensing that the couple needed to resolve their issues privately, offered a few polite words before departing. Once the damaged door was shut, Ding Chongwen glared at Wang Gaihua through his glasses, his eyes dark with fury. "You can make all the noise you want, but if you ruin my career, we will all be left to suffer the consequences." Wang Gaihua, unsettled by Ding Chongwen's piercing gaze, responded defiantly, "Then why is she here? Do you have any idea what people are saying outside?" In a fit of rage, Ding Chongwen moved to grip Wang Gaihua's throat. Men, after all, possess greater physical strength. Wang Gaihua struggled to breathe, her face reddening. You are truly something. If you want to destroy me, I might as well end you. We can both be free of this. Wang Gaihua's eyes widened in terror as she flailed her arms. Ultimately, Ding Chongwen refrained from taking her life. He still had much to live for. With a forceful shove, he threw Wang Gaihua away. Clutching her throat, she sank to the ground, gasping for air. The commotion within the expert building reverberated like a gust of wind, spreading throughout the vicinity, even reaching the school. Rumors began to swirl, claiming that the female student in Professor Ding's room was none other than Su Ruyue. Many found this hard to believe, considering Ding Chongwen was a physics professor, and Su Ruyue's field of study bore no relation to his expertise. The notion that she was merely seeking academic advice seemed absurd. Hence, the underlying implications sparked rampant speculation. Even the elderly woman selling ice lollies caught wind of the gossip, shaking her head in disbelief. To think that Ding Chongwen not only had an older mistress, but was also involved with a young student. In a fit of excitement, she shared the tale of Ding Chongwen's alleged affair with a woman over 40, spreading the story with such conviction that it became impossible to dismiss. The rumors spread like wildfire, ignited by the spark of scandal. That evening, Xu Qing had just finished a bitter bowl of herbal medicine and was pressing on her arm at the acupoints suggested by Feng Shuhua when Qin Shumei hurriedly rode in on her bicycle. Greeting Feng Shuhua, she rushed to share the latest gossip with Xu Qing. Did you hear? Wang Gaihua caused a scene at the expert building and cornered Su Ruyue inside. Xu Qing was taken aback. Su Wu? I thought it would be Feng Lanxin looking for Ding Chongwen, and I certainly didn't expect her to be cornered so quickly. Qin Shumei nodded emphatically. I was shocked when I heard. I never imagined it would be Su Ruyue. I heard that Wang Gaihua tore Xie Ruyue's dress, and so many people witnessed it. How will she face the world after this? Xu Qing discovered that the situation was even more chaotic than she had anticipated. Wang Gaihua single-handedly dealt with both Feng Lanxin and Xie Ruyue without her intervention. She chuckled, surprised at how swiftly the news spread. Qin Shumei sighed. You have no idea about our alley's gossiping prowess. I went on a blind date this morning, and by noon, the entire alley knew about it, including what the man does for a living. Just ask Ma Xuelan from your courtyard. She hears a rumor and immediately cycles over to our alley to share it. Xu Qing was all too aware of the rapidity with which rumors spread, rivaling the later internet. Qin Shumei still found it hard to comprehend. You don't think Xie Ruyue would actually be involved with such an older man, do you? If that's the case, she'd be better off marrying Li Daon. Xu Qing's gulp. How could she possibly resign herself to marrying Li Daon? But now, she has no choice but to marry. Chapter 61. A spectacle unfolds after indulging in gossip with Xu Qing for a while. Qin Shumei was urged to return home. The sky was darkening, and it was unsafe for her to ride her bike alone at night. Once she bid farewell to Qin Shumei, Xu Qing returned to find Feng Shuhua seated cross-legged on the Kong, sewing while wearing her reading glasses. She approached and sat beside her, asking Grandma, "Do you think I'm too wicked?" Feng Shuhua set down her needlework and looked at Xu Qing. "Why do you say that?" Xu Qing took her hand. "Because I saw Ding Chongwen and Feng Lanxin close together, and Xie Ruyue is actually their daughter. So I deliberately encouraged Shumei to spread rumors to inform Ding Chongwen's wife. I never expected that when she went in the afternoon, Xie Ruyue would be there, leading to a misunderstanding about their relationship. Though she had not directly intervened, she had instigated everything from behind the scenes." Feng Shuhua smiled gently. "They must have done something to hurt you, which prompted your actions. It's merely tit for tat. One should not harbor malice. Otherwise, retribution will surely follow. Furthermore, do not easily forgive those who have harmed you. If they could hurt you once, they can do so again." Xu Qing embraced Feng Shuhua. "Thank you for believing in me." Her hatred for Feng Lanxin and Xie Ruyue was so intense that she wished to see them suffer endlessly. Thus, these acts of revenge seemed trivial in comparison. Feng Shuhua chuckled, patting Xu Qing's hand. "Don't overthink it. Just focus on being happy. You should think about what you'll wear on your wedding day." Xu Qing pondered that aside from a red outfit with a flower on her head, she had no particular preferences. "I'll go buy some red fabric tomorrow and make a dress." Feng Shuhua smiled. "A red dress would be lovely. You look beautiful in skirts." Xu Qing agreed. "Then I'll make a red skirt." Feng Shuhua looked at Xu Qing with a smile. "It's a pity I couldn't keep my wedding dress. You would have looked stunning in it." Xu Qing knew that Feng Shuhua's wedding attire must have been made of the finest silk, but during the land reforms, everything had been confiscated. While Xu Qing joyfully prepared to buy fabric for her wedding dress, the Xu family was in complete disarray. The entire courtyard buzzed with the news. Propagated by Ma Xuelan. Sierra returned wearing a dress borrowed from a plump woman, and upon entering, she was distraught, contemplating suicide. Fang Lanxin, seeing her daughter's swollen face marked with deep cuts, disheveled hair, and ill-fitting clothes, was alarmed. What happened? Tell me what's going on. Sierra cried and wanted to bang her head against the wall. Mom, let me die. I have no face left to live. She had lost her dignity at the factory, at school, and now was publicly beaten, accused of seducing a teacher. No matter how thick-skinned or resilient she was, she could no longer endure. Fang Lanxin, frightened, embraced Sierra, trying to soothe her, calm down and tell Mom what happened. I'll help you. Sierra broke down in sobs, recounting the events. Fang Lanxin trembled with rage. Ding Chongwen just stood by while his wife hit you? Sierra nodded through her tears. Mom, how can I live like this? Fang Lanxin glared. That Ding Chongwen won't escape unharmed either. Sierra wiped her tears and looked at Fang Lanxin. Mom, what is your relationship with Uncle Ding? Fang Lanxin's eyes reddened as she coldly replied, Don't ask so many questions. Rest at home for a few days. Even if Sierra wished to go out, she was too ashamed. Mom, what about me and Jin Xian? Fang Lanxin was painfully aware that after this uproar, any chance of Sierra and Jin Xian being together was utterly gone. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Ryua, listen to your mother. If things don't work out, Marili Dayon. His parents may be awful, but he treats you well. Sierra immediately protested. I won't marry him. If I must marry Li Dayon, I might as well die. You will marry him, even if it kills me. Su Jigua suddenly burst in, his face dark with anger. Uncertain of how long he had been listening outside, the look he gave Sierra was filled with the desire to tear apart this disappointing daughter. Sierra, sensing her father's expression, inched closer to Fang Lanxin in fear, crying pitifully. This time, Fang Lanxin surprisingly did not side with Sierra. You only have the option to marry Li Daong. Otherwise, even he won't want you in the future. Su Ziguo, Fu Ming, sat down heavily on a bench. Recently, he had lost face throughout the factory, and hearing that people were gossiping about Sierra's scandal only fueled his anger. The mocking glances directed at him were unbearable. Unable to stay in the office any longer, he returned home and overheard Fang Lanxin pressuring Sierra to marry. He sensed something was amiss. Why would Fang Lanxin suddenly insist on Sierra marrying Li Daong? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Breathing heavily as he sat there, Sierra, witnessing her parents finally in agreement, tearfully retreated to her room, shutting the door and crying bitterly. Marrying Li Daong was something she could not accept. Xu Qing remained unaffected by the chaos. She rose early to check if the lime on the wall had dried and measured the width and length of the Kong in both rooms. Since it was a new house, everything needed to be prepared anew. After taking the measurements, she set off for the department store, carefully parking her bike in a paved lot to prevent theft. Xu Qing regarded this wedding with utmost seriousness. She purchased a red quilt cover featuring mandarin ducks, a red blanket, and a pair of pink pillowcases embroidered with mandarin ducks. Although others might gift items like red thermos flasks, soap dishes, or wash basins for weddings, Xu Qing insisted on acquiring a complete set for herself. Finally, she bought a piece of red fabric, intending to make a dress to wear on her wedding day. Having spent less than 200 yuan, she couldn't help but remark on how quickly money could vanish. As she emerged, laden with her purchases, she encountered Fan Jia at the entrance. The sight of the red thermos in Xu Qing's hand stung Fan Jia's eyes, and clenching her fists, she glared at her. Xu Qing, you seem rather pleased with yourself, don't you? Xu Qing looked at Fan Jia in confusion, sensing her fury akin to a rabid dog unleashed. Fan Jia coldly regarded Xu Qing. Don't think that just because you're marrying Zhou Jinan, it means you've won. Do you think he is marrying you out of affection? Xu Qing chuckled. So, he is marrying me because of his fondness for you? Besides, why should his feelings for me concern you? What matters is that I like him. Fan Jia was incensed by Xu Qing's audacity, her face turning red with rage. You have no shame. Xu Qing was unfazed. If anyone lacks shame, it's surely you for hovering around when you know he is getting married. Either you're mentally impaired or your morals are questionable. If you continue this way, I'll write a letter to your superiors to discuss your ideological issues. Chapter 62. A mysterious gift. Fan Jia was left speechless by Xu Qing's retorts, unable to muster a counterargument. However, she recalled that when she had corresponded with Zhou Jinan, his demeanor had been quite different. Why had it suddenly changed? Xu Qing noticed that Fan Jie was so angry her face turned red, and her eyes were brimming with tears, ready to spill over at any moment. With a hint of kindness, she jabbed at her. You'd best go back and investigate thoroughly whether the one who wrote to you was truly Zhou Jinan. Don't be a fool, writing for so long without even knowing who it is. Fan Jie paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Xu Qing chuckled lightly. You're not foolish, are you? Can you not comprehend the literal meaning? After saying this, she dismissed Fan Jie and maneuvered around her, carrying her belongings home with a buoyant spirit, eager to begin sewing. She also needed to prepare a new dress for Feng Shuhua, and time was of the essence. However, upon reaching her doorstep, she was taken aback to find Zhou Jinxian waiting there, as if he had been there for quite some time. A headache began to throb in Xu Qing's mind. What kind of day was this? First, it was Fan Jie, and now Zhou Jinxian. As he approached her, he said, Xu Qing, I've been waiting for you for ages. Can we talk? He blocked her path, forcing Xu Qing to disembark from her vehicle with a frosty demeanor. No, Zhou Jinxian hesitated. Xu Qing, marrying my elder brother like this is unwise. You hardly know him. Rushing into marriage will only lead to regret. He had overheard discussions at home about Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing's wedding on the 30th and felt a twinge of resentment, believing Xu Qing should not marry Zhou Jinan. Xu Qing sneered, You are mistaken. I will not regret marrying anyone, but marrying you would certainly lead to regret. So, be on your way. Your presence disgusts me. Zhou Jinxian's expression soured instantly. Xu Qing, how can you speak to me like that? I came with good intentions to advise you. Is this how you treat someone who cares about you? I don't want to see you make a mistake. You don't understand my brother. His heart is cold, and no one can warm it. Xu Qing fixed him with a cold gaze. And you think you're any better? Leave now, before I say something truly unpleasant. Also, I expect that when we meet in the future, you address me as sister-in-law, since I have already obtained a marriage certificate with your brother. Zhou Jinxian's face darkened, torn between leaving and staying. Yet, seeing Xu Qing's expression, he feared she might utter something more hurtful. Just as he hesitated, Bai Lang suddenly lunged out from somewhere, barking fiercely at Zhou Jinxian, baring its teeth menacingly. Xu Qing felt a surge of delight upon seeing Bai Lang. She turned to see Zhou Jinan standing at a distance, his figure faint and his emotions unreadable. Zhou Jinxian was taken aback by his elder brother's arrival, and even more so by Bai Lang's aggressive stance toward him. Embarrassed, he muttered, Elder brother. Zhou Jinan's expression remained neutral, his tone cool and unwavering. I told you to mind your own business. Zhou Jinxian, have my words fallen on deaf ears? Zhou Jinxian's embarrassment deepened. Elder brother, I didn't mean anything by it. Zhou Jinan's voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable weight of authority. This is the second warning. If I discover a third, do not expect me to be polite. Before Zhou Jinxian could offer further explanations, Zhou Jinan enunciated clearly. Leave. Zhou Jinxian fled in a panic, not daring to utter another word to his brother. Xu Qing observed the exchange from a distance, unable to hear their words but feeling a sense of fairness from the heavens. Both she and Zhou Jinan had their share of troublesome entanglements. Watching Zhou Jinxian depart, she parked her vehicle and approached Zhou Jinan, taking his hand gently in hers. Today, I went to the market and bought a duvet cover and mattress pad, along with fabric to make the wedding clothes. Have you prepared yours? Would you like me to make you a new outfit? Zhou Jinan grasped Xu Qing's soft hand, his tone softening. No need. The family will take care of it. Does Zhou Jinxian visit you often? Xu Qing, fearing Zhou Jinan might misunderstand, quickly clarified. No, he just happened to find me here today, and I will not entertain him. Zhou Jinan pulled a pen from his pocket, resembling a sleek silver instrument, and handed it to her. Take this for self-defense. Curious. Xu Qing accepted it, noting its weight in her hand. What kind of pen is this? Zhou Jinan instructed her to open it. It's a device crafted by Gao Zhan. One end houses a sharp blade, while the other is a syringe that can hold enough tranquilizer to incapacitate two robust men. Amused, Xu Qing twisted one end to reveal a razor-thin blade gleaming with a cold light, and upon opening the other end, she discovered a compact syringe. Isn't this Gao Zhan's treasure? Did he consent to you taking it? Zhou Jinan responded nonchalantly. He made it himself. It's no trouble to create another. Comforted, Xu Qing tucked it into her bag. Then I shall accept it gratefully. Please thank Gao Ge for me. By the way, did you and Bai Lang come here at his behest? Zhou Jinan nodded. I came to deliver this and some money. He then produced a stack of cash and offered it to Xu Qing. You should take this. The expenses for setting up the new home should be borne by the groom's side. Respecting Zhou Jinan's masculine pride, Xu Qing smiled as she accepted the money. All right, I will take this. Come home with me. I will prepare some pancakes for you at noon. She guided Zhou Jinan into the courtyard and went to retrieve her bicycle. Feng Shuhua, seeing them enter, beamed. Did you two go shopping together? Noticing the vibrant red thermos hanging from Xu Qing's handlebars, she exclaimed, What a lovely thermos. If you're buying, you should get two. As she reached to touch it, her expression suddenly shifted, and she inhaled deeply, then looked at Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan with concern. Did you encounter someone on your way back? Xu Qing was momentarily taken aback. No one in particular, just Zhou Jinxian at the entrance. Feng Shuhua turned to Zhou Jinan. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Jinan shook his head. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Feng Shuhua disregarded his question, instructing Xu Qing, quickly help Jinan into the room. Don't let him speak, just get him inside. She had detected a peculiar fragrance, one capable of awakening the poison within Zhou Jinan. As they entered the room, the familiar heat surged within him, and he began to realize that his episodes were not mere coincidences, but rather orchestrated. Chapter 63. Facing danger together, Xu Qing could distinctly feel Zhou Jinan's skin temperature rising, burning to the touch. The veins in his neck bulged, twisting like worms, and she sensed something pulsing beneath the surface. Once inside, Feng Shuhua calmly shut the door, guiding Xu Qing to help Zhou Jinan sit by the Kong. Climbing atop it, she retrieved a gold needle, selecting the longest one and wiping it with alcohol before expertly inserting it into Zhou Jinan's neck. The entire needle disappeared, causing Xu Qing to wince in sympathy. Zhou Jinan sat at the edge, his hands clenched into tight fists resting on his knees, the knuckles turning white from the strain of his restraint. Xu Qing's heart ached for him as she grasped his hand, anxiously watching Feng Shuhua's every move. Each needle thrust seemed to target life-threatening acupoints, plunging deep and evoking fear. After a lengthy quarter of an hour, Zhou Jinan's complexion gradually returned to normal, the heat dissipating, though his lips remained pale and devoid of color. Xu Qing dared not speak, her gaze fixed on Feng Shuhua, who maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence that eased her worries. After a considerable pause, Zhou Jinan hoarsely thanked Feng Shuhua. Thank you, Grandma. She took his wrist to check his pulse. Nodding in satisfaction, it's not a serious issue. Your self-restraint is commendable. However, you must be cautious in the future. Be wary of unfamiliar individuals or anything you consume. Xu Qing felt that the likelihood of a stranger being involved was quite slim. Grandma, Jinan had no chance to come into contact with strangers. And with the white wolf by his side, no stranger could approach him. He just exchanged a few words with Zhou Jinxian. It surely couldn't have been Zhou Jinshuan's doing? Zhou Jinan shook his head. No, his background check is satisfactory. He returned to recuperate and has investigated every member of the family. If there were any issues, they would have surfaced by now. Feng Shuhua, uncertain about who it could be, cautioned Zhou Jinan, you must be vigilant. The enemy lurks in the shadows and can strike at any moment. Zhou Jinan nodded. I will be careful. Feng Shuhua put away her golden needles. All right, you and Xu Qing should spend some time together. I will take a little walk. At my age, even a small task tires me. After Feng Shuhua left, Zhou Jinan asked Xu Qing, aren't you afraid? Xu Qing smiled as she held his hand. No, I believe that the villains will inevitably reveal their flaws one day. Yet, Zhou Jinan harbored another concern. You see my current condition. There are many troubles unresolved. You might have to share many dangers with me in the future. If you regret it now. Xu Qing gently placed her hand over his lips. All right, let us not discuss this. I want to regret or be afraid. No matter how perilous it may be, I will face it with you. Her voice turned earnest. Jinan, I must thank you. You rescued me from the whispers of gossip. A person like me, without you, would likely be looked down upon, and my family might hastily arrange for me to marry a widower and become a stepmother. Her words only deepened Zhou Jinan's guilt. He rose and grasped her hand tightly, his lips pressed together, unable to utter a word. Xu Qing blinked, daringly leaning in to plant a kiss on Zhou Jinan's forehead, We are husband and wife. Such words should not be spoken henceforth. The warm, soft sensation felt like a gentle breeze, soothing Zhou Jinnan's previously agitated heart. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Xu Qing's waist, drawing her into his embrace. The white wolf, initially sitting quietly on the ground, stood up restlessly, emitting low growls, seemingly displeased with the intimacy between his master and mistress. Xu Qing, oblivious to the white wolf's unease, wrapped her arms around Zhou Jinnan's neck, her cheek against his, finding comfort in their close embrace. Such affectionate exchanges were rare before marriage, even in a romantic relationship. Holding hands in a cinema was the extent of their intimacy. Thus, their embrace felt audacious. They remained quietly intertwined for a moment, each lost in their thoughts. Xu Qing then urged Zhou Jin to lie down and rest while she prepared lunch. As Xu Qing exited the room, she spotted Feng Shuhua sitting beneath the grape trellis, fiddling with the insects in a small box. Concerned about eavesdroppers, Xu Qing squatted beside Feng Shuhua, observing that only 2 of the previously vibrant green worms remained, each about the thickness of a thumb, rather unsightly. She whispered, "Grandma, are there more?" Feng Shuhua admired her little treasures for a moment before closing the box and holding it close. "These 2 are the strongest. The others have been consumed by them. Now, they must devour 8 types of toxins to mature into worms." Xu Qing was taken aback. "Is that not the case now?" Feng Shuhua shook her head. "Not at all. It is not so simple. But I believe they will be fine. Just look at how lively and adorable they are." Xu Qing shrugged. "I see nothing adorable. They appear quite ugly to me." Feng Shuhua chuckled. "All right, I'm hungry. Hurry and make lunch." Xu Qing smiled. "How about I make pancakes for lunch?" Feng Shuhua nodded. "I want eggplant and shredded potatoes." Gan province is abundant in potatoes. During times of famine, they were often used as a staple, and every household had a large pantry filled with potatoes. Yet Feng Shuhua enjoyed them immensely and had never grown tired of them after all these years. "All right, I will prepare them for you." Xu Qing chefolin zetponde. Heading to the fields to dig up some fresh potatoes, pick 2 eggplants, and gather a few chili peppers. She kneaded the dough and let it rest for a while, then rolled it into thin pancakes, brushing oil on each and stacking them in the pot to steam. The potatoes were shredded along with the chili and carrots, stir-fried until just tender. The eggplant was sliced and sautéed, then finally layered onto the pancakes before rolling them up. Though devoid of meat, they were quite palatable. Feng Shuhua watched Xu Qing steam the pancakes, their sheen catching her eye, her eyes narrowing into a smile. "Qing Qing, your hands are truly skilled. Zhou Jinnan is fortunate to have you." Xu Qing beamed. "Grandma, just let me know what you wish to eat in the future. I can prepare any home-cooked meal." Feng Shuhua smiled, observing Xu Qing bustling at the stove, her bangs dampened with sweat, her fair face flushed from the heat of the kitchen. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Qing Qing, have you always been the one cooking at home?" Xu Qing nodded. "Whenever I am home, I generally handle the cooking. I feel that Feng Lanqin has treated me so well, so I do my best to help with household chores as a way to repay her." Feng Shuhua shook her head. You are such a sincere child. What made you come to this realization all of a sudden?" Xu Qing lowered her gaze at Feng Shuhua, the steam from the kitchen misting her vision. The elderly woman's eyes, lined with wrinkles, contained a different kind of wisdom. Chapter 64. Before marriage, Xu Qing couldn't shake the feeling that Feng Shuhua had discerned something, so she hurriedly stirred the vegetables in the pan. Attempting to keep her tone light, "A few days ago, I accidentally overheard Feng Lanqin and Su Riyue chatting, and it seems that my incident is not as straightforward as it appeared." Feng Shuhua had never inquired about the details of Xu Qing's incident before, but now she seemed intrigued. "What do you mean by not straightforward?" Xu Qing recounted the events of that day once more, ending with a self-deprecating laugh. "It's my fault for being too complacent." Feng Shuhua furrowed her brow. "Silly child, how can you blame yourself? Who could have anticipated such malice? Are you saying Li Daong arranged for others to be involved? Yet, in the end, you encountered someone not part of their plan?" Xu Qing nodded yes, but I still do not know who it was. Feng Shuhua pressed further. "If you knew who it was, what would you do?" Xu Qing straightened up, her gaze suddenly cold, her face seeming to be shrouded in frost. "If I find out who it is, I will surely have him castrated and fed to the dogs." Zhou Jinnan, standing outside the kitchen door, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, uncertain if he should enter. The white wolf, hearing the mention of dogs, became agitated, barking excitedly. Xu Qing quickly served the dish from the pot, calling out to Feng Shuhua to refrain from adding more wood to the stove, and hurried to open the door, where she found Zhou Jinan standing at the threshold. She immediately smiled. "Jinan, you're awake. Just in time. Lunch is ready. Let me help you wash your face." As she approached and supported Zhou Jinan's arm, she noticed his body felt somewhat stiff. Assuming it was a residual effect from his ailment, and her concern deepened. "Do you feel any other discomfort? Did resting help at all?" Zhou Jinan replied in a low voice, "All is well." Yet, he was deeply troubled. If Xu Qing were to learn the truth, with her fiery temperament, she might truly act on her words. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. Xu Qing fetched a bucket of cool water from the well and poured it into the basin. Presenting it to Zhou Jinan, "I will place the towel on your shoulder while I tidy up the dining table." During the meal, Zhou Jinan remained silent, and Xu Qing paid little mind, as he was not one to speak much. She chattered away, "Grandma, I bought you a piece of dark red fabric. Later, I will measure you for a new dress." Feng Shua's eyes sparkled. "Dark red? That's my favorite color. But will people laugh at me when I wear it?" Xu Qing dismissed her concerns. "You need not worry about what others say. Your happiness is what matters. Besides, we will be wearing new clothes, not rags. What could they possibly mock?" Feng Shua's face immediately lit up with joy. "That's splendid. I'll wear it on your wedding day." Xu Qing rolled a pancake and handed it to Zhou Jinan. "Brother Jinan, we don't have many relatives here. One table should suffice." She had no intention of inviting Su Jigua and Feng Lanxin. If they insisted on coming, they could sit wherever they wished. Feng Shuan nodded along. "Qingqing has 2 aunts living in the suburbs. It's up to us whether to invite them." Zhou Jinan pondered for a moment. "Let's extend the invitation. Please provide me with their addresses, and I will send someone to deliver the invitations. If they wish to come but lack transportation, I will arrange for someone to pick them up." Xu Qing had a vague impression of her aunts, as their relationship was quite distant. After Feng Shua's passing, all ties were severed. Her 2 aunts had soft, submissive personalities, easily swayed by men. Feng Shua, however, was indifferent. If it's inconvenient for them, there's no need to pick them up. They're not very reliable. Xu Qing found herself puzzled by one thing. With Feng Shua possessing such a wonderful character, why were her 3 children so inept? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Grandma, whose character do my aunts and my father resemble?" Feng Shua swallowed a bite of pancake, satisfied. "Whose could it be? Perhaps they take after their biological parents." "Not me." Xu Qing was taken aback. She had not known of such past events. Feng Shua had never considered it a secret. If someone had inquired, she would have shared, but no one ever did, assuming she was merely a widow raising 3 children. "Your grandfather and I had no children after marriage. He worried that others would look down on me, so he brought your father home. Later, during a time of famine, he found your eldest and second aunts on the road." She spoke of it lightly, but Xu Qing understood this was a manifestation of deep-seated heartache. Feng Shuhua took another pancake, filling it with shredded potatoes as she continued. "In chaotic times, one can truly discern human nature. Thus, one must experience certain things to understand who is genuinely sincere and who wears a smile while wishing your demise." Xu Qing bao set, sensing that her grandmother's words were directed at her. After lunch, Feng Shuhua wished to take a nap. Xu Qing finished tidying up the dishes and prepared to ride her bike to return Zhou Jinan. Zhou Jinan thought back to when he held Xu Qing. Her waist was so slender he felt he could break her with a mere effort. He firmly declined. "No need. In a little while, Gao Zhan will come and pick me up. You still need to work on your clothes. Don't waste time going back and forth." Xu Qing felt slightly embarrassed to keep troubling Gao Zhan. "Brother Gao must be quite busy. It's not right to keep bothering him. My cycling skills are quite good." Just as she attempted to persuade Zhou Jinan further, Gao Zhan entered the courtyard carrying a large bag. He placed it in front of Xu Qing. This contained some red paper invitations and a few sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies for entertaining guests in a couple of days. "If it's insufficient, I'll buy more later." Xu Qing hesitated. "We don't need help here." Gao Zhan shrugged. "Then let us invite the neighbors over for a meal the day before the wedding. It should be lively. Zhou Jinan mentioned that other brides have this, so you should too." Xu Qing turned to look at Zhou Jinan, who remained seated like a steadfast pine, his expression calm and seemingly unperturbed by such delicate matters. She smiled brightly. "Thank you." Zhou Jinan appeared somewhat uncomfortable. "It's nothing." This made Xu Qing's smile grow wider. His typically aloof demeanor became endearing in this moment of awkwardness. After bidding farewell to Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan, Xu Qing planned to learn from Feng Shuhua while also busying herself with sewing new clothes for both of them. Lacking a sewing machine, she first measured and cut the fabric at home before taking it to a neighbor's house to sew. Thus, she had little time to concern herself with Feng Lanxin and Su Ryue, but she assumed they were not faring well. Before she knew it, June 28th arrived, leaving less than 2 days until the wedding. Xu Qing had finished the clothes and discussed with Feng Shuhua about inviting the neighbors for a meal, but unexpectedly, Zhou Jinan's grandmother visited, accompanied by a woman Xu Qing had never seen before, who appeared gentle and kind. Chapter 65. Do not be soft-hearted. Qiang noticed Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua and smiled apologetically. In-laws, Qing, I'm so sorry to disturb you today. Given that the couple could not meet in the few days leading up to the wedding, Xu Qing had not seen Zhou Jinan for 2 days. Upon seeing Qiang, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Does Grandma have something to discuss? Qiang waved her hand. No, this is Jinan's aunt. She came with his uncle from Jiqing to attend your wedding, and we thought we'd visit a friend and happened to stop by. Feng Shuhua greeted them warmly. We're delighted to have you here. How could you say you're disturbing us? Please have a seat. Qing, go brew some tea and cut some watermelon. Xu Qing complied, but her heart was filled with questions. Zhou Jinan's aunt appeared very gentle. Yet Xu Qing had never encountered her before. Perhaps she had been present at the wedding in her previous life without her notice. Qiang continuously praised Feng Shuhua for how well her courtyard was tended and how beautifully the vegetables grew. Feng Shuhua chuckled modestly. What is so great? They're just planted haphazardly. As long as they're edible, that's enough. Qiang, with sincerity in her eyes, remarked, they truly are well grown. As the saying goes, diligence brings rewards, which shows that my mother-in-law is indeed industrious. She turned to her eldest daughter-in-law beside her. Xiaoyu, don't you think so? Yin Xiaoyu, smiling sweetly, nodded. Aunt S' vegetable garden is splendid. I see her granddaughter is thriving too. Our Jinan is indeed fortunate. Qiang agreed. Yes. The first time I saw Qing, I liked her immediately. She is clearly a kind-hearted and diligent girl. Feng Shuhua simply smiled, sensing that Qiang's abundant praise hinted at further intentions. Xu Qing brewed the tea and brought out several floral teacups, just in time to overhear Qiang praising her, sharing the same premonition as Feng Shuhua. Qiang's visit, it seemed, was not merely a casual stop. After serving tea and slicing a plate of watermelon, she quietly sat beside Feng Shuhua. Feng Shuhua urged them, enjoy the watermelon. It's been cooled in well water. It's sweet and delicious. After tasting a piece of watermelon, Qiang cut to the chase. Qing, I came today with a request. If it's too much for you, just pretend I never asked. Xu Qing fell silent. It was evident that she was being subtly pressed to comply. Feng Shuhua chimed in cheerfully. What is so difficult? Just tell us. Qiang sighed. That day, Jinan mentioned you wouldn't be staying at home after the wedding. I understand that young people have their own ideas and may not want to live with us elders. However, Qing, could you stay at home on the night of your wedding? Xu Qing remained silent. This request was not unreasonable. Yet she was unsure how Zhou Jinan had conveyed it to Qiang. Yin Xiaoyu, noticing Xu Qing's silence, assumed she was unwilling and chimed in. Yes. You should stay at home the night of your wedding. Otherwise, the neighbors might think you don't fit in here, leaving right after the wedding banquet. Moreover, Grandma genuinely hopes you and Jinan can have a good life together, staying one night, one tea hind or anything. Right? Just as Xu Qing was about to speak, Feng Shuhua interjected. I think moving out the next day might be even worse. Those who don't know the situation might think the new bride is leaving after just one night. Since they wish to live their own life, let them move out. Qiang found herself in a predicament. Feng Shua's reasoning was sound, yet the thought of the wedding banquet being held in the courtyard, immediately followed by the newlyweds leaving, weighed heavily on her heart. Yin Xiaoyu, unable to counter Feng Shua's words, could only look at Xu Qing. Actually, living together with everyone means the family can help take care of Jinan. Xu Qing smiled and said, Zhou Jinan does not require anyone to take care of him, and with my presence, I'm certain I can look after him well. Qiang understood that this visit was in vain, yet she wished to avoid any awkwardness in their relationship. She smiled at Xu Qing and said, we were indeed a bit abrupt, but it's fortunate we still reside in the same city, allowing us to meet often. Xu Qing, Have you prepared everything for the wedding? Xu Qing nodded. Most of it is ready. I just need to invite the neighbors over for a meal tomorrow. Chuning engaged in polite conversation for a while before leaving with Yin Xiaoyu. After they departed, Feng Shuhua and others sighed. Zhou Jinan's grandmother is quite amiable. As one ages, it is natural to wish for one's children to be close by. This is understandable. However, Xu Qing, you must not make decisions that cause you distress simply out of compassion. Xu Qing playfully clung to Feng Shuhua's arm. Grandmother, I would never. In her previous life, she might have succumbed to her sympathy for Changning, agreeing to marry and live together, which would have led to family discord and various conflicts. But in this life, she vowed to protect those she loved and steer clear of trouble. Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua discussed tomorrow's meal for the neighbors, planning to shop in the afternoon and invite a few capable aunts to assist with the cooking and prepare the decorations. They also needed to find a matron with children to help with the bedding for the wedding. While Xu Qing busily prepared, Fang Lanxin faced a different predicament. She had taken it upon herself to arrange for Su Ruyue to marry Li Daong, but Li Dayong's mother, Qin Guizhi, had grown insistent, returning with Li Dayong's aunt, Li Feng, to formally propose once again. Their demeanor was markedly different this time. Qin Guizhi sat with an air of superiority, addressing Fang Lanxin with a hint of arrogance. Our Daong is quite set on marrying Ruyue, hence we are here again. Li Feng chimed in. Indeed, many suitors have been introduced to Daong, including doctors and office workers, all of whom are respectable young women. Yet he remains adamant about Ruyue. Fang Lanxin's expression darkened instantly. Was it fair to dismiss those with good jobs as mere leftover women? She could not afford to strain their relationship further, so she forced a smile. The children have grown up together and surely share a bond. Qin Guizhi exchanged glances with Li Feng, who immediately took the cue to add, that's right, the children have known each other since childhood and are well acquainted. If Ruyue marries into the Li family, she will be treated like our own daughter. However, she paused, a troubled expression crossing her face. The dowry is a matter of concern. We plan to build a house in autumn, and Dayong's younger brother, Dalong, is yet to marry. Fang Lanxin quickly grasped their intentions. They wanted to marry without offering any dowry. Qin Guizhi seemed to deliberately twist the knife. Of course, we can't compare our dowry to Xu Qing's. I've heard the Zhou family is offering a substantial sum for her. Fang Lanxin's face soured further, yet she had to endure. They were clearly exploiting her concern, believing that Su Ruyue had no other prospects and could be obtained for free. Su Ruyue, listening from her room, felt a surge of anger, wishing she could confront them and declare she would not marry. Yet, she knew she could not. If she refused now, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. The Education Bureau had received reports regarding her impersonation to enter university, and an investigation was underway, making it impossible to keep the matter under wraps. By the time it became public, even the Li family might refuse her. With these thoughts, Su Ruyue longed to drag Xu Qing out and humiliate her. After Fang Lanxin managed to send Qin Guizhi and Li Feng away, Su Ruyue stormed out, her face contorted with fury. I must make Xu Qing pay. Fang Lanxin, equally furious, glared at Su Ruyue. What good does that do? If you had been more cautious, things wouldn't have come to this. Remembering the humiliation she suffered before Qin Guizhi and Li Feng, her anger simmered. Su Ruyue looked at Fang Lanxin with a sense of injustice. Do you think I wanted this? It's all Xu Qing's fault for being so cunning. Fang Lanxin retorted, what good does that do now? She is marrying Zhou Jinan in 2 days. Su Ruyue could hardly bear it. What is she so proud of? Mother, on her wedding day, we should find someone to stir up trouble, claiming they had a romantic relationship before, and that she insisted it was rape. Regardless of the outcome, she would be humiliated. Fang Lanxin, being more astute, dismissed the idea that would only bring shame to Zhou Jinan, not Xu Qing. If Zhou Jinan is willing to marry her, Xu Qing will certainly face scrutiny, and the truth will come to light. We would only be digging our own graves. Su Ruyue, desperate, asked, then what should we do? Just let them marry? Who knows how proud Xu Qing will become? Fang Lanxin frowned at Su Ruyue. For now, let us not concern ourselves with Xu Qing. You need to settle things with Li Daong quickly. Qin Guizhi and Li Feng are clearly trying to marry without any dowry. Go to Li Daong and demand a bicycle and a sewing machine as part of the dowry. If they refuse, make a scene. As for Xu Qing, do not provoke her for now. Fang Lanxin underestimated Xu Qing, allowing her to lead them around by the nose, placing them in a passive position where Xu Qing consistently triumphed. Fang Lanqin resolved to ignore Xu Qing for the time being and plan a more decisive counterattack later, ensuring Xu Qing would face dire consequences, much like her own mother. After lunch, Qin Guizhi went to Su's home to propose again. By the afternoon, the entire factory, including Qin Xiumei, was aware that the Li family intended to marry Su Ruyue without offering a single coin as dowry. This implied that Su Ruyue was worth nothing, not even a penny. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiumei rushed to gossip with Xu Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the Kong, cutting out decorations. Excitedly, she joined in. My mother says there are traditions regarding the cutting of these decorations. It's best if a matron with children does the cutting. Xu Qing carefully handled the scissors. These decorations are for tomorrow, to be used in our yard and on the doors and windows. My grandmother has already arranged for a skilled matron with children to come and assist with the cutting at the new house. Qin Xiumei observed Xu Qing, who was focused on her task, her eyes glimmering with joy. She couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought you would be getting married so soon. I still remember you saying we should find families with 2 sons so we could be sisters-in-law. Xu Qing laughed, who knew that fate had already arranged everything. But Zhou Jinan does have a younger brother. Qin Xiumei quickly waved her hands in protest. No, that one do. I'm not fond of those pretty boys. By the way, Li Dayong's family came to propose again today at noon, but they insisted on offering no dowry. Xu Qing could guess that with Qin Guizhi's domineering personality, she would have regarded Su Ruyue as a catch when she was still an innocent university student. However, now that her son had shared a bed with a girl who might not even be a legitimate student, they would hardly hold her in high regard. Nevertheless, Xu Qing intended to deliver a significant blow to Su Ruyue and Fang Lanqin, ensuring they would never recover from this. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Qin Xiumei, noticing the peculiar smile on Xu Qing's face, tilted her head and asked, What are you smiling about? Xu Qing quickly composed herself, her eyes sparkling with joy. Nothing, I just think the decorations I'm cutting look beautiful. When you get married, I can help you with the window decorations. The decorations would certainly not be relevant anymore, especially with the current strict family planning policies, making the prospect of having children quite challenging. Qin Xiumei shot her a disapproving look. You have no shame, getting all excited about marriage. Xu Qing cheerfully chatted with Qin Xiumei until the sun began to set, urging her to hurry home. The next morning, Feng Shuhua busily coordinated with a neighbor she had invited over, who arrived early with their kitchenware and tables to lend a hand. In the courtyard, people were busily setting up the stove, washing vegetables, and chopping ingredients. Inside, a few aunts and elder women were seated on the Kong, skillfully crafting window flowers and auspicious characters, while others assisted in making new quilts. Amidst their tasks, they complained that Feng Shuhua had prepared too late and should have started earlier. Xu Qing stood by the Kong, smiling cheerfully, her heart brimming with sweetness. Feng Shuhua had enlisted several aunts and younger sisters-in-law to help arrange the courtyard, and they would also be needed tomorrow for the wedding. As everyone knew that Xu Qing had recently stirred up quite a commotion with the Su family, and it was evident that her maternal family would not be sending her off. The bustling atmosphere continued until evening, when everyone had departed, leaving Xu Qing to boil water for a bath. Feng Shuhua sat by the Kong, her eyes twinkling as she watched her granddaughter emerge from the bath, delicate and rosy, akin to peach blossoms poised to bloom in the spring. She beckoned Xu Qing over, producing a slender red thread. We need not be too particular. I worry you might not wake up early tomorrow, so let us do your facial threading now. Xu Qing gathered her hair back and wrapped it in a towel, sitting cross-legged in front of Feng Shuhua. As Feng Shuhua threaded her face, she chanted softly, with this red cotton thread in hand, joy comes to the bride's face. The bride's heart is filled with happiness, offering smoke, wine, and sweets. A handful of dates brings forth a son. 2 handfuls of peanuts herald a daughter. Pull thrice to achieve the top position. Pull thrice more for abundant fortune. Xu Qing felt a surge of emotion. She had never experienced such a moment in her past life. Once Feng Shuhua finished threading her face, she tucked away the red thread and took Xu Qing's hand. Qing, you will soon be the wife of Jinan. Regardless of what happens in the future, remember that Jinan bears the weight of national duty, and many matters are unavoidable. You are a sensible child. Do not get entangled in trivialities. Xu Qing sensed deeper meaning in her grandmother's words and inquired with curiosity, Grandma, are you worried I might not understand Zhou Jinan's work? Feng Shuhua shook her head, about to speak, when a loud knock echoed at the courtyard door. Xu Qing was startled by the urgent knocking, glancing at Feng Shuhua. Who could it be at this hour? Feng Shuhua was uncertain and gestured for Xu Qing to stay put. You sit tight, I'll go check. She took her cane from against the wall, unsteadily making her way outside, turning on the courtyard light, and called out from beneath the grape trellis. Who is it? Mom, it's me. Su Jigua replied in a muted voice. Beside him, a female voice chimed in. Mom, it's Su Jing. Hurry and open the door. Feng Shuhua was taken aback to see them, frowning as she approached to open the door. Upon opening it, Su Jing, accompanied by a small, thin boy, looked at Feng Shuhua with excitement. Mom, I heard Qing is getting married, so I rushed over to see. Feng Shuhua was puzzled. Gao Zhan had visited the day before to inform her that he had arranged for someone to invite Su Jing, but she had claimed she couldn't come due to the busy farming season. Instead, her elder sister Su Qing said she would come on the wedding day. Seeing her mother blocking the doorway, Su Jing, unable to discern her expression in the dim light, cautiously called out again. Mom? Feng Shuhua grunted. Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf. When I came to invite you a few days ago, didn't you say you had no time? I see you're just afraid to come and pay for the banquet. Su Jing smiled awkwardly. Mom, you know our situation isn't easy. Since I don't usually interact with my elder brother, I thought it would be better not to trouble you. She nudged the child beside her. Arya called Grandma. The child timidly uttered, Grandma. Feng Shuhua's frown deepened. What a fine daughter you've raised. Look at what she has become. Come inside and talk. She then turned her gaze to Su Jigua. You need not come in. There's no place for you here. Su Jigua's face shifted. Mom, I am still Qing's father. How can I not be present at her wedding? I thought it would be improper for her to leave without her maternal family to see her off. So I brought Jing along. Feng Shuhua shot him a dispassionate glance. I think it unnecessary. Qing has already gone to bed, so you should return. Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. Su Jigua fell silent for a moment before reluctantly turning to leave. Feng Shuhua secured the courtyard door and led Su Jing and Arya inside. Hearing the commotion, Su Qing had already put on her shoes and looked at Su Jing, who wore a white floral short-sleeved shirt and had a patched headscarf, her skin dry and sallow. She resembled the second aunt she remembered, and she politely greeted, Second aunt. Su Jing gazed at Su Qing, exclaiming, Qing, you've grown so lovely. City girls are indeed beautiful. She then pulled her daughter closer. Arya, greet your sister. Su Qing smiled at Arya, who donned a boy's blue autumn shirt and had a notably short haircut, resembling a boy at first glance. She understood that this second aunt had been obsessed with having a son, refusing to give up even through family planning, and ultimately went into hiding to conceive, offering away any daughters born. They had lost contact since, and she wasn't sure if her second aunt had ever fulfilled her wish for a son. Seeing her daughter retreat, Su Jing hurriedly explained to Su Qing, the child hasn't been out much and lacks experience. Su Qing invited them to sit on the calm, inquiring politely, have you eaten? Su Jing quickly nodded. Yes, we had beef noodles that your father took us to eat. This is Arya's first time tasting beef noodles. She then looked at Su Qing. Qing, what is going on between you and your father? Surely there can't be deep-seated animosity between father and daughter. Why didn't you inform him about your wedding? Su Qing guessed that Su Jigua had brought Su Qing to the city as a mediator and smiled. Second aunt, you must be tired after a day of travel. I'll fetch you some water. You should rest early. I need to rest as well. They will come for the bride tomorrow morning. Su Jing, looking earnestly at Su Qing. Qing, listen to your second aunt. Apologize to your father. You want to get married tomorrow, but if your parents don't appear, what will people say? Feng Shuhua interrupted with a cold snort. If you're here for the banquet, hurry and wash up and sleep. If you're here to mediate, then leave at once. Fearing Feng Shuhua, Su Jing fell silent, not daring to speak. Su Qing attempted to fetch water, but was stopped by Feng Shuhua. Let them fetch their own water. You just bathed and should lie down. Su Jing, not daring to argue, quickly took Arya to the kitchen to wash up. Feng Shuhua remained by the calm, her face stern and contemplative. Finally exhaling heavily, what a foolish girl. When I let her marry someone in the eastern city, she insisted on running off with a cart driver just because he promised her white steam buns, claiming she could eat them every day if she followed him back. Thinking of it makes me furious. Su Jing has no sense at all. In those days, food was scarce in the city, and it was no better in the countryside. Yet she believed that man's words and sneakily ran off, only to return with a child in her belly. Feng Shuhua had no choice but to marry Xu Qing off, forbidding her from returning afterward, let alone bringing her husband back to her maternal home. Xu Qing was aware of some of this, yet remained silent, for Feng Shuhua had raised them, though she felt resentment for their shortcomings. She couldn't help but feel concern and pity. Due to Xu Qing's unexpected visit, Xu Qing found herself sleeping later than usual. Just as she drifted off, sound began to stir in the courtyard. The chatter of neighboring aunts and women preparing breakfast filled the air. Xu Qing groggily got up to find an aunt entering with a smile. "Qing, it's time to rise. Your grandmother asked me to do your hair, as I'm the only one in our alley with twins." Xu Qing smiled and called out, "Thank you, Aunt Guixiang." Aunt Guixiang waved her hand cheerfully. "No need for thanks. To style the bride's hair is a great blessing." Once Xu Qing changed her clothes and styled her hair, adorned with a flower made of red silk, Gao Zhan had already brought Zhou Jinan to escort the bride, accompanied by several spirited young men, none of whom Xu Qing had met before. Given Zhou Jinan's status, no one dared to cause a scene at the door. They smoothly led Xu Qing, her head covered with a red veil, out into the world. At the entrance, a grand Dongfeng truck, arranged by Gao Zhan, stood adorned with a vibrant red flower, symbolizing a splendid departure for the bride. Xu Qing, focused on guiding Zhou Jinan forward while peering through her red veil, failed to notice the truck's cargo, which included bedding, a sewing machine, and a tape recorder, all decorated with auspicious red characters. Gao Zhan called for someone to load Xu Qing's bicycle onto the truck and arranged for someone to ride it to the provincial family compound, delivering Feng Shuhua and Xu Qing. As the vehicle prepared to leave, a long string of firecrackers erupted in the alley, amidst which joyful candies scattered, causing a flurry of excitement as everyone scrambled to collect them, oblivious to the pair of ominous eyes watching the truck's departure. In Chapter 68, Revenge on the Spot, Xu Qing felt a surge of excitement as she sat in the driver's seat next to Zhou Jinan, her palms damp with sweat and a hint of nervousness. The driver, a lean young man in his 20s, greeted her as he started the vehicle. "Sister-in-law, I am Wei Jiayong, nicknamed Monkey. I used to serve under team leader Zhou, and now I'm back working with the auto team." Xu Qing, peering through her red veil, nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for today." Wei Jiayong smiled. "What is there to thank? It's my lifelong honor to drive our team leader's wedding car." Xu Qing smiled as she held Zhou Jinan's hand, noticing that his palm was as sweaty as hers. Surprised to find them both so anxious, she playfully scratched his palm. A canopy had been set up in the open space outside the family compound, adorned with red characters of joy. The entire Zhou family gathered at the entrance, with half of the 10 tables already filled with guests. The wedding proceedings were simple. Zhou Jinan had invited his former leaders to act as witnesses, with 2 tables designated for uniformed guests. No one dared to discuss anything openly in such a setting, not even raising their voices. During the toast, Xu Qing removed her veil, revealing a stunning red dress that accentuated her fair complexion and slender waist. Accompanied by Gao Zhan, Xu Qing led Zhou Jinan to toast the table of old leaders first. Several younger attendees stood to salute her, their voices ringing out, "Sister-in-law, greetings." For reasons unknown, Xu Qing felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This heartfelt greeting and the salutes signified the immense honor Zhou Jinan had brought her, showcasing her importance in his life. However, 2 women were seated at the table, one older, dressed in a linen-style outfit with black-framed glasses, and the other much younger, in a white dress, exuding an air of arrogance. As they stood with their wine glasses, their attitudes conveyed indifference, seemingly dismissing Xu Qing entirely. Xu Qing glanced at them but brushed it off. After all, she couldn't expect everyone to adore her. Continuing to the next table, which consisted of Zhou Jinan's colleagues, they stood upright, saluting Xu Qing and exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, greetings." Xu Qing smiled, yet couldn't help but feel tears welling in her eyes as she tightly grasped Zhou Jinan's hand. The subsequent table held Zhou Jinan's extended family, including his elder uncle, Zhou Changqian, who appeared taller and sturdier than Zhou Chengwen, sporting a beard and laughter lines around his eyes. Holding his wine glass, he looked at Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing, remarking on how swiftly time had passed and how Zhou Jinan had reached marriageable age, expressing a desire for frequent visits in the future. Xu Qing sensed a subtle tension when Zhou Changqian inquired about her family background. The atmosphere around the table fell silent, and she could feel Zhou Jinan's sudden chill. Gao Zhan quickly intervened. Uncle, it's clear you care for Zhou Jinan, but rest assured, everything has been thoroughly vetted. Sister-in-law is undoubtedly a woman of exceptional character. Zhou Chengqian responded with a smile, but Xu Qing could sense the underlying tension. The conversation escalated, with Zhou Chengqian's inappropriate questions met by disapproving glances from others. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, and Xu Qing could perceive the veiled conflict between Zhou Jinan and his uncle. Despite feeling a need to intervene, Zhou Jinan remained silent, seemingly intimidated by Zhou Chengqian. The guests at the neighboring table observed in hushed astonishment. As the toasts continued, they reached Xu Qing's family table, where Feng Shuhua, Xu Jing, and others gathered. Feng Shuhua cheerfully remarked on their newfound family ties, while Zhou Jinan assured her of his commitment to Xu Qing. After several rounds of toasts, Xu Qing felt dizzy, despite only drinking water, likely due to lack of sleep. Zhou Jinan offered to let her rest, and she agreed to take a moment beneath the canopy. Worried about Xu Qing being disturbed, Zhou Jinan requested Gao Zhan to accompany her. Unbeknownst to Xu Qing, Zhou Jinan whispered instructions to Gao Zhan, who soon returned with a large dog named Bai Lang. Meanwhile, Zhou Chengqian, having indulged in too much wine, stumbled away in search of the restroom, gradually losing his way. When he finally approached Zhou Jinan and the imposing dog, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, sensing an ominous chill emanating from Zhou Jinan. In Chapter 69, Desire Unfulfilled, Anger Aroused, Zhou Jinan stood in the shade of a tree, sunlight filtering through the sparse branches, casting an eerie light upon his face and the gauze covering his eyes. Although it was broad daylight, his presence evoked an unsettling chill. Zhou Chengqian, having not seen Zhou Jinan for nearly a decade, found the encounter disconcerting, especially given that he had never crossed paths with Zhou Jinan during his visits to the provincial capital. He had always harbored a profound dislike for Zhou Jinan. From a young age, the child was anything but endearing, sullen and stubborn. He often regarded him with a chilling gaze that instilled a sense of foreboding, as though he might brandish a scythe and strike him down at any moment. Upon suddenly encountering Zhou Jinan now, he felt half awake from his stupor, fixing a stern glare upon him, and, with a somewhat slurred speech, inquired, "What are you doing standing there in broad daylight? Are you unaware that frightening someone could lead to dire consequences?" No sooner had he uttered these words than a white wolf dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, its ferocity sending Zhou Chengqian's already unsteady steps into disarray. With a startled exclamation, he collapsed onto the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, Zhou Jinan was upon him, gripping his collar tightly, rendering him voiceless before delivering a punch to his abdomen. Xu Qing sat beneath the pavilion, a gentle breeze occasionally brushing by, rendering the atmosphere far from stifling. Some guests, having finished their meals, meandered outside, engaged in spirited discussions about the feast. "This banquet at the Zhou family is the finest I have ever attended. There is chicken, fish, and those enormous meatballs exquisitely prepared. Indeed, had I known the banquet would be so splendid, I would have brought my gluttonous daughter along to indulge as well." Yes, it also indicates the Zhou family's satisfaction with their new daughter-in-law. Did you notice the wedding procession carried sewing machines and a tape recorder, along with several bedding sets? They were all meant to bring honor to her family. I have watched Jinyan grow up. He is such a fine boy, and now he has married such a wonderful bride. One must be cautious with words. I find this bride quite commendable. She has undergone thorough scrutiny by the organization, and we must refrain from speaking carelessly. After all, one must tread carefully in the years to come. Listening to the chatter beyond the fabric partition, Xu Qing could not help but smile, pleasantly surprised to learn that the wedding procession had included a sewing machine and a tape recorder. She had not expected Zhou Jinan to orchestrate such an impressive banquet. Surely, it would be the talk of the provincial capital. This gesture seemed to declare to everyone that the Zhou family did not regard her with disdain despite her past. Rather, they held her in high esteem. Her smile deepened in response. "You can still manage to smile," came a mocking voice. A young woman clad in a white dress approached, scrutinizing Xu Qing with a condescending gaze. Xu Qing tilted her head slightly to meet her eyes. She recognized this girl as one who had seated herself at the table of Zhou Jinan as former superior, Jiang Cancan. Noticing Xu Qing merely squinting at her, without any inclination to rise, could not help but murmur, How could such a wonderful person as Brother Zhou marry you? Xu Qing felt an urge to laugh. Indeed, his eyes must be quite impaired if he chose you to be his bride. Are you not aware of this? You. Jiang Cancan was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. With a huff, she plopped down in a chair across from Xu Qing, casting her a sideways glance filled with disdain. There's no need for you to gloat. You seem utterly unashamed, Xu Qing replied, bemused. Do you fancy Zhou Jinyan? Xu Qing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Cancan's face flushed with embarrassment as she protested vehemently. How could I ever like Brother Zhou? Don't speak nonsense. Then why do you care whom he marries? Xu Qing questionned, feigning surprise. Your indignation suggests otherwise. I thought you might have feelings for Zhou Jinyan and were merely sulking over unrequited affection. Jiang Cancan was incensed. You speak nonsense. I have always regarded Brother Zhou as my elder brother. Your words tarnish my reputation. Xu Qing chuckled lightly. It seems you are overstepping your bounds. I have no fondness for you, and I trust you feel the same. Therefore, there is no need for you to seek validation in my presence. Jiang Cancan huffed. What is there to feel proud of? If you knew why Brother Zhou married you, I doubt you would be so pleased. Xu Qing observed Jiang Cancan in silence, pondering the implications of her words. This sentiment echoed what Su Huiru had mentioned earlier, leaving her to wonder if Zhou Jinyan's choice was motivated by some ulterior motive. Yet, she possessed neither a prestigious background nor extraordinary talents. The only notable aspect was Feng Shuhua's skill in treating poison. Even if Zhou Jinyan had not married her, Feng Shuhua would likely have assisted him in restoring his sight. What, then, could he hope to gain from their union? Seeing Xu Qing remain silent, Jiang Cancan assumed she had struck a nerve and became smug, declaring, a person as remarkable as Brother Zhou would surely not marry you. You are celebrating far too prematurely. Unable to ascertain Jiang Cancan's true identity and wishing to spare Zhou Jinyan any discomfort, Xu Qing resolved to ignore this meddlesome individual. Jiang Cancan, misjudging Xu Qing's temperament, believed her to be pliable and unassertive. She rolled her eyes and fell silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere outside grew raucous, with voices raised in alarm, suggesting that someone had been injured. Xu Qing, mindful of her status as a new bride, hesitated to rush out and join the commotion. Jiang Cancan, however, was already intrigued and had dashed outside. Most of the guests had departed, leaving only Zhou Jinyan's colleagues at two tables alongside the Zhou family and Feng Shuhua's group. The chaos ensued when someone returning from the restroom stumbled upon Zhou Changxian, bloodied and battered in the nearby woods, prompting a hurried call for the Zhou family to assist him. Yin Xiaoyu gasped at her husband's state and rushed to wipe the blood from his face, while Zhou Changxian groaned, appearing as though he were still inebriated. Chuning, his face dark with displeasure, scolded, "What a shameful display! If you can't hold your liquor, why indulge? Just look at what a state you've brought upon yourself." Yet Yin Xiaoyu insisted that someone must have intentionally harmed Zhou Changxian. Mama, Changxian enjoys a drink, but has never gotten himself injured like this. Do you think it could be deliberate? Chuning glared at Yin Xiaoyu in discontent. What are you implying? Everyone here is a guest. Who would dare to harm him? Old Master Zhou's expression darkened. Enough. Hurry and take him home. This is embarrassing. Yin Xiaoyu supported Zhou Changxian's arm, pinching him sharply, eliciting a pained grunt from him as he struggled to focus on the circle of people surrounding him. He mumbled, "What is the matter? Is the party still ongoing? Then let us keep drinking. Tell me, was this your own doing, or did someone strike you?" Yin Xiaoyu demanded, glaring at the unrepentant Zhou Changxian. Zhou Changxian shook his head, pushing her hand away, and stood unsteadily, letting out a loud belch. "Who dares to hit me? Are they seeking death? Come, let's drink." Yet the warning from Zhou Jinyan echoed in his mind, leaving him shaken. On the road, the driver engaged in conversation with Zhou Jinyan, during which Xu Qing learned that the particularly proud young woman was named Jiang Cancan, and the middle-aged woman was Du Weihua, the wife of their former team leader. Wei Jiayong, an articulate young man, remarked, "Do you know why the sister-in-law brought Jiang Cancan here this time?" Zhou Jinyan, somewhat distracted, replied with a non-committal. Wei Jiayong scoffed. "She wants Jiang Cancan to go on a blind date with Gao Zhan, hinting a sense of gratitude for past favors. I was just at the table with the old leader, and the sister-in-law asked him to speak to Gao Zhan about it." Zhou Jinan frowned, remaining silent. Wei Jiayong sighed. "I think the sister-in-law is being unrealistic. Just because the former team leader saved Gao Zhan it doesn't mean Gao Zhan should marry his daughter. Also, Jiang Cancan has a rather brusque manner. When she sat with us, she kept her distance as if we carried some dirt. Zhou Jinan frowned again, stating, "Do not speak so recklessly. Gao Zhan is capable of handling his own affairs." Xu Qing listened quietly, grasping the general idea. Jiang Cancan's father had saved Gao Zhan, and now Du Weihua wished for Jiang Cancan to marry him. It seemed Jiang Cancan harbored feelings for Gao Zhan as well. She worried that if Gao Zhan declined, the situation could become quite complicated, potentially leaving everyone in an awkward position. Upon arriving at their new home, Qin Xuemei was already waiting, greeting Xu Qing with a smile. "Surprised not to see me, are you? Zhou Jinan has arranged 2 tables here filled with neighbors and has entrusted me with the hosting." Xu Qing observed the courtyard, where 2 square tables remained, devoid of dishes, as the guests had already departed. She was astonished that Zhou Jinan had managed to organize everything so well, even considering the new neighbors. After exchanging pleasantries with Xu Qing, Qin Xuemei swiftly began clearing the dining tables alongside 2 neighboring women. Suddenly, Gao Zhan playfully shoved Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing into the house, insisting on making a ruckus for the wedding night. Wei Jiayong was the most exuberant, exclaiming, "We must create a commotion. We want to see how the cold king treats his bride, right?" The young men shouted in agreement, surrounding Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing as they entered the room. Xu Qing's cheeks flushed crimson from their enthusiasm, and she stole a glance at Zhou Jinan. Noticing his ears were also tinged with red, as he couldn't suppress a smile. They were pushed to sit in front of the bed in the west room, adorned with vibrant red bedding and festive decorations, creating a joyful atmosphere. Gao Zhan led the cheer. "Let us start with an apple bite, shall we?" Xu Qing thought to herself, "Isn't this unfair to Zhou Jinan?" Immediately, someone produced an apple tied with a red string. Gao Zhan turned Zhou Jinan's head, forcing him to face Xu Qing while holding the apple before them. "Come on, lean in. Old Zhou, you can't back down." "Ha ha. Can a man say he can't? You mustn't Old Zhou, summon the spirit you showed when teaching Lan Jun and conquer this challenge." Before Xu Qing could react, she felt a gentle push on her head, while Gao Zhan nudged Zhou Jinan, causing the apple to suddenly be removed, leading them to share a tender kiss. The young men erupted in exhilaration. Having never experienced such a moment, Xu Qing's face felt ablaze. Zhou Jinan was equally flustered, and the soft sensation ignited a yearning deep within him. Gao Zhan and the others, while playful, were mindful of Zhou Jinan's blindness and did not push it too far. They finally departed as the sun began to set. Xu Qing, still blushing, bid farewell to the guests, feeling as if her body might fall apart. Observing the courtyard now tidy, she thought to boil some water for a quick wash before preparing a meal. To her surprise, she found dozens of dumplings on the kitchen counter, evidently prepared with the help of Qin Xuemei. Zhou Jinan followed the white wolf into the kitchen, standing at the doorway as if hesitating for quite some time before speaking. "Grandma said we want to move in for a few days, so I'll be sleeping in the east room tonight." Xu Qing turned in astonishment. "Why should we sleep apart now that we are married?" Zhou Jinan remained silent for a while. "I don't want you to regret it." Xu Qing sensed Zhou Jinan's cautious demeanor around her, contrasting with his carefree attitude around Gao Zhan and the others. After contemplating, she approached him and took his hand. "Is there an ulterior motive behind your marrying me?" Zhou Jinan shook his head no. Xu Qing smiled. "Then will you treat me well for a lifetime?" He nodded, "I will." Xu Qing shook his hand gently. "That settles it. As husband and wife, it makes no sense to sleep apart unless our marriage is a sham, where you harbor feelings for someone else and wish to remain pure for them." Zhou Jinan became anxious. "There is no one else. I'm just afraid you will regret it." Xu Qing looked at him and chuckled. "All right, I have no room for regrets now, especially since half the city knows I've splendidly married into the Zhou family. Countless people must be envious." Zhou Jinan remained silent, though unease lingered in his heart. Xu Qing gazed at him with a playful smile. "What I despise most in life is deceit. As long as you're honest with me, I will be by your side forever, as your wife and the mother of your children, all right?" Despite the sweet intimacy of her words, Zhou Jinan felt a chill run down his spine, pondering what Xu Qing would think if she knew. Chapter 71. Do you prefer boys or girls? Xu Qing nudged Zhou Jinan to sit at the small kitchen table. "All right, I'm very hungry now. I'll cook something first, and then we can have a proper talk." The kitchen was not only stocked with dumplings, but also 2 plates of leftover dishes. Xu Qing lit some firewood, first boiling the dumplings and reheating the leftovers, which together transformed into a hearty stew. In days to come, such dishes might be dismissed. However, Xu Qing, having endured hardships and experienced hunger, had learned to live frugally, and despite better conditions in her previous life, she remained diligent. She had a peculiar fondness for mixing and reheating leftovers, finding them particularly delicious. Once the dumplings and dishes were served, Xu Qing took a small stool and sat across from Zhou Jinan, picking up chopsticks to cool a dumpling before feeding it to him. Zhou Jinan had been waiting for her to hand him chopsticks and was taken by surprise when a warm morsel, infused with the aroma of meat and dough, suddenly appeared at his lips. He uncomfortably opened his mouth to take a bite. Xu Qing couldn't help but smile at his shyness and awkwardness, noticing how slowly he chewed. "Is it good?" Zhou Jinan nodded, his voice tight. "Yes, it's good." Xu Qing took another dumpling for herself, filled with beef and scallions, likely made by Qin Shuamei, with a generous amount of meat that burst with flavor with each bite. She watched Zhou Jinan enjoy his meal, then fed him another dumpling, followed by a bite of the vegetable dish. They continued this intimate exchange, sharing a meal together. After finishing, Xu Qing instructed Zhou Jinan to wait in the room while she prepared a pot of warm water, feeling a twinge of guilt as she thought it would be easier for him if he were at the provincial staff quarters with a proper bathing area. Their yard was too small to accommodate such amenities, so he would have to endure. Zhou Jinan, however, was indifferent. "It's all right. Just set the water down, and I'll manage myself." Xu Qing, worried he might not be accustomed to their new surroundings, insisted, "Take off your clothes. I'll help you bathe." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, a hint of playful mischief surfacing as she realized her youthful spirit still harbored a flirtatious side. Zhou Jinan hesitated but complied, removing his shirt to reveal a white undershirt, a staple for men of that era. Xu Qing gazed intently, noting his sun-kissed skin, a testament to years of training. With broad shoulders and a toned back, exuding strength without appearing overly muscular, his waist and abdomen flat and firm. Xu Qing imagined that beneath the tank top, there must be 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. Suddenly, she felt a dryness in her throat, a burning sensation igniting in her chest. Zhou Jinan made no further movements. He could sense Xu Qing's piercing gaze upon him, and he felt a hint of shyness. Noticing his hesitation, Xu Qing swallowed hard and provocatively said, "We are married now. Why are you still shy? Should I assist you?" Zhou Jinan was taken aback, surprised by this bold side of Xu Qing. His ears flushed slightly as he reached up to pull off his tank top. As expected, his physique was as perfect as Xu Qing had imagined. But where there should have been neatly sculpted abs, there lay a long, jagged scar, marring his abdomen. The stitching was coarse, likely the result of delayed treatment or an infection, the wound protruding grotesquely like an unsightly worm. Xu Qing's heart trembled as she cautiously touched the scar, murmuring, "It must have hurt terribly at that time." From the broadcasts and subsequent television dramas, Xu Qing was aware of the harsh and brutal conditions at the border. The fact that he returned alive was a stroke of fortune. Observing the scar revealed the extent of Zhou Jinan's injuries. "It didn't hurt," he replied gruffly, speaking the truth. At that moment, everyone had only one thought: to advance 10 steps toward death rather than retreat half a step to live. Thus, pain was disregarded. Xu Qing's chaotic thoughts dissipated instantly as she pulled Zhou Jinan to sit on a stool, twisting a towel to wipe his body. They continued this tender care until darkness enveloped them. After taking a quick shower in the small kitchen, Xu Qing felt a rush of shyness as she noticed Zhou Jinan sitting at the edge of the bed. The dim yellow light cast a warm glow, reflecting the vibrant red of the bed, creating an atmosphere of unique festivity. Xu Qing swallowed again, hoping that after tonight's consummation, the child they had lost would return to them. With her heart racing, she reached for the lamp cord and sat beside Zhou Jinan, saying softly, "It's getting late. Let us sleep." She couldn't help but look down on herself for taking advantage of Zhou Jinan's inability to tell the time. Although the night had fallen, it was still early. Many people were still lingering at the door or in the alleys. Zhou Jinan, feeling more anxious, responded with a grunt and fumbled to lie down. Xu Qing hurriedly assisted him in settling comfortably before she climbed into bed beside him. In the enveloping darkness, silence reigned, broken only by the incessant chirping of unknown insects outside, amplifying the sound of their breaths. Xu Qing lay flat, observing Zhou Jinan beside her, motionless, his hands clasped over his abdomen, his breathing long and rhythmic, as if he were already asleep. She turned to face him, clearing her throat softly to ask, Zhou Jinan, "Are you asleep?" "No," he replied in a muffled voice, with a warm and soft woman beside him. How could he possibly sleep? Moreover, he could detect a faint fragrance emanating from her, mixed with a hint of sweet medicinal scent. Xu Qing fell silent for a moment before asking, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" They had lost that child, who had already formed into a baby boy. The thought tugged painfully at Xu Qing's heart. In this life, she was determined to protect her child. Suddenly feeling bold, she reached out to grasp Zhou Jinan's hand resting on his abdomen, leaning closer to whisper, "I like boys." Before Zhou Jinan could react, Xu Qing leaned down and gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, a soft caress akin to fragrant petals falling. Zhou Jinan, who had been desperately holding back, found all his rationality dissolving with that kiss. He pulled Xu Qing tightly against him, rolling her beneath him. Lowering his head, he kissed the tip of her nose and then ventured down to her lips. Lacking any experience, his kisses were somewhat awkward, filled with urgency and fervor. Xu Qing winced at the pain, initially believing that her unpleasant experiences would lead her to reject such intimacy. However, with Zhou Jinan, she felt an indescribable yearning and attachment. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she could no longer distinguish whether she desired a child more or him at that moment. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, the loyal wolf, lay under the great banyan tree in the yard. Suddenly, he heard a woman sobbing softly, raising his head alertly to glance toward the house. He could also hear his master's heavy breathing, as if he were unwell. Bai Lang sprang to his feet, anxiously pacing in the yard. Uncertain of entering the house without a command, he continued to circle the yard restlessly until the moon reached its zenith. Chapter 72. She would rather die than plead with Xu Qing, and Zhou Jinan's wedding night was filled with sweetness. In contrast, Fang Lanqin and Su Ryue found themselves unable to sleep, while Su Zhigua spent the entire night in the living room. The news of Xu Qing's marriage, along with the banquet, had spread throughout the factory. Everyone was aware of her wedding, and Su Zhigua and his wife were notably absent. Some whispered that Xu Qing was heartless, a thankless child. No matter how deep the enmity, one should not forget the parents who raised them. However, many believe that Su Zhigua and his wife must have done something unforgivable to Xu Qing, something more grievous than digging up graves, for otherwise, her gentle nature would not lead her to commit such an outrageous act. These rumors reached Su Zhigua and Fang Lanqin's ears without omission. Fang Lanqin, furious, tossed and turned in bed, listening to Su Zhigua's continuous sighs from the living room, her irritation mounting. How could she have thought that marrying a factory worker like Su Zhigua would lead to a promising future? Now they were living such a humiliating life. After a sleepless night, she awoke with a pounding headache, noticing the living room strewn with cigarette butts and ashes, while Su Zhigua was nowhere to be found. Seething with anger, she had even begun to tidy up when Qin Guizhi and Li Feng arrived. This time they brought along a couple of snacks, a bottle of cheap white liquor, and 2 canned goods. Fang Lanqin glanced at their offerings, nearly having a heart attack from rage. Was this how they intended to treat them? Yet, she had to force a smile to let them in. Qin Guizhi, being inherently unclean, didn't mind the mess of cigarette butts on the floor. She casually plopped down and said, "We intended to come yesterday, but worried you'd be at the banquet, so we came this morning instead." Those words were like daggers to Fang Lanqin's heart. She couldn't believe Qin Guizhi was unaware that they hadn't attended Xu Qing's wedding. After exchanging perfunctory pleasantries, she moved to prepare tea for the 2 visitors. Li Feng craned her neck to scan the room, asking, "Where's Ryue? Isn't she up yet?" Fang Lanqin frowned, replying, "The young's aunt, the child hasn't rested well these past few days. It's fine for her to sleep in." Li Feng wanted to retort, but restrained herself, aware she needed Fang Lanqin's assistance. She forced a smile and said, "That's understandable. She should rest more." Fang Lanqin set down the cups of tea before them and sat across from Qin Guizhi, asking, "You've come so early. Is there something specific you need?" Qin Guizhi laughed heartily. "I thought we should get to know each other better since we are about to become in-laws." Fang Lanqin was skeptical, recalling how Qin Guizhi had come empty-handed last time. Now, she brought only shabby snacks and cheap liquor, suspecting ulterior motives. Sipping her tea slowly, she remained silent. Qing Guizhi glanced at Li Feng, unabashedly revealing her purpose. De Yong complained to me, saying that without a bride price, Ryue would be embarrassed. You know, my De Yong is a soft-hearted boy, kinda hard. So, we decided not to give any money. Instead, we'll offer a 12-inch television, a sewing machine, and a washing machine. When the time comes, we'll hire a truck to make a grand entrance in the yard. Who wouldn't envy that? Feng Lanxin's eyes sparkled at the mention of a washing machine and a television, rare luxuries in the entire compound. She hesitated, questioning Qing Guizhi's sincerity. Are you truly serious about this? Qing Guizhi patted her chest in assurance. I swear my words are more genuine than gold. I'll take Ryue to the mall to choose, and she can handle the payment. That should put your mind at ease, right? Feng Lanxin calculated in her mind that these 3 items amounted to over 1,000. Why was Qing Guizhi suddenly so generous? Qing Guizhi lifted her teacup and took a sip, wiping the droplets from her mouth before continuing. However, we do have a favor to ask of you. My cousin De Yong has a son who is 17 this year and wishes to enlist. You know there are no backdoors in military service, and he will likely be assigned to particularly harsh locations. Feng Lanxin was still taken aback. This matter is none of our concern. Qing Guizhi slapped her thigh. How can you say that? Isn't Xu Qing married to a soldier? And doesn't the Zhou family have connections? You could ask them to help, and perhaps they could get Xiao Chao assigned to a city. Li Feng chimed in from the side. Exactly. Zhou Jinan is a hero now. One word from him would surely be effective. If our Xiao Chao succeeds in the future, he certainly won't forget you. Feng Lanxin's expression soured. Given her current situation with Xu Qing, how could she possibly shamelessly seek her help? Even if she did, Xu Qing, that wretched girl, would surely have something to throw at her. I cannot do it. Qing Guizhi was displeased. We have shown our sincerity, merely requesting a small favor, and you still refuse. Have you considered that Su Ryue might already be carrying De Yong's child? If they don't marry soon, it will be impossible to hide. This statement struck a nerve with Feng Lanxin, as it was precisely her greatest fear. She was still uncertain if Su Ryue was indeed pregnant. Initially, she thought of marrying Zhou Jinxian quickly, and then, even if she were pregnant, no one could definitively say who the child belonged to. Who would have thought Xu Qing would meddle and ruin everything? Now, if she didn't marry Li Daong, and a child had come along, she would be the laughingstock of the neighborhood. Seeing Feng Lanxin's silence, Qing Guizhi pressed on. Regardless, the 2 children are to marry, and we have shown the utmost sincerity. Now it's up to you. With that, she left in a huff, dragging Li Feng along without another word. Feng Lanxin felt as if someone was forcing her head down, unable to express her frustration. Infuriated, she stormed into Su Ryue's bedroom. Did you hear that? You've brought me nothing but humiliation. Su Rui, having risen when Qing Guizhi and Li Feng entered, remained seated inside, listening to their conversation. Now, confronted by Feng Lanxin, she too was irked. Can you blame me? It's all Xu Qing's fault. She's the one full of malice, yet she's living comfortably. Feng Lanxin gritted her teeth. Xu Qing, it's all her fault. Noticing Feng Lanxin's silence, Su Ryue hesitantly asked, Mom, are we really going to beg her? Feng Lanxin shot her a glare. I still have my dignity. Let me think this over. You should hurry and finally down to see if what Qing Guizhi said is true. To ask Xu Qing for help? She would rather die. When Xu Qing opened her eyes, she initially thought she was hallucinating. The red, double happiness characters were affixed to the window, and the cheerful chirping of birds outside created a surreal ambience. She moved her arms, feeling sore all over, silently grumbling. She realized that those under the effects of the charm were indeed exceptionally gifted in that regard. As she moved her legs, she froze, as if pressing against something. Chapter 73. How did my mother die? Xu Qing instantly found herself unable to move, turning to glance at Zhou Jinan, who lay beside her. The bandage she had removed the previous night, now absent. His eyes were slightly closed, the corners elongated like a swallow's tail, and his long, dark eyelashes resembled crow feathers. Xu Qing was astonished. How could a man have such beautiful lashes? Unable to resist, she turned to touch them, but just as her hand reached out, Zhou Jinan grasped her wrist, his eyes suddenly opening to reveal a crimson hue. Although Xu Qing had seen this before, the suddenness of it still made her shiver. Realizing that he had forgotten about her presence, Zhou Jinan relaxed his grip, his expression softening. Did I frighten you? He then turned to search for a bandage. Xu Qing quickly rose to embrace him. I wasn't scared. I just needed time to adjust. I saw how beautiful your eyes are and couldn't help but want to touch them. Would you let me? Her voice was soft and playful. Zhou Jinan's body stiffened momentarily. Then he awkwardly turned to lie flat, allowing Xu Qing to snuggle against him, which felt almost like torture. She nestled against his chest, tracing his eyebrows and nose, playfully scratching here and there like a mischievous kitten. Ultimately, she paid the price by being pulled back and thoroughly reprimanded by Zhou Jinan. When she next opened her eyes, it was nearly noon. Xu Qing, not daring to provoke him further, quickly dressed and got up. I'll go make breakfast. Your clothes are by the pillow. You can put them on at your leisure. As she spoke, she slipped on her shoes and headed out, her legs nearly giving way. Her face flushed at the memory of their wild night together. Upon exiting, she found the white wolf lying at the door, its eyes fixed on her with an intense gaze. Seeing her emerge, it seemed to sigh in relief, standing up and wagging its tail as it departed. Xu Qing knew the wolf wouldn't eat unless she fed it, so she ignored it and proceeded to the kitchen to wash up and prepare breakfast. While waiting for the fire to start, she soaked the clothes and bed linens from the previous night, intending to wash them after breakfast. The meal was simple: scallion sauté ed, fine noodles added, with some greens and a drizzle of sesame oil upon serving. Just as Zhou Jinan finished tidying up and joined her at the table, there was a loud knocking at the courtyard door. Xu Qing was taken aback. Knowing it was their wedding day, visitors typically wouldn't intrude. She set down her chopsticks. I'll check. You eat first. The noodles will clump if left too long. As she spoke, she stepped outside, where the white wolf stood at the door, its fierce eyes fixed on the entrance. Unlike ordinary guard dogs, the white wolf didn't bark indiscriminately at noises. It was vigilant. Xu Qing patted its head and opened the door, only to be met by Su Jigua. His face was ashen, and he forced a smile at Xu Qing. Qing, I would like to talk to you. Xu Qing had no desire to exchange a single word with him. Her gaze fell on the black wallet in his hand. After a moment's thought, she reluctantly agreed to let him in. Come in. In the corner of the courtyard stood an unreturned square table and bench. Xu Qing gestured for Su Jigua to sit. What do you wish to discuss? Su Jigua slowly surveyed the small courtyard, the light yellow walls adorned with red double happiness characters, every corner radiating the joy of newlyweds. A sudden pang of bitterness welled up in his heart as he looked up at Xu Qing. Qing, I just want to know why you have changed so suddenly. What have we done wrong that has made you despise us so? Xu Qing lowered her gaze on Su Jigua. He hadn't been involved in the conspiracy with Fang Lanxin and Su Ruyue that led to her losing her virtue. Yet he had allowed Fang Lanxin to scheme against her repeatedly. She found it hard to believe Su Jigua was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her university admission through the sent-down youth program, nor that Fang Lanxin's every act of kindness was laced with insincerity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bound her with familial ties to serve Fang Lanxin and Su Ruyue like a beast of burden until his dying day. With that thought, Xu Qing chuckled coldly. So, you believe that every time I fell ill during exams, it was not due to my fear of failure, but rather orchestrated? Su Jigua was taken aback. Orchestrated? Xu Qing's eyes glinted with derision. Moreover, regarding the university admissions, I was clearly more qualified. Yet you forced me to step back and let Su Ruyue go in my stead. You were aware of this, weren't you? Su Jigua smacked his lips. I thought your sister was a better student than you. Xu Qing retorted coldly. That hardly matters. After all, it's rare for anyone to be entirely fair. Now let me ask you, how did my real mother die? Why is Su Ruyue your biological daughter? Su Jigua was momentarily stunned. How did you know? Xu Qing suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Jigua, realizing that the daughter he believed to be his own was actually the product of Fang Lanxin's betrayal. Su Jigua hastily explained, Qing, it is not as you imagine. The situation was quite complex, and I cannot convey it clearly in just a few words. Su Qing, are you unable to articulate it? Or is it simply beyond explanation? Su Ruyue is merely half a year older than I am, which means you were with Fang Lanxin shortly after marrying my mother. If I am not mistaken, my mother must have been driven to her grave by the two of you. Su Jigua, flustered, stood abruptly. Do not speak nonsense. Your mother fell ill due to the toll of bearing you, and that is what led to her demise. Then why are you so flustered? Xu Qing's gaze was piercing and icy as she fixed her eyes on Su Jigua. His discomfort grew, and he clutched the black bag tightly. I came to give you something your mother left behind. Xu Qing, I have never wronged your mother. Xu Qing, uninterested in his justifications, reached for the black bag. If it belongs to my mother, then it should be given to me. Yet, Xu Jigua refused to relinquish it. I wish to see Nan. I have something to discuss with him. Xu Qing suddenly released her grip. If you are unwilling to give it, then keep it for yourself. From a moment Fong Lanxin desecrated my mother-esque grave, it was destined that we would be sworn enemies henceforth. Xu Jigua was momentarily at a loss for words. Xu Qing had become a stranger to him, so unfamiliar that he questioned if she was truly Xu Qing. Zhou Jinan emerged slowly from the room, and Bai Lang wagged his tail in excitement. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan, Xu Jigua abandoned his conversation with Xu Qing and hurried over. Jinan, are you settling in well here? I thought you two would find a large courtyard more to your liking. Zhou Jinan did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, what brings you here? Xu Jigua sighed. I merely came to check on you. Jinan, you are a few years older than Qing and have seen more of the world. You should advise her, after all. What enmity could a family possibly harbor overnight? Xu Qing interjected, the family you envision may not truly be a family. Furthermore, the daughter you believe to be your own may not be your daughter at all. Xu Jigua turned with an angry glare at Xu Qing. What do you mean by that? Chapter 74. Bai Lang's special interest. Xu Qing regarded Xu Jigua. Exactly what you heard. The meaning is as straightforward as it appears. She believed it wiser to let them battle amongst themselves rather than pursue her own inquiries. Xu Jigua's countenance darkened, his face turning an ashen hue as he glared at Xu Qing. Who are you implying is not my own? Do you wish to deny your own father? A wave of helplessness washed over Xu Qing. She had previously underestimated Xu Jigua's astonishing lack of intelligence and comprehension. Looking at him with a hint of sympathy, she asked, how can you be so certain that Xu Ruoyue is your daughter? Were you present at Fong Lanxin's childbirth? I suggest you investigate thoroughly, lest you find yourself joyfully mistaken. You speak nonsense. Xu Jigua roared, but doubt had already taken root in his mind. He pointed an accusing finger at Xu Qing. You are becoming increasingly outrageous, daring to utter such words. Anger clouded his thoughts, and he forgot his purpose in seeking Zhou Jinan, storming off with the black bag in hand. Bai Lang, unperturbed, stood in Xu Jigua's path, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Fixated on the black bag, despite his name, Bai Lang bore no white fur. He was a fine specimen of German shepherd. His back glistening black while his limbs were a tawny hue, his ears perked up, exuding a fierce demeanor. His unwavering stare at Xu Jigua unnerved him, causing his legs to tremble as he cautiously shifted to the left. Bai Lang mirrored his movement, blocking his escape, his gaze still fixed on the bag, as if to convey that he could not leave without it. Xu Qing, genuinely curious about the contents of the black bag, refrained from taking it from Xu Jigua, now entertained by Bai Lang's display. Xu Jigua, with a grim expression, called out to Jinan, but before he could utter another word, Bai Lang lunged forward, seizing the black bag with his jaws, growling lowly as though to express his frustration at being unable to overpower Xu Jigua. Xu Qing grasped Zhou Jinan's hand, whispering about Bai Lang's antics. Why does Bai Lang desire that black bag? Zhou Jinan replied with a hint of resignation. Bai Lang has a peculiar preference. If you come empty-handed, you may leave as you please, but if you carry something, he will not allow you to depart with it. Xu Qing, astonished, remarked, how endearing. But I desire that black bag as well. Zhou Jinan nodded, subtly turning to signal Bai Lang with a snap of his fingers. Bai Lang, as if summoned, wagged his tail, teeth bared as he clutched the bag, his demeanor growing increasingly menacing, as though he might snap at Xu Jigua at any moment. Fearful, Xu Jigua promptly released the bag, and Bai Lang darted to a corner of the courtyard with his prize. Xu Jigua turned to see Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan standing side by side, watching with amusement, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Xu Qing. You both have gone too far. Xu Qing feigned innocence. Did you not claim those items were meant for me? Besides, you ought to investigate whether Xu Ruoyue is truly your daughter. Xu Jigua was too infuriated to engage further with Xu Qing, storming away in a huff. Had it not been for Zhou Jinan's presence, Xu Qing would have burst into laughter, relishing the current plight of Fong Lanxin and Suru, which filled her with a sense of exhilaration. Suppressing her amusement, she grasped Zhou Jinan's hand. Have you finished your noodles? Zhou Jinan replied, not yet. Let us go eat. Xu Qing, disregarding the black bag that Bai Lang had taken, hurried with Zhou Jinan to the kitchen. Oh dear, the noodles must have clumped together. What had begun as 2 bowls of soup noodles had morphed into 2 congealed masses of noodles, entirely stuck together. Xu Qing took chopsticks and stirred them. offering a portion to Zhou Jinan. This will have to suffice. We can eat it with some pickles as if it were dough. Zhou Jinan was unperturbed. During their missions, they had subsisted on even grass roots, and besides, this was made by Xu Qing's own hands. He could not help but recall her soft, graceful demeanor from the previous night, igniting a rush of warmth through him, compelling him to lower his head and eat. While they dined in silence, Bai Lang exhibited great interest in the black bag, pawing at it with his front paws, discovering the silver zipper and attempting to open it with his mouth. After considerable effort, he succeeded in unzipping it, intelligently shaking the bag to spill its contents onto the floor. Among the items were several sheets of paper, 2 photographs, and a large gemstone ring, all glimmering in the sunlight. Bai Lang, startled, jumped back and cautiously inspected the gemstone ring, testing it with his paw. Sensing no danger, he promptly picked it up and sought a place to bury it. After finishing their meal and tidying up the kitchen, Xu Qing prepared to wash the clothes when she noticed the scattered contents of the black bag and the white papers in the corner of the yard. Realizing she had forgotten all about it, glancing at Bai Lang, who lay in the kitchen corner, panting adorably, she chuckled. Bai Lang, you managed to open it. Is it not to your liking? Xu Qing approached to collect the yellowed papers and photographs. The black and white photos had become somewhat blurred, the edges yellowing, clearly neglected rather than carefully preserved. In one of the photographs, a young and beautiful girl was barely discernible. A caption on the side read, Yinan, commemorating her 20th year. This was Xu Qing's first glimpse of her biological mother as photograph. It was said she bore a striking resemblance to her mother, yet the blurriness of the image rendered it difficult for her to perceive any similarity. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though the person in the photograph resembled someone she had known in a past life. Perhaps due to the effects of reincarnation, many memories from her previous life had become hazy. Xu Qing furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before giving up on identifying the person, choosing instead to gently brush the dust off the photograph. Upon examining the other sheets of paper, she discovered they contained excerpts of classical poetry, with the final sheet revealing a single line of verse. After divine grace, golden flowers often bloom, accompanying you, dear Qing. The emphasis on the name Qing was particularly striking, written with great fervor. Xu Qing stared blankly, pondering whether her name was derived from this particular verse. It was a deeply sentimental poem, unlikely to be a record of Yinan's romance with Su Jigua. Xu Qing read through each sheet of poetry once more. Unlike the final poem celebrating eternal companionship, the earlier verses conveyed a sense of melancholy, infused with a spirit of endurance and yearning. If these were indeed left by her mother, Yinan, it was evident that she possessed considerable talent. With a sigh, Xu Qing folded the papers and tucked the photographs inside. It was clear that Su Jigua had meticulously selected these items, ensuring she would find nothing. Turning around, she noticed Zhou Jinan, who had emerged unbeknownst to her, sitting by the basin and sorting through laundry. She quickly shoved the papers and photos into her pocket and rushed over, saying, I'll handle the washing. You should think about what we should take to Grandma's house tomorrow. With no maternal family to return to, her only visit post-wedding would be to Feng Shuhua. This was also the reason why Feng Shuhua had not moved in temporarily. Chapter 75. Zhou Jinan's perspective. Xu Qing snatched the clothes from Zhou Jinan's hands. Let me wash. Isn't it customary for men to work outside while women manage the household? This is my responsibility. You should focus on what to take back to Grandma's. Zhou Jinan obediently sat down nearby, discussing with her, let's buy 2 pounds of lamb and some snacks, and perhaps a piece of fabric for Grandma. What do you think? As Xu Qing scrubbed the clothes, she laughed and replied, let us get more snacks. Grandma loves these treats, especially canned oranges and pears. Zhou Jinan had no objections. All right, we'll buy them shortly, and we can get the meat tomorrow morning when we head to Huai Tree Hutong. The two engaged in casual conversation beneath the dappled shade of the trees. Xu Qing cherished these leisurely days, knowing they would be difficult to experience again in the future. Unfortunately, their tranquility was disrupted by 2 unexpected visitors. Du Weihua arrived with Jiang Cancan, carrying 2 bottles of white liquor and a basket of eggs. Although Xu Qing was not fond of these 2, due to her connection with Zhou Jinan, she dried her hands and greeted them with a smile. Sister-in-law, you've come. It's cool in the courtyard. Let me fetch some stools for you. Du Weihua miled politely. Thank you. Jiang Cancan, however, seemed much more subdued. standing beside Du Weihua with a stern expression. Xu Qing ignored her, fetched 2 small stools for them to sit on, and poured 2 cups of plain water. I didn't notice where the tea leaves are yesterday. Once seated, Du Weihua waved her hand dismissively. That's all right. I'm here to discuss a few matters with Jinan. You go about your business. Xu Qing, however, was curious about their conversation and found it nearly impossible not to eavesdrop as she washed clothes by the tap. Du Weihua wasted no time and spoke directly to Zhou Jinan. I wanted to ask you to speak to Gao Zhan. Our Can is not lacking. She will soon transfer to the pharmacy department at the provincial hospital. Zhou Jinan frowned. Marriage cannot be forced. Du Weihua's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. True, marriage cannot be forced. But if it weren't for our old Jiang saving Gao Zhan, Can wouldn't be without a father. Besides, didn't Gao Zhan swear at old Jiang's grave to take care of our mother and daughter? Xu Qing was taken aback. Was taking care of someone really a reason to marry their daughter? Zhou Jinan still frowned. Sister-in-law, Gao Zhan has indeed cared for you over the years, sending half of his salary back to you as soon as he receives it and never failing to send gifts during festivals. Jinan, are you implying we lack money? Or that money can replace Can's missing paternal love? You don't understand. Can has cried countless times in secret over this. Jiang Can sat silently, allowing her mother to perform. Zhou Jinan, a straightforward man, found it hard to comprehend. If Gao Zhan marries Can, will that compensate for her lack of a father? Xu Qing nearly laughed aloud, stifling her amusement as she continued to wash clothes. If Du Weihua were unaware of Zhou Jinan's temperament, she might genuinely think he was speaking ironically. But Can loves Gao Zhan. Shouldn't he care for her for a lifetime? This logic was utterly absurd. Zhou Jinan shook his head. Sister-in-law, your reasoning is flawed. Just because Can loves Gao Zhan doesn't mean he must marry her, disregarding his own feelings. A forced marriage can only yield poor outcomes. There is no such thing as a perfect marriage. Look at you and Xu Qing. Didn't you only meet twice before deciding to marry? What kind of emotional foundation is that? Can and Gao Zhan have known each other for many years and understand one another. She continued, besides, aren't marriages nowadays often arranged? Just look at how people date in the streets. Do they not face judgment? Zhou Jinan's frown deepened. Xu Qing and I both agreed to our marriage. Gao Zhan, however, does not agree. Du Weihua suddenly gained confidence. That's exactly why I came to you. To encourage you to have a good talk with Gao Zhan. Feelings can develop after marriage. Our Can has a good nature and is sensible. Without hesitation, Zhou Jinan refused. I cannot interfere in this matter. I cannot let Gao Zhan or Can down. Du Weihua began her repetitive pleas. If old Jiang were still here, our lives wouldn't be like this. I still dream of him at night, asking if I've taken care of Can, wondering if we're living well. If Can is unhappy, how would I face old Jiang after I'm gone? As Xu Qing hung the laundry, she listened to Du Weihua's incessant lamentations, utterly shocked by her perspective. Indeed, everyone's worldview is shaped by their own circumstances. For instance, Du Weihua certainly believed her reasoning was sound. Jiang Can, feeling embarrassed, tugged at her mother. Mom, let us go home. But Du Weihua was relentless. Jinan, please, I beg you, talk to Gao Zhan again. You have a good relationship. He will surely listen to you. Zhou Jinan continued to shake his head. I might agree to other requests, but not this one. Du Weihua stood up, wiping her tears. If old Jiang saw this, I wonder if he would be heartbroken. With that disheartening remark, she took Jiang Can and turned to leave. Xu Qing, still polite, saw them to the gate. Sister-in-law, take care on your way. Du Weihua glanced back at her, hesitating to speak before sighing and departing with Jiang Can. Watching them walk away, Xu Qing turned back to the courtyard to find Zhou Jinan still frowning. She took his hand, saying their reasoning is flawed. Gao Zhan is not an object to be taken home simply because of affection. If Gao Zhan liked Can, he would have shown it long ago after knowing her for so many years. Zhou Jinan remained silent for a moment. Gao Zhan has someone he likes. Xu Qing was astonished. Gao Zhan has a girl he likes? Why aren't they together? Zhou Jinan expressed disbelief. He cannot find her. Xu Qing was taken aback. So, Gao Zhan likes someone unattainable? Zhou Jinan explained. 3 years ago, Gao Zhan met a girl near his workplace and fell for her. However, he has not been able to find her since. Beyond that, Gao Zhan did not disclose further details, nor did Zhou Jinan inquire. Xu Qing had not expected Gao Zhan to be a victim of unrequited love. But now that he is in the provincial city, doesn't that make it even harder to find her? Zhou Jin and didn't know. Regardless, Gao Zhan will not marry Jiang Can. Xu Qing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Gao Zhan. Judging by Du Weihua's demeanor, she would not let the matter rest easily. Zhou Jinan then reached out to gently pat Xu Qing's head. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us go out and buy some things. Chapter 76. The young couple visits the bride's family. Xu Qing washed her hands, changed into a skirt, and took a cloth bag as she led Zhou Jinan out. With her presence, they did not bring along Bai Lang, as it would be inconvenient to enter the supply and marketing cooperative with him. It was just before lunchtime when a few women gathered together, picking vegetables and engaging in lively conversation, speculating about anyone who happened to pass by. Xu Qing, holding Zhou Jinan's hand, could feel their gazes upon them and noted their hushed whispers. Clearly, they were discussing them, yet she paid them no mind, confidently leading Zhou Jinan forward. A few women whispered among themselves, that family bought the old Wang family's courtyard. They just got married yesterday and even invited us to the feast. It was truly splendid, perhaps the best banquet I've ever attended. They didn't invite us, but I wouldn't have wanted to go anyway. You might not know, but that girl wasn't a pure maiden at her wedding. What do you mean? The others asked, intrigued. That girl was defiled by several men by the Yellow River. TSK. Just think, she could only marry a blind man. Who else would want her? Surely that can't be true. She was such a beautiful girl. It's such a pity. From my perspective, it's not mere bad luck. What would a girl be doing by the Yellow River? That place is so desolate. She must have been shamelessly seeking a relationship. At this, their enthusiasm surged. These young people today are beyond comprehension, believing in free love, often heading to secluded groves. Surely nothing good can come of it. Exactly. That girl doesn't seem to be the type to settle down. You should all keep an eye on your sons. Wang Gaihua was munching on sunflower seeds nearby, listening to their gossip, while casting a glance at Xu Qing's retreating figure, her slender waist and a long, dark braid swaying with her movements, exuding an indescribable charm. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered a silent curse, calling her shameless. Suddenly, she recalled the incident involving Ding Chongwen and a female student. Although the scandal had settled after many days, proving their relationship to be innocent, she still felt something was amiss. I must inquire further around the school. I refuse to believe I can't catch Ding Chongwen and that little vixen in the act. Thus, she abandoned her sunflower seeds, clapped her hands, and hurried to the city to find Ding Chongwen. Xu Qing took Zhou Jinan to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 2 jars of canned goods, a bag of sponge cake, and a tin of biscuits. The square tin, adorned with a red exterior and a pink peony painted on the lid, was particularly exquisite. Inside, the biscuits were delightful, bursting with rich cream flavor. Xu Qing handled the payment, while Zhou Jin then carried the items in a net bag. Upon exiting the cooperative, Zhou Jinan remarked, "We receive our salaries on the 1st of every month. You can take my seal to the post office later to collect it." Xu Qing smiled brightly. "Does this mean I will be in charge of our finances from now on?" "Very well." Zhou Jinan nodded without hesitation. With a playful tone, Xu Qing asked, "Do you smoke?" Zhou Jinan shook his head, "No." Xu Qing approvingly squeezed his hand. "That's good. We can save a lot of money each month. Enough for our future child's milk powder." Hearing Xu Qing refer to our child filled Zhou Jinan's heart with sweetness. Yet he couldn't help but feel his ears flush. Xu Qing, smiling, urged him forward. "I'll be taking a few days off to start a small business. If you feel bored, you can join me." Zhou Jinan nodded. "Okay." Xu Qing gently continued. "I'll start small and gradually expand the business." Zhou Jinan, not fully understanding but not troubled by it, reassured her, "You needn't feel burdened. My salary suffices for our living expenses." Xu Qing smiled but said nothing, aware that Zhou Jinan's salary was slightly above that of an average worker, but still under 100 yuan. Given the expenses of their wedding, Zhou Jinan must have incurred debts, and she needed to settle those quickly. As they strolled back home leisurely, Xu Qing noticed Bai Lang lying near the small alley by the kitchen, as if guarding a treasure. She curiously asked, "Why does Bai Lang like lying in that narrow space by the kitchen?" Zhou Jinan, unable to see, speculated based on his knowledge of Bai Lang. He must have discovered something interesting nearby and is guarding it. Bai Lang, as if understanding, instantly rose, tilting his head and emitting a low growl of discontent, gazing at Zhou Jinan with an expression of longing. Xu Qing found Bai Lang's demeanor rather endearing. It seems Bai Lang is unhappy with your words. Zhou Jinan chuckled. Bai Lang is quite intelligent, with the intellect of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Both his parents were elite military dogs. Xu Qing realized that despite being a dog, Bai Lang was still fed military rations. I never imagined our Bai Lang was fed by the state. Bai Lang barked again in protest, turning back to continue lying down. The next morning, after breakfast, Xu Qing intended to ride her bicycle to her grandmother's house with Zhou Jinan. Zhou Jinan adamantly disagreed. Bai Lang will stay home to guard. We'll take the bus. Surprised by Zhou Jinan's stubbornness, which seemed somewhat childlike, Xu Qing suspected he didn't want her to struggle carrying him. With a smile, she linked her arm with his. If you're concerned for me, then don't tire me out tonight. You bit me hard last night. Zhou Jinan's face flushed. Such words should not be spoken. Xu Qing chuckled, watching his ears redden as she handed him the basket. Come on, let us catch the bus. There was a bus that went to Huai Shu Hutong, from which they would still need to walk for about 20 minutes. They passed a meat stall, where Xu Qing bought 2 pounds of lamb. The heat was intense, and buying more than necessary would spoil quickly. Upon arriving at Feng Shuhua's house, they were surprised to find Su Jing and Arya had not yet left, sitting under the grape trellis, preparing celery. Upon seeing Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan enter, Su Jing cheerfully stood up. Your grandmother mentioned you would be back early. She asked me to kill a chicken that has been laying eggs. Xu Qing politely greeted her second aunt and inquired, Where's my grandmother? She went out early to fetch something. She'll return shortly. Aya, hurry and bring chairs for your sister and brother-in-law. Su Jing took on the role of hostess, inviting Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan, which left Xu Qing feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. After fetching the chairs and sitting down with Zhou Jinan, Su Jing immediately directed her daughter, Arya, why haven't you poured tea for your sister and brother-in-law? You really have no awareness at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Shuhua entered with a young man in a floral shirt. Upon seeing Su Jing and Arya, her expression immediately darkened. Why are you still here? Feng Shuhua was clearly displeased with Su Jing's presence, her frustration evident on her face. Su Jing quickly lost her earlier composure, looking at Feng Shuhua with a pitiful expression. Mom, it's not easy for Arya and me to come over. Let us stay for a couple of days. Plus, since Qing got married, you're all alone. I thought having Arya keep you company would be good. Feng Shuhua shot her a glance. Put away your schemes. I won't agree to take care of Arya. If you don't leave today, then you shall depart tomorrow. As she spoke, she turned to greet Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing, introducing the young man beside her in the floral shirt. This is Shi, the son of old Pang from North Street. I asked him to come help. Grandma, my name is Pang Jinhua. The young man interjected quietly, clearly displeased. Pang Jinhua. Xu Qing's eyes widened, taking in the sight of the clean-cut, somewhat youthful and rebellious young man. She recognized Pang Jinhua, having met him during her early business endeavors when they were competitors, eventually leading to collaboration. Xu Qing admired Pang Jinhua's integrity and nimbleness in business. However, when the stock market began to rise, he had plunged in deeply, only to suffer devastating losses that resulted in him taking his own life, unable to bear the burden of millions in debt. Upon hearing this news, Xu Qing felt a deep sense of regret. After all, during the transformation of the Xu family from a workshop to a factory, many competitors had stabbed her in the back. Only Pang Jinhua chose to collaborate with her. It was this initial step that laid the foundation for the eventual growth of the Xu family enterprise. Therefore, Xu Qing harbored immense gratitude towards Pang Jinhua, lamenting that she should have persuaded him more against blindly investing in the stock market. Little did she know that in this lifetime, they would meet so soon, and she resolved to prevent Pang Jinhua from repeating his past mistakes. As Xu Qing's thoughts meandered, Feng Shuhua introduced Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to Pang Jinhua, saying, Qing, I know you are here today, so please call Xi to help out. This child is quite adept at cooking. Pang Jinhua quietly reminded, Grandma, I am Pang Jinhua, no longer Xi. Feng Shuhua, seemingly oblivious, cheerfully urged Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to sit down. Today, as you visit, you are guests. Qing must not cook. I will call Xi to assist. Su Jing quickly chimed in. Mom, I have already prepared the chicken. I will help with the fire. Feng Shuhua nodded. All right, you go tend to the fire. Having given up on correcting Feng Shuhua, Pang Jinhua rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen to begin his tasks. Feng Shuhua happily poured tea for Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan, then called over Arya, who had been leaning against the wall. Come sit. A girl should be gracious. Once Arya was seated, Feng Shuai handed her an apple and remarked to Xu Qing, It's not that I don't want them to stay, but your second aunt actually wants to leave Arya here for me to raise. I understand her intentions. She wishes to return and have another son. Xu Qing glanced at Arya's short hair, feeling helpless. Xu Jing, being female, seemed to hold an even greater bias toward sons. Feng Shuai shook her head. I've seen it. She is not destined to have a son. If she continues to be deluded and persists in this manner, her later years will be even more difficult. Xu Qing refrained from commenting, turning her gaze towards the open kitchen door, where Pang Jinhua skillfully chopped chicken pieces. Feng Shuai followed Xu Qing's gaze, thinking she was curious about Pang Jinhua's culinary skills, and laughed. Xie's talent in cooking is inherited. I heard that Xie's great-grandfather was a royal chef. Xu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Is that so remarkable? I shall have to savor his culinary prowess. Observing the spring-like sparkle in Xu Qing's eyes and her unintentional girlish charm, Feng Shuai realized the young couple were completely oblivious to moderation. She then turned to Zhou Jinan. Have you experienced any discomfort these past few days? Zhou Jinan shook his head. No physical discomfort. Just a bit of dryness and itchiness in my eyes this morning. Feng Shuai took his pulse. That's good. Once the items I need arrive, there should be no issues. Xu Qing, mindful of Arya's presence, merely listened without questioning further. After a while, the kitchen filled with appetizing aromas, igniting an appetite in everyone. Arya swallowed discreetly, prompting Feng Shuai to chuckle. The little girl is craving meat. Make sure to eat plenty later. Though she held no affection for Xu Jing, she recognized the innocence of the child. Moreover, it was a misfortune for Arya to be born into such a family. Pang Jinhua prepared braised chicken, stir-fried lamb with scallions, spicy pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The hen, raised on the farm for 2 years, simmered for 2 full hours until tender, filling a large bowl. The delay in cooking caused lunch to be served a bit later. The meal was set beneath the grape arbor, and Pang Jinhua hurried to borrow 2 small stools from a neighbor. The group gathered around a small square table to eat. It seemed Feng Shuai had informed Pang Jinhua to properly host Zhou Jinan, as he continuously called out, Zhou Ge, I've heard from Grandma that you are a great hero. I admire heroes the most. Here, a toast to you. As he spoke, he raised a cup of wine towards Zhou Jinan, who accepted it without refusal. After they clinked glasses, Zhou Jinan drank it down. Xu Qing felt a twinge of concern, unsure if Zhou Jinan could handle alcohol, especially since Gao Zhan had only allowed him to drink plain water on their wedding day. Noticing Feng Shuai watching with a cheerful demeanor, she concluded there was no issue and remained silent. With a few drinks in him, Pang Jinhua became quite talkative, eagerly probing Zhou Jinan about matters of the border. I always wanted to be a soldier, but I was young and foolish, wanting to become a monk instead, and ended up with scars from burning incense on my head. Thus I couldn't enlist. Xu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, realizing he was quite a character. Observing Zhou Jinan's brief responses, she worried he might not enjoy such discussions and quickly changed the subject. Xie, with your exceptional cooking skills, have you ever considered opening a cafeteria? Pang Jinhua looked displeased. I am Pang Jinhua. You may call me Jinhua, but not Xie. Xu Qing found it amusing. All right, Jinhua. It would be a shame not to open a cafeteria with such talent. Pang Jinhua shook his head. My mother disagrees. She wants me to work in the factory. He sighed again. I too believe I would be more suited to running a cafeteria. Thinking about her upcoming visit to the station to discuss joint operations, Xu Qing asked Pang Jinhua, what about selling fast food? Would you be interested? Pang Jinhua was puzzled. What is fast food? Just as Xu Qing was about to explain, Zhou Jinan accidentally knocked over a wine cup while reaching for his bowl, causing a spill across the table. Chapter 78. As long as it is yours. Both boys and girls will be fond of it. Xu Qing hurried to fetch a cloth to clean up the mess Zhou Jinan had made, abruptly cutting off their conversation. Unbeknownst to Xu Qing, Zhou Jinan had intentionally overturned the cup. Feeling a sense of discomfort upon hearing Xu Qing address Pang Jinhua as Jinhua while referring to him as Jinan Ge, the comparison stirred a childish sense of jealousy within him, and hearing Xu Qing engaged in cheerful conversation with Pang Jinhua only heightened his desire to capture her attention. Xu Jing remained engrossed in devouring the chicken, leaving a mound of bones before her. Feng Shuai observed Xu Jing in silence, suppressing her thoughts. They continued to eat until the sun began to set, and Pang Jinhua, swaying slightly, returned home with a silly grin. Xu Qing supported Zhou Jinan, who had drunk quite a bit, leading him to rest on the Kong in their room. Feng Shuhua looked at Xu Jing, still gnawing on chicken. With a hint of exasperation, "Look at you. What kind of example are you setting? I taught you to eat without flipping your chopsticks around and to exercise restraint. You cannot disregard decorum simply because you enjoy the food." With a mouthful of meat, Xu Jing looked at Feng Shuhua with a hint of grievance. "Mom, you have no idea what life is like in the countryside. While it's close to the city, it is still rural. We hardly get to eat meat throughout the year. Now that I finally have a chance, you want to even let me stay a few days." Feng Shuhua waved her hand. "Enough. Finish what you have, and tomorrow morning you'll take the bus back. When you married, I made it clear, once you leave this door, your fortunes are no longer my concern." Xu Jing suddenly found the chicken in her mouth less appetizing, as she had hoped to mend her relationship with Feng Shuhua during this visit, only to realize that Feng Shuhua was a woman of her word. Feng Shuhua glanced at Arya. "The policies are favorable now. You all should focus on living well and not be fixated on having sons. You, dear, are not destined to have a son." Xu Jing's face turned pale, yet she dared not refute Feng Shuhua's words. Xu Qing handed Zhou Jinan a towel to dry his hands, overhearing the conversation between Feng Shuhua and Xu Jing, and couldn't help but ask Zhou Jinan, "Do you prefer sons or daughters?" Zhou Jinan had never pondered this question before, and with the influence of alcohol, he seemed somewhat sluggish, tilting his head slightly towards Xu Qing. She smiled, taking his hand and placing it on her lower abdomen. "Perhaps there's a little one sprouting here. Would you, like the men in our area, prefer a son?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Jinan replied, "I do not particularly like children." Xu Qing was taken aback and was about to inquire further when he leisurely added, "However, whether you bear a boy or girl, I would cherish them both." Xu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, leaning down to kiss his forehead, brushing her lips gently against his eyes through the gauze. "I never expected you to speak such sweet words." Zhou Jinan remained still. In that fleeting moment, he recalled Gao Zhan's words, "Once a child is born, even if Xu Qing learns the truth later, she would choose to forgive for the sake of the child." For a brief instant, he despicably entertained the thought that it would be quite favorable if Xu Qing were to become pregnant now. This was further compounded by an unspoken custom that a married daughter could not share a bed with her husband in her parental home. Moreover, there were no extra rooms at Feng Shuhua's place. After resting for a while, Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan bid farewell to Feng Shuhua and departed. Feng Shuhua did not stop them. She handed each of them a red envelope and discreetly slipped a small package to Xu Qing, saying, "Be sure to return early. Tomorrow, go visit your grandparents as well." Xu Qing nodded. "Yes, we'll visit them first thing tomorrow." The intention was merely to move out and live independently, not to sever ties with that side of the family. Besides, with their grandparents still alive, it was only right to pay them a visit. Leaning on her cane, Feng Shuhua walked the couple to the entrance of the alley, beaming as she watched them depart. Each time Xu Qing turned back, she saw Feng Shuhua waving cheerfully, urging them to hurry along. The elderly woman's slender, slightly hunched figure resembled a silhouette against the backdrop of the evening sky, painted with hues of sunset. Xu Qing smiled and waved back at Feng Shuhua, turning away with a hint of sentimentality. "I never used to think much of farewells, but now I feel that sometimes turning away could mean a lifetime." This was particularly true for her and Zhou Jinan from the previous generation. Emotions surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Xu Qing lowered her voice to discuss with Zhou Jinan. "Tomorrow, after breakfast, we should visit Grandpa and Grandma, and we can stop by the department store to pick up some things." She refrained from mentioning Su Huiru, sensing the deep-seated conflict between Zhou Jinan and her. Zhou Jinan merely responded with a nonchalant hum, as he was reluctant to return, knowing that Zhou Changxian would still be there. He feared he might lose control of his anger and strike him. The next morning, Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan had breakfast and left, still without taking the White Wolf. As they passed by the department store, they purchased some pastries and fabric for Chening and Zhou Kangan before boarding a bus to the provincial university. As soon as Xu Qing disembarked, she was spotted by a lady selling popsicles, who called out loudly, "Hey, the girl in the red checkered dress." Xu Qing found it amusing, as she was the only one in such attire. Evidently, the lady had some gossip to share. She turned to Zhou Jinan, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I know that lady. She likely has something to tell me." The lady, noticing Xu Qing approach. Gleamed with curiosity. I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been? Xu Qing pointed toward Zhou Jinan. I got married a couple of days ago, so I've been a bit busy. The lady glanced at Zhou Jinan and then at the school gate across the street. Her expression tinged with skepticism. I heard a professor's son had a splendid wedding recently, on par with a state banquet. Is it you? Xu Qing smiled sheepishly. Yes. That's us. The lady pondered briefly. Such a beautiful girl marrying a blind man must be for the sake of his family's good fortune. However, her desire for gossip outweighed any further contemplation. She leaned in conspiratorially. Yesterday, Ding Chongwen's wife caused a scene again, claiming she was still involved with that college student. But it seems your stepmother's affair is about to be exposed. She added quickly, I didn't say anything, and I have no idea how Ding Chongwen's wife found out. Xu Qing Feigen Supi Ohat? Does she know about my stepmother? Does she also know I live in the East Auto Repair Factory's residential area? My stepmother's name is Feng Lanxin. The lady discreetly noted those crucial details, shaking her head. I'm not sure about that. I was just a bystander. Didn't ask too many questions. You might want to give your stepmother a heads up. That Wang Gaihua isn't someone to be trifled with. Xu Qing nodded earnestly. Thank you. You're so kind. I need to visit my in-laws, so I'll take my leave. The lady waved her hand dismissively. All right, you take care. Xu Qing smiled as she took Zhou Jinan's hand, her excitement bubbling over at the thought of the impending confrontation between Wang Gaihua and Feng Lanxin. Zhou Jinan, puzzled, asked, Why are you so suddenly cheerful? Chapter 79. The White Wolf is injured. Xu Qing quickly masked her exuberance, not allowing Zhou Jinan to see her gossipy side. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about business, but with the heat, food spoils quickly. That lady mentioned that the popsicle factory sells ice blocks, which can be placed next to food to prevent spoilage. Zhou Jinan accepted her explanation and nodded. That indeed sounds like a practical solution. As they leisurely approached the Zhou residence, the family had just finished breakfast. Zhou Chengwen had not yet left for work and was pleasantly surprised to see Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan return. Jinan and Qingqing are back. Have you eaten? Xu Qing replied, Yes, Dad, we've had breakfast. Her enthusiastic dad was warm and affectionate, deepening Zhou Chengwen's smile. Good. You two sit down. I'll be back for lunch. Zhou Jinxian, overhearing, scowled, fixated on Xu Qing's face, unable to tear his gaze away. After 3 days apart, Xu Qing seemed even more radiant, like a flower blooming under the morning sun, glistening with dew, fresh and ethereal. Zhou Jinxian felt a twinge of resentment. Xu Qing should not be flourishing like this. She was a tainted woman, a withered flower that ought to have faded away, not blossomed. His eyes darkened as he observed her gentle smile. Xu Qing was oblivious to Zhou Jinshuan's scrutiny. After greeting Zhou Chengwen, she turned to Chening and Zhou Qinggan. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back to see you. Chening smiled, pulling out a red envelope she had prepared. I knew you would come today. Your aunt even said you wouldn't. As she spoke, she held Xu Qing's hand, examining her closely, then glanced at Zhou Jinan, who appeared healthier than when they had last met. She nodded approvingly. Good. Seeing you both well puts my mind at ease. Come, let us go inside. She guided Xu Qing by one hand and Zhou Jinan by the other into the living room. Only Yin Xiaoyu was present, greeting them with a smile. I see Qingqing has become even more beautiful since becoming a bride, and Jinan looks better too. It appears the newlyweds are doing well. She turned to Chening, adding, Mom, you were worried about them for nothing. You tend to fret too much. Chening chuckled. Indeed, as we grow older, we become more anxious. Now everyone sit down. This is home. You mustn't treat yourselves as guests. Xu Qing smiled and sat down. Glancing around, but not spotting Zhou Chengxian and Su Huiru, she politely inquired, Where are Mom and Uncle? Yin Xiaoyu sighed. On your wedding day, your uncle fell and hasn't felt well since. He is resting in his room. Your mom knows you're back and went to buy groceries. Xu Qing decided not to press further. After chatting for a while, Chening insisted Xu Qing take Zhou Jinan to their room to rest. In her eyes, Zhou Jinan was not only injured but also physically weak. He needed ample rest to regain his health. Xu Qing felt at a loss for conversation, especially with Yin Xiaoyu present, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed the perfect opportunity to retreat to Zhou Jinan's room for some peace and quiet. Although they had not been living here since their marriage, Chening had still arranged Zhou Jinan's room with care. The bed was adorned with bright red bedding, and the windows bore auspicious decorations, while the cabinets and thermoses were similarly embellished. Xu Qing helped Zhou Jinan to sit down, remarking, "I didn't expect Grandma to be so thoughtful. Even though we Haven Tea stayed here, they must be quite sad. We should definitely come back once a week." As for Zhou Lihong and Su Huiru, she was unperturbed. She could extend some courtesy to them out of respect for their elders, but if they overstepped, she would not hesitate to stand her ground. Zhou Jinan shook his head. There is no need for that. A meal together occasionally would suffice, staying over isn't necessary. Besides, not everyone might welcome their return to stay. The two conversed for a while, after which Xu Qing urged Zhou Jinan to rest in bed while she checked if any assistance was needed in the kitchen. Upon her inspection, she found that the aunt had mostly prepared the dishes. Observing the neatly chopped vegetables on the cutting board, she felt puzzled about the abundance of ingredients Su Huiru had procured. When Yin Xiaoyu noticed Xu Qing entering the kitchen, she followed suit. Smiling as she addressed Xu Qing, Grandma Jinan specifically instructed that you must not assist in the kitchen. Xu Qing, taking a clove of garlic, began to peel it. "It's all right. Grandma mentioned that I shouldn't consider myself a guest, so I must contribute in some way." Yin Xiaoyu chuckled, yet her gaze was keen, probing Xu Qing's countenance as she cautiously inquired, "On your wedding day, your uncle was injured. Are you aware of this?" Xu Qing nodded. "I overheard some discussions about it." Yin Xiaoyu fixed her eyes on Xu Qing. "Do you know that your uncle was assaulted?" Xu Qing was taken aback. "Assaulted? Who would dare? Did they report it to the police?" "I genuinely thought it was an accident." Yin Xiaoyu scrutinized Xu Qing's expression, seeming to ascertain her ignorance, and sighed. "Your uncle claimed it was an accident to avoid causing a stir. Imagine, on such a joyous occasion as your wedding, if the police were to arrive. It would be quite unfortunate." Xu Qing smiled faintly. "I wouldn't mind." Yet inwardly, she pondered Yin Xiaoyu's insinuations, as if she sought to uncover who was responsible. Who could it be? Suddenly, a memory surfaced from that day. The harsh words Zhou Changxian had uttered during the toasts. Zhou Jinan had remained silent at that moment, later leaving with the white wolf for a while. Could it be that Zhou Jinan had attacked Zhou Changxian? Her mind raced with astonishment, though her demeanor remained gently serene. Seeing that she could not extract any more information from Xu Qing, Yin Xiaoyu resumed peeling garlic. "Never mind. Your uncle simply had bad luck. He came to enjoy a banquet, but encountered such misfortune." Xu Qing remained silent, allowing Yin Xiaoyu to vent her grievances. When it was time to stir fry, Xu Qing emerged from the kitchen and was unexpectedly met with the eerie sight of Su Huiru standing before the attic window, her face partially obscured by the shadows of the trees, lending her an unsettling appearance. Xu Qing felt that both Yin Xiaoyu and Su Huiru were acting rather strangely today. During lunch, Zhou Changxian did not emerge from his room, prompting Yin Xiaoyu to take some food to him and dine together. Zhou Chengwen returned, while Zhou Jinxian was still absent. Chuning did not inquire further and invited Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to sit. "Qing, come sit here with Jinan. Today, I specially had the kitchen prepare chicken soup for you to nourish yourself." Xu Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she took a seat beside Zhou Jinan, just as she placed chopsticks into Zhou Jinan's hands. A piercing scream echoed from outside, followed by the white wolf bursting in, its neck fur mangled and bloodied, revealing ghastly bones beneath. "Xu Qing got pet." Dropping her chopsticks, white wolf, Zhou Jinan, having heard the commotion, stumbled towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan, the white wolf seemed to muster its last ounce of strength, letting out a few faint whimpers before collapsing. Zhou Jinan, though unable to see, could tell from his sounds that the white wolf was in dire straits. He crouched down, reaching out to touch the white wolf while calling out, "Quick, call Gaozhan." Zhou Chengwen hurriedly ran to make the call. Xu Qing's heart twisted in anguish as she crouched beside Zhou Jinan. The white wolf's neck is injured, the flesh is torn, and I can see bone. Zhou Jinan gently probed the white wolf's neck, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and burnt fur. Was the fur around its neck scorched? Xu Qing glanced and nodded. "Yes, it feels as if it has been blown apart. There is nothing in the house that could explode. Could it be that someone had deliberately harmed the white wolf?" Contemplating Zhou Jinan's identity, Xu Qing sensed the likelihood of foul play. Without further thought, she dashed to Zhou Jinan's room, retrieving gauze and Yunnan Baiyao. She had known where these items were from her previous life, and since Zhou Jinan was blind, everything was always placed in fixed spots. Thus, She found them effortlessly and rushed back out. The wound is too severe. It likely needs stitches. I'll apply some Yunnan Baiyao to stop the bleeding first. Gina nodded, soothingly stroking the white wolf's head. At that moment, the white wolf, on the verge of death, lacked its usual vigor, lying motionless on the ground, whining pitifully. Xu Qing sprinkled the powdered medicine evenly over the gory wound, her heart aching at the sight of the white wolf's struggle to return despite its grievous injury. After applying the powder, she covered the wound with gauze. Chuning watched helplessly, her heart heavy with sorrow. Goodness, what kind of person could be so cruel to a dog? Just as Xu Qing prepared to wash her hands, Gao Zhan rushed in. Upon seeing the state of the white wolf, he was taken aback. What happened? Zhou Jinan rose. We need to get it to old Chun immediately. It was injured by a makeshift firecracker gun. Fortunately, the damage isn't critical. Gao Zhan, without further ado, carefully lifted the white wolf. Damn it. If I find out who did this, I'll make them pay. He grumbled as he headed outside. Xu Qing supported Zhou Jinan as they followed, and Gao Zhan gently placed the white wolf in the back seat before arranging for Zhou Jinan to sit in the front passenger seat. He then turned to Xu Qing. Sister-in-law, you should head back. We'll take care of it. Old Chun is skilled. The white wolf will be fine. Xu Qing wanted to accompany them, but couldn't fit in, waving her hand. You both hurry. Be careful on the road. Gao Zhan acknowledged her and started the car, speeding away. Once they had exited the provincial family compound, Gao Zhan spoke up. Who do you think could be behind this? Could it be the same person who tried to poison you? Zhou Jinan shook his head. If it were them, the white wolf wouldn't have survived today. Besides, they're currently under our watch. They wouldn't dare show their faces. Gao Zhan, puzzled, asked. Then who else could it be? Zhou Jinan pressed his lips together, suppressing a flicker of anger, remaining silent. Gao Zhan began to speculate. Could it be Xu Qing's family? You didn't invite them to the wedding, so perhaps they hold a grudge. Firecracker guns are easily crafted, especially with the tools available at the auto repair shop. Zhou Jinan frowned. It's not them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Do you know where my medicine and gauze are kept? Gao Zhan replied, perplexed. Of course, they're in the second drawer beneath your cabinet. I put them there. Why wouldn't I know? Zhou Jinan fell silent, astonished that Xu Qing was aware of this as well, considering that Xu Qing had only been in his room twice, and for brief moments at that, it was improbable for her to know where everything was stored. Yet, when she had dashed to retrieve the medicine, she hadn't asked anyone. The time taken to go and return was remarkably brief. It was evident she had dashed in with a purpose, fetched what she needed, and swiftly exited. So how did Xu Qing know? Gao Zhan, intrigued, asked. Why do you suddenly inquire about that? Zhou Jinan shook his head. It's nothing, just a casual question. Gao Zhan chuckled. Are you the type to ask casually? Whenever you ask something, there's always an underlying motive. Remember that time at the base when you asked a soldier what he had for breakfast, only to discover he had been sneaking bites of watermelon during training? Zhou Jinan ignored Gao Zhan's incessant chatter, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed in contemplation. In the back seat, the white wolf's breathing grew increasingly labored, occasionally letting out pained whimpers. Gao Zhan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Xu Qing watched the vehicle depart before turning to head back, first washing her hands by the yard's water basin. Chuning, Zhou Chengwen, and Su Huiru stood under the porch. As Xu Qing approached, Chun Ying lamented, What a tragedy. I hope the white wolf is all right. If something happens to it, Zhou Jinan will find it difficult to go out. Xu Qing shook her head. With such a severe injury, the white wolf traveled such a distance. Had we known, we should have taken it with us. The more I ponder, the more I feel remorseful. If only I had brought the white wolf along. This incident could have been avoided. Zhou Chengwen sighed. All right, let us dine first. The white wolf should be fine. Yan Xiaoyu heard the commotion and emerged from the southern room, noticing Xu Qing and the others lingering at the dining hall entrance. She glanced at the bloodstains on the brick floor and exclaimed, Did something happen to the white wolf? Oh, what a pity. Why are you all standing here? Hurry, let us eat. We can't let a mere animal stop us from our meal. In her eyes, the white wolf was just a dog, common in rural areas where dogs were often raised, and in winter, some would even be turned into meat. A few years ago, during hard times, Zhou Chengxian used to bring home strays to eat. By the time the owners came looking for their dogs, not a trace of fur would remain. Thus, Yan Xiaoyu felt that even if the white wolf were to die, it wouldn't be a cause for alarm. Xu Qing shot a deep glance at Yan Xiaoyu. How could she have initially perceived her as gentle and honest? Now, It seemed she was merely concealing her true nature. Ning, discontented with Yan Qiaoyu's words, waved his hand dismissively, saying enough. The white wolf is not just any dog. You should refrain from such talk. He then called to Xu Qing. Let us go. We should return to eat. Xu Qing, preoccupied with thoughts of the white wolf's injuries, found her appetite waning. She sipped a bowl of chicken soup, and when Zhou Kangan and Ning retreated to their room to rest, she returned to Zhou Jinnan's chamber. With nothing pressing to do, she tidied the drawer that had been hastily rifled through for medicine, discovering an abundance of ointments for external injuries, a large bag of painkillers, and a bottle of aspirin. Looking at the medication, she recalled that these drugs would soon be banned due to their addictive components, yet Zhou Jinnan desperately needed them for pain relief. This thought filled her with profound sympathy for him. After organizing the drawer, she tidied the room, dusting the table with a feather duster. The door creaked open gently, and Zhou Jinxian entered silently, standing there glowering at her, startling her instinctively. She glared at him. Are you out of your mind? You don't knock when entering someone else's room? Zhou Jinxian, noticing the flush of anger on Xu Qing's face, felt a twinge of defiance. Xu Qing, are you feeling triumphant now? Is this your idea of revenge? Xu Qing regarded him as if he were a fool. Zhou Jinxian, I suggest you address me as sister-in-law when you see me. Whether I feel triumphant or not is of no concern to you. Zhou Jinxian, displaying a stubborn demeanor, continued. Isn't it because of my engagement to Su Ruyue that you've decided to marry my elder brother in retaliation? Now that I'm no longer with Su Ruyue, is there any point to your actions? Xu Qing, with a cold laugh, replied, I've told you countless times you hold yourself in far too high regard. You and Su Ruyue are nothing more than a mismatched pair, born for each other. I was blind before, but now I see clearly that your elder brother is the real man. Zhou Jinxian's face darkened with rage. He despised being compared to Zhou Jinnan. In every endeavor, people would say he is Zhou Jinnan's brother, assuming he must be just as capable. He worked hard and gained admission to a prestigious university with top scores, convinced he was far superior to Zhou Jinnan, who attended a military academy. He studied law, aspiring to become an exceptional judge, surely more refined than his rugged elder brother. Yet, suddenly, Zhou Jinnan was injured and hailed as a hero, receiving first-class honors, a rare accolade that many would sacrifice their lives to achieve. Under the glow of Zhou Jinnan's heroism, he felt utterly insignificant. Xu Qing, observing Zhou Jinshuan's grim expression, pointed towards the door. You'd best leave at once, or I shall scream. Revealing to all that while the elder brother is absent, the younger brother is trespassing in his sister-in-law's room. Zhou Jinxian scowled at her. How can you speak so harshly? Xu Qing retorted coolly. Harshly? If you do not leave, I shall take action. With that, she brandished the feather duster, and Zhou Jinxian, realizing her fierce demeanor, took a few steps back. The once gentle and obedient girl had transformed into a fury. Xu Qing, you will regret this, he declared, hastily turning and fleeing, fearing he would be struck. Xu Qing watched him depart with a cold gaze before moving to close the door. Accidentally glancing up, she spotted Su Huiru standing quietly beneath the flower rack, observing her. Noticing Xu Qing's gaze, she approached with a frosty countenance. Xu Qing inwardly scoffed at the duo's persistence. Just as one left, another arrived. She regarded Su Huiru with indifference as she stood in the doorway. Icy eyes fixed on Xu Qing. What did Jinxian come to see you for? Xu Qing's tone was equally unyielding. You should ask him why he entered my room, knowing full well that the elder brother is absent. Furthermore, if you wish to avoid a scene, it would be wise to keep a closer watch on him. Suidu, taken aback by Xu Qing's retort, glared at her. Mind your own business, and stop behaving like a seductress, luring men. Xu Qing met her gaze defiantly. Whether I am a seductress or not is irrelevant. Zhou Jinnan is right. You should focus on managing your precious son. With that, she slammed the door shut, ignoring Su Huiru's furious expression. So what if she was the mother-in-law? It was evident that Su Huiru favored Zhou Jinxian over her other son. By mid-afternoon, Zhou Jinnan and Gao Zhan returned, but they had not brought back the white wolf. Xu Qing, hearing the noise, rushed out and saw Gao Zhan supporting Zhou Jinnan as they entered, but the absence of the white wolf weighed heavily on her heart. Where's the white wolf? Gao Zhan, noticing the pallor on Xu Qing's face, chuckled. Do not worry. The white wolf is unharmed, recuperating with Dr. Chen. Given the heat, It would be unwise to bring it back just yet. Upon hearing that the white wolf was safe, Xu Qing sighed in relief and took Zhou Jinan's hand. You should all rest. I'll go prepare some food for you. Xu Qing and Zhou Qinggan, unable to find rest due to their worry, decided to take a stroll, and upon returning, they heard Gao Zhan reassure them about the white wolf. Thank Buddha, it's such a relief, Xu Qing exclaimed, also relaxing, calling for the aunt to heat up food for Zhou, Jinan, and Gao Zhan. Xu Qing interjected, I'll handle it. You both should rest. A substantial amount of lunch remained, which Xu Qing warmed up, adding some chicken soup with noodles before serving it in the dining hall. As she entered, she overheard Chen Ying asking Zhou Jinan, have you found out who was responsible for this? Zhou Jinan remained silent, but Gao Zhan replied cheerfully, do not fret, Grandma. The culprits certainly won tea escape. I also sent someone to check the yard. It doesn't appear to be the work of thieves, as all the bicycles are still here. Chen Ying lamented a few times about the misfortune before turning to Zhou Jinan, with the white wolf gone. You and Qing should move back here. I worry she won tea be able to take care of you alone. Xu Qing, overhearing this, immediately rejected the notion, Grandma. It's fine. I can take care of him, and it's quite convenient for the two of us to live together. She had no desire to return to face Su Huiru and Zhou Jinxian. She had finally escaped that toxic environment and had no intention of ensnaring herself again. Chening, still unconvinced, pressed, aren't you planning to start business? What will happen if you're not at home and Jinan is alone? Xu Qing had already contemplated this. I'll take him with me. He can help push the cart. Chen Ying felt a twinge of discomfort. She didn't truly approve of Xu Qing venturing out for business, but she hoped it would help her earn some money to support the family and ease Zhou Jinan's burden. Now hearing that Xu Qing intended to bring Zhou Jinan along for her entrepreneurial endeavors, her ingrained notions of propriety flared up. Is it really appropriate to take Jinan with you? Xu Qing feigned ignorance. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I can look after him. Gao Zhan listened silently, contemplating the absurdity of Zhou Jinan conducting business alongside Xu Qing. With his stern demeanor, who would dare approach him to make a purchase? The mere thought of that scene nearly made him stifle a laugh. Chen Ying, witnessing Xu Qing's unwavering resolve to remain, could only urge Zhou Jinan, Jinan, you must consider this carefully. It will not be convenient for Xu Qing to bring you along. Zhou Jinan furrowed his brow as if deep in thought, eventually stating, I will heed her words. Gao Zhan gazed at Zhou Jinan as if he were a ghost. His words had taken on an unsettling tone. Chen Ying, thoroughly exasperated, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Fine, you both have grown and formed your opinions. It seems my words carry no weight anymore. Su Huiru entered, gently supporting Chen Ying's arm. Mother, please do not be upset. She then turned to Zhou Jinan. Jinan, look at what you've done to your grandmother. Zhou Jinan responded to Su Huiru. Do you realize that killing a white wolf is akin to taking a life? It is a criminal act. Su Huiru's complexion turned ashen, her voice trembling. What do you mean? Do you think I harmed the white wolf? Zhou Jinan smirked slightly. I hope it is not you. Infuriated, Su Huiru trembled. Zhou Jinan, I carried you for 10 months, raised you with great effort. And this is how you treat me? You dare to suspect your own mother? Have you no conscience? As she spoke, her tears began to flow. Xu Qing looked on in shock at the sudden turn of events, glancing between Zhou Jinan and Su Huiru. Could it be that Su Huiru had indeed orchestrated the harm against the white wolf? Chen Ying was momentarily at a loss. Jinan, you must speak with evidence. How can you accuse your mother like that? You two have always had conflicts, yet when I inquire, neither of you responds. Today, let's clarify. What grievances do you hold against your mother? Zhou Jinan pressed his lips together, clearly refusing to answer any inquiries. Meanwhile, Su Huiru panicked, her sobs growing louder. Mother, please do not ask. It is my fault. I have not cared for Jinan properly. She was genuinely fearful that Zhou Jinan might utter something that would infuriate the elderly lady. Zhou Jinan remained silent, turning to leave with Xu Qing. As they stepped outside, the sound of Su Huiru's muffled cries lingered behind them, filled with unspoken grievances. Unable to restrain herself, Xu Qing shared her concerns. What exactly happened between you two? If you do not speak now, it may all fall upon you later. Gao Zhan, reveling in the drama, chimed in. Indeed, they say a child who cries receives milk. If you walk away now, how will you explain it later? Zhou Jinan grumbled. It is nothing. Let us go find somewhere to eat. If he were to voice his thoughts, The disintegration of their family would be the least of their concerns. Chen Ying and Zhou Kong'an would likely be driven to despair. Gao Zhan drove Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to a private dumpling restaurant, where the dumplings were renowned for their thin skin and generous filling, bursting with savory juices upon the first bite. Once seated, Gao Zhan ordered 3 pounds of beef and scallion dumplings, along with 2 servings of pork and cabbage pot stickers. As they awaited their meal, Gao Zhan lamented, "Why do you not enjoy pork? The flavor of these pot stickers is simply divine." Zhou Jinan remained silent, sitting upright. Xu Qing found comfort in his serious demeanor. She inquired about the white wolf's injuries. "Is it serious? Will there be any lasting effects? How long until recovery?" Gao Zhan shook his head. "It is not severe, fortunately." The white wolf reacted quickly. "If it had been slower, it would have been a different story altogether. It should be back in half a month, but it will look quite unsightly." Xu Qing thought to herself that the white wolf had never been particularly handsome. As long as it survived, that was what mattered. When the dumplings arrived, Gao Zhan, while eating, engaged Zhou Jinan. "What did you mean by that earlier statement? Do you truly suspect your mother of harming the white wolf?" "That seems improbable," Zhou Jinan replied. "It was to compel Xu Qing and me to move back." Xu Qing gasped. "Surely not? Even if the white wolf were dead, we might not have to return." Internally, she scoffed, thinking it would take more than that to force her hand. Zhou Jinan paused before mentioning, "I have an uncle who is quite skilled with a matchstick gun." Gao Zhan exclaimed, "Shall I fetch your uncle for questioning?" Zhou Jinan shook his head. "Not yet. Let the white wolf seek vengeance on its own." Gao Zhan chuckled. "That is rather ruthless. Permitting the white wolf to exact revenge could lead to dire consequences. With its loyalty to its master, it will not easily forgive those who harm it. The white wolf has endured worse on the battlefield. After suffering such a loss, it is unlikely to spare its assailants." Xu Qing, though intrigued by their conversation, was left astonished by Su Huiru's perceived ruthlessness. What could have driven Zhou Jinan to harbor such animosity toward her? Meanwhile, Xu Qing's life proceeded steadily, while Su Ryue's situation remained stable for the time being. Fang Lanxin, believing that Qin Guizhi's claims regarding the dowry were mere fabrications, was taken aback when, early one morning, Qin Guizhi presented her with receipts for a television and washing machine, insisting on taking Su Ryue shopping. They did not return until noon. Upon Su Ryue's arrival, Fang Lanxin's primary concern was whether the purchases were genuine. "Did you see those items bought?" Su Ryu maintained a solemn expression, devoid of any excitement about her impending marriage. "Yes, I witnessed her pay." Fang Lanxin expressed surprise. "Qin Guizhi has been surprisingly generous. I expected her to merely talk about it." Su, recalling the disdainful look on Qin Guizhi's face, felt a wave of discontent wash over her. "Mother, I do not wish to marry." Fang Lanxin glared at her. "The wedding is set for the 10th. That leaves only 6 days, and the invitations have already been sent. Are you trying to invite further embarrassment by declaring your reluctance now?" Su Ryue felt as if her heart were balanced on a knife's edge. She still had no news from school regarding the investigation, and uncertainty loomed over whether she would be able to continue her studies next semester. Observing Su Ryue's glum countenance, Fang Lanxin encouraged her. "You must consider this. The Li family has made a commendable effort. When the truck delivers those appliances to the factory compound, it will reflect well upon you. With a dowry of a washing machine and a television, you will be the first in our entire compound." Su Ryue remained unsmiling. "What does that matter? The Li family's house is so small, and Qin Guizhi is so messy." In contrast, Xu Qing would be moving out with Zhou Jinan after their wedding, making Su Ryue's situation feel even more disheartening. Fang Lanxin poked Su Ryue's forehead. "You must approach this marriage with joy. I shall ensure you have some fine items for your dowry." Su Ryue pondered what valuable items her family could offer. "You are deceiving me." Fang Lanxin, with a mysterious smile, replied, "When have I ever lied to you? Xu Qing's mother left behind quite a few treasures back in the day. Even your father is unaware. I will ensure they become part of your dowry." Chapter 83. The wife sings while the husband follows. Su Ryu suddenly felt invigorated. Xu Qing's mother had left her a plethora of items. Fang Lan Xan nodded. She probably never imagined that her daughter would find none of these belongings useful, and this generation would remain oblivious. A smile finally graced Su Ryu's face. "Mother, what are they?" "There are 2 small goldfish, a gold bracelet, a gold lock, and some jewelry, all buried in our old courtyard." Fonglan Xin had only glimpsed them once years ago. Fearing discovery, she kept them buried. As time went on, circumstances worsened, making it even more unwise to bring them out. Only in the past 2 years had things improved slightly, yet she still dared not take the risk, fearing attention. Su Ruyu's eyes sparkled. I never expected she would leave so much for Xu Qing. Fonglan Xin replied with a scoff. What good is it? She'll die young, just the same. Even that little wretch, Xu Qing, I would wish for her demise. After the dumplings, Gao Zhan drove the two back home. Considering that Bai Lang was absent, even going to the bathroom had become a hassle for Zhou Jinnan. He pondered aloud. Why don't you both stay at my house for a fortnight? My parents are away. Primarily, they have a toilet in their yard, unlike Xu Qing, who has to squeeze into a public restroom. Xu Qing smiled and declined. No need, we'll manage. Zhou Jinnan also refused. No, I can manage on my own. Now he could embrace his lovely wife at night and do as he pleased. Living with Gao Zhan would be too inconvenient. Noting their firm refusals, Gao Zhan did not press further and asked Xu Qing, Is there anything you wish to buy? This time, Xu Qing was unreserved. I need a large iron pot, about 1 meter in diameter, or even larger would suffice for stewing. Gao Zhan nodded without further inquiry. All right, I'll look for one tomorrow and deliver it directly to you if I find a suitable one. As they chatted, they arrived home, where a pool of dried brown blood lay at the entrance, trailing off into the alleyway. The yard was clean, devoid of blood, indicating that Bai Lang had been injured at the gate. But how had the assailants lured Bai Lang outside? Zhou Jinnan seemed to understand her thoughts and explained. The assailants must have been outside, persistently testing and provoking him, prompting Bai Lang to leap over the wall. Xu Qing felt anger swelling within her. Such wickedness. If caught, they should have their hands chopped off. Gao Zhan chuckled from the side. Sister-in-law, I didn't realize you possessed such a violent side. Xu Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't it merely an eye for an eye? Often, moral persuasion falls short, leading others to take advantage of one's kindness. For instance, in her previous life, she had been overly concerned with many matters, resulting in greater losses. Gao Zhan clicked his tongue. You two truly are a couple, sharing the same perspective. Back in the day on the front lines, Zhou Jinnan held the same belief, insisting on violence rather than negotiation. Xu Qing found no fault in this. Indeed, they were the ones lacking virtue, wielding our weapons to harm our compatriots. Killing them is merely executing justice. Gao Zhan patted Zhou Jinnan on the shoulder. You are fortunate to have a wife who thinks just like you. Her words echo your own. Xu Qing's my Li. Zhou Jinnan's demeanor relaxed, clearly in a good mood. After Gao Zhan left, Xu Qing helped Zhou Jinnan settle into a lounge chair and brewed 2 cups of tea. Can we visit Bai Lang anytime? Zhou Jinnan seemed surprised by her concern for Bai Lang. Sure, but let's hold off for a couple of days. He is too unsightly right now. Xu Qing recalled hearing Gao Zhan say the same, and now Zhou Jinnan echoed it, feeling puzzled. How could Bai Lang be so ugly? After all, he was never a particularly handsome dog. Zhou Jinnan fell silent. To aid his healing and minimize bacterial infection, all his fur has been shaved off. Xu Qing. She could hardly fathom what a hairless Bai Lang would look like. It must be quite unappealing. With Bai Lang's high intelligence, he was likely to feel miserable. Xu Qing cradled her teacup and began sharing her own aspirations. I plan to visit the station tomorrow. I had mentioned it to the director before the wedding, and I hope to finalize the contract and start my business. Zhou Jinnan, confused, replied, I'll accompany you. Xu Qing nodded, great. However, before I go to the station, I want to find Pang Jinhua, the one who cooked at Grandma's yesterday. Zhou Jinnan appeared curious. What do you need him for? Despite his blindness, his hearing was keen. He knew that Pang Jinhua was relatively young, likely around Xu Qing's age. Xu Qing placed her cup down, squatted in front of Zhou Jinnan, and held his long fingers. He is exceptionally skilled. I want to partner with him to establish a fast food venture, where we prepare meals in advance, allowing customers to come in and quickly serve themselves. At 80 cents or 60 cents a portion, it would be efficient and surely profitable. With Pang Jinhua's excellent cooking, the business would undoubtedly thrive. Moreover, the train station attracts a large flow of people. Our provincial capital is a major hub, with many travelers passing through, and they will certainly need meals. Fast food will be much more convenient. Zhou Jinnan was not entirely familiar with the concept of fast food, but from Xu Qing's description, it reminded him of a cafeteria. Xu Qing caressed the thin calluses on his fingertips, softly explaining, but I wanted to discuss this with you first. If you disagree, I want to approach him. After all, it's a partnership, and being a woman, I'll likely face gossip. Xu Qing Nan remained silent for a while. If I oppose, will you refrain from seeking him out? Xu Qing smiled, leaning closer to rest her cheek against his palm. Of course, you are my man. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable. Besides, I'm only in it for the money. What could possibly exist between us? Furthermore, in every conceivable way, he pales in comparison to you. Why would I choose to embrace someone less worthy? Her repeated affirmations of my man successfully pleased Xu Qing Nan, who nodded. If you believe it's a good opportunity, then pursue it. I trust you. Xu Qing rose joyfully, leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planting a kiss on the corner of his lips. Oh, how wonderful you are! Do you know? My happiness stems not from your approval of my partnership with Pang Jinhua, but rather from your words. I trust you. She kissed Xu Qing Nan again. Those words truly touch my heart. How can you be so kind? Xu Qing Nan was still unaccustomed to intimate gestures outside the bedroom. Yet with her soft warmth in his arms, her playful kisses overwhelmed him. How could he withstand such tender affection? He tightened his embrace, wishing to meld her into himself. One hand cradling the back of her head, kissing her fervently and passionately. Though they had shared many intimate moments before, it still felt like an exploration, wild and unrestrained. As if he were a parched wanderer discovering an oasis, greedily quenching his thirst. Xu Qing soon regretted her teasing. Had she known it would provoke such fervor, she would have refrained. Chapter 84. Not indulging Xu Qing Nan the next morning. As Xu Qing rose early to prepare breakfast, she heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the anguished wails of a woman, each cry more heart-wrenching than the last. Curiosity piqued, she nudged Xu Qing Nan. It seems there's a fight outside. I'm going to take a look. Without waiting for his response, she donned her clothes and shoes, hastily fixing her hair as she headed out. Upon stepping outside, she spotted a crowd gathered by the neighboring house. It appeared to be Wang Gaihua's home. This was certainly a spectacle worth witnessing. Xu Qing suppressed her excitement and approached, only to find Wang Gaihua sitting on the ground, beating her legs and lamenting. I can't go on living. Qinsher Mei Ding Chang wants a divorce. I married him at 18 and have toiled for the Ding family, catering to his paralyzed father and now his little-footed mother. My life is a tragedy, to end up with such a Qinsher Mei. Now that he has gained some status and become a professor, he wants to divorce me. The sentiment of lacking common ground between us resonates deeply. Must we truly converse when we find ourselves nestled together in a shared embrace? Yet, I am criticized for my inability to bear children, as if my existence resembles the barren lands of Beishan, parched and devoid of rain for a century. Should I even conceive? Would it truly be your offspring, Ding Changwen? As the conversation unfurls, it becomes increasingly outrageous and explicit. The onlookers, however, are captivated, reveling in the salacious and crude gossip. Xu Qing cannot help but marvel at the audacity of this woman. Ding Changwen, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, bursts forth, parting the crowd to confront Wang Gaihua, his expression darkening. Are you not ashamed? Wang Gaihua wipes away her tears. Then are you still going to divorce me? Ding Changwen, his face grim, retorts, look at the chaos you've caused lately. I can hardly work. Thus, I must divorce you. Wang Gaihua leaps to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at him. You wish to divorce me to marry your outside mistress, do you not? Ding Changwen, let me make this clear. As long as I draw breath, you shall not divorce me. That mistress of yours shall not cross the threshold of the Ding family unless I am no longer here. Ding Changwen clenches his jaw, casting a venomous glare at Wang Gaihua. If you persist in this, I will indeed divorce you. I am heading to the court right now. Suddenly, Wang Gaihua wipes her tears, her expression hardening. Ding Changwen, do not think I am unaware. Your mistress is Fong Lanqin from the Dongfang Auto Repair Factory. The university student you had in your home that day is her daughter, and perhaps even your daughter. Ding Changwen, if you dare to divorce me, I will tear that shameless woman Fong Lanqin apart. Ding Changwen halts, incredulity etched across his features as he turns to Wang Gaihua. Seizing her arm, what nonsense are you spouting? Go home at once. Wang Gaihua refuses to return, knowing that if she does, Ding Changwen will beat her mercilessly. Yet she cannot appear weak in front of the crowd, shouting, do not touch me. If you wish to divorce me, then go ahead. Among the spectators, only Xu Qing recognizes Fong Lanqin, and those familiar with her fortuitously remain absent, rendering the name unclear amidst Wang Gaihua's cries. Xu Qing, having heard of Wang Gaihua's swift knowledge of the affair, is almost impressed by the speed at which gossip travels. She recalls mentioning it just the previous afternoon, only to have Wang Gaihua learn of it by now. Indeed, it seems that bad news travels far and wide. With Wang Gaihua now aware, Xu Qing feels a sense of relief, eager to witness the impending drama unfold, though regrettably unable to be present for it. In high spirits, she returns home to find Zhou Jinan already up, with no sign of the white wolf. He has managed to locate the water basin to wash his face and brush his teeth. To facilitate ease, the gauze over his eyes has been set aside. Xu Qing observes Zhou Jinan, clad in a sleeveless shirt, bending over the basin. His muscles ripple as he exerts himself, his waistline perfectly framed by his pants, and his long legs stretch, taut with strength, exuding a wild energy. The thought of this wildness causes Xu Qing to flush. Zhou Jinan, in the evening light, resembles a tireless young beast, both untamed and insatiable. Upon hearing movement, Zhou Jinan hastily splashes water on his face, grabs a towel, and wraps the gauze around his eyes before turning to Xu Qing. You're back. Xu Qing, slightly bashful, approaches him, taking his cool. Damp arm, let me take you to the restroom. Zhou Jinan smiles. I've already been. Xu Qing, astonished, asks, how did you find it on your own? Zhou Jinan, pleased with his flawless navigation, explains, I memorized the route that the white wolf showed me. From the front door, I walked 340 steps to the right, then turned left for 10 steps to reach the men's restroom. Xu Qing remains incredulous. What if there's a discrepancy in your steps? Zhou Jinan shakes his head. When I walked with the white wolf, each of our strides was uniform. This is part of our training, estimating standard distances and measuring actual distances to achieve zero error. Xu Qing gasps in delight, her eyes sparkling as she embraces Zhou Jinan's waist. How incredible my man is. Zhou Jinan feels slightly uneasy at the praise, noting that Xu Qing has been particularly generous with her compliments of late, using bold and fervent language. In the past, both in this life and the last, she had perceived him as a cold and distant figure. Through their interactions, however, she has discovered his reticent nature hides a hint of shyness, just as he exhibits now. She relishes teasing him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Oh, you're so impressive. I must keep a close watch on you so that no one else can steal you away. I must treat you exceptionally well. I'll go prepare a meal now. Zhou Jinan finds it amusing. They're already married, so what is there to fear about someone snatching him away? In his mind, the concept of divorce does not even exist. With a smile, Xu Qing releases him to wash up and begins preparing breakfast, a simple affair of scallion pancakes, a bowl of flour porridge, and some pickled vegetables. After breakfast, Xu Qing decides to ride her bike with Zhou Jinan to Huai Tree Alley. With a white wolf absent, she worries about leaving the bike at home. This time, she resolves not to indulge Zhou Jinan. If he refuses to agree, she will find a way to persuade him. As expected, upon hearing about riding a bicycle, Zhou Jinan flatly declines. No, you can go by yourself. I'll stay home. Xu Qing protests. Do you still want to sleep on the bed tonight? Chapter 85. Mastering the art of spousal management, Zhou Jinan falls silent, pursing his lips in stubbornness. Xu Qing glares at him. We are discussing matters of the household, and you must listen to me. Otherwise, you may as well forget about sleeping on the bed tonight. Or even if you do not touch me. Zhou Jinan frowns, but remains silent. Xu Qing, amused by his conflicted expression, playfully nudges the bicycle. Fine, stay at home, but you want to be joining me in bed tonight. With that, she kicks the bicycle stand and prepares to leave. I'll go with you. Zhou Jinan, after a moment of hesitation, weighs his options and concludes that sleeping with his wife is of utmost importance, especially after their intimacy. How could he endure a night apart? Xu Qing smirks, allowing Zhou Jinan to hold onto the back of the bicycle as they exit. After locking the yard door, Xu Qing contemplates her ability to guide Zhou Jinan effectively through the alley. If you feel embarrassed, we can ride on the main road where no one will notice. Zhou Jinan nods, realizing that since they are already out, there is little to be concerned about. Once on the main road, Xu Qing instructs Zhou Jinan to mount the bike first, while she glides a short distance ahead before getting on herself. Initially nervous, she finds her footing and pedals swiftly. You're not heavy at all. Look how fast we're going. Plus, this is a new bike, and it rides beautifully. Zhou Jinan remained silent, but as the wind tousles Xu Qing's hair, it brushes against his face, tickling him with a delightful fragrance. He suddenly finds this experience quite enjoyable. Xu Qing pedals all the way to Huai Tree Alley, her forehead slick with sweat and her shirt soaked through. We've arrived. Wasn't he that quick? Let us ask Grandma when we can move in with us. Hearing Xu Qing's breathless speech, Zhou Jinan's heart twinges with concern. Do you want ice pop? I remember there are vendors selling them nearby. Xu Qing cheerfully shakes her head. No, I'm not thirsty. Besides, perhaps our little one is already on the way. I've been mindful of my diet lately. The couple pushes their bikes towards Feng Shua's home, only to discover that Xu Qing and Ari are still there. Feng Shua was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan enter. What brings you here? Quickly, take a seat. It has been quite hot these past few days, and I was thinking you might not come. Xu Qing glanced at Xu Jing, unsure how to inquire about her departure, and instead smiled at Feng Shua. Grandma, we have two matters to discuss today. One is to speak with Xi about something, and the other is to ask when you'll move in with us. Feng Shua shot a glance at Xu Jing. You are all just debt collectors. You feasted on so much meat the other day, had ice water and watermelon, and then went out for popsicles in the evening. The result? You spent yesterday with an upset stomach. Xu Jing's complexion had turned pale, lacking vitality. That cannot be blamed on me. We have never had such luxuries in the countryside. Feng Shua grew agitated. Do not try to convince me otherwise. Not every family in the countryside struggles. Your family is the one facing difficulties. You should reflect on the reasons. Xu Jing sulked in silence, knowing that in her current state, Feng Shua could hardly send her away. Xu Qing smiled and changed the subject. Grandma, I'll go call Xi over to discuss some matters. I would appreciate your advice. Feng Shua chuckled. Young people's affairs are beyond my understanding. Just go call him. I saw him strolling in the alley just a moment ago. Xu Qing asked Zhou Jinan to sit down first before heading to find Pang Jinhua. Before she could reach Aunt Pang's house, she encountered Pang Jinhua, who was sauntering along with a cigarette in his mouth. Pang Jinhua, Xu Qing called out. Startled, he quickly discarded his cigarette and, upon recognizing her, breathed a sigh of relief. You startled me. I thought it was my mother coming out. Xu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Do I sound like your mother? Besides, why would you be afraid? Pang Jinhua mumbled as he approached her. My mother forbids me from smoking, so I have to sneak out to do it. Then why not find a more discreet spot instead of wandering around the street? Pang Jinhua chuckled. What do you need me for? Xu Qing looked around. Come with me to my grandmother's house to talk. Chatting face-to-face on the way could invite gossip. As they walked towards Feng Shua's home, Xu Qing briefly explained. I see you have good culinary skills. I thought perhaps opening a canteen might not yield great results, but we could start a fast food venture. Pang Jinhua appeared somewhat perplexed. What is fast food? Xu Qing pondered for a moment. It's like a canteen's communal cooking, preparing meals in advance, and at mealtime, everyone can come and serve themselves. Pang Jinhua recalled the large pots of unappetizing food from the factory and hesitated. Can that actually make money? Xu Qing nodded confidently. Absolutely. If done well, we could even register a brand and eventually open a chain. Pang Jinhua was unfamiliar with the concept of a chain, but the new terminology sounded impressive. Given that he had been without any work lately and his family was pressuring him to return to the factory, he was reluctant to do so. Upon arriving home, Xu Qing asked Pang Jinhua, think about it and let me know if you agree. Pang Jinhua instinctively moved a stool under the grape arbor to sit down and greeted Zhou Jinan before looking a bit sheepish at Xu Qing. I think it sounds feasible, but I have no capital to invest in a partnership. He barely had 2 coins to his name. Xu Qing smiled. I will provide the capital, you bring the skills. Once we account for the initial investment, we can split the profits 50-50. Pang Jinhua felt even more embarrassed. That doesn't seem right. I contribute nothing and still get a share. How about you pay me wages for my labor instead? Xu Qing shook her head. If we want this to last, we need to collaborate. The more we earn, the more motivated you will be. And if you ever want to pursue your own ideas later, you'll have the capital by then. Pang Jinhua immediately shook his head. That wouldn't be fair. I can't just abandon our partnership. Xu Qing understood that despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, Pang Jinhua was a man of great integrity. Her knowledge of his character made her willing to collaborate with him. She smiled. Then we should work together, considering the passenger flow at the train station. If we sell each meal for 60 or 80 cents, we could earn quite well. A bowl of noodles outside costs 50 cents. Pang Jinhua was intrigued but uncertain. I just wonder if my mother will agree. Feng Shuhua, who had been listening nearby, interjected. What could your mother possibly disagree with? If needed, I can speak to her. Xu Qing, overhearing the conversation, couldn't he help but whisper to Xu Qing, Qing, do you think my little aunt could stay and help you? Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Qing declined. Absolutely not. Xu Qing pouted. Qing, one must have a sense of conscience. I was there taking care of you and your mother when you were born, and I never coveted any of the treasures your mother left for you. Chapter 86. A promise for a plump baby next year. Xu Qing turned to Xu Qing, surprised to learn that she had interacted with their biological mother, Yinan. Believing Xu Qing was skeptical, Xu Qing smirked. What are you looking at? Do you think I would lie to you? I was Team Mary back then. When your mother gave birth, no one was there to help her. So I cooked for her. Your mother had a black leather suitcase filled with treasures she said was for you, and no one was allowed to touch it. Xu Qing, having no recollection of any black suitcase, presumed it must have been hidden away by Xu Zhigua and Feng Lanxin. Xu Qing smacked her lips, enviously recalling. I only caught a glimpse of it once, and then it was never seen again. At that time, the crackdown on the 4-olds was severe, and these were remnants of capitalism. Plus, during the natural disasters, when everyone was tightening their belts to pay off debts, anything made of iron was expected to be surrendered. They would go so far as to pry off kitchen knives and door bolts for submission. Hence, Xu Qing likely never saw those treasures again, as they were either confiscated or hidden away by Yinan, a woman who appeared silent but was quite cunning. She made it impossible for anyone to steal them. Though Xu Qing was curious, she refrained from asking Xu Qing about the contents of the suitcase. She didn't trust that Xu Qing was the kind of person who would remain indifferent in the face of wealth. It merely indicated a lack of opportunity at the time, rather than a lack of desire. After Xu Qing finished her musings, she looked at Xu Qing. Consider my past care for you and your mother, and let me join in your business endeavors. I am diligent and efficient and will not slow you down. Xu Qing chuckled lightly, but maintained a serious tone. That is out of the question. Her refusal was direct and left no room for flattery. Her past experiences taught her that failing to refuse when necessary would only lead to future regret. Feng Shuhua glared at Xu Qing. Enough of your fanciful thoughts. Regardless of your condition tomorrow, you must return to the countryside. If you have the capability, venture into the city on your own. If not, tend to the few acres of land you have at home properly. Whatever Xu Qing decides to pursue in the future has nothing to do with you. Xu Qing pouted. Mother, even if I'm not your biological child, we are still family. Feng Shuhua waved her hand dismissively. Do not speak to me of family. I raised you to adulthood, and once you married and started your own family, my obligations were fulfilled and our ties have ended. Xu Qing was indignant. When you grow old and incapable of moving, you will still rely on us to care for you. Feng Shuhua sighed and shook her head. I truly do not expect much from you all. Enough of this idle chatter. If you do not leave tomorrow, I will have Area S father find someone to take you back. Xu Qing fell silent, knowing her partner viewed Feng Shuhua as a frail old woman, hesitant to approach due to her lack of wealth or power. After all, this courtyard would eventually belong to Xu Zhigua. Therefore, they preferred to avoid contact now, ensuring they would not have to care for her in her old age. Xu Qing and Peng Jinhua had concluded their discussion and were eager to hurry to the station to find Director Peng. Feng Shuhua, upon hearing Xu Qing's intention to leave, rose to her feet and said, Qing, come with me into the room for a moment. Erxi, please keep your brother Zhou company for a while. Xu Qing surmised that the elderly lady had something to discuss privately, and by leaving Peng Jinhua behind under the pretense of keeping Zhou Jin in company, she was actually preventing Xu Qing from eavesdropping. The elderly lady was indeed quite astute. Once inside the room, Feng Shuhua closed the door and climbed onto the bed, retrieving a set of keys from her waist. Xu Qing then noticed that the camphor-wood chest had been locked, something it had not been before, presumably to deter Xu Qing. After rummaging through the chest for a while, Feng Shuhua produced a black cloth bag, secured the chest, and descended the bed, handing the bag to Xu Qing. Keep these items safe. They will be of use to you in the future. Take one of the pills each day, and remember to practice your needlework daily, no matter how busy you become. Xu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since her marriage, she had not even taken out the golden needles her grandmother had gifted her. Feng Shuhua patted her hand reassuringly. There's no rush. Observe and reflect more. Those with talent will eventually have a moment of enlightenment, while those without talent may require a lifetime of guidance without success. Xu Qing tucked the cloth bag into her satchel and replied, "Grandmother, I promise to study diligently when I return." Feng Shuhua smiled, gently touching Xu Qing's hand, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her pulse, a satisfied glimmer in her eyes. She sensed the girl had a strong constitution. However, a question lingered in her mind. Xu Qing's physique was ideally suited for nurturing maternal goo, a trait typically found only in Miaojiang. This could either stem from a childhood steeped in herbal remedies or be an inherited trait from the womb. Xu Qing's constitution likely suggested the latter, which raised suspicions about Yinan's other identities, potentially significant ones. Noticing Feng Shuhua's contemplative silence, Xu Qing suddenly felt anxious. "Grandmother, is there something wrong with my health?" Her primary concern was whether the child she had lost could be returned to her. She fervently hoped that the effects of her rebirth would not prevent this. Feng Shuhua chuckled. "There's nothing wrong at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Rest assured, you will surely bear a healthy, plump child in the future." Xu Qing felt a slight embarrassment. Was her desire for children so evident on her face? She playfully clung to Feng Shuhua's arm. "Grandmother, you're teasing me again." Feng Shuhua laughed heartily. Xu Qing, meanwhile, was consumed by curiosity, eager to learn what treasures Feng Shuhua might bestow upon Xu Qing in the privacy of the room. Those two locked chests might well conceal something valuable. Yet, with Zhou Jinan and Peng Jinhua present, she dared not eavesdrop. When Xu Qing and Feng Shuhua emerged, her eyes darted between them, finally resting on Xu Qing's satchel, suspecting it contained something significant, though it didn't seem likely. Xu Qing instructed Peng Jinhua to await her good news at home before she and Zhou Jinan made their way to the train station. This time, she skillfully rode with Zhou Jinan, and passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously at the slender girl cycling with a large man. It was only upon seeing the bandages on Zhou Jinan's face that they realized he was blind. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Xu Qing confided in Zhou Jinan her concerns. "Did you hear my aunt earlier? She mentioned that my mother left treasures for me. So far, I've only seen a few pieces of paper and photographs, which must be hidden away by them." This led her to ponder whether Xu Zhigua's sudden decision to engage in business in her previous life was linked to the treasures left by Yinan. Zhou Jinan, unsure and hesitant to comment, suggested, "We could investigate, though the scant clues might make it challenging." As Xu Qing pedaled, she contemplated how to persuade Xu Zhigua and Feng Lanxin to willingly divulge these hidden items. Upon reaching the train station, they parked their bicycles and made their way to find Director Peng. To this day, she had yet to inquire about his first name. While walking, she described the scenery surrounding the station to Zhou Jinan. To the right is a large square bustling with vendors selling ice pops, watermelons, and trinkets. There are also bun sellers. "Would you like to try one?" Zhou Jinan, delighted by her cheerful tone and the clarity of her voice, smiled and replied, "No, I'm not hungry." Xu Qing responded, "Nonetheless, I believe my buns will be far tastier than any of theirs. I'll make you some tonight." Zhou Jinan nodded. "Sounds good." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they sauntered to Director Peng's office, where they encountered a young man who, upon seeing them, bid a cheerful farewell to Director Peng. "Didactoli, I must trouble you to keep a close eye on this matter." Director Peng responded with a jovial tone, "Rest assured, I will assist wherever I can." Once the young man departed, Director Peng turned to Xu Qing. "You see, these are all rented stalls." Xu Qing smiled. "So, has the director agreed? Is there still a chance for me?" Director Peng cast a glance at Zhou Jinan beside her, clearing his throat. "I am merely interested in what innovative ideas you, as a female entrepreneur, might have, which is why I have yet to respond. Besides, I did initially agree to consider your proposal." Xu Qing understood well that Director Peng was less interested in her ideas than in the potential benefits he could gain. With a smile, she introduced Zhou Jinan. "This is my husband. He wanted to come along to listen and ensure our collaboration is sound. I hope the director doesn't mind." Didactopang Ligua mused internally about what insight a blind man could offer, yet Zhou Jinan's dignified presence was impossible to overlook, evoking a sense of unexplainable respect. With a grin, Li Guohua invited Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to take a seat, then fetched a thermos and porcelain cups, pouring tea for them before sitting down at the desk across from him. "Now let's discuss matters." Xu Qing wasted no time. "I noticed there are still 3 stalls and 2 shops available. A joint venture would mean we collaborate without paying rent, and the station would receive a share of the profits." Director Peng shook his head at the mention of no rent. "No rent? That certainly won't do. Xu Qing's my... But please hear me out. What I mean by no rent is that we guarantee the station receives more in monthly distributions than the rent would be. If any month the distribution falls short of the rent, we will cover the difference. We will ensure neither the station nor you, director, incur losses. Li Guohua pondered over her words. This approach sounds promising, but how can we trust you? Xu Qing elaborated with great detail. This collaboration breaks from our traditional rental model, ultimately achieving a win-win scenario. Consider this. Does the current policy not encourage some individuals to prosper first? With such favorable policies, the rented stalls will generate profits day by day, and the station cannot help but feel envious of that success. However, envy cannot translate into increasing rents every month, as tenants may not agree to that. Yet, with our partnership, such scenarios would not arise. Li Guohua was intrigued, stroking his chin as he contemplated how much benefit he could derive from this arrangement. Xu Qing, well versed in the intricacies of such matters, added, in the future, we can also allocate a share to you, director. When profits are realized, credit will be due to you for your foresight in breaking the traditional partnership model. Just think about it. How has the economy changed compared to 3 years ago? And what will it look like 3 years from now? It can only improve. If you keep an eye on the news, you would have seen the leader's recent speeches emphasizing economic growth. The populace has been granted land, wages for workers have increased, and life is on the verge of improving. At this juncture, Xu Qing adeptly connected current policies with her analysis, painting a vivid picture of a prosperous future. Proposing a 10% share of the monthly revenue as the station's distribution. To ensure financial transparency, the station would assign an accountant to assist with the collection of funds. Xu Qing spent not a single penny, yet managed to secure 3 stalls and 2 shops, even acquiring a cashier for free. After the contract was signed, Li Guohua glanced at the contents, and then at the beaming Xu Qing beside him, suddenly realizing that he had made decisions without consulting his superiors. He now had to think of ways to persuade them, feeling somewhat helpless. This girl truly possessed a remarkable gift of persuasion. It felt as if she cast a spell that compelled unconditional trust in her. Xu Qing extended the contract towards Li Guohua, saying, "Director Li, may our collaboration be fruitful." Li Guohua chuckled, shaking her hand. "You should consider working for the Women's Federation with that silver tongue of yours. There's no family dispute you can't resolve." Xu Qing smiled brightly. "I'll take that as a compliment, Director Li. It's nearly time to clock out, so we won't keep you any longer." With a resigned smile, Li Guohua accompanied Xu Qing downstairs, secretly harboring hopes of reaping benefits from this arrangement. Xu Qing, accompanied by Zhou Jinan, braved the sweltering sun towards the parking shed, her spirits soaring as she hummed a tune. Zhou Jinan could not discern the song, but its melody was delightful, and he sensed her joy, prompting him to ask, "How do you know so much?" At just 20, Xu Qing exhibited a maturity and wisdom beyond her years during negotiations with Li Guohua, skillfully navigating her interests while persuading others. How had she achieved this without time or experience? Xu Qing, holding tightly to Zhou Jinan's hand, replied with a grin, "That is simply because I'm clever. I listen to the radio and stay updated on current events, which broadens my knowledge." Though Zhou Jinan found her response astonishing, he could not formulate a more plausible explanation and chose to believe in her intelligence. On their way home, Xu Qing purchased a watermelon and a pound of lamb, declaring, "I'll prepare lamb noodles for you when we get home." Zhou Jinan, balancing the watermelon in one arm and the lamb in the other, sat comfortably in the back seat. Feeling elated, there was an inexplicable vitality and charm about Xu Qing. Her voice felt like sunlight, radiating hope and happiness. Gao Zhan leaned against the car door and witnessed this enchanting scene. Xu Qing, riding her bicycle with a radiant smile, and Zhou Jinan, holding the watermelon and lamb, grinning like a fool. All the worries and burdens of life seemed to vanish, leaving behind a blissful newlywed atmosphere. Gao Zhan chuckled to himself, amused. Chapter 88. Xu Qing schemes against Fang Lanxin upon seeing Gao Zhan and a large pot beside the car. Xu Qing suddenly remembered she had asked him to buy it. She dismounted quickly. "Brother Gao, I'm so sorry. I got caught up in everything and completely forgot." Zhou Jinan remained seated in the back, his long legs propped on the ground, showing no intention of getting off. Gao Zhan approached with a smile and took the watermelon from Zhou Jinan. "No worries, I just arrived. Have you two been out shopping?" Xu Qing shook her head. "Not at all. We were at the train station discussing some matters." "Brother Gao, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I bought lamb." and I'll cook noodles for you both. Without hesitation, Gao Zhan agreed. Great, I'm quite hungry. Xu Qing opened the gate and wheeled her bike into the yard. While Gao Zhan stepped out to fetch the pot, she washed her hands and tied on an apron, ready to prepare the dough. Gao Zhan, noticing Zhou Jinnan's arrival at the yard, remarked, You seem to be quite comfortable with your current life. You were just laughing like a fool. Zhou Jinnan dismissed him. Just fill a bucket with water to cool the watermelon. It will taste better later. The watermelon, exposed to the sun, was warm inside, making it unpleasant to eat. Without a well in the small courtyard, they could only soak it repeatedly in cold tap water to cool it down. Gao Zhan complied, chatting with Zhou Jinnan. Oldie will come by in a few days for a chat. Also, Su Mo knows about your injury. She feels guilty. Zhou Jinnan raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with her? Gao Zhan sighed. She probably thinks you got hurt saving her. She'll come by with Oldie. So give your sister-in-law a heads up. Zhou Jinnan remained silent, lost in thought. Gao Zhan clapped him on the shoulder. We've fought side by side for so many years. We're colleagues and family. It'll all be fine once you talk it out. Listening to Xu Qing deftly chopping vegetables in the kitchen made him chuckle again. If they saw how you're living now, they'd surely be at ease. Your marriage is a perfect match. Xu Qing was quick in her cooking. While the dough rested, she cleaned up, soaked some wood ear mushrooms in hot water, diced carrots and potatoes, and realized she had forgotten tofu. In a stroke of inspiration, she cracked 2 eggs, scrambling them into small pieces. The lamb, cut into cubes and sautéed to release its fat, was combined with the carrots, mushrooms, and potatoes, simmering together before adding the scrambled eggs, finishing with a sprinkle of chopped chives. The broth, a delightful blend of red, white, and green, was visually appetizing. The noodles, rolled thin and translucent from the addition of an egg during kneading, had a delightful chewiness. Knowing that both Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinnan had hearty appetites, she served them generous bowls of noodles topped with a hearty lamb sauce. They enjoyed lunch in the yard, shaded by a large locust tree, with gentle breezes providing relief from the heat. Gao Zhan, holding his bowl, exclaimed, These noodles are expertly rolled, and the sauce looks delicious, better than anything from a restaurant. Xu Qing laughed, bringing out the spicy chili oil she had prepared, along with a head of garlic. Nothing too remarkable. It's just home-cooked fare. Here, try my spicy chili oil. It has some lamb, minced ginger, and garlic. It's perfect for mixing with noodles. She added some chili oil to Zhou Jinnan's bowl, mixing it thoroughly before handing it to him. The noodles have been quickly rinsed in cold water, so they're not too hot and maintain their texture. Seeing Xu Qing take such good care of her friend awakened an unfamiliar sense of guilt within Gao Zhan. They owed Xu Qing an explanation, and he wondered what would happen if she learned the truth. A chill ran down his spine at the thought, prompting him to quickly lower his head and dig into his noodles. After lunch, Xu Qing tidied up the dishes and brewed tea for Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinnan, finally having time to inspect her new pot. It was indeed large enough, but as a new pot, it would require seasoning with lamb fat to prevent rust. Gao Zhan, lounging in a chair, watched Xu Qing kneel beside the pot and proposed, Sister-in-law, can I join you guys for meals in the future? I can contribute to the grocery fund and run errands. Sure. No. Xu Qing and Zhou Jinnan spoke simultaneously. Gao Zhan looked at Zhou Jinnan incredulously. Really? You're being stingy about sharing a meal? Zhou Jinnan replied earnestly. She's busy. If you want to eat, you should buy your own. Gao Zhan scoffed. You're really something. I guess you won't need me anymore. Xu Qing found their banter amusing, like watching 2 children squabble. In the afternoon, after Gao Zhan had left, Qin Shuimei stopped by after work, bringing news that on the 10th of this month, Su Riyue would marry Li Daong. The date was approaching faster than Xu Qing had anticipated. Today was the 6th, and the 10th would arrive swiftly. Qin Shuimei, noticing Zhou Jinnan wasn't in the yard, raised her voice slightly. My aunt heard from Ma Xulan that Li Daong's family is going all out this time. They not only bought a television, but also a washing machine. They plan to show it off around the factory. They've even prepared silk bedding from Hangzhou for Su Riyue. Xu Qing was skeptical. Qin Guizhi, is that generous? She's notoriously stingy. Practically a miser who wouldn't spend a dime, let alone splurge on others. Qin Shuimei was uncertain. It was simply the chatter circulating outside. She had also heard that something had transpired at Su Riyue's school, potentially jeopardizing her status as a university student. Xu Qing speculated that perhaps a whistleblower had prompted an investigation, which was coincidentally stalled by the summer break, leaving the information undisclosed. Qin Shuimei relayed the gossip she had gathered, adding that it was rumored Fang Lanqin had provided Xu Riyue with a significant dowry, including various pieces of jewelry, such as gold bracelets. Xu Qing's heart raced. How could Fang Lanqin possess gold bracelets? Were they remnants left by her mother? She needed to devise a plan to extract the truth from Fang Lanqin, but without a list of items, how could she proceed? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Xuemei, do you have a magnifying glass at home? Qin Xuemei shook her head. No, what would we need that for? But I saw some for sale at the supply and marketing cooperative, just 50 cents each. Xu Qing's eyes lit up. Splendid. I shall purchase one at once. Qin Xuemei was puzzled. Weren't they discussing Xu Riyue's gossip? Why the sudden interest in a magnifying glass? What do you need it for? Xu Qing responded with a mysterious smile. It will be immensely useful if Fang Lanqin and Xu Jigua are attempting to seize the possessions left by my mother. We shall see if they possess the capability to do so. The thought of confronting Fang Lanqin and shattering her dreams exhilarated Xu Qing, igniting a fervor within her. Chapter 89. Zhou Jinan, you must support me. As soon as Qin Xuemei left, Xu Qing eagerly rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a magnifying glass. Upon returning home, she barely acknowledged Zhou Jinan, hastily retrieving a photo of Yi Nan from the cabinet. She lay on her bed, scrutinizing the image through the magnifying glass. The photo became remarkably vivid. Even the contours of Yi Nan's features were strikingly clear. Xu Qing meticulously examined her mother's facial features, her delicate brows and eyes exuding warmth. Indeed, she had inherited Yi Nan's beauty, albeit lacking the innate gentleness that seemed etched into her mother's very being. Yi Nan possessed a serene beauty, reminiscent of the gentle rains of Jiangnan in March. Xu Qing sighed, then continued to inspect the photo more closely. Zhou Jinan, intrigued, inquired, "What's wrong?" Xu Qing sat up, holding the photo, and replied, "I am admiring my mother's picture. I had no idea she was such a stunning beauty in her youth." She smiled at Zhou Jinan, adding, "I suppose I am rather attractive as well." Zhou Jinan chuckled at her self-assertion, aware of her appearance. After a moment of bashful laughter, Xu Qing turned to discuss serious matters with Zhou Jinan. "This morning at my grandmother's, my aunt mentioned that my mother left me many treasures, and I suspect Fang Lanqin has hidden them away." Zhou Jinan listened, but the situation was complicated. "Do you wish to reclaim them?" Xu Qing nodded. "Of course. These are my mother's belongings, and I intend to retrieve them." Zhou Jinan furrowed his brow. "But you don't even know what's there. How will you demand them back? If she insists there is nothing or only presents you with one or two items, what will you do?" Xu Qing threw her arms around Zhou Jinan. "That's why I need your help. I will feign to Fang Lanqin, instilling fear in her. She will likely hasten to hide those treasures elsewhere or bring a portion to appease me. I need you to have someone keep an eye on her." Zhou Jinan perceived numerous potential pitfalls in her plan. What if the items are already hidden in the Xu household? Xu Qing narrowed her eyes. Then that would be even better. After all, I am acting like a bandit, and I need not adhere to any rules. She leaned in and planted a forceful kiss on Zhou Jinan's cheek. "You must accompany me and support me. If they lay hands on me, you must intervene." Zhou Jinan affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone laced with indulgence. "Rest assured, with me around, no one would dare lay a finger on you." Xu Qing urged Zhou Jinan to phone Gao Zhan, seeking a clever accomplice to monitor Fang Lanqin starting tomorrow. They planned to catch Fang Lanqin off guard at the break of dawn. Meanwhile, Fang Lanqin was contemplating unearthing the treasures buried in the old courtyard, intending to select a couple for Xu Riyue's dowry while planning to sell the rest at the black market for cash. With money in hand, she had little fear of Xu Jigua turning his back on her. Recently, she had noticed Xu Jigua returning home late, and when he did, his demeanor was sullen, as if someone owed him money. Fang Lanqin had grown weary of this life. Once Xu Riyue was married, she would divorce that scoundrel Xu Jigua. During breakfast, Fang Lanqin was concerned that Xu Riyue's presence might impede her plans, so she boiled an egg for her daughter, saying, "With just 2 days until your wedding. Finish your meal and check if there's anything else you need to buy. We must avoid any last-minute shortages." Xu Vua, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "Everything necessary has been purchased. The rest is up to the Li family." "Mother, when will you present my dowry?" Fang Lanqin shot her a glare. "You will receive it. Why the rush? Let us keep this between us for now. You shall wear it on your wedding day, and that will be the true spectacle." Xu Riyue felt reassured. "Just remember to include a couple of extra items." Fang Lanqin exasperated, retorted, "Enough. I heard you." While the mother-daughter duo conversed, there was a knock at the door. Fang Lanxin wondered who could possibly be visiting so early. It was likely that nosy Ma Xuelan was here to gossip. With a disgruntled expression, she opened the door, only to find Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan standing there. Fang Lanxin's heart sank upon seeing Xu Qing, and her tone turned sharp. "What do you want? Haven't we severed ties?" Xu Qing replied coolly, "I'm not here to visit. Rather, I wish to discuss some matters with you and my father. If you prefer to do this at the door, I am more than willing." Knowing Fang Lanxin's pride, she was certain she wouldn't allow this conversation to unfold publicly. Fang Lanxin recognized Xu Qing's demeanor and anticipated that whatever she had to say was far from favorable. Having already endured enough humiliation at the factory, she could not afford any more. She shot Xu Qing a glare and relented come in, given that Xu Riyue could not marry into the Zhou family. Fang Lanxin harbored no warmth towards Zhou Jinan either. As she watched them settle on the sofa, she couldn't even be bothered to offer them a glass of water, opting instead to sit on a stool before them. "Speak, what is it?" Xu Qing surveyed the room and noticed Xu Riyue at the dining table, her expression sour. But she did not see Xu Zhigua. She asked, "Where's my dad?" Fang Lanxin scoffed, "Not here. And you still remember that he is your father? I thought you had forgotten." Ignoring Fang Lanxin's snide remarks, Xu Qing continued, "If he is absent, I will speak directly to you. I am here to reclaim the items my mother left for me, specifically a black leather suitcase. Everything within it belongs to me." Fang Lanxin's heart jolted, her voice involuntarily rising. "What black suitcase? What items?" Xu Qing chuckled. "Did you think I was unaware of anything, allowing you to hoard those possessions for yourself? Your greed is quite remarkable. You should be wary of overindulgence. Now, return my belongings to me, or I shall employ various means to retrieve them." Fang Lanxin regained her composure, sneering, "You are truly foolish. Do you think that merely claiming something entitles you to it? If you assert that your mother left you a suitcase full of gold bars, should I then rob a bank to procure a suitcase full of gold bars for you?" Xu Qing suddenly laughed, her smile chilling. "If you refuse to return them, that is quite all right. I happened to record your conversation with Ding Chongwen at the park. What a shocking secret it turned out to be." She clicked her tongue, contemplating the repercussions of broadcasting this information at the factory SPA system. Fang Lanxin's expression twisted into one of rage. "Xu Qing, do you dare?" Xu Qing grinned. "If you do not return my belongings, I assure you I indeed dare. Did you not inquire what I possess? Bracelets, necklaces, and jewelry, among other items. Surely, I need not enumerate them all for you?" With that, she retrieved a photograph, a magnifying glass, and an envelope from her handbag. "Firstly, you must return to me the gold locket and bracelet that my mother wore. Here, take a look at the style, lest you feign ignorance." Xu Qing, appearing quite serious, placed the magnifying glass over the photograph and handed it to Fang Lanxin for inspection. Chapter 90. This tactic is known as all's fair in love and war. It remains uncertain whether Xu Qing acted with intent, yet Fang Lanxin leaned in, curiosity piqued. Under the magnifying glass, Yinan's eyes appeared, gazing intently ahead, evoking an eerie sensation as if his gaze could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Startled, Fang Lanxin abruptly recoiled, glaring at Xu Qing. "What do you mean by that?" Xu Qing reclaimed the magnifying glass and photograph, returning them along with the envelope to her bag. "Do you still not comprehend my meaning? Allow me to reiterate. Everything my mother left behind, every stitch and coin, must be returned to me." Fang Lanxin contemplated arguing that she had nothing, but upon meeting Xu Qing's resolute gaze and noticing the tape recorder in her possession, she hesitated. Though uncertain of its authenticity, she dared not take the risk. She believed that if the tape truly existed, Xu Qing would not hesitate to broadcast it throughout the factory, leaving her utterly exposed. Xu Qing offered no time for reflection. "If you do not comply by the day after tomorrow, at Xu Ruyu's wedding, I shall ensure you are thoroughly infamous." With that, she grasped Zhou Jinan's hand. "We are heading home." Zhou Jinan rose in agreement, following Xu Qing's lead, while Fang Lanxin dared not intervene, fearing any mishap during Xu Ruyu's wedding. She could only watch in frustration as Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan departed, her face contorted with indignation, utterly powerless, as Xu Qing had her firmly in tow. Xu Ruyu remained silent, her expression dark, and once Xu Qing had left, she rushed to Fang Lanxin. "Mother, what does Xu Qing mean? How could she possibly know that her mother left her something? And what leverage do you hold over her?" Fang Lanxin, already irate, felt her temper flare at her daughter's inquiries. Why are you asking so many questions? This is all you're doing. If only you had shown some resolve and married Zhou Jinxian, we would not be in this predicament. Su Ruyu retorted, can you really blame me? It was you who consented to plotting against Xu Qing. Fang Lanqin waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I need some peace to devise a plan. Frustrated, Su Ruyu stormed off to her room, perplexed by Xu Qing's sudden assertiveness. Xu Qing, however, recognized that her strength lay not in newfound prowess, but in having seized the initiative, effectively controlling Fang Lanqin's vulnerabilities, compelling her to comply. In high spirits, she descended the stairs with Zhou Jinan, playfully sharing her observations of Fang Lanqin's distressed visage. She must be on the brink of a breakdown. It must feel worse than swallowing 100 cockroaches. Zhou Jinan, intrigued, inquired, were there indeed bracelets and necklaces in the photograph? Xu Qing Juka meets Tievol. Of course not. I merely sketched them in with a pencil. Unless one looks closely, they would never know. As for the gold locket, I cannot say if it exists. But jewelry encompasses bracelets, necklaces, and such. Additionally, when I showed Fang Lanqin the magnified image, I deliberately magnified my mother's eyes first. A person who has committed a wrong cannot bear to meet the gaze of another, especially that of the deceased. Did you see Fang Lanqin's expression? She turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. Xu Qing spoke with delight, her voice laced with mischief and cleverness. Zhou Jinan couldn't help but laugh, impressed by her cunning strategy. Aren't you concerned she might hide something in the meantime? Xu Qing exuded confidence. Do we not ask Brother Gao to keep watch? As long as she does not remove anything from the house, it remains within. When I return the day after tomorrow, retrieving it will prove far less simple. Zhou Jinan squeezed her hand gently. You're quite clever. Xu Qing, my Bozai. I too believe I possess a fair amount of wit. From a distance, Ma Xuelan spotted Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan walking hand in hand. Despite Zhou Jinan's blindness, their intertwined fingers were still conspicuous. With a glimmer of gossip in her eye, she hurried over. Qing, visiting your family, are you? Xu Qing greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Aunt Ma. She felt indifferent towards Ma Xuelan. While the woman bore no ill intent, her incessant chatter was somewhat tiresome. Ma Xuelan cast a glance at Zhou Jinan. Your partner is quite handsome. You are fortunate indeed. Are you here to visit your parents? Xu Qing understood Ma Xuelan's curiosity and replied with a smile. No. Fang Lanqin mentioned that my mother left behind some items for me to collect, but it seems they have yet to be organized. I plan to return tomorrow afternoon. Ma Xuelan's interest piqued. She pressed, what sort of items? Xu Qing shook her head. I am uncertain. It seems to involve some jewelry. The vague response fueled Ma Xuelan's imagination, especially since she had never seen Xu Qing's biological mother, who was rumored to be quite beautiful. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Ma Xuelan hurried off to spread her latest gossip. As Xu Qing watched Ma Xuelan's plump figure recede, she turned to Zhou Jinan. That woman is notorious for her gossip. Once she catches wind of something, she spins it into an elaborate tale. She has not hesitated to speak ill of me in the past. Suddenly, she turned to Zhou Jinan. Do you truly not care about my past? Zhou Jinan's previously buoyant mood plummeted, and he tightened his grip on Xu Qing's hand, filled with guilt and concern. I do not care. It is not your fault. It is those who have harmed you who deserve punishment. Xu Qing be met. Thank you. Zhou Jinan, I shall treat you exceptionally well from now on. In the years to come, many men would concern themselves with whether a woman was untouched, let alone in the present moment. Thus, Xu Qing felt deeply moved by Zhou Jinan's acceptance, alleviating the burden on her heart and making her feel considerably lighter. As they conversed, they strolled towards the entrance. Given Zhou Jinan's typically taciturn nature, Xu Qing remained unaware of his distracted thoughts. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed Wang Gaihua engaged in hushed conversation with a cobbler outside, glancing toward the family compound's gate, likely seeking news of Fang Lanqin. Xu Qing speculated that Wang Gaihua had not recklessly approached Fang Lanqin to create a scene, but rather had been threatened by Ding Chongwen, who warned her against causing trouble or facing divorce, something Wang Gaihua dreaded above all else. Xu Qing observed Wang Gaihua for a moment, knowing she would need to address the situation in due time. Upon returning home, Xu Qing invited Zhou Jinan to sit outside in the courtyard, sipping tea and listening to the radio while she occupied herself with writing and sketching on a small table nearby. She was contemplating the 3 stalls she intended to sublet. not rushing that decision. The two shops would be transformed into fast food establishments, featuring various braised delicacies. Unfortunately, she lacked a vacuum sealing machine. Otherwise, she could package the braised items for travelers to take along. As Xu Qing rested her chin in thought, she inadvertently glanced at Zhou Jinan and realized she could not comprehend the language of the broadcast he was listening to. What language is this? I cannot understand it. Russian. I studied it at the border. Xu Qing exclaimed, how impressive. Teach me sometime. Certainly. Zhou Jinan nodded, suddenly recalling something. In a couple of days, two friends from the capital will be visiting. I would like to introduce you. Chapter 91. Secrets cannot be hidden. Xu Qing's my Bozai. Sounds great. Are they male or female? Zhou Jinan, puzzled by her question, replied, one of each. The male is named He Liangping, and the female is Su Mo. Xu Qing's curiosity persisted. Is Su Mo beautiful? Zhou Jinan shook his head. I cannot say. I only know her through He Liangping, as they both grew up in the same military compound. As for her appearance, I have never paid attention. Xu Qing Zhuge. If someone asks you whether your wife is beautiful in the future, you must say she is. You cannot respond with I don't know. Do you hear me? Zhou Jinan obediently nodded. Understood. Xu Qing rushed over and planted a kiss on Zhou Jinan's cheek, exclaiming, this is just right. Her heart was lightened, no longer burdened by the financial worries of opening a shop and renovating it, as she was now assured that once Fong Lan Xin handed over the goods to her, she could easily convert them into money. Zhou Jinan stroked his cheek and smiled. After their evening routines, Xu Qing donned a loose cotton dress and sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving a golden needle to practice acupuncture on her own arm, following an acupressure chart. The pain was not severe, yet she couldn't suppress a soft gasp. Just as Zhou Jinan lay down, he sat up in alarm, asking what happened. Xu Qing quickly replied with a smile, it's nothing, nothing at all. Grandma taught me how to do acupuncture, and I'm still learning. Without hesitation, Zhou Jinan extended his arm toward her, saying, you can practice on me. My skin is tough, so it won't matter. He thought of Xu Qing's delicate arms and legs, as soft and smooth as tender tofu, and he hesitated to let her use him as a practice subject. Xu Qing found it difficult to pierce her own skin, and, looking at his sturdy arm, she hesitated for just a moment before saying, really? It might hurt a little. Zhou Jinan, resolute, replied, it's fine. A little pain is nothing to me. With that, Xu Qing set aside her reservations, taking Zhou Jinan's hand to disinfect it before slowly inserting the needle. She knew that when needling others, she felt no psychological burden, allowing her to perform with much more confidence. Proudly, she remarked, Grandma said I learned quickly. Who knows, I might even open a clinic someday. Zhou Jinan encouraged her. Yes, you're so intelligent. I'm sure you can. Xu Qing giggled and leaned closer to Zhou Jinan's face, teasing, you certainly know how to flatter me. She then pecked the corner of his lips, saying, this is a reward for being my model. Zhou Jinan chuckled, ruffling Xu Qing's hair affectionately. The longer he spent with her, the more he sensed her optimistic and spirited nature, sometimes composed, other times playful. When faced with those she disliked, she displayed a fiery temperament, making him want to draw closer to her, to spoil her, and to keep her perpetually joyful. Just as Xu Qing removed the needle, there came a hurried knock at the courtyard door. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearly 10. Could it be Brother Gao? Please wait here. I'll go check. As she spoke, she swiftly changed her clothes, slipped on her shoes, and dashed outside. Indeed, it was Gao Zhan, who upon seeing Xu Qing exclaimed, hurry, Fong Lan Xin has gone to an old courtyard in the western suburbs. Xu Qing recognized that old courtyard, where she had lived during her childhood until she moved to the factory dormitory at age 5. She quickly helped Zhou Jinan outside, and they climbed into Gao Zhan's car, speeding towards the western suburbs. En route, Gao Zhan briefly explained, to ensure safety, I had 2 scouts follow her. They saw her enter the courtyard and immediately contacted me. She is likely still there. Xu Qing surmised that Fong Lan Xin intended to dig up the buried items in secrecy under the cover of night. As Gao Zhan drove swiftly, Xu Qing guided him, instructing him to turn off the headlights as they drew near. She grasped Zhou Jinan's hand, leading him to the dilapidated courtyard, where they could see a beam of light illuminating someone digging with a shovel. They pushed open the decayed gate with a loud creak. Years ago, Fong Lan Xin had buried the box beneath a tree, and although the apricot tree had died 2 years prior, Its roots had grown tangled and thick, making excavation challenging. She had struggled for hours without success, but upon hearing the noise, she jumped in fright, throwing down her shovel and shining her flashlight towards the source, only to discover it was Xu Qing. "Why are you here?" Fong Lan Xin trembled with anger. Xu Qing approached with a grin. "What are you doing out here so late? Digging for treasure? We're here to help you." Fong Lan Xin, filled with suspicion, retorted, "There's nothing here. I just came to take a look." She had ventured out multiple times during the day to see if anyone was watching and had been exceedingly cautious at night, convinced no one was tailing her. Little did she know, the scouts shadowing her were the finest, ensuring she would never notice their presence. "Xu Qing, I recall how adamantly you refused to sell or rent this courtyard, claiming it held your family's memories and that you would return here to retire. Yet, it seems you were merely hiding treasure from being discovered." Fong Lan Xin's panic was palpable. She feared Xu Qing would take everything, leaving her with nothing. Her voice quivered as she pleaded, "There's nothing here. You must leave." "Xu Qing, don't be unreasonable. Since you no longer acknowledge us, leave us be." Xu Qing fixed her gaze on Fong Lan Xin, declaring, "I am not here to meddle. I merely wish to reclaim what belongs to me. I warned you. You shall never take advantage of me again, nor will you claim the belongings my mother left behind." At that moment, Gao Zhan could no longer contain himself. "Sister-in-law, shall we help you dig?" Xu Qing expressed her gratitude. "Yes, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." With a clap of his hands, two agile young men silently descended from the rooftop, appearing as if they had always been there. "Fan Lan Xin's doing block paipat, et limin, Xu Qing. You're going too far." Xu Qing's expression went cold. "Step aside." Fong Lan Xin sat down at the freshly dug pit, resorting to childish antics. "I dare you to move. Unless I die today, you won't touch anything." Xu Qing seized the shovel Fong Lan Xin had discarded. "Oh, you refuse? Then I'll dig a grave for you first." With that, she scooped up a heap of soil and flung it at Fong Lan Xin, covering her in dirt. Fong Lan Xin, furious, lunged at Xu Qing, but the two young men were quicker, seizing her and binding her to a tree trunk with rope. Gao Zhan and the others began to dig, while Xu Qing illuminated the area with two flashlights. As they dug deeper, they soon unearthed a corner of a box. Fong Lan Xin watched in terror as the box came into view, fearing the revelation of the secrets surrounding Yinan's tragic demise could no longer be concealed. Chapter 92. If she were here, she would surely love me. Fong Lan Xin's eyes were fixated on the black leather box in the pit, observing as Gao Zhan and the others carefully unearthed it. When Yinan died, she had hidden the box in advance. Later, Su Jigua had searched for it, believing it was stolen during the funeral preparations. Due to poor harvests across the nation, everyone suffered, and the discovery of so much jewelry necessitated its surrender to the state. In the most chaotic decade of all, Fong Lan Xin witnessed how Feng Shuhua was persecuted, making her too fearful to retrieve the valuables. In the past few years, things had improved slightly, yet people seemed to have no extra money, and Fong Lan Xin had not encountered the right opportunity. If it weren't for Xu Qing stirring up trouble and Su Ryue's wedding lacking a proper dowry, Fong Lan Xin would never have contemplated digging up these items. Yet, how could she have anticipated that Xu Qing would uncover the truth? Xu Qing gazed at the somewhat decayed box, her heart twisting in knots. Within it lay not only the possessions left by her biological mother, but perhaps also clues to unraveling Yinan's mysterious lineage. Gao Zhan reached down to pull the box up, but the handle crumbled at his touch, and the copper lock was rusted. Turning to Xu Qing, he asked, "Shall we take it back and open it there?" Xu Qing nodded. "Yes, let us take it back for now." Fan Lan Xin, unwilling dokon set, sautet, Xu Qing. "You cannot take it away." Xu Qing halted, shining her flashlight into Fong Lan Xin's face, blinding her before coldly responding, "Am I supposed to leave it for you?" Fong Lan Xin continued to struggle. "You cannot take it. There are things that belong to me inside." Xu Qing scoffed, uninterested in further dialogue, and called out to Gao Zhan, "Brother Gao, please help me get this to the car." She then took Zhou Jinan by the hand and led him away. Gao Zhan instructed one of the young men to wait until their departure to untie Fong Lan Xin. Xu Qing was filled with excitement, eager to discover what secrets the box contained. Upon arriving home, Gao Zhan helped her carry the box into the courtyard, but did not linger. "It's getting late. You can take your time to look through it. I will return tomorrow morning." After seeing Gao Zhan off and securing the courtyard gate, Xu Qing hurried back inside, her heart racing as she asked Zhou Jinan, who sat by the bed, "What do you think is in the box? Could there be something that proves my mother's identity? If there is, I still want to find Yinan and see if she is still alive." Zhou Jinan shook his head. "Open it, and you'll find out." Crouching on the floor, Xu Qing examined the box. The exterior leather had decayed, yet the bamboo frame inside remained intact, suggesting the contents were not too heavy. Allowing it to be carried, she ventured outside to fetch a piece of brick, using it to break open the two rusty copper locks. As the box opened, a putrid odor wafted out, unpleasant to the senses. Quickly, Xu Qing moved the box outside. "Let's look it out here." Squatting in the courtyard with a flashlight, she rummaged through the contents, discovering a set of vibrant red garments adorned with silver embroidery, their design peculiar and reminiscent of ethnic minority attire. There were also 2 books, both filled with neatly penned poetry. Among the treasures was a yellow cloth bag containing a golden lock, a gold bracelet, 3 gold bars, and several jade bangles and hairpins. The latter engraved with strange patterns resembling flowers, yet not quite so. After pondering for a moment, Xu Qing could not discern their significance. Although the items were few, each was exquisite. One side of the golden lock bore the inscription longevity, while the other was engraved with her name, Qing Qing, the letters evidently carved with a sharp tool. As Xu Qing traced the characters with her fingers, her eyes stung with emotion, imagining her mother's tender affection as she engraved those words. Gently, she gathered the items and brought them into the central room, washing her hands and face before silently changing into her nightclothes and climbing into bed. Zhou Jinan had remained seated at the bedside, listening to the clattering sounds of Xu Qing rummaging through the box outside, when she suddenly climbed into bed without a word. It was clear she was in a troubled mood. He turned to face her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xu Qing turned her back to him, sniffing softly as she replied, "Nothing." Zhou Jinan was at a loss for how to console her, merely holding her hand gently, pondering how best to offer comfort or whether to ask more. Suddenly, Xu Qing spun around, embracing Zhou Jinan's neck, her face nestled against his shoulder. "My mother left nothing behind, not even a single word. But there is a golden lock, engraved with my name. It must have been inscribed by her own hand. If she were still here, do you think she would love me as much?" Zhou Jinan was unsure how to respond, so he gently caressed her back. Xu Qing sniffled again. "If she is alive, why hasn't she come back to find me?" Zhou Jinan contemplated. Perhaps she is hindered by something. Xu Qing rubbed her face against his neck, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. In that moment, holding the lock, she felt an overwhelming sense of empathy for the child she had lost. If he were alive, she would cherish him dearly. The child had resided within her for nearly 6 months, and even after a long time, she could vividly recall the mischievous movements he made inside her. With a soft sigh, Xu Qing murmured, "Zhou Jinan, if we have children in the future, I will protect them at all costs. This time, no one shall harm them." Zhou Jinan stroked her back, comforting her as one would child. "Yes, I will protect both of you, ensuring no one dares to bully you." Xu Qing pouted slightly, lifting her chin to kiss Zhou Jinan's jaw. "You must keep your promise." "I will," he replied, lowering his head to find her lips. Initially intending for a brief kiss, Xu Qing, however, clung to him, playfully coaxing him further. All their emotions dissipated in the embrace of a beautiful intimacy. As dawn broke, Xu Qing listened to the sounds of the street broadcast outside, regretting her earlier choices and lamenting why she had entangled herself with Zhou Jinan. In the few days since their marriage, she had scarcely experienced a moment of rest. Noticing her stir, Zhou Jinan wisely reached out to massage her back. "I will be more considerate in the future. How about we skip breakfast at home and eat out instead?" Xu Qing refused. "No, I will cook. Eating out costs money, and the food won't taste as good as mine." After allowing Zhou Jinan to massage her back for a while, she felt rejuvenated and rose. First, she took the urine pot outside to empty it, washed it, and placed it in the corner before beginning her morning routine. Just as Xu Qing was preparing to knead the dough, Gao Zhan entered with a man and a woman. The man was slender, shorter than Gao Zhan and Zhou Jinan, with delicate features. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with honey-toned skin and a spirited demeanor. Gao Zhan smiled and introduced them, sister-in-law. "This is Liangping and Su Mo, Chapter 93. Have you considered the consequences of Xu Qing knowing?" Xu Qing was surprised. Hadn't they said they would come in a few days? Why had they arrived today? Yet, she greeted them warmly. "Hello. You haven't had breakfast yet. Let me hurry and prepare something. Gao Zhan interjected. No need, sister-in-law. Let's go out to eat together. He Liangping greeted Xu Qing with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. I was visiting family when you got married, so I missed the occasion. Su Mo, however, looked at Xu Qing with a guilty expression. Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Zhou Ge Wuden Ti had been poisoned, and he Wuden Ti. Gao Zhan abruptly interrupted. Is Zhou Jinan still not up? Since getting married, he has become so lazy. He used to run 5 kilometers without fail. Xu Qing cast a curious glance at Su Mo, interpreting her guilt as stemming from Zhou Jinan's poisoning while saving her, and the unfinished sentence likely meant, and Wuden Ti have lost his sight. Fortunately, Gao Zhan interrupted, and she was spared from having to respond, as it was inappropriate for her to comment on the matters among comrades. Zhou Jinan finally emerged from the room, his lips pressed together in a serious expression. Xu Qing reached out to touch his hand. We have guests. Don't look so stern. Gao brothers suggested we eat out, but I think it's easier to eat at home. Zhou Jinan refused. Let us eat out. They can enjoy it as well. He Liangping teased from the side. Old Zhou is concerned about his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, let us eat out. Otherwise, old Zhou will hold it against us later. Xu Qing relented. All right, I will change my clothes. Zhou Jinan, you should wash your face and brush your teeth too. Once Xu Qing entered the room, Gao Zhan shot Su Mo a disapproving look and lowered his voice. What's going on? What did I tell you before? Su Mo bit her lip, but He Liangping interrupted. No buts. Old Zhou looks fine now. The girl is also quite good. Some matters are best left unmentioned for a lifetime. So Mofed Saident. Zhou Jinan remained inexplicably tense, standing there until Gao Zhan urged him to wash up. Xu Qing changed her clothes and moved the items from the central room under the bed, taking a moment to ponder over a package of jewelry before stuffing it into the chimney of the winter stove, which was currently covered with newspaper. Satisfied after tucking the items away and smoothing the paper, she stepped out, smiling at the others. Please wait a moment. I just need to wash my hands. They headed to a state-run canteen near the trade union building for breakfast, which was spacious with several large round tables. Gao Zhan ordered buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. He Liangping, a gregarious and familiar person, chatted with Xu Qing. My name looks quite cultured when written, but when pronounced, it's another story. When I first went south, a colleague called me for drinks, and that nickname stuck. Xu Qing couldn't help but laugh, while He Liangping sighed repeatedly. Later, some even thought I had a great capacity for alcohol. To this day, many greet me with, hey, let us go drink a couple of bottles. Xu Qing chuckled, finding him quite amusing. In contrast, the girl named Su Mo sat quietly, seemingly in a bad mood. After breakfast, the group returned to the courtyard. Xu Qing brewed some tea and went out to buy a watermelon to cut up, letting them chat while she went to the kitchen to heat up the new pot. Su Mo sat outside for a while before joining Xu Qing in the kitchen, asking, what do you need such a big pot for? Xu Qing smiled to do business. I'm planning to sell some marinated snacks. Su Mo frowned. What will Brother Zhou do if you go out? Xu Qing was puzzled. I'll bring him with me. I certainly wouldn't let him go hungry. Su Mo fell silent for a moment. Are you willingly marrying Brother Zhou? Xu Qing paused her stirring and turned to look at Su Mo. Of course. Do you have something to say? Su Mo quickly shook her head, remembering Gao Zhan's warning. No, I just think you're so beautiful. How could you willingly marry a blind man? Don't take it the wrong way, but Brother Zhou has seen many doctors, and they say his eyes may never recover. Xu Qing studied Su Mo intently. Are you all very close? Su Mo nodded. I'm the only woman in the bureau, and they all take good care of me. Xu Qing replied. Then you should know Zhou Jinan well. Even if he is blind, he is superior to many men. As for me, aside from my looks, I have nothing to offer. If he weren't blind, how could he ever marry me? Su Mo looked at Xu Qing in surprise. Her words were irrefutable. Moreover, she could even boast. After her astonishment, Su Mo suddenly laughed. If you think this way, we can all rest easy. Brother Zhou is truly wonderful. With that, she turned and left with a smile. Xu Qing felt somewhat bewildered, wondering why Su Mo seemed to be testing her like a mother-in-law. The pot's bottom grew hot, and she didn't dwell on it. She poured in some water, letting it bubble, and after the water evaporated, she began to wipe down the lamb fat she had bought. After several repetitions, the pot would be less prone to rust. Lunch was again eaten outside. Zhou Jinan didn't want Xu Qing cooking at home, as it was the hottest part of the day, and the small kitchen was poorly ventilated. Preparing a meal felt akin to taking a bath, especially since they were all dining without paying. It didn't wander far, opting for a noodle shop on the street. Xu Qing sat beside Zhou Jinan, quietly listening as the others recounted the thrilling tasks they had once undertaken together. As the conversation grew animated, Gao Zhan and He Liangping let slip some coarse language, their spirits high. Xu Qing listened while gazing out the window, faintly spotting Wang Gaihua walking alongside a woman. She recalled that the day after tomorrow was Su Ryue's wedding, and she thought she couldn't let it proceed too smoothly. Leaning toward Zhou Jinan, she whispered, "I'm heading to the restroom. I'll be back soon." With a smile, she waved to Gao Zhan and the others before rushing out to find Wang Gaihua. Once Xu Qing left, He Liangping sighed. "Old Zhou, you're fortunate to have such a good wife." Su Mo frowned. "You're just deceiving her. Aren't you afraid she'll discover the truth and cause a scene?" Her voice was low but clear enough for the three men to hear. Gao Zhan shot her a glare. "What is wrong with you? I've already explained the pros and cons of this matter. Can't you just keep it to yourself?" Su Mo maintained a stern expression. "I can't. Because I'm a woman too, and I understand the harm this situation poses to her." He Liangping, irritated, poked Su Mo's forehead. "Why are you so stubborn? Look at how happy sister-in-law is now. Sometimes it's better to be a little muddled. Only we know about this. As long as it stays between us, no one will ever know. Isn't it good that old Zhou and Xu Qing can live happily?" Su Mo remained unconvinced. "Have you considered the consequences if Xu Qing finds out?" Chapter 94. Zhou Jinan. I've met her before. Once Su Mo spoke, the three men fell silent. Even He Liangping's smile faded. After a moment of hesitation, He Liangping admitted it's indeed a bit complicated. Seeing Zhou Jinan's mood visibly drop, Gao Zhan slammed the table. "All right, let's not discuss this any further. Su Mo, you're right. Now let me ask you, did old Su and those brothers die in vain? Have you thought about the consequences if this matter leaks? We owe Xu Qing a debt, and we'll treat her twice as well. If I could, I'd give my life for her." Being mindful of their surroundings, Gao Zhan spoke in a low voice. Yet his emotions were uncontrollable, with the last sentence nearly bringing him to tears. "Who isn't aggrieved? Isn't Zhou Jinan aggrieved too?" Su Mo's eyes reddened with anger. "That's not what I mean. I just feel it's unfair to Xu Qing. It's all my mistake." Gao Zhan choked back his words. "Enough. Stop talking. Do you think there is fairness in this world? For those who died without even a grave marker, is that fair to them?" Zhou Jinan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Enough. This is a matter between Xu Qing and me. It has nothing to do with any of you." Su Mo wiped her eyes. "Then you should treat Xu Qing better, even if there are no feelings." Zhou Jinan frowned. "Who said there are no feelings? I've met her before." Gao Zhan suddenly became curious. "Wasn't he your first meeting with Xu Qing by the Yellow River?" Zhou Jinan shook his head after a moment's silence. "No." Gao Zhan laughed. "Forget it. You two are married now, so we won't worry about it." He then turned to Su Mo. "And you, put away your righteous indignation. Many things are not of our choosing." Su Mo sniffled, but remained silent. He Liangping suddenly spoke up. "If only we had some wine right now. We really should drink a couple of bottles." Upon leaving the restaurant, Xu Qing spotted Wang Gaihua and neighbor Lu Mei chatting not far away. Their emotions evidently heightened. Slowing her steps, she approached the two. She could hear Wang Gaihua angrily saying to Lu Mei, "I never thought someone so old could be so shameless. That Fong Lan Xin, she isn't even that good looking. How could Ding Chongwen fancy her?" Lu Mei chimed in, "Exactly. Professor Ding is quite a catch now. How could he possibly be interested in someone so old? If you're to find someone, it would surely be at school." Wang Gaihua felt instantly comforted. "Moreover, I've inquired around, and it seems Fong Lan Xin and her husband have a good relationship. If something were to happen, wouldn't your husband care?" Rumors were also circulating that Fong Lan Xin's daughter was Ding Chongwen's. If that were true, that man would never willingly raise another child. Xu Qing listened to a few exchanges and realized that Wang Gaihua, unwilling to divorce, was beginning to self-hypnotize, desperately searching for excuses to dismiss the rumors she had heard. It felt like a case of burying her head in the sand, deceiving herself. Intentionally approaching, she greeted Lu Mei first. "Auntie, you're out early. Have you eaten yet?" Lu Mei, having attended Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan's banquet, smiled back. "I've eaten. What are you up to so early?" Xu Qing pretended not to see Wang Gaihua. Sighing, "The day after tomorrow is my sister's wedding, and I need to go help out." Lu Mei responded, "That is a good thing." Xu Qing looked embarrassed. What good thing? My dad and stepmother argue every day. My dad says my sister, Isn, his biological daughter, and there's no sign of celebration at home. Wang Gaihua, hearing the situation, found it somewhat familiar and casually asked, "Where's your maternal family from?" "An auto repair shop, not too far from here." Wang Gaihua could not bear to hear the words auto repair shop. Her scalp felt like it was about to explode. What a coincidence. It's the auto repair shop again. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "What's your stepmother's name?" "Fang Lanxin," Xu Qing replied, looking surprised at Wang Gaihua. "You don't know her, do you?" "I want to say more. There might be some trouble the day after tomorrow at the wedding, so I need to hurry and check it out." Hastily speaking as she walked, her face etched with anxiety, Lu Mei, the bystander, observed keenly that Xu Qing was not one to gossip. Each time they met at the door, she would greet with a beaming smile. The sudden torrent of words was evidently directed at Wang Gaihua. However, Wang Gaihua, embroiled in her own thoughts, failed to grasp this. She had foolishly hoped it was not true, only to realize it indeed was. The mere thought that Ding Chongwen and that vile woman Fang Lanxin had a child of considerable age set her blood boiling. Marriage? The very idea of allowing it to proceed seemed utterly absurd. Xu Qing circled back to the restaurant, fully aware that Wang Gaihua was prone to impulsive actions. If she did not first seek confirmation from Ding Chongwen, she might very well cause a scene at Su Ruyue's wedding. The anticipation grew within her. Upon returning to the restaurant, only Zhou Jinan and Gao Zhan remained. Liangping and Su Mo had already departed. Apologetically, she approached and inquired, "Where are Xiao He and Su Mo?" Gao Zhan smiled. They had other commitments and rushed off to catch a train at 1:30. Xu Qing pondered briefly. "I thought they might stay a bit longer. Had I known they were leaving so soon, I would have prepared a meal for them at home." "No worries, sister-in-law. If they miss out, there's still me. Just remember to call me when you make dumplings," Gao Zhan replied cheerfully. "Xu Qing, note that. Absolutely. I will definitely call you for dumpling making." Exiting the restaurant, Gao Zhan drove away directly. Xu Qing held Zhou Jinan's hand as they strolled under the shade of trees, whispering, "I wish to sell the gold bars in the black market. My mother left me 3. Given the current gold prices, even 3 bars wouldn't fetch much." Zhou Jinan considered the chaotic nature of the black market. "I will accompany you." Xu Qing agreed. "Yes, let us set off early tomorrow morning." I heard people start arriving around 3 or 4. Transactions occurred under the veil of night, dispersing at dawn amidst the dim, amber glow of flickering lights, lending the market an eerie ambience, hence the moniker Ghost Market. When Xu Qing visited in her past life, the market had already adopted a semblance of order, with proper stalls and market administrators. Now, however, it remained an illegal operation, populated by all manner of characters. It was certainly safer to bring Zhou Jinan along. Despite his blindness, his imposing presence was formidable, and he was quite capable of defending himself. The more she contemplated this, the more elated she felt, happily leading her bodyguard home. That evening, they retired early, setting an alarm for 2 o'clock. When the alarm rang, Xu Qing promptly arose and set out with Zhou Jinan. They cycled directly towards the ghost market, where they found the place already bustling with activity. Without electric lights, many individuals wielded flashlights or gas lamps, slowly meandering in search of buyers or sellers. In the inky darkness, the flickering lights added an air of ghostly presence. Fearing for her bicycle's safety, Xu Qing decided to push it, allowing Zhou Jinan to follow closely as they navigated through the crowd. Concerned about colliding with others, she devised a plan. "You can hold on my shoulder. It will make it easier to walk." Zhou Jinan complied, and together they moved slowly through the throng. In previous years, this locale had been a hub for discreetly trading high-priced grains, meats, and exotic delicacies. Each transaction was conducted in hushed tones, and even now, those who frequented the market maintained a habit of silence. Despite the crowd, an unusual tranquility pervaded the air, lending the ghost market its fitting name. Uncertain of where gold transactions were taking place, Xu Qing pushed her bicycle while scanning her surroundings. She caught a glimpse of small flag reading Bao Bao, surmising it was a place for antiques, likely dealing in gold as well. She whispered to Zhou Jinan, "It seems there's a stall for antiques ahead. Let us check it out." Approaching a modest stall, they found a gaunt man seated. Whether it was the lighting or his naturally sallow complexion, he appeared somewhat sickly. Xu Qing parked her bicycle, instructing Zhou Jinan to hold it steady as she leaned in to inquire in a subdued voice, "Sir, what is the current rate for gold?" The proprietor lifted his gaze, gesturing a number with his hand. Xu Qing deciphered it to mean 20 yuan per gram and hesitated, that S rather low. The state buyback is at 18. Noticing her astuteness, the vendor leaned forward. How much do you possess? If the purity is sufficient, I can offer you 24. Xu Qing racked her brain, struggling to recall the gold prices for the year, which she believed were below 30. After a moment's hesitation, she stated, I'll sell at 28, but it must be cash. The vendor, taken aback, asked, How much do you have? Xu Qing concealed her intentions. I have several tens of grams, but I didn't bring them. If you're willing to buy, let us meet tomorrow at 12:30 at the entrance of Qingfeng Alley near Ma's Smoked Chicken. The vendor contemplated her for a moment, then agreed, All right, we'll exchange cash for goods tomorrow at noon. Xu Qing nodded earnestly. Very well, see you then. As they departed, she cast another glance at the vendor, then pushed her bicycle alongside Zhou Jinan until they reached a secluded spot. There, she whispered, If anyone follows us on our way back, will you be able to sense it? Zhou Jinan, sensing her caution, grasped her hand reassuringly. Rest assured, with me, you will be safe. Xu Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment. In business, one must be discreet about finances, yet I fear I may have revealed too much. What if we encounter someone with ill intentions? Zhou Jinan shook his head. They wouldn't dare. Let us go. Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan meandered the vicinity a bit longer before cycling home. To ensure safety, they took a longer route, heading in the opposite direction first. Just as Xu Qing had surmised, as they departed, the vendor had indeed dispatched someone to follow them. In the black market, profits were seldom earned lawfully. Those who could seize ill-gotten gains would not hesitate to do so. Two men, effortlessly trailing behind Xu Qing, made their presence known. Realizing it would be impossible not to notice, she pedaled faster, quietly asking Zhou Jinan, What do we do? These two are definitely following us. Zhou Jinan patted her shoulder. Do not fear. Slow your pace and wait for them to come closer. Obediently, Xu Qing reduced her speed, gripping the handlebars tightly, ready to accelerate at a moment's notice. At 4 in the morning, the surroundings fell into a deep silence, occasionally punctuated by the eerie hoots of an owl. The sound of bicycle tires against the asphalt grew louder as the two men closed in, causing Xu Qing's heart to race. They had dismissed Zhou Jinan entirely, viewing him as merely a blind man, and misjudged the situation altogether. As Xu Qing slowed her pace, they assumed she was fatigued and brazenly attempted to ram into her bicycle. However, before they could collide, Zhou Jinan reacted with agility, leaping to kick one of them. Simultaneously, he seized the handlebars of the other's bicycle. A startled scream erupted, followed by the harsh sound of bicycles crashing against the asphalt, echoing sharply in the night. The man who had been kicked fell to the ground, clutching his knee, unable to rise. The other, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, received a swift punch to the face, shattering his composure. A resounding crack echoed as he staggered, his vision darkening, and before he could dismount, he tumbled along with his bicycle. The entire incident unfolded in an instant, leaving Xu Qing breathless. She dismounted her bicycle and rushed to stand beside Zhou Jinan, who radiated a chilling aura beneath the moonlight. Xu Qing gazed at the man on the ground, wailing in agony, and demanded, Who sent you here? The man, still moaning, shook his head. No one, we're just passing by. Xu Qing laughed derisively. Do you truly think we are that gullible? Return and inform the boss that I have indeed sold my goods to him. We shall meet tomorrow at noon at the shop's entrance. If he fails to show up, he can forget about maintaining his standing in the provincial capital. Her voice rang clear, yet it bore an unsettling chill that left the two individuals on the ground baffled by Xu Qing's identity. The blind man beside her was truly formidable. After reprimanding the two, Xu Qing turned to grasp Zhou Jinan's hand, asking, Are you all right? Zhou Jinan shook his head. I'm fine. Xu Qing realized that it would be inappropriate to overly concern herself with him on the way back, so she said, All right, let us head back first. Ignoring the two still sprawled on the ground, she mounted her bike and took Zhou Jinan away. Once they confirmed that no one was following them, Zhou Jinan had numerous questions. Gold bars can be sold to the government. Why resort to the black market? After all, it was quite unregulated, filled with all sorts of people. Xu Qing smiled and explained, Because the prices are better in the black market, and with you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Selling to the government would mean losing 5 or 6 yuan per gram, which is quite unfavorable. After a brief pause, she added, Those who can handle gold must be quite capable. They may prove useful in the future. Zhou Jinan couldn't fathom what use they could be. To him, these individuals were merely criminals who ought to be apprehended. Yet Xu Qing understood that to sustain business at the station, one must tame the ruffians. Protection fees were a necessity in any era. As they pedaled home, dawn was breaking, and Xu Qing, disregarding her need for rest, quickly washed her face, declaring, Su Riyue is getting married today. I must go see. Chapter 96. Xu Qing watches a farce with a smile. Zhou Jinan was somewhat surprised. Isn't it tomorrow? Xu Qing, wiping her face, explained, tomorrow is the official day, but today the bride's family is hosting the banquet. The new bride will be taken away early tomorrow morning. If Li Dayong's family has gifts like televisions, washing machines, and sewing machines, they will surely display them today at the family compound, before parading them around the factory tomorrow to make an impression. Xu Qing, however, doubted that Qing Guizhi would be so generous. There might be some hidden tricks involved. Sensing the excitement in Xu Qing's tone, Zhou Jinan contemplated, shall I accompany you? Xu Qing immediately shook her head. No need, I can manage on my own. She hesitated, unsure how long she would be out. Will you be all right alone at home? Should I call Brother Gao to keep you company? No, I can manage by myself. Xu Qing arranged the towel, hugged Zhou Jinan briefly, saying, all right, I'll be quick and prepare breakfast for you when I return. Zhou Jinan smiled and patted her on the back of her head. It's fine, don't worry about me. I won't go hungry at home. Still feeling uneasy, Xu Qing bought 2 fried dough sticks on her way back, brewed some tea, and set it on a small table under a tree before heading to the repair factory's residential compound. Upon arriving at the compound's entrance, she noticed the large iron gate adorned with double happiness characters. Turning into the Xu family building, tables were already set up in the open space in front, and a half-height mud stove had been constructed in one corner, with a line of small stoves beside it for boiling water. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. In a vacant spot near the unit door, boxes containing washing machines, televisions, and sewing machines were stacked high, all adorned with bright red double happiness characters, with freshly made bedding and red suitcases perched atop, creating quite a spectacle. Xu Qing squinted at the pile of goods, overhearing several people discussing. I never expected the most accomplished daughter of the Xu family would end up marrying Li Dayong, a mere thug. What achievement! I heard she got into university by taking someone else's place. Fang Lanxin was also sick. I saw her at the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, looking quite pale and unwell. Xu Qing was taken aback to learn of Fang Lanxin's illness. How could she have fallen ill so suddenly? Perhaps it was due to losing her possessions, causing her distress. It would serve her right. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was engrossed in the festivities and unaware of her presence, Xu Qing discreetly sought out a familiar child, leading him to a secluded corner. Dong Dong, would you like to watch television? Recognizing Xu Qing, the boy exclaimed, Sister Qing Qing. Xu Qing smiled and ruffled his hair. I have some candy for you. Share it with your friends later, but first, I need you to help me with something. Although only 9 years old, Dong Dong was the leader of the children in the courtyard, always surrounded by admirers. More importantly, he was the son of Ma Xuelan, so Xu Qing knew he would be reliable. Upon hearing about the candy, Dong Dong's eyes lit up as he patted his chest, promising, Sister Qing Qing, I will complete the task. Xu Qing smiled, pulling a handful of candy from her bag and stuffing it into Dong Dong's pocket, whispering a few instructions in his ear before patting his shoulder. All right, off you go. Dong Dong, clutching his bag of candy, dashed off, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spotted the large white rabbit candy. Xu Qing did not follow him, but instead found a discreet vantage point to observe. Before long, she saw Dong Dong rush back with several boys of similar age, all clamoring in front of the television. We want to watch TV. We want to watch TV. A parent, noticing the commotion, called out, You little rascal. What are you making a fuss about? Come here this instant. Others, intrigued, shouted, Turn on. Let's see. With Xu Qing's encouragement, Dong Dong pounded on the box, insisting, We want to watch TV. Many people had gathered upstairs, including Fang Lanxin's family and some relatives from Su Jibu's side. While Fang Lanxin forced a smile and greeted her guests, Su Riyue, upon discovering that her dowry had been taken by Xu Qing, was throwing a tantrum and refusing to marry. She was currently sulking in her room. Hearing the children's cries for television downstairs, Fang Lanxin felt her head might explode. She had been plagued by Xu Qing's mischief and had found nothing to her liking lately. Fang Kuan, with his arm bandaged, listened to the chaos below and glanced around the room, which was filled with people yet eerily quiet. It hardly resembled a celebration. Smoking a cigarette, he remarked to Fong Lanxin, "Why not turn on the television for everyone to see? It would liven things up. You'd think we were mourning instead of celebrating." He cast a sidelong glance at Su Jigua, who had been sitting silently in a corner, his demeanor as dismal as ever. Fong Lanxin, maintaining a stern expression, retorted, "What are you staring at? What if it breaks?" Fong Kuan grumbled, "Look at your attitude. You should let everyone see it. Let them envy you. Here we are, celebrating. Yet no one is smiling. It's as if we're hosting a funeral." After a moment's thought, Fong Lanxin relented, changed her clothes, tidied her hair, and followed Fong Kuan downstairs. Upon seeing Fong Lanxin, Dong Dong sweetly called out, "And I won't watch TV." Ma Shulan chimed in, "Yes, let everyone see. In our factory compound. Only the factory director has a TV, and we've never seen one before." Fong Lanxin forced a smile. "What is so special about a television? It's not even the right time to watch anything." Ma Shulan egged them on. "Even if we only see static, we'd be happy." Fong Kuan had already moved to assist in setting up, calling for others to help. The television was swiftly brought to the table, and as Fong Lanxin observed the crowd gathered around, enviously fixated on the TV, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. She took scissors to remove the seal from the box, but the moment she opened it, her smile froze, her eyes widening in disbelief at the contents. Someone nearby exclaimed in shock, "What are bricks doing inside?" Fong Lanxin, suddenly overcome with rage, turned and began tearing open the boxes for the washing machine and sewing machine, only to find more bricks inside. The murmurs around her grew louder. "Qing Guiji is truly cunning, deceiving us with bricks. It's laughable, bricks instead of gifts." Fong Lanxin felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qing Guiji. This was intolerable. She was utterly deceived by the empty box filled with bricks. Gritting her teeth, she tore open the new bedding with scissors, only to find it stuffed with grimy old nets. Ma Shulan exclaimed, "Qing Guiji is so stingy. Not even a new floral net cover. It seems that once used, it loses all value." Fong Lanxin felt her temper boiling, yet she found herself unable to rebut Ma Shulan's sardonic remarks. Clenching her fists, she stood there trembling with rage. "Fong Lanxin, you shameless old hag!" Wang Gaihua suddenly burst in, hurling a handful of rotten vegetable leaves at Fong Lanxin. Chapter 97. Your image sketched by fingertips having mulled over Xu Qing's words from the previous day, Wang Gaihua became increasingly agitated. Unable to wait until the wedding day to confront Fong Lanxin, she stormed over early that morning, ready to settle the score. Oblivious to the earlier commotion, she flung the spoiled vegetable leaves at Fong Lanxin's head and lunged at her, grabbing her hair and hurling insults. "You shameless old trollop, seducing men. How could your waistband be so loose that any man could just pull it open?" She rained down vulgarities without restraint, landing blows on Fong Lanxin's head and face. Fong Kun, momentarily taken aback, rushed over to intervene. Where did this madwoman spring from? Though he could only use one hand, he managed to pull Wang Gaihua off balance while still gripping Fong Lanxin's hair tightly. "Where did I spring from? Just ask this shameless old hag what she has done. She slept with my man and even bore child. Just wait until I peel your skin off today." Wang Gaihua, consumed with rage, exerted her strength, shaking off Fong Kuan's grip and continuing to strike Fong Lanxin. Su Jigua, hearing the commotion, finally descended from upstairs. His face darkened as he stepped in to mediate. Regardless of the truth behind Wang Gaihua's accusations, he could not risk losing face in such a public spectacle. Seeing Su Jigua intervene without urgency, Fong Kuan grew anxious. "Su Jigua, are you even a man? Your wife is being attacked, and you still won't fight back." Upon realizing that Fong Lanxin's husband was present, Wang Gaihua tightened her grip on Fong Lanxin's hair and glared at Su Jigua. "So your husband? After being a turtle for so many years, do you even know? Your daughter is also hers and my man's child." Fong Lanxin struggled, shouting, "No, Su Jigua. Don't listen to her nonsense. Pull her away." Wang Gaihua sneered, "Nonsense? Do you dare claim you have no connection to my man? Can you say the child isn't his? Tell me, what is your relationship? He even cares about your child's college tuition." Su Jigua suddenly released his hold, feeling as though his manhood had been utterly stripped away. Ma Shulan's eyes glimmered with excitement, reveling in the chaos. "Is what you said true? Don't wrongfully accuse someone." The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, the scene descending into utter turmoil. Finally, the factory security team and the police arrived, restoring a semblance of order. Xu Qing, surprised that Wang Gaihua would cause a scene today, observed from a distance. Though she couldn't hear the insults, she could easily guess their nature. Wang Gaihua's foul mouth never repeated itself. In high spirits, she rode home, stopping to buy a few apples and a watermelon, humming a cheerful tune. Upon arriving home, she found Zhou Jinan seated in a wrought-tan chair in the courtyard, a sharp knife in hand, carving a dark wooden stick the size of an egg. "I'm back," Xu Qing announced, ringing the bike bell before cheerfully calling out. She parked her bike and squatted before Zhou Jinan. "Are you carving something?" Zhou Jinan recognized the joy in Xu Qing's voice, set his tools down, and reached out to gently touch the top of her head. "What makes you so happy?" Xu Qing smiled, grasping his large hand, rubbing her cheek against his palm. "I'm particularly joyful today because those who bullied me have suffered greatly. While it didn't cost Fang Lanqin or Su Riyue their lives, it was enough to keep them from holding their heads high for a long time." Zhou Jinan playfully asked, "How did they suffer?" Xu Qing, unreserved, recounted how Qin Guizhi had plotted against Fang Lanqin and how Wang Gaihua had caused a ruckus, concluding, "Had they not attempted to drug me first, I would never have acted this way." Though her words carried a hint of defiance, she wanted to clarify her stance. She was not inherently a troublemaker. Zhou Jinan chuckled. "Indeed, those who bully you deserve their fate." Xu Qing clung to his arm, nuzzling against him like a kitten. "Zhou Jinan, you are truly wonderful. If others knew what I did behind their backs, they would certainly label me a wicked woman." Zhou Jinan suddenly felt a bittersweet pang in his throat, gently caressing her face with his fingers. "You are not. You are a truly remarkable girl. The world, however, is unfair to you." Xu Qing squinted and smiled. "Zhou Jinan, you can actually utter sweet nothings, but I believe what you say is true." Grateful for her rebirth, the innocence and charm of her 19-year-old self remained, allowing her to indulge in affection with Zhou Jinan without a trace of guilt. Zhou Jinan remained silent, lifting his hand to delicately trace the contours of Xu Qing's features with meticulous attention, as if seeing her true beauty through his fingertips. Xu Qing tilted her face slightly, allowing his fingers to glide across her skin, and though no words were exchanged, a wave of sweetness surged within her heart. After finishing his gentle sketching, Zhou Jinan had come to understand Xu Qing's visage even more deeply. It was as enchanting as he remembered, unchanged from his recollections. Once his fingers withdrew, Xu Qing curiously eyed the dark wooden stick on the small table. "What kind of wood is this? What do you plan to do with it?" Skeptical, she wondered how Zhou Jinan, being blind, could possibly carve anything. Zhou Jinan smiled as he picked up the ebony wood. "This is ebony. I brought along with my luggage. I can carve small items. Though I can't see now, I'm unsure if I can create what I envision." Xu Qing's imagination sparked. "Did you just touch my brows and eyes? Are you thinking of carving me?" Zhou Jinan nodded. "I'll give it a try and see if I can do it well." Xu Qing leaped up and threw herself at Zhou Jinan. "How can you be so wonderful? I'll help you keep an eye on it. If anything seems off, I'll let you know." Zhou Jinan affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist and nodded. "All right." Xu Qing snuggled against Zhou Jinan for a while longer before getting up to wash her clothes and prepare dinner. Cooking for two was much simpler, as both she and Zhou Jinan enjoyed noodle dishes. She rolled out the dough for noodles and prepped a sauce. As she was preparing the noodles, Su Zhigua, his face bruised, entered the courtyard silently and sat down. Zhou Jinan, unable to see, heard the unfamiliar footsteps and inquired, "Who is it?" Xu Qing, hearing the commotion, came out from the kitchen and was taken aback to see Su Zhigua's bloodied face. "What brings you here?" Gasping for breath, Su Zhigua looked at Xu Qing. "Was today's ruckus caused by you?" Xu Qing feigned ignorance. "What do you mean, caused by me?" Su Zhigua exploded with anger. "Xu Qing, have I done anything wrong to you? Is this how you want to embarrass me? Now I can't even work. Are you happy now?" Zhou Jinan swiftly stood up, pulling Xu Qing behind him. "Su Shu, you are going too far." Chapter 98. Zhou Jinan, "Thank you, Su Shu." Su Zhigua stared in disbelief at Zhou Jinan, unable to comprehend. "What did you just call me?" Zhou Jinan remained calm. "Su Shu, is there a problem?" Su Zhigua was on the verge of apoplexy, repeating, "Zhou Jinan, do you think so little of me as your father-in-law? Don't forget, you married my daughter." "Su Shu, who exactly are you trying to discuss?" Zhou Jinan frowned. "If Qing is your daughter, why do you allow that pair to conspire against her? After the incident, instead of seeking the culprit to avenge her, you shifted the blame onto her. During this period, you constantly claimed that Qing was causing a ruckus. Have you even inquired about the reason? Without a moment's thought, you cast all responsibility onto Qing. Is this how a father should behave? Your words, though not loud, pierced Xu Jigua's heart like daggers. Xu Qing stood behind Zhou Jinan, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She felt wronged by Xu Jigua's attitude after the incident, as if her own lack of self-respect had led to the misfortune. Xu Jigua, with a stiff neck, glared at Zhou Jinan, maintaining his obstinate stance. Wasn't it her fault that she got into trouble? What was a young girl doing near the Yellow River? Zhou Jinan furrowed his brows. What if I told you she was deceived and set up by someone? Xu Jigua was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. Who would deceive her for no reason? She was simply infatuated with Zhou Jinxian, foolishly wandering towards the Yellow River. Even Fang Lanqin had said the same to him privately. Xu Qing felt the urge to speak, but was firmly grasped by Zhou Jinan's wrist, who then stated, I speak nothing but the truth. Yet you refuse to believe it. So let me ask you, what transpired at today's wedding banquet? Xu Jigua clicked his tongue, pondering how he could articulate those events without losing face. Zhou Jinan, however, showed no intention of relenting. If you want to speak, I will. You claim that the chaos at today's wedding was orchestrated by Xu Qing. Let me ask you, was Xu Ruya's impersonation to gain admission to university arranged by Xu Qing? The Li family's ruse of using bricks disguised as betrothal gifts. Was that also Xu Qing's doing? After pausing for a moment, he continued, was it Xu Qing who arranged Fang Lanqin's affair with an outsider? As for Xu Ruya's parentage, Xu Qing had no control over that either. With each accusation, Xu Jigua's face grew increasingly grim. By the end, his complexion resembled that of a liver. Indeed, had Fang Lanqin not erred first, Xu Qing would have had no means to orchestrate any of this. Zhou Jinan did not wait for Xu Jigua to respond and continued. Now, Qing is my wife. Zhou Jinan, whether you seek to confront me or wish to create trouble, you must first consider whether I, Zhou Jinan, will permit it. Xu Qing gazed at Zhou Jinan's straightened back, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes, as she experienced for the first time someone standing before her to shield her from the storm. Xu Jigua glared at Zhou Jinan, unable to utter a coherent word after all his bluster, and turned to leave, his back resembling that of a defeated rooster. As soon as Xu Jigua exited, Xu Qing rushed forward, tightly embracing Zhou Jinan's waist, pressing her face against his back, her voice choked with emotion. Zhou Jinan, how can you be so wonderful? No one has ever spoken up for me like this. Zhou Jinan gently patted Xu Qing's hand, his heart aching. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Xu Qing rubbed her face against his back, her tears staining his shirt. Thank you, Zhou Jinan. Due to Xu Jigua's visit, Xu Qing took some time to boil water and cook noodles. After lunch, she locked the door and indulged in a lengthy afternoon nap. Having been preoccupied the night before with thoughts of the ghost market, she had hardly slept, so her nap extended longer than usual. Upon waking, she felt disoriented, unsure whether it was morning or evening. As her mind cleared, she noticed the room dimming, and there sat Zhou Jinan quietly at the bedside, holding a carving knife and ebony, meticulously etching away. In the room, he was unbandaged, his eyelids half closed, his profile deeply focused in the golden light of dusk. Exuding en odeur oha. Xu Qing suddenly recalled a phrase, like a fallen immortal, like a flower isolated in the clouds. The thought made her chuckle softly. Zhou Jinan was so extraordinary that if he were a deity, he would certainly be a god of war. Hearing her laughter, Zhou Jinan paused, slightly turning his head, his eyes still gently closed. You're awake. Xu Qing climbed up and wrapped her arms around his neck, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. Have you begun carving? Let me see. Zhou Jinan handed her the ebony. I haven't started yet. It's taking much longer because I can't see well. Xu Qing took the ebony, noticing that the once smooth stick now bore several scratches and fine lines, though she could not discern their meaning. Still, she leaned in and kissed Zhou Jinan's cheek. You're so talented. I guess these lines represent hair. Zhou Jinan's face stiffened slightly as he corrected her. No, those are the contours of the face. Xu Qing scratched her head, embarrassedly laughing. I'm just an amateur. I can't even give a proper compliment. Zhou Jinan chuckled. gently patting her head. Get up and wash your face. Qing Shuamai came looking for you earlier and said she would return shortly. Xu Qing exclaimed, I didn't hear a thing. She must have come to discuss something with me. What could it be? Surely it's about Su Ria's embarrassing situation at today's wedding. Feeling somewhat cheerful, she got up to wash her face, contemplating what to prepare for dinner. The only provisions left were potatoes, flour, and pickles. Maybe I could make potato dumplings? Just as she finished washing her face, Qing Shuamai entered with 3 popsicles. Seeing Xu Qing in the yard, she smiled. You took quite a long nap. I came by after work, and you were still asleep. Xu Qing smiled sheepishly. I had to go out last night and returned just before dawn, so I ended up sleeping longer. As she spoke, she took a popsicle from Qing Shuamai and brought it inside for Zhou Jinan. However, he refused to eat it, deeming it a treat for young girls and children. Xu Qing took the extra popsicle outside, unwrapped it, and sat down with Qing Shuamai in the yard to enjoy them. As they ate, Qing Shuamai gossiped. Surya truly embarrassed herself today. My aunt didn't even eat lunch, rushing over to tell us about her family's troubles. I didn't expect Qing Guiji to actually do such a thing, and Wang Gaihua really went looking for her. Originally, I planned to find Xu Qing at noon, but work kept me busy, so I hurried over after my shift to share the gossip. Xu Qing listened with delight, relishing the thought of Fang Lanxin and Su Ruya being thoroughly humiliated. Qing Shuamai clicked her tongue, just like that. Qing Guiji declared that if the Su family dared not marry off their daughter, she would ensure Su Ruya was shamed throughout the province. Chapter 99. I'll taste it to see if its sweet Xu Qing was taken aback. Qing Guiji is quite formidable. Isntishi, Qing Shuamai. Having eavesdropped on adult conversations, relayed. Qing Guiji works in the cafeteria, and her husband is employed at the meat processing plant, indicating they have connections. I've heard that Qing Guiji's relatives are quite influential. Now Su Ruya is in a dire predicament. She has no choice but to marry. Xu Qing felt the popsicle in her hand lose its appeal as Qing Shuamai described the situation, realizing that even if the wedding proceeded tomorrow, it would likely be a shameful affair. Qing Shuamai nodded. Indeed, the entire compound is in chaos, with every household discussing it. Xu Qing squinted her eyes. Thinking that with such an outcome, she still felt it was too lenient for Su Ruya and Fang Lanxin. After all, the child she lost could not be compensated for even if both of their lives were forfeit. Qing Shuamai tossed the popsicle stick into the wash basin and returned. By the way, I also heard that your father and your stepmother got into a fight at home. Your stepmother blamed your father for not intervening, believing the words of some wild woman. Your father felt your mother had brought him shame. Hence, they fought fiercely, damaging nearly everything in the house. Xu Qing recalled Su Jigua's battered face from his visit at noon, likely inflicted by Fang Lanxin. They were considered a model couple in the compound, rarely arguing. In contrast, other couples often quarreled, making Su Jigua and Fang Lanxin's conflicts particularly conspicuous. They had even received praise from the neighborhood's women's federation and labor union. Little did anyone know, their good reputation had recently been tarnished. Qing Shuamai found it hard to comprehend. If Su Ria were indeed that Professor Ding's child, your stepmother has managed to conceal that quite well. Xu Qing admired Fang Lanxin for her cunning nature. If it weren't for her rebirth and knowledge of the underlying truths, she would have been unable to outmaneuver Fang Lanxin's deviousness. Fang was a person who sweet-talked with her lips while wielding a knife with her hands. After a brief visit, Qing Shuamai hurried home to prepare dinner, fearing that her parents would return from work and catch her in another reprimand alongside Xu Qing. Once Xu Shuamai departed, Xu Qing lingered in the courtyard for a moment, reminiscing about her hazy past life, her childhood, and her biological mother whom she had never seen. She then rose to the kitchen, only to find that the popsicle in the bowl had melted into water. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She took the bowl back to the room to find Zhou Jinan, who was still busy carving something. Take a break. I've poured you a bowl of water. Drink it first. Zhou Jinan, without suspicion, reached out to take the bowl from Xu Qing's hands and gulped down a large mouthful, the cool sweetness refreshing him. He paused, swallowing it down with a slight roll of his throat. Xu Qing leaned against him, resting her hand on his shoulder. Isn't it sweet? You should drink it all. Zhou Jinan smiled, finishing the remaining popsicle water, its icy sweetness coursing down his throat into his stomach, bringing immense comfort. Just as he licked his lips, they were suddenly met with a soft touch and a playful tongue that flicked at him. Let me see if it's sweet. Xu Qing teased, her tone mischievous. Zhou Jinan found himself blushing, his heart swelling with a mix of sweet happiness and a hint of anxiety about holding onto this joy. After teasing him, Xu Qing happily returned to prepare dinner. She first boiled the potatoes, then peeled them and placed them in the wooden trough to begin mashing, continuing until they had the right texture. Potatoes were a staple food during times of famine in the province, especially during winter when they were consumed for months. They were referred to as yangyu by the locals. Mashing the potatoes was a typical household chore, and thus, every home had a wooden trough for making mashed potatoes. After a few strikes, Zhou Jinan entered, asking, "Making mashed potatoes? Let me do it." Mashing potatoes required strength, and Xu Qing had only struck a few times before beads of sweat began forming on her forehead. Without hesitation, she handed the wooden mallet to Zhou Jinan, guiding him to the right spot in the trough. "Right here, just take your time." After a few misdirected strikes, Zhou Jinan quickly found his rhythm and began mashing with precision and vigor. Xu Qing watched him for a moment, then turned to prepare the pickled vegetables and salted dishes for the stew. When Gao Zhan arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing in a modest kitchen, one wielding a wooden mallet to mash potatoes, while the other, clad in a light blue apron, stood at the cutting board chopping vegetables. It was a warm and homey scene. Watching them, Gao Zhan suddenly felt a strong urge to marry. Living together seemed quite delightful. As he pondered the kitchen door, Zhou Jinan stopped and turned. "Since you're here, come help." Gao Zhan chuckled. "Your ears are sharper than a wolf's. You even heard me come in." Xu Qing only realized Gao Zhan had arrived when Zhou Jinan spoke. Hearing him mention the wolf, she chimed in, "Can we go see the wolf?" Gao Zhan nodded, "Sure, but that guy's looking pretty rough right now." Xu Qing thought for a moment. "I have something to attend to tomorrow noon. Can we go in the afternoon?" "I'll bring 2 meat buns for the wolf then." Gao Zhan clicked his tongue. "The wolf's meals are even better than mine." With that, he obediently picked up the mallet to continue mashing the potatoes. Fortunately, Xu Qing had prepared enough, and with Gao Zhan's help, dinner was ample. The sour soup stew paired with shredded pickles and a drizzle of bright, enticing chili oil was particularly appetizing. As Gao Zhan ate, he remarked, "You may not know this, but Zhou Jinan loves this dish. We spent a year training in Hainan, and he was craving it so badly that he couldn't even find good sour soup to make himself." Xu Qing was surprised. "He likes this? Well, that's easy. We can make it often from now on." Aside from the effort involved in mashing the potatoes, the rest was quite simple. Zhou Jinan remained silent, quietly savoring each bite, his focus intense. In fact, he had previously seen Xu Qing and tasted her mashed potatoes, though she had long forgotten. Gao Zhan lingered for dinner and began gossiping with Zhou Jinan. "I hear there is going to be a significant troop rotation. This time, our unit will be heading to the northwest border, where conditions will be tougher." Zhou Jinan remained silent. With his eyesight not yet recovered, he could not go anywhere. Observing Zhou Jinan's eyes, Gao Zhan suddenly sighed. "I find myself hoping you don't recover your sight. That way, I won't have to go to the plateau." Xu Qing understood some of this, but knew better than to pry, so she busied herself with washing the dishes in the kitchen. However, her thoughts wandered to whether Zhou Jinan would have to go to the border once his eyes healed. It would become increasingly difficult for them to meet, and she couldn't help but recall why Zhou Jinan never remarried in her past life. Was it because he couldn't find a suitable partner in the plateau? While washing the dishes and lost in thought, she didn't even notice when Gao Zhan left. Xu Qing didn't let these thoughts weigh heavily on her mind. After all, when the time came for such events, they would involve matters of national significance, beyond her control. She resolved to wait until the moment arrived to address it. Instead, she focused on preparing for her meeting with the black market boss the following day. Early the next morning, Xu Qing chose not to partake in the festivities surrounding Su Ryue's wedding, opting to wait for Qin Xuemei to come and recount the details in the afternoon. After tidying up at home and cleaning the East Room, she prepared to bring her grandmother to stay with them in the coming days. By noon, she was ready with Zhou Jinan to appear in Qingfeng Alley, where the black market boss awaited them at the entrance of the roasted chicken shop, hand behind his back. Chapter 100. This couple is not simple under the sunlight. The black market boss stood there, his waxy yellow complexion suggesting he had just woken. Xu Qing approached with Zhou Jinan, smiling gently at the boss. "Apologies for our tardiness." The boss scrutinized Xu Qing for a moment, then glanced at the man beside her, whose eyes were wrapped in gauze. The previous night, in the dark, he had assumed Zhou Jinan was simply blind. Now, observing him again, he felt a slight shudder. Although the man could not see, The aura he exuded was formidable. If he wasn't mistaken, this man's profession was extraordinary, perhaps even one who had taken lives. Suddenly, the boss's demeanor shifted to one of respect as he addressed Xu Qing with more courtesy. No worries. I arrived early. I am Huang Wenlong. Xu Qing was taken aback by Huang Wenlong's sudden politeness. She returned the greeting politely. I am Xu Qing, and this is my husband. Can we find a quiet place to talk? Huang Wenlong nodded, adjusting the black bag tucked under his left arm. I have a courtyard nearby. Shall we go there to speak? Xu Qing turned to Zhou Jinan, squeezing his hand to seek his opinion. Had it been just her, she would certainly have hesitated to go, as Huang Wenlong clearly belonged to a rough crowd, and she lacked the courage to venture into such peril. However, with Zhou Jinan by her side, she felt as though she had a solid ally and feared nothing. Understanding Xu Qing's unspoken concern, Zhou Jinan nodded without hesitation. That's fine. Seeing Zhou Jinan agree promptly, Huang Wenlong's expression softened, and he couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. He smiled at Xu Qing. Then let us go. They walked a short distance before Huang Wenlong stopped before a small courtyard, cleared his throat twice, and gestured for Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan to enter. The courtyard was roughly the same size as the one they lived in, though it lacked a tree and had a sunshade. Beneath the awning was an 8 immortals table and 4 long benches. 2 covered bowls of tea sat on the table, and the surface bore water stains, indicating that someone had recently been sitting there enjoying tea. Xu Qing traced a numeral 2 in Zhou Jinan's palm, and then wrote person, unsure if he would comprehend her meaning. Zhou Jinan squeezed Xu Qing's hand reassuringly. Huang Wenlong chuckled, inviting them to sit. It's a bit messy at home. Let us make do and sit here in the courtyard. Xu Qing wasted no time and directly stated, I have 3 gold bars, approximately 60 grams, at 28 per gram. I need cash. Can you facilitate this? Huang Wenlong was momentarily taken aback. This girl clearly had no experience in business, being so direct without a hint of concern about others harboring ill intentions. He glanced at Zhou Jinan beside her, recalling what his subordinates had reported yesterday about how formidable this blind man was. Since Xu Qing dared to speak of him, it indicated that the man beside her was even more remarkable than he had initially thought. After some deliberation, he spoke. Very well, but I would like to examine the quality of the gold. Zhou Jinan nodded at Xu Qing. Show it to him. Xu Qing reached into her bag and produced a gold bar, handing it to Huang Wenlong. Huang Wenlong took it and scrutinized it for a while, even pulling out a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. Having encountered numerous treasures, he could discern the quality of gold by sight. After a thorough examination, he returned it to Xu Qing. Indeed, it's authentic, 28 carats as claimed. Let us consider this a friendship. Wait for me while I fetch a scale. As Huang Wenlong rose to enter the house, the 2 men inside grew increasingly impatient. Upon seeing Huang Wenlong, they quickly inquired, Brother Long, when do we make our move? Huang Wenlong glared at them, smacking one of their heads. What move? With the 3 of us combined, we're no match for that blind man. Besides, his background is not simple. What could be so complicated? I cannot believe we would fail, even with a surprise attack. Huang Wenlong kicked the speaker. Silence. You're not to go outside for a while. He then retrieved a small scale specifically for weighing gold, returning with a smile. Rest assured, miss, this scale is reliable and fair. Xu Qing chuckled. I am well aware of the weight of my 3 gold bars, so whether you deceive me will be apparent once we weigh them. She handed over the 3 gold bars. Huang Wenlong carefully weighed each, finding them to be around 21 grams each, which aligned with Xu Qing's estimate. At $28 per gram, the total amounted to $1,790. Xu Qing counted the cash, verifying each $10 bill's authenticity before placing it into her bag, thanking Huang Wenlong. Thank you, Boss Huang. As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Jinan to leave. Huang Wenlong followed them to the door, watching as they departed. It was only after Xu Qing and Zhou Jinan vanished into the alley that Huang Wenlong realized something significant. Xu Qing was not reckless in business. She was quite astute, deliberately luring out the men inside, allowing the blind man to act. Had he been a bit more impulsive, he might have found himself in a predicament. Excitedly, Xu Qing pulled Zhou Jinan homeward, occasionally patting her back. With the additional money, she now had $2,000. In this era, that was quite substantial, enough to purchase 10 bicycles. Giddy with delight, she glanced at the state-run restaurant ahead. How about we dine out today instead of going home for lunch? Zhou Jinan had no objections. Sure. Xu Qing decided to treat Zhou Jinan to a better meal, recalling a state-run canteen near Huaihai Road, known for its exquisite braised pork. However, remembering that Zhou Jinan did not eat pork, she adjusted her order upon entering, opting for braised carp instead, along with a serving of cold lamb head and stir-fried cucumbers. Curiously, she asked Zhou Jinan, "Why don't you like eating pork?" The image of Zhou Changxian carrying pork home flashed in Zhou Jinan's mind, followed by the grotesque sight of 2 lumps of white meat intertwined and the heavy breathing that accompanied it, making him nauseous. Noticing Zhou Jinan's sudden seriousness and reluctance to share, Xu Qing quickly added, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm not picky." Zhou Jinan remained silent for a moment. "I'll tell you when we get home." This was his way of satisfying Xu Qing's curiosity. Xu Qing's eyes lit up with a smile. "All right, you don't have to force it if you don't want to." Although she said this lightly, her curiosity was piqued. When the food arrived, Xu Qing deftly removed the fish bones before serving Zhou Jinan, attentively caring for him. Meanwhile, she inadvertently spotted Ding Chongwen sitting alone in a corner, drinking silently, his disheveled hair and overall demeanor suggesting a state of despair. Surprised, she wondered how Ding Chongwen ended up here. Before she could look away, another figure entered, scanning the room and heading straight for Ding Chongwen. To Xu Qing's astonishment, the newcomer was Su Huiru, her mother-in-law and Zhou Jinan's biological mother. Chapter 101. A different kind of match. Su Huiru entered in a hurry, oblivious to Zhou Jinan sitting with his back to her, and rushed toward Ding Chongwen. Xu Qing was taken aback. The provincial city was neither too large nor too small. Yet these people seemed to know each other. Unable to contain herself, she whispered to Zhou Jinan, "I just saw your mother. She is going to meet Ding Chongwen. Do they know each other?" Zhou Jinan replied, "They do. Ding Chongwen is an expert in physics, having published significant papers in national journals, and holds considerable authority at the university. When my father was up for promotion, Ding had a vote." Xu Qing pondered. "Could your mother be here to pull some strings?" Zhou Jinan shook his head. "I doubt it. There may be other matters at hand." Xu Qing glanced at Ding Chongwen, who was already at an age where his accomplishments were overshadowed by a questionable character, his eyes glinting with greed. She scoffed softly. "Such people are parasites. What good is their knowledge?" Zhou Jinan chose not to pursue the topic further. "Let us eat quickly. Didn't we say we would go see the white wolf in the afternoon? We should rest a bit before heading out." Only then did Xu Qing focus on her meal, diligently serving Zhou Jinan and picking out fish bones, showing great attentiveness. Meanwhile, Su Huiru remained oblivious to Zhou Jinan and Xu Qing's presence. Upon reaching Ding Chongwen, her expression soured. "What do you want?" Ding Chongwen squinted at Su Huiru. Despite being over 50, he had aged well, never having to toil for a living, thus appearing particularly favored by time, his skin fair and luminous. Su Huiru regarded him with disdain, suppressing her rising anger. "If you have nothing to say, I'll be leaving." Ding Chongwen chuckled, lowering his voice. "Don't be in such a rush to leave. If you hurry out, I cannot guarantee I won't spill some words outside." The stories of a sister-in-law and her brother-in-law, people do enjoy that. Su Huiru's face turned pale, her hands trembling slightly as she clenched her fists to maintain her composure. Looking at Ding Chongwen, "You promised me you wouldn't speak of this, and I've given you so much money." Ding Chongwen smirked. "What is that little sum worth? Do you think I'm a beggar? Besides, how many years have passed? I've kept quiet until now." Su Huiru, enraged, spoke through gritted teeth. "What do you want?" Ding Chongwen eyed her closely. "It's simple. I want Zhou Jinxian to marry Su Ruyue." Su Huiru immediately shook her head. "No, that is absolutely out of the question. What kind of reputation does Su Ruyue have now? Marrying her into our family would be a disgrace. As the mother of a daughter-in-law whose reputation was already tarnished, she could not afford to have another daughter-in-law with an equally poor reputation." Ding Chongwen took a sip of his drink. "This is not something you could decide. If you refuse, I cannot promise I won't speak out. And as for whether Zhou Jinxian is Zhou Chunwen's son, I believe you know best." Su Huiru fell silent, afraid to voice her thoughts too loudly and attract attention. Ding Chongwen chuckled. "I'm not worried about you laughing at me. Su Ruyue is my and Feng Lanxin's daughter. I only have this one daughter, and marrying her to your son is not a loss for you." Su Huiru looked at Ding Chongwen in disbelief. "Are you saying Su Ruyue is your daughter?" Ding Chongwen nodded. "Yes, once I divorce my wife, I will acknowledge her." Su Huiru frowned, her heart unwilling to accept this. All her sons were exceptional, especially Xu Qing, who was a key focus of the school and had a promising future ahead. How could he marry a woman with such a tainted reputation? Ding Changwan, unhurried, casually tossed a peanut into his mouth, chewing slowly before saying, "Take your time to consider this well. Don't make a decision you will regret." After finishing, he let out a burp and waved for Su Huiru to leave. Su Huiru stood up in a daze, just as she turned to walk away. Her blood ran cold upon spotting Xu Qing and Xu Qing seated not far ahead. The sight of Xu Qing cheerfully serving Xu Qing food was particularly jarring. Overwhelmed with guilt, Su Huiru hesitated to greet them, but Xu Qing's gaze flicked in her direction, cold and indifferent, as if she were unrecognizable, before she averted her eyes. This made Su Huiru's heart race, prompting her to turn and leave swiftly. Xu Qing had no intention of acknowledging Su Huiru either. Yet the latter's ghostly expression and the fleeting panic in her eyes stirred a sense of curiosity within Xu Qing. Could there be some scandalous affair with Ding Changwan? If so, Ding Changwan must possess considerable influence. After lunch, Xu Qing and Xu Jinan strolled home. They washed their faces and tidied up a bit, preparing for a nap. Just as they lay down, Xu Jinan abruptly spoke, "I despise my mother because I witnessed her with my uncle." The words that followed were difficult for him to utter, especially given the subject was his own mother. Xu Qing was taken aback and quickly embraced Xu Jinan. "It's all right. We don't have to discuss it. My curiosity has waned." Xu Jinan gently caressed her head. "It's fine. I don't wish to hide anything from you. When I discovered it, Xu Changxian had just brought over a piece of pork. In those days, even during the New Year, we rarely had such meat. I was so happy when my mother sent Xu Jingxian and me to Chopwood, saying we would have dumplings for dinner. On my way back, I forgot the sickle and caught sight of them engaged in an unspeakable act. Just recalling it made him feel nauseated." Xu Qing was at a loss for words to comfort him, so she simply held him tightly. It was indeed disgusting, considering one was his mother and the other was his uncle. The thought of it only deepened her disdain for Su Huiru. Here she was in such a dreadful state, yet still had the audacity to look down on her. After reminiscing, Xu Jinan touched Xu Qing's cheek. "All is well. You needn't regard them highly. Xu Changxian is someone I dealt with, and Xu Jingxian is their child." Xu Qing pondered. "This family is truly chaotic. It rivals my own. Does it not constitute another form of social compatibility?" Lost in her thoughts, she snuggled against Xu Jinan like a kitten. "From now on, I shall be your family, and we will have children, living our own little life." Xu Jinan dared not envision such a future. He simply wished for her to live a safe and happy life. As they rested, Gao Zhan drove over to accompany them to see Bai Lang. Xu Qing even made a point to buy 2 meat buns along the way to comfort Bai Lang. Initially, she thought Bai Lang was being fostered by someone, but to her surprise, he was at a professional dog training facility. Upon entering, they could see soldiers training military and police dogs, each exuding an impressive aura. Yet, when Xu Qing laid eyes on Bai Lang, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 102. A sudden turn of events. Xu Qing had already heard from Xu Jinan that Bai Lang's fur had been shaved off due to fear of bacterial infection. However, she was unprepared for how thoroughly he had been shorn, revealing dark skin beneath, with a collar around his neck to prevent him from licking himself. He looked far from majestic, resembling a comical, plump creature. Xu Qing suppressed her laughter for fear of hurting Bai Lang's feelings. Gao Zhan shot her a knowing glance, as if to say, "See, I told you he looked ridiculous." With a smile, Xu Qing called out, "Bai Lang, look, we brought you meat buns." Fearing he might refuse to eat, she handed the meat buns to Xu Jinan. Bai Lang glanced at Xu Qing, then turned away to lie down, presenting them with his backside. Gao Zhan chuckled. He is still sulking. Bai Lang certainly has quite the temperament. Xu Jinan tossed the meat bun towards Bai Lang, calling out, "Bai Lang, eat." Although displeased, Bai Lang got up to retrieve the bun, only to turn his back on Xu Qing once more. The veterinarian caring for Bai Lang, Su Yuandong, approached with a smile on his round face. "He's doing better today. Just a few days ago, he lay in the corner, unresponsive to anyone." As he chatted, he greeted Xu Qing. "Hello, sister-in-law." Xu Qing recognized him from the wedding, though she couldn't recall his name, and politely inquired about Bai Lang's condition. "Is Bai Lang's wound healing? How long until he can come home? When will his fur grow back?" Su Yuandong replied cheerfully, "It's just a surface injury, nothing serious. His fur will take some time to grow back. By winter, it should be nearly there." Xu Qing realized winter was still several months away, a long time for Bai Lang to be unhappy. It seems Su Yuandong could read her thoughts. It's not a major issue. Bai Lang is quite the sensitive soul and is currently plotting his revenge. The one who harmed him should be wary. After visiting Bai Lang, Xu Qing reflected on his comical appearance, yet felt furious. Those who hurt Bai Lang are truly despicable. It would serve them right if Bai Lang were to bite them to death. Gao Zhan burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, you're quite the violent one. But rest assured, Bai Lang will exact his vengeance in a way that will leave them wishing they were never born. Xu Qing felt a flicker of anticipation. I hope Bai Lang recovers soon. She then turned to Gao Zhan. Could you take me to my grandmother's house? We have some matters to attend to, and we can take the bus back later. Gao Zhan nodded and dropped them off at Huai Tree Alley. As they arrived at Feng Shuhua's place, Su Jing and Arya were already gone, leaving Feng Shuhua sitting beneath the grape arbor, twisting hemp rope. Su Qing pulled Zhou Jinan down to sit and hugged Feng Shuhua. Grandma, I've missed you so much. Feng Shuhua smiled. You already married, still acting like a child. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? What brings you here today? Su Qing grinned and squatted in front of her. I thought since my second aunt has left, I'd come to take you to stay with us. Feng Shuhua shook her head. I want to be going over for now. The vegetables in the yard are thriving, and this is a crucial time. Su Qing understood that Feng Shuhua was referring to the matter of the venomous insects and became serious. Is there anything I can help you with? Feng Shuadi Blade. No, just remember to practice the things I taught you every day. When I come over, I will test you. Su Qing beamed. Grandma, I have a model now. I practice on him instead of myself, and I feel quite adept. Feng Shuhua recognized that the model referred to Zhou Jinan and chuckled. Be careful then. After a moment, she asked Su Qing, you know Riyue is getting married today, right? Su Qing nodded. Ido. Feng Shuhua continued. I fear it may not happen. That girl Riyue seems destined for a troubled marriage. Su Qing was puzzled, recalling Qing Guiji's harsh words, and how Su Riyue was to marry into the Li family. Was there some unforeseen development today? Feng Shuhua sighed. Life is something one must earn for oneself, so one must bear the consequences, be they good or bad. Su Qing fell silent, toying with the hemp rope that Feng Shuhua had twisted. After discussing Su Riyue, Feng Shuhua turned to Zhou Jinan. Have you noticed anything unusual with your eyes these past few days? Zhou Jinan shook his head no. With Su Qing by his side, he hadn't even experienced the uncontrollable heat that often plagued him. Feng Shuhua nodded. That's good. There's no rush. If Grandma says you'll be fine, then you will be. Just consider it a period of rest. Zhou Jinan truly was unhurried. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. Feng Shuhua laughed. What hard work? As long as you two are well, that brings me joy. Su Qing chatted with Feng Shuhua for a while longer before running off to find Pang Jinhua. This time, Pang Jinhua was home, shirtless and sawing wood in the yard. Upon seeing Su Qing enter, he quickly ran inside to put on a shirt. What a surprise to see you here. Su Qing stood at the entrance without stepping inside. I just wanted to let you know that I'm all set. We will commence work tomorrow morning. Remember to come find me early. I reside on Dong Somley Street, opposite a tailor's shop adorned with a character for happiness. Pang Jinhua, having not heard from Su Qing in the past few days, thought the plan had fallen through. Upon hearing her words, he quickly nodded. All right, I will come by after breakfast tomorrow. Su Qing waved her hand. Great, I will head back now. See you tomorrow. After exchanging a few words at the entrance without fear of gossip, Su Qing returned home, plucking some vegetables from her grandmother's garden, along with eggplants, tomatoes, and chili peppers, filling a basket for Zhou Jinan to carry. The two strolled leisurely to the bus stop to return home. Upon arriving, they found Qin Xiumei waiting at the door. Spotting Su Qing, she hurriedly pulled her aside. Where have you been? I have come by twice already. Su Qing pointed at the basket in Zhou Jinan's hands. I went to my grandmother's to fetch some vegetables. You seem to have some big news. Qin Xiumei's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, it's quite the scoop. Hurry. Let us discuss it inside the courtyard. Su Qing smiled as she opened the door, and Zhou Jinan adeptly entered. Knowing exactly where to place the vegetables in the kitchen before washing his hands at the faucet and settling back in the living room. Throughout the process, one would hardly perceive him as a visually impaired individual. Qin Xiumei was astonished. Brother Zhou is remarkable. He is so skilled. Su Qing nodded with a hint of pride. Yes, his sense of direction and memory are exceptional. He can recall nearly every place he has traversed. Qin Xiumei gasped. That's incredible. Then, She eagerly pulled Xu Qing to share the latest gossip. This morning, Li Daong went to fetch the bride, but Su Ruyue attempted suicide in her room. Xu Qing was taken aback. She tried to take her own life? Qin Shumei nodded. Of course, she didn't succeed. She is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. Fang Lanqin and Qin Guizhi also got into a fight. Chapter 103. When the Sky Falls. I shall support you. Xu Qing had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. She looked at Qin Shumei. Is it really that serious? What's happening now? Qin Shumei recounted the details she heard from her aunt. Su Ruyue ingested pesticide, but they managed to rush her to the hospital for a stomach pump in time. Early in the morning, guests arrived at Qin Guizhi's home, setting up tables and chairs in the alley, with the stove lit and preparations for cooking underway. Ready for the banquet. She was filled with confidence, thinking she could easily deceive Fang Lanqin's family. Little did she realize that a tarnished reputation would not hold much value, especially when the boxes she had were purchased with her own money. She believed that with Su Ruyue's current notoriety, no one else would marry her son, Li Daong. She envisioned how she would deal with Su Ruyue once she entered the household. However, as time passed, the wedding procession neither returned nor showed any signs of arriving. Eventually, someone from the wedding party rushed back with the news that Su Ruyue had consumed pesticide and was now unconscious, requiring hospitalization. Qin Guizhi was infuriated. On what was supposed to be a joyous occasion, Su Ruyue had thrown such a wrench into things, embarrassing the family in front of so many guests. Without a second thought, she rushed to the hospital, yelling at Su Ruyue for not dying, claiming that would have been for the best. Fang Lanqin, already distressed over her daughter, could not remain silent upon hearing Qin Guizhi's curses. The two women engaged in a physical altercation. Qin Guizhi, stout and strong, was met with Fang Lanqin, who was equally fueled with rage from the previous day's humiliation. Their struggle left both women disheveled, with one sporting a ball